taking care of you, trying to make the best magic happen that we possibly can, and see if we can analyze the plays the best way possible. But we are not alone. We have some great people with us. We have Julian Knob here, working alongside with Callum Smith, and we shall be seeing if we can provide that for you. I'm seeing some technical difficulty here.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of technical difficulties.
Re-entry, so we will do everything again. Tell me when.
I think you should start from the top.
Okay. Hello and welcome, everyone. We had some technical difficulties, so I'm hoping that this time you can hear me just fine. We are in the beautiful Eternal Weekend, Europe city of Lucca, Italy, and we are hosting here a tournament hosted by Four Seasons and Booze MTG. The Legacy Champion is what we are crowning today. My name is Sam Dams, Fenris Cloud, and with me here is Andreas Peterson, aka Eco Baronen. Andreas, today we are going to be crowning the Legacy Champion. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm super excited for that one. We have 6 more rounds of Swiss before a cut to the top 8. So yeah, lots of legacy action to be played and lots of legacy action to be watched.
Awesome. So we have a very, very good casting crew for you today. Us two will be doing our best to provide you with the best content that we can provide you with, but we are not alone. We have the amazing help of Julian Knob and Callum Smith. So we will be, with 4 of us, we will be swapping around between rounds. So we will be trying to be fresh as well, having the best commentary that we possibly can. So we'll be taking care of you the best way possible. Now, behind the screens, we have an amazing production crew for you available. Look at these faces.
Oh yeah,
we're all happy to be
here. Look
at
these guys. So Sam and I, a dynamic duo. The other dynamic duo, Julian, the elves guy from back in the day. Everybody remembers him from that one. And then, of course, we have the British painter of Callum, and those 2 guys will swap with us.
What guy are you? How do people know you?
Probably tempo guy these days.
Tempo guy.
Yeah, blue decks. But to be honest, I do love myself a little bit of control and stompy and combo as well. So I guess I'm a little bit all over the place.
A legacy man these days. Awesome, I like it. Let's dive into the production crew. Behind the screens, we have a lot of people working here. Now, again, this is all live. Stuff like this may sometimes go wrong. Bear with us. We will do our best and we will get everything sorted out, I'm sure. If something does go wrong, we will get it fixed relatively easy. And thanks you so much to these guys. Andreas, talk to us about it.
Yeah, and Yico and David, they're packing their bags full of equipment. They're traveling all over Europe to make sure that we can deliver crisp productions. Those guys never fail. And then, of course, we have the boss man, Will Hall, pulling the strings and telling people when to work and when to eat and when to relax.
Yes, indeed. Great. Let's dive into the schedule for today. We've already had a couple of days here of some sweet Eternal Magic action. Andreas, what are we looking at?
We're looking at 2 days in the books. We had the Vintage Champs with the conclusion on Friday, crowning a champion. Then yesterday, we had the Legacy Day 1 with 8 rounds of Swiss, a nice little cut to Day 2 if you had a 6-2 or better record. And now we're standing with 130 players ready to battle it out on the Legacy Day 2, which will end with a top 8 here on Sunday.
And all of these players are playing, of course, for some sweet, sweet prizes that we will pop on screen here just for you in a second. Now, we are close to 1,000 players. So what you are seeing here, that if we would have gotten to 1,000, we would have been able to increase the prizes even more. Andreas, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so on that note, make sure to join the tournament next year so we can get over that coveted 1,000 mark. But yeah, the players are playing for prize ticks. Very, very flexible. I really love the innovation of whether you want cards, whether you want to buy food, prize ticks is the currency for you here at Eternal Weekend. The top 8 playmat is going to be a sweet one to show off at your next tournament. But of course, the trophy is huge. And then the unique promos. This year's Legacy promo is $10 of Agony. If you make the top 8, you get a full copy. But there's a normal copy all the way down to top 32. And as you can see, even top 64 will have something to show for it when it comes to their performance this weekend.
Nice, I like it. And we have made some prizes for ourselves as well in the form of a bingo card. We've made a bingo card because Andreas and I thought it could be very entertaining during the day. And the idea was we wanted to have some things that could possibly happen, but were slightly unlikely. But look at these crosses. We've had a bunch of these happening already. Can you take us through?
Yeah, so this morning we got to add a few more scalps here with 8 different decks in the top 8 of the Vintage main event. I was doing my best counting here, and it turned out 8 different decks, so that format is certainly thriving. Both players have Ancestral Recall in the graveyard by turn 2. I think that happened in a round we did not cover, but so that's a nice one to add to it. The 3/3 Channeler on turn 2 also happened. And then there's a little bit of, I
Yeah,
guess,
does that count?
the Katara Waterbending Master drawing 5 cards. Well, Tamas Mar did do that over the duration of a couple of
Yeah,
turns.
that's
So,
so it
so
counts.
I'm not sure about that one. And then we saw a concession in response to essentially Karn getting lattice. So we should count that
I
as
mean,
a
yeah, you
Karn lattice
respond to
line.
that happening. You don't want to see it actually hit the table, so we can cross that off.
Yeah, and I think we're doing pretty nicely here. For today, there's some hope about Badger Mole Cub, Earthbending Wasteland. There's a hope for a Ponder, MCO quote unquote bug, and
Yeah.
maybe Wan Tong will make an appearance. So
Hmm.
so yeah, there's still hope here to get over the. I guess 10. I think
Uh-huh.
I'm still alive here.
I had 7, so I'm out. I'm out.
You're
A couple of
currently the
things.
closest one because
Yeah,
we're
that's
at 8.
true. That's true.
Yep.
That's true. I
You're
think
saying
that's fair.
stop the count.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I think a couple of things we will never be able to get again because, of course, we do not have vintage. So, Oath the Druids, for example,
Yep.
that is not an option. Let's go quickly back to the booth here. Of course, we are going to be crowning a new champion. We've already seen in vintage 8 different decks.
Wow.
Do you
Yeah.
expect that to happen in Legacy as well?
Not quite, but I think 6 different decks would be realistic. But I think we'll have a couple of duos of the same archetype in the top 8. That'll be my best guess. What about you? Do you think we have the full suite of diversity today?
I'm just going to say yes. I
Yeah.
just for optimistic purposes, yes. I think the format has been really fun. We've seen so many different decks already. So I say it a bit jokingly, but I'm not saying it's impossible, and that
Right.
I think
No,
that's
it's
realistic.
certainly on the table.
Yeah,
Also, we did not get the chance to look at the standings, etc. So this is pure guesswork based on the matches we got to cover yesterday, essentially.
exactly. Last question before we had the deck lists. What are you thinking is going to take home the crown today?
Oof. I really think we are going to see show and tell strategies. We're going to see tempo strategies, and those are going to be the dominating decks throughout the day. But we have some awesome black horses in the race as well. So dark horses rather. So yeah, I mean it's anybody's game, but I have a slight notch to those 2 archetypes.
Okay, I like it. I can see it. Let's dive into the deck list that we have here for you for round number 1. Generally, the deck list that we will be seeing here is an interesting game.
Right.
What we have here for you is blue black tempo, a deck that we have seen throughout the day, and I see a nice iteration in this main list here.
Oh,
Nico
yeah.
Brennan, take us through.
Yeah, so Demir Tempo, we have different flavors of that, but essentially when Entomb got banned, the Underground Sea enjoyers and owners of the world needed a new home, and I think Demir Tempo was the shoe-in here. So this version is adopting 3 copies of Hymn to Torok, which makes the deck a little bit more polarized in the sense that it plays a little bit worse from behind, and it closes out games slightly slower compared to Nethergoyf versions, but it's disrupting combo a lot more heavily. So let's say you're playing against a control deck or a combo deck, that would be the ideal place for Hymn to Torok to shine. So this is more of a mid-range deck when you start cutting Nethergoyf. But yeah, I'm really excited for this one.
What this signals to me, and this has been very apparent throughout the weekend, is the fact that Hymn to Torok returns to the format is it signals to me that it is slowing down a bit, right? Because we have not been seeing this card for a long while.
If you expect the game to go, into turn 4, 5, 6, and there's a lot of wiggle room, then Hymn to Torg is an awesome card. If you expect the turn of critical interaction to be, let's say, turn 1 or 2, then not so much. So yes, this is a sign of these players having confidence that the format is at a pace where you can afford to play an all-star like him.
Yeah, and looks like currently they are correct because they did make day 2. So let's dive into what we're up against. I think, if I'm correct, it's going to be Eldrazi, another one of those aggro decks. So this will be a bit of a race. And I'm assuming that if it's Eldrazi, it's probably going to be the red version. Andreas, talk us through.
Yeah, so this red version recently got popular after a few finishes on Magic Online straight into the new format. And I really like it early in a new, quote unquote, new format because this deck is trying to be proactive. You need to look at some stuff like, is Chalice of the Void going to be good against the metagame? Well, yes, Legacy players like to be smart with their Pontus and Brainstorms. Now you have to look at a card like Kozilek's Command. Is that card still good enough after Entomb getting banned? Is there still enough graveyard shenanigans going on that is a Swiss Army knife? The answer is yes. And then the third card I want to highlight is the Wastegate Battle Mage, which has some very, very relevant modes on it. It can exile a One Ring, it can kill an Ursa Saga, and it can bounce Murktide Regent. So the flexibility of the cards while adding a tons of hasters and inevitability with Glaring Fleshraker, it just all makes sense, right? Perfect mana base here. Eldrazi Temple, Eye of Ugin, Ancient Tomb, even the dreaded Cavern of Souls that blue players are having nightmares about. So yeah, I'm excited about Eldrazi aggro in the new metagame.
Another really funny thing that I want to add is you can see on top that there's blue, black, and then colors Eldrazi. This is actually correct, right? Because in the sideboard you can see blue cards and black cards,
Yeah.
but the red cards being played are actually devoid, which is no color. So it may seem a bit
it is technically correct, yeah.
unusual, but this is actually correct if you look at the exact ruling. Okay, I see on the bottom that we have Julian Nob and Callum Smith. That's not really true. I'm Sam and this is Andreas. We will get that fixed for you soon. But let's dive into these games. Who do you think is favored here?
I really like the Eldrazi side of things here. Also, you see Reality Smasher dodging Fatal Push is an important interaction in the format, or sorry, in the matchup rather. So I mean, the Eldrazi deck, when that deck plays first, I'm scared if I'm the tempo deck. And then the advantage bar goes to a more even situation when the blue black deck is playing first.
All right, now it looks like players are still getting the signal here. They can actually start, and I think Samuele is on the play here. Blue black tempo. What's the start? Just a ponder. What are we digging in at this spot? Do you think they are already aware what they're up against? Now
Right.
It was an entire day one, so it's not impossible.
Right. This is a very, very good question because you see a card like Tameo here, which really does not shine against a deck like Eldrazi. So if we have information, we'll be looking for stuff like removal spells, Force of Will, Wasteland. But if we don't have information, we're just happy with having a solid land spell ratio and moving on with our day. So who knows what prompted the shuffle here from Samuel?
Indeed, you can see a shuffling, not happy with those. I just see that's a Baraglyph, I think. Fetch land, Wasteland. It looks like it's a lot of, yeah, we will see that again. Wasteland on the land. Samuel is going to try and do the same thing, another Wasteland. So, yeah, I think we're going to try and get as few lands on the table as we possibly can.
Absolutely.
And I think Clement is going to follow this up with, was that an Eye of Ugin? I think yeah, Eye of Ugin. I think it's smart to play that one. Is this maybe also just baiting out a Wasteland?
This is exactly a great question. You're setting me up for greatness here, Sam. So when you're playing Stompy decks and you don't have a play, you generally want to play a land that hedges the most against the opponent having Wasteland. But sometimes you also need to play a land that enables you to play your next land and have the most upside as possible. So let's say I have Ugin into Eldrazi Temple, so I can play Thought here. Or in the case of the post deck, you want to play turn one Urza's Tower and then into your Planner Nexus. So sometimes you go for your own potential and sometimes you hedge against opposing wastelands.
I like it. It was an Eldrazi temple indeed. Another wasteland from Samuele with ancient, but another wasteland.
Triple wasteland.
Triple wasteland. This is wasteland number 4. 3 from Samuele and 1 from Clement. So, and we still see Clement having lands. So he must be currently. Right. He's like, phew. Maybe it was a bit of a land heavy hand that he kept, but now he's feeling good about that.
Right. So when you dodge the triple wasteland, and you're still in the game as the ancient tomb pilot. That's the right way you want to be. On the bright side of things, Samuel has had nothing going on while wastelanding, so that's a little bit more acceptable. We do see the Baraglyph in hand, which is kind of the end goal here to arrive at a Baraglyph that dominates the board state. Baraglyph very, very potent against most Ancient Tomb strategies.
Nice, fetching up a swamp here. The land that Clement has in play, can you tell me something about that? I don't recognize
Yeah, so this is either a Cavern of Souls or the Courtyard. So it's essentially just a 5-color land that also taps for colorless. Ooh. So this now means you can use it to cast your colorless Eldrazi stuff. But if there's a red mana requirement onto some of the devoid creatures, it also works for that one.
Cool. Maybe we can get it on the screen. Meanwhile, Hinted Turok, we've talked about this one. This can be, like, imagine if we hit 2 lands here. That's so scary for Clement because even if we've used our wastelands, we still have ways to maybe just get rid of some of these lands potentially in the hand.
Absolutely.
We'll see what we find.
Hinted Turok is the ideal card when the opponent has nothing on the battlefield. Let's imagine we're getting beat down by hasted Eldrazi's, then the card is not very great, right? So it's a very timing-centric card in the matchup. Here it looks great because we were on the play and we managed to wasteland the opponent into oblivion, but I can certainly see it being, a liability later on if we're on the draw and under a little bit of pressure.
A little bit of talking here. I think players are just clearing out. So how are we going to decide which card gets removed? Because there are 7 cards here and they're rolling a 6 die. So just clear communication is important here. Like, what are we going to do? So we just actually rolled a die twice to choose one card. So they made it could possibly be 7. So I like that. That does make sense. And is that 2 lands? No, it's a land and I think it was a threat.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about what that card was.
It was definitely one land,
Not
so
familiar with the artwork, but yeah, getting the land here. Also, we see Clement slow rolling the Cabin of Souls. I do like that. When you can play that land drop as a nasty surprise for the opponent, that's really good.
this is the passing of the turn. We could have played Chalice here, but we decided to keep the
The Lotus Petal.
yeah, the Lotus Spell. Thanks for that one in hand, and we draw here stuff that we need. Ancient Tomb. Now Baragoyf here looking pretty good.
Baragorf looks awesome. So it looks like this Baragorf is currently a 3/4 between land, sorcery, and creature, which, is pretty darn good.
Ooh, Fleshraker. That's a good one too. That actually also accelerates. So
It
this is
does.
this
And
is I think Lemel probably already had in the hand, and that's why you really want to keep the petal, so you can snowball a bit and keep your mana up. Because Clement has done a good job here of actually ensuring that they get mana. If they didn't draw the Ancient Tomb there, they could have been in trouble though.
agree. That was crucial for us to have an interesting game to cover here. And you're definitely you nail it here with the Flesh Raker. With that card in play, our petals starts becoming a little bit better. So it looks like with a second copy of Flesh Raker in hand, Clement is saying, I actually think I need the help here to get, more bonuses essentially.
Yeah, I love it. Smart play. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be slamming in here. No block, so we will get a trigger here. What is the best creature we could hit?
So first of all, I hope that Samuel goes for a Surveil Land here. It's one of my favorite plays because this is before damage, after blocks, right? So if you hit an instant or a planeswalker or an artifact here, then you get in for more damage and thus get to mill more cards. So that's high level, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, the best creature to hit here is probably, I think it was only one Baragorf in the main deck. So it's probably Murktide Regent. That's the best card here. Let's see. So milling that to the Surveil, getting in for more damage. So I guess Samuel disagrees that Murktide would have been a
Yeah.
good hit.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what's next. Yeah, Tamio, that's a good one. I imagine we're just going to play it in the second main phase. Is there a reason not to play it? That's what we
I
see happening
did
here.
spot a Force of Will in Samuel's hand,
That
so
seems like fair. Fair reason to not
I'm
do it.
trying to understand why we didn't keep the Murktide on top to mill it and then get our blue card. There's a little bit of a gamble going on here, essentially, that we hit a new blue card. But
Right.
okay, let's see.
That makes sense. Take 2 damage from the Ancient Tomb, but I guess we just play out another Flesh Raker indeed. Yep. And
So
now we're going to have a
now
lot of triggers happening,
that sh
Andreas.
there should be triggers happening here.
Yeah, indeed. Clement's pointing to the other Flesh Raker, so we'll have a lot of triggers. Can you take us through what we can expect?
Right, so Glaring Flesh Raker, if you have two of them, things get a little bit complicated. So just by playing, while it's on the stack, it generates a token, right? So that will ping the opponent when it enters. I guess it gets forced, so we're kind
Luckily,
of
we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so forcing the other Flesh Raker here, still getting one of these tokens, and then we play a Lotus Petal, generating another token. Still fine. Like, you get some mana advantage, you deal some damage, but we're still not out of the woods just yet. And we're still holding on to that chalice. Is that the time to play it now, or do we want to wait?
yeah. So now we have to understand that these Eldrazi spawn or Scion tokens, I always get that mixed up, but they are able to block Baragorf and they're able to sacrifice before damage, so they can kind of nullify the Baragorf. This is one of the best ways. So now there's a little bit of a tension between, are we interested in advancing our board, or are we interested in persevering as many tokens as possible to keep the Baragorf in check?
Okay, I get that. Makes sense. But looks like we are going to sacrifice them for a chalice on one. I can see it as well. I'm not sure if there's a quote unquote correct always play to make it. I think it's just more of what do we want to do with or how do you expect these games to develop?
Yeah, and with Chalice of the Void on one in play, it now makes future ponders, brainstorms, Tamios in particular, but also Fatal Push worse. So this is exactly why the play was risky, because Instead Bowmaster takes care of the only 1/1 or X1 on the side of Clement, and now the Baragorf will have another good attack step.
Yes,
Where if there was
indeed.
two tokens in play, that wouldn't be the case. But
Yes.
then there's no Chalice, so it's you know, back and forth. It's a tough one.
Yes, indeed. And in this state of the game, it looks like I don't even know if Samuel cares about the chalice all that much anymore. We have threats, so we can actually just hope to ride them to victory and see if that is enough.
Absolutely agree. This is a lot about how good is the Eldrazi player's next turn gonna be, because I do
Ooh.
see some good cards in hand.
But that was a whiff there from the Baragoyf. That happens occasionally. So we'll see if that's backbreaking or not. But Clement, the life total's running pretty low, down to 9 life. So we will need an answer relatively quickly here. Let's see what's in hand. I think that's another land drawn.
Not a
Anything
yeah,
spicy here?
yeah, not a bad draw here. I will also say for every spell, every colorless spell, which is the whole deck that Clement plays, there's going to be tokens involved. Those tokens buy time versus Baragorth. The opponent gains no life. Also, we see Eldrazi Obligator hanging out here. So,
Maybe we can get that on screen. Obligator is a cool one because
yep,
if I remember correctly, you can steal a creature, but that's not what we're going for here. This one,
yep. This is the Wastegate Battle
yeah,
Mage,
that's the
which
one.
will bounce back the Baragorth, and it will create a token, ping the opponent. We can start getting in for damage and play a little bit of a tempo game. So, while this is not a backbreaking interaction, it's still super solid as a speed bump.
Yeah, you can see we're getting this wall of blockers here, which is, I think, what Clement at this point is looking for, hoping to stall the game. And no, these Eldrazi, they will get big in the future once you can start casting them. So he's just hoping to stall a bit and then maybe just cast stuff
Right.
like 5-drop, stuff like that.
Yep,
That actually,
Reality Smasher.
yeah.
We see a no attack on the last turn here, just to summarize here. No attack from Fleshraker. That is respect for a potential second Bowmaster in Samuel's hand. Otherwise, we could have started the engine there, but no such here.
Smart. I like it. Just playing a Baragorth here by Samuele and passing of the turn. You can see Clement thinking here, what do I want to do at this point? And you can, yeah, this Ancient Tomb taking 2. It's becoming scary to use.
Right. So here's Eldrazi Obligator. There's a little bit about this is going to be a very, very good days. So let's see. So if we're playing this correctly, we need to pay 3 mana for the Obligator. When that card is on the stack, we can then pay for the bonus on that card, which is essentially a threaten. You're trying to take control of your opponent's creature, and
There
that
we
is
go.
a trigger. So look at this one. 3/1 Devoid. When you cast a Eldrazi Obligator, you may pay 1 and a what do you call that these days? Generic?
Generic mana, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you do, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it, and gain haste. So now this is a way to take the opponent's Baragorth and send it into the red zone, which probably will prompt a trump block on the Bowmaster.
Which was paid, just to be clear. Days, unfortunately, here with these Eldrazi spawn tokens, not looking terribly exciting because the opponent can actually pay. So I think dazing here, is that something that you still want to do to get rid of these spawn tokens?
If you daze here, you are simply interacting with the 3/1 part of the obligator. You still have to, it's a trigger with the Baragorth thievery here. So I'm not sure about that. It looks
So
like we could have responded to some token generation and found a better daze here.
okay, but looks like it's just going to get stolen, slamming in with everything. Scary here for Samuele, but again, still not game over. How do you proceed for here?
Well, now we're really on the defense, and this Baragorth is probably at least a 4/5. The thing is, we're kind of just losing across the board. I actually like this trade here. Get some power off of the board, accept the 1 hit from Baragorth, and then hope for a magical draw. Something like Murkhead Regent would be good to get some evasive damage going.
And this is cool because the trigger of the Baragorth actually also happens for Clement, and he does find the creature. So
Not bad.
A full value here.
That is,
Indeed.
I think this is a perfect showcase of why the quote unquote red splash is awesome because the metagame has tons of Baragorths, tons of Murkhead Regents, One Rings, Merid Lage, Ursa Saga, and the flexible creatures of this deck just really show why they're in the deck here between Wastegate Battle Mage and the Obligator.
Fatal Push drawn here, but with that Chalice, not the best thing that we could have found. I think we are seeing that Clement is slowly but certainly, swinging the game back in his favor.
Right.
So Samuel needs to find an option here soon. But I think it's double days, Fatal Push lands, so
right.
Not terribly exciting. And we know that Clement has another one of these
obligators
in hand.
Right.
So they may just be swinging in for lethal next turn.
I think it's going to be lethal next turn. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any way around it. We're going to steal the Baragorth. We're going to trigger Fleshraker. We can maybe even sneak in one more Fleshraker before playing the Obligator.
Passing of the turn. Yeah, this is going to be scary. Let's see if Samuel is able to survive here this turn. Guess we just fire off one of these spells here first. Yes, indeed. We are another Fleshraker. Scary stuff. Not much Samuel can do. Get a bunch of these triggers here.
I'm wondering if we now don't have enough mana to play Obligator with the bonus. I actually think we don't, because we're now down to 4 mana instead of 5,
Maybe Clement's like, yeah, I don't need it now. I can just wait a turn, or I'm just going to win with all of these Flesh Raker triggers.
which is also a strategy. It's now we're gonna try and play Kozilek's command, and now we're gonna get dazed. Yeah. Okay. So he realized that he could have he didn't have to slow down there. He could have just played Obligator, steal the Baragoyf, go to the next game. So
Mm.
this is the next best thing. There's no reason to make more hasty decisions. Oof.
That's a good one. That's a good draw. Another
I did
Baragoyf.
miss that one when doing the deck check. I actually only thought it was a single Baragoyf.
Okay, we'll get that fixed. Or we'll check what happens when we
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to
No,
sideboarding.
this is probably just me and eating glasses.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what we're going for here. I imagine now you just try to steal one of them because that does prompt a block from somewhere, I'd guess.
Right. So essentially, Eldrazi Obligator is now a double removal spell for Baragoyfs.
Okay, let's see if that works. So we will play this one. You can see him pointing towards the Baragoyf. I'm going to try and steal that one, get some triggers here going on.
So maybe now we have to do your favorite play of trying to cast Fatal Push and hope the opponent misses the
I
Chalice
love
trigger.
I was wondering, my favorite play is just casting Invigorate, and that's not an option here, is it? But
No, no, I just remember
cast-
you in tough spots. You
Yeah.
suggested this as a lifeline yesterday.
That
Yeah,
that is indeed one of my favorite plays because it's very funny because the longer you wait, the more the more likely it is that it actually
yeah,
works. So yeah, I mean if you don't have any other outs, just try it. Like
yeah.
what's the worst
Right
that can
now,
happen? You
I
still
think
lose.
I want to try it if my alternative is losing the game.
Exactly. That's
That
that's
when
what
I'm
I'm
playing
saying.
with house money, that's when I want to try it.
Slamming him with everything here. Also the stolen Baragoyf. Yeah, not much Samedi can do apart from trying to fire off that fatal push and yeah, definitely block. But even then, it's looking very scary.
Especially because that Kozilek's command in Clement's hand alongside the Flesh Raker is just so potent. Wow.
Okay, we have a concession here. Okay, wow, that was a. I'm not gonna lie. I think there was a certain point where I just thought, okay, we're gonna see a game win here from the blue black deck, but
Triple Wasteland and a Baragoyf.
yeah, scary
But
start.
then we saw Flesh Raker. So Flesh Raker is not only dealing damage to the opponent, Flesh Raker is also creating these annoying Eldrazi spawn tokens that then all of a sudden are the best jump blockers in the world because you can sacrifice them before the lifelink damage.
Okay, and here we have the sideboarding timing. Okay, Andreas, talk to me about this.
Yeah, so we have to do a little bit of sideboarding here against Eldrazi. That's why we came here with triple consigned to memory. We will also be bringing in additional Baragoyfs. I really love the snuff out here. 0 mana removal essentially against the Eldrazi menace. It's worth the 4 life. And then you can consider a number of engineered explosives because you are facing a chalice deck, and occasionally you can clear some Eldrazi spawns, then crash in with your Baragoyf. So yeah, I expect those cards to come in, but now we have to look at cuts. This is the tough one, right? I will say a card like Hymn is a liability. I will say Daze is not ideal. You're playing against a deck that does a very good job creating mana, and it plays Cavern of Souls. So I'll be looking to trim some, let's say, misplaced interaction for really surgical tools against the Eldrazi deck.
I also imagine that Consigned to Memory is going to be a huge blowout in this matchup, right? We've seen this card. If you're playing blue, you're playing 3 to 4. That seems to be stock in every single blue deck these days.
Right? Yeah, that card is so good. On the other hand, we have very, very tiny sideboard options here for the Eldrazi deck. That's usually how it goes when you play an Ancient Tomb aggro deck. I like this member a lot in this matchup, but I do have to find cuts. Sometimes when I play Eldrazi, what I like to do is trim a little bit on my high end. So that means if I'm in a Wasteland matchup, Reality Smasher, sure, it's great when it's on the board, but I want to, hedge against getting Wastelanded. So yeah, trim a little bit of top end and add some dismembers and call it a day.
We should point out here that this Samelius list that we are seeing here on paper and the list shown on screen is not one-on-one with the real deck list. So
okay.
that's what we were talking
So
about.
we are not looking at a deck list error with regards to double Baragoyf. We're simply looking at the fact that he turned it in paper. Okay.
That's
Yeah, got
why.
it.
Okay,
All right.
okay, that does make sense. So everything is good here, and we're on Samelius' side. So I think if we're on the play, if you could like sculpt the perfect hand, what would be your ideal setup?
Yeah, so in this, it's probably something like Cameo Brainstorm, Wasteland, and Force Blue card, where you essentially say, your turn one, I'm mitigating with my Force of Will, and then I'm going to Wasteland you while I flip my Planeswalker. So it's like, buy time and protect the Queen. That would be ideal. Because with no Nethergoyfs, we're not really putting on that much pressure. So just by the nature of our deck building, we just give the other deck too much time to recover. When I say too much, it's essentially because we just witnessed the Eldrazi deck getting Wastelanded 3 times and then winning 5 turns later.
Yeah, that does make sense. Doesn't look like we have that powerful creature slash planeswalker here. So just a ponder, and now we can brainstorm. We also have the Bowmasters. Let's see what somebody decides to do. Do you want to keep up mana for Bowmasters, or would you like to brainstorm?
Yeah, great question here. I think what Samuel is trying to do here is instep instep the Bowmasters, and then try and establish a board, maybe capitalize on some ancient tomb getting tapped in the future, etc. But that certainly was a case to brainstorm there. But it also has to do with how many Thoughtseize is in my deck. If I have four Thoughtseize in my deck, then the main phase brainstorm is even more juicy, right?
Okay. Meanwhile, from Clemore's side, just Eldrazi Temple and Secluded Courtyard being played in passing of the turn. So both players, even though these are aggro decks, taking it for a slow ride from the beginning.
Right, and this is very, very peculiar. I think this reads to me that Clement has three drops, but he's not interested in getting them dazed. So he's saying, I think I should rather wait than make daze a good card against me.
And you can even see Samueli not wanting to play the Bowmasters, just keeping in the strength of the Surveyor land, see what's on top, and see if we like it. So
Right.
both players are really setting up here. That was fine. Gonna draw that one. So maybe we'll see Tamio here into Brainstorm. That would be ideal.
The thing is, right now, Clement has Kozilek's Command X1 held up, so Tamio Brainstorm is not ideal in this exact turn cycle unless you have backup.
That was a good brainstorm. I do see Tamio Force. That's a brainstorm I can get behind.
It really is. So now this is one of the spots that makes Eldrazi so annoying to play against, because is my opponent slow rolling Cavern of Souls? Is this force the best card ever
Yeah.
or the worst card ever? It's one of the two, right?
And I think Samuel is agreeing because you keep one force, but you put the other one on top. I think that's really smart. So if we do want to shuffle one away, we can do that. But if your opponent is not showing a Cavern of Souls, we could potentially draw it. I like the way we are setting this up after brainstorming.
Yeah, great point here about the flexibility of the card on top of your deck in combination with the fetch line in play, depending on what happens.
Okay, this is an Eye of Ugin, if I'm correct. So
Yep.
we could be looking at, that's 5 power. So if we have a big threat, maybe we could play it. But again, Clement's just saying, no, as long as you don't have a threat, I'm not going to play one either. So
Yeah,
maybe this is a little bit of a stare down
it
contest. Who
is.
blinks first?
It really is. So now if I'm Samuel, it's almost confirmed that my opponent has Kozilek's Command in hand, because otherwise this hand just looks a little bit weird. So also what I'm seeing from the side of the tempo deck is, okay, my opponent has some of the more, let's call them reactive aggro cards, like the Obligator, like the Battle Mage, where as the Eldrazi player, it's very unexciting to just play those without any sort of value, but it's also unexciting to keep passing the turn here. So maybe there's a little bit of a cutoff where you have to start playing out those glorified Grizzly Bears and 3/1s with haste.
Yeah, I think both players are just analyzing that my opponent's hand is filled with removal, so I'm not going to be doing anything. But we will have a point where these players are going to be starting to play a threat, and there we go. That's a good one. And this is scary for Clement because what are you going to do? Use a removal spell in here? But yeah, if we have a brainstorm, that's scary.
It's super scary because this has to do with how much credit you give your opponent here with the slow rolled brainstorm. But I think it's time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
yeah, you have to because if they just attack and start drawing cards, that's bad as well. So you have to fire it off and see just what Simeone has in hand.
And here's a cool interaction. X is 2. Only one Eldrazi temp is getting tapped, but there's a 2-mana discount on Eldrazi spells thanks to Eye of Ugin. So this is an X2 Kozilek's Command. It's killing the Tameo, it's scrying a little bit harder, and it's beating the first copy of Daze.
Yeah, and that just works. I think Clement's going to be happy with that. No brainstorm seen here in response, so we're just going to scry here, see what's up, taking the turn. Okay, let's see what's next. Ancient Tomb, that's a good one. Good accelerator. That gets us far away from Daze.
I
It's
will
just
say
another
this is
Eldrazi temple.
very atypical game.
Yeah, for sure.
We are on turn 4. The Eldrazi deck has a full grip. The Tempo deck has nothing in play. Yeah, I have Ugin here. It's a little bit convoluted because you need an actual colorless mana to play something like Fleshraker off of it. Sometimes there's some super explosive turns with Fleshraker and this card because it gives discount to every spell you play. So sometimes this gives you 4 or 6 extra mana to work with on a turn.
And where he just draws and passes, Clement just plays a land and passes. Is there like Clement? Is he thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna get Eye of Ugin in action
Right.
soon, so I'm okay with this.
Yeah. So let's count here. 1, 2, 3. So it's currently 2 mana off from activating Eye of Ugin, which is a very, very good late game.
One Ancient Tomb away.
1 Ancient Tomb away. Yes.
Samuele drew, passes the turn. You can see Clement counting. Yeah, that's number 6. So I think if you're in Samuele issues, even though you may not want to, you have to start playing your threats, even if they are maybe not protected. Just
Yeah,
passing the
the
turn
thing is,
again.
if you play out your Murktide, you know it's either going to get stolen and it's going to beat your face in, or it's going to get bounced by a Battle Mage. There's absolutely zero chance Clement doesn't have some of those Eldrazi in this seemingly absurd late game
Yeah,
situation.
we have seen. Have we seen a single threat? I don't think. Yeah, Tamiyo. That's
There,
a single threat we've seen in this
this is
entire
a
game.
super weird Drago situation.
Okay, Baragoyf it is. We need to do that now. And boom, there we go. Activating the Eye of Ugin. What are you looking for?
Yeah, so let's see. It's probably just something like Eldrazi Obligator. Um, yeah. The deck list was the top end was just Reality Smashers, which seem a little bit unexciting compared to stealing the Barrogoyf and getting in for a hit. I could also see Glaring Fleshraker. Yeah.
Glaring Flash
Yeah,
Raker.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Glaring Fleshraker is now going to be absurd because you play that card and then you start playing out different stuff. So that card needs to get killed on site or handled on the stack, I guess.
Now we know that the opponent has a Baragoyf. It also makes for a bunch of blockers, so I
Right.
like this play.
This is a really good play. So now that is something that Samuel will have to force a will. Um, but that could even be a slow roll Cavern of Souls in
Yeah,
Clement's
that
hand.
if we see a Cavern of Souls now, that would be an amazing slow roll. I'll dig it. Let's see if we do have that. We're gonna draw a card here. See what's up. I haven't seen a Cavern of Souls in hand. Didn't quite get
I
a
just
good
noticed
peek.
something, Sam. Sorry for
Yeah.
cut you off
No,
here.
go
If you
ahead.
have Ayavugan in play, I don't think there's a way to make Glaring Fleshraker uncounterable because Ayavugan gives a discount all the way down to a colorless mana specifically.
Right.
Cavern needs to add colored mana in order to grant uncounterability. So I actually don't think that is an option.
Interesting. Okay, but you can see the judge sitting right next to them, so they will be certain about talking about that. So I'm
We
sure that Clement
we
may ask the same questions that we are
right.
asking here in the booth. And you can see Amelia is like laughing a bit, like, this is such a weird game. I think both players realize
Oh
that
yeah.
this has been a atypical game for sure.
I mean, yeah, for sure. This is usually a game of high pressure on the first three turns, and then maybe the tempo deck has gotten run over, or maybe the tempo deck is stabilizing
Is
with
that a
Barracuda.
Kevin? Sorry, is that a
This
Kevin?
is a cavern, and
Ooh, yeah. So it looks to me like it is possible. Maybe the Eye of Ugin it makes the spells cost 2 less, so it does kind of colorless, and then you can pay a colored mana with the cavern. I'm not sure.
yeah, not too sure about that one.
Okay, we'll see. You can see actually the judge sitting next to them. He's actually holding the hand, so they're probably gonna talk about this exact situation. See, it's good
Yeah,
that we get these player cams.
this
This is
is
the perfect timing.
this is
This is
lovely
really
because
cool. Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah.
ideally don't want to, act like we are judges in here,
No, no, for
but
sure,
sometimes
for
we
sure.
we do our
Uh-huh.
field experience can sometimes power us through with the powerful knowledge here.
Yeah, and
Cavern of Souls being a little bit the uncounterability only works if you pay colored mana, but because of the discount, it gets a little bit freaky here.
nice. I love this. Yeah, but you could have been there, Andreas. You called it before the judge did. So kudos to you. Samueli can actually force a will this. Nice that we get this here, and we now get a thought not see it as a follow up. That's also strong, I'd say.
That is a great follow-up. And it looks like with the cavern being tapped, this is also counterable.
Okay, so I think I see two Shield's Edict. That's a force will. Last card, I think that's a Murktide.
Right.
And we do decide to go for the removal spell.
Murktide Reading has been hanging out in hand for two reasons. It pairs with the Force, and it's highly unlikely that that card is going to do anything on turn 8 against Eldrazi with the Wastegate Battle Mages as a 4 of and the 3 Obligators.
Nice.
So I really like the slow roll of that card.
All right, very cool. Now imagine if you're Clement, you're just going to try and get as much threats on the battlefield as you can this turn.
Absolutely. I see double Eldrazi Obligator. So now we have to think about, okay, there's a force blue card. Which card can we prompt the force blue card with? And then we play on from there essentially.
Yeah, we'll maybe try and bait out a lesser creature to bait out a force, and then just like I think we even saw two of these. I'm always blanking on the name.
Yeah, Eldrazi Obligators.
The Obligator, indeed. So if we have two, we can just play one, have it get forced, and then just play another one.
Right. So I really like this timing here because when you have an edict card, you kind of need to find a window for it, and that is exactly the window.
And that's cool because we get to draw a card here, and maybe it's another blue card. So if we want to keep that Murktide regions, if we draw like a random ponder, maybe we'd rather pitch that one.
The thing is, forcing the Obligator is just preventing the 3/1. We still get the trigger of stealing the Baragorth. So I actually don't think Force of Will is that great against that card, regardless.
Okay, makes sense to me. We shall see what Someli thinks about that. And we'll draw. Okay, so it's possible that we do get the pitch to brainstorm if we want to.
Right. So
Let's
let's
see if
say
that's
there's a
an
better
option.
spell later this turn. You can, have a better pitch and have your Murktide left over. I think that's a great point.
Then again, though, that you know that if you are in a pickle and you don't think that Murktide is good enough, you could also just pitch that one and have a brainstorm up. So, well, regardless, I do like doing the Shieldred first. Okay, looks like we need to tap our mana slightly different here, taking damage from the Ancient Tomb. And now we shall see what the follow-up is. But I imagine Clement is happy with whatever Samueli is going to try to do here.
Very happy because this will ensure a Baragoyf getting in here. And I believe, let's see, we're looking at instant sorcery, land, creature, and even Kindred on the K command. So we're looking at getting in for 8 here, milling, and the best hit here, in my opinion, would be another Flesh Raker.
That would be insane. And indeed, somebody agreeing with you there, not using the force. Well, he realized that, I mean, if I force here, it doesn't really do that much for me because the Baragoyf still hits in. So he agrees. And let's see what Clement is going to show us here. And then once, depending on which creature you get, you might just want to prefer showing or playing the creature that you get with the Baragoyf to reduce information for the opponent.
Right. So it starts with hitting a creature here, I will say. I mean, that is not guaranteed.
Boom, that's done.
Eldrazi Linebreaker.
Ooh, another
Yeah,
one.
that was easy.
We haven't seen that one. Can you talk to me about this one?
Yeah, Eldrazi Linebreaker is another good reason to be the red version of this deck. Very, very aggressive, hasted creature. And it especially is good because it has trample. So if you have these board states with a bunch of Eldrazi spawns from either Kozilek's Command or a Glaring Fleshraker, then all of a sudden you have evasive damage. So yeah, the hasty creature is just so good in this deck.
You can see, looks like we are thinking about maybe bouncing the Baragoyf here.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So again, Wastegate Battle Mage, these are triggers. So Force of Willing a Grizzly Bear is not ideal. The effect is going to happen anyway. So here, I think it looks like we have a almost unbeatable 1-2 punch of bounce the Baragoyf and the next turn steal it and seal the deal.
Yeah, so forcing here is like, this is the power of the Eldrazi deck. Since they're all cast triggers, it's forceful is always awkward.
It is. You have to force will stuff like Fleshraker, Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smashers, and then there's a bunch of these annoying cast trigger cards that it just doesn't really matter if you force them.
Okay, looks like the bounce was not paid, however, this time, so we will just give it back. We're just playing another threat, and the idea here is probably just to have a blocker.
Yeah, right. So a little bit of the getting lost here with how I have Ugin works with regards to you still have to pay the colorless mana, but there's also colored requirements on your Eldrazi. So just a good reminder that any small detail here with regards to how to tap your mana and when you glance over it, it's not necessarily intuitive. And with the pedal getting played afterwards, that kind of emphasizes the point of that.
Yeah, indeed. And we do have this kicker. So I imagine that you just, the kicker makes it even more difficult to just analyze, okay, which colors do I need? When do I need them?
You're allowed to use Cavern of Souls for the kicker costs and make it uncounterable and getting the kicker. So just a little bit of confusion here. The pedal would have done wonders though.
All right, here we see a huge Murktide. Do you think this is enough to stabilize?
Well, since I know there's Eldrazi Obligator in Clement's hand, I think it's closer to the opposite. So now let's see. Did Cavern of Souls get wastelanded? It did.
It did, yes.
And does Clement still have Forceful Brainstorm in hand? Yes. So that means
indeed.
Samuele, thank you. So that means the Linebreaker is going to get countered, but the Obligator is going to. So how much damage is this? I think it's actually exactly 14. Oh, never mind. It's not an 8/8. Okay.
No, just going to be a 6/6 here. So we shall see. This is good enough. Of course, we also have that Linebreaker. Very, very scary. So maybe depending on. Ooh, I think that was a Dismember. So we can. We don't know exactly the power currently of Baragoyf, but it's possible that we get rid of that one.
I think last time it showed 5 cards, so it's at least 5/6.
Okay, so
but
we can't get rid of that one.
That is still pretty darn strong.
Could be a bit with the Murktide. Maybe that changed. We're not sure about that. We shall find out soon. And now Clement is thinking, okay.
Oh, wow. Even another Battle Mage I spot here.
Oh, that's going to be good. So I think Clement is thinking, I think I can squeeze out a win here. He's just considering what my best lines are, because now that he knows that the Wasteland was fired off on Cavern Souls, I would be expecting a Force Will somewhere.
Right. And here's actually a little bit more of a detail to that. We also now know the opponent does not have Fatal Push in hand, because if they did, they would have Wastelanded us on our upkeep to have Revolt on my opponent's turn, right? So there's a little bit of detail here. We can narrow down the hand. What is in my opponent's hand in the late game? 2 cards over there. Did we see the second force when we resolved Thoughtnuts here earlier? I think yes. So right now, force blue card is going to be on the on really like
Yeah.
on our radar.
For sure. So that's probably what Clement is considering. I want to bait out this force in the best way possible, would be
Uh-huh.
my guess.
And the Linebreaker is a known card that got brought back by the Baragoyf.
Okay, so you can see now we are paying a kicker mode to return the Baragoyf to hand. And, well, again, it's a cast trigger, so nothing somebody can do about that.
Right.
So that's already scary.
Absolutely. So bouncing the Baragoyf here, the intention to steal the Murktide. I think this is a good hedge against Consign to Memory because that could counter the trigger of stealing the Murktide. So Clement is probably thinking, well, if my opponent gave me permission to bounce the Baragoyf, I think the coast is clear for Consign to Memory. This is my go sign.
Okay, makes sense to me. So we're going to be tapping some mana here. Looks like we are going to be looking at the Line Breaker to play that one first.
In general, I really like playing the card out my opponent knows about because that is not going to surprise anybody. It's right there, right? So you need to give your opponent a reason to fire the force.
Indeed, but we are going to go for the Line Breaker here. Okay, so trigger definitely happens. We're going to target the Murktide, and let's see if we want to fight over the body on its own, but I imagine we don't really care about that all too much.
Especially because we know there's a better creature coming. The Line Breaker just does more damage than an Obligator.
Okay, we'll see if Samuele agrees. You can see them thinking about this for a while.
So I count 12 damage here.
Okay, so it's not game over yet, but I mean, if we play the Baragoyf next turn and that's it, it won't be enough to stabilize. See them thinking. Yeah, it's in a state like this, it's important to just not concede too early because there have been so many situations where you actually, if you think about this long enough, maybe you can find a line, maybe a line that neither of us is even seeing. It's possible. Right. There's so much going on, and you need to keep track of things. So I think it's double force. So
the Murktide changes hands. The 3/1 is countered. I'm very interested to see. So the Murktide still, goes to Clement's side.
Okay, so
now Eldrazi Linebreaker will be a 6-powered creature with haste.
Okay, so we do fight over that. Looks like that's going to be adding red, I imagine. Play the Linebreaker.
Yeah, right. And then the Linebreaker is a 3/3 to begin with. You have controlled 3 Eldrazi's, so that's 6 plus 2. That's 8 plus 3. That's 11 plus 6. That's 17.
Okay, should be lethal. We'll get.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Battle Mage was played this turn, so it's 15.
Oh, okay, still lethal. So we shall see if that's going to be how this game turns out. Just swinging in with everything here. So I'm really going to look. We know it's in hand. It's a Baragoyf, so there's not much we can do here. You can see them counting, just verifying here what we should be doing, how much damage we should be taking. At this point, I can imagine that the players will also be checking life totals. Indeed, extension of the hand. Yep. Wow. It looked to me like Eldrazi was, with these line breakers, they were backbreaking for the blue-black tempo deck because stealing these big creatures...
Yeah, the Obligators, yeah.
Sorry, yes, the Obligators.
Yep.
Stealing these big creatures is very important in this matchup.
Right, and especially because Murktide has flying. That's amazing for getting in the last point of damage. Baragoyf is, gets you to your next Flex Raker, your next Obligator, your next Battle Mage, and then, yeah, it spirals from there. So, yeah, those are very key because the tempo decks have so many fatties these days.
Okay, wow, that was an interesting game. And you can see this is cool. We quickly get a quick glance of the sideboarding. So indeed, consigned to memories. We knew those were coming in, right? So interesting to see here. That was a very interesting, I was going to say round 1, but it's not round 1. It's round 1 of the day. It's round 9 already. So these players definitely knew what they were doing up to this point. We have another match for you at the ready. So we have here Blue Post versus Blue-Red Cutter. 2 decks that we also thought were going to be very, very good here. We've seen Blue-Red Delver already. I'm saying Delver. I'm not sure if it's Delver. We'll see about that in a second.
That's actually interesting, right? Because so if you just want to play it safe, you could go Issa Tempo, but it looks like we are starting on the side of the blue post deck.
Yes.
And yesterday, I was looking for Chalice when I looked through these deck lists, but I ended up finding Disruptor Flute. So when you play Disruptor Flute instead, it's basically because you think the format is too diverse for Chalice of the Void for 1 to be backbreaking, and you want more, reach around the format with that card. But yeah, this is a big mana strategy. I will classify it as a control deck. It's old school. You don't die early. You capitalize with big, heavy plays later, trying to grind with the One Ring. Karn is trying to act like a toolbox card that sometimes messes with the opponent's plans. And then the end game of Ugin, Eye of the Storms, which is pretty darn hard to handle.
I really like what you talked about the chalice here, because indeed, because look at the last game. There was a chalice at a certain point, and it almost did nothing. It stopped one fatal push, but that's it. The threats are 2 drops, 3 drops, even against the Delver deck, blue
Right.
red cutter, and we have these 0 drops. So not that impactful in the current meta. We shall see if this is what we want to be doing moving forward. Let's dive into the blue red list here. So definitely we're going to be seeing some cutters. Do we see Delvers? Ah, okay. So it is Delver. It is Delver. Talk to me here.
Yeah, we see Delvers here. This is my favorite version of the deck. I like to play my full 8 1-drops to make Wasteland a better card, to make Daze a better card. And then I love the ratio here of 4 baubles and 3 cutters. It's essentially acknowledging that if I draw a cutter but I don't have a bauble, it's not the perfect card, but I really love to still have it as extra threats. So I love this list here. It looks like Unholy Heat is a good hedge against creature strategies in general, but also the card Baragoyf, which may or may not be relevant later. So yeah, I love this version of Izzet.
Yeah, I agree. And even within the blue-red shell, we have options to be made. Do we play Delver? Do we play Tamio or not? Do we play 4 cutters? Do we play 8 baubles like we saw or 7 baubles like we
Right.
saw yesterday? Very interesting stuff. Let's dive into the games here. Who do you think is favored?
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, and I would have to, study the sideboards a little bit more. But I'm rooting on the side of the tempo deck here. I think between Wastelands, Fast Clock, Dazing, a little bit of Force, I think they can close the door on the big mana deck.
Just quickly now that I've seen the sideboard, True Name Nemesis. What year is this? We've said it in the past. We'll talk about it when we go back to the sideboard. But I
Right.
just wanted to give it a quick shout out because, wow, we really are seeing ancient cards coming back here.
Yeah, True Name Nemesis is essentially a relevant card in the metagame because of Baragoyf. So it's like it's a good card against control decks. It stonewalls Baragoyf, so it's serviceable.
Get that Planner Nexus the start here. Okay, now we're just going to start out here with a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Ideally, we can follow this up with a Bauble, but if not, I mean, we have cantrips, so we can just wait another turn.
Right. So the planner Nexus Go here now narrows the decks down to Blue Post and Mystic Forge. It doesn't change a whole lot right now for Michelangelo, but it's just to say that that land is a scary land turn 1, because if it's followed up by Urza's Tower, we have a problem.
Let's see what Stefan decides to go for. I mean, if you had a tower, is there a reason to slow roll here, or do you just always slam it down immediately, or do you want to have a different land maybe?
Yeah, so if you have the tower and you have a One Ring or a Karn, now that your opponent let on Volcanic Island Chandler, that could give you a little bit of doubt, because now all of a sudden 4 dazes are introduced into the equation here. But it looks like Stefan is not here to
Ooh.
mess around.
No, no. Oh, and it resolves. Yikes. Now it's going to get difficult for the blue-red Delver, right?
That's a big one. Now we have our One Rings that we were I think asking a little bit for in the vintage portion of the weekend. Like, where's the One Ring?
Sure, yeah,
And
indeed.
also, it's also cool that the narrative in Legacy is like, oh yeah, the One Ring and Tamio, those are the top 2 cards. Time to play theme decks, Tamio versus One Ring. But
Maybe
we
you
haven't
can
seen it too much.
maybe you can quickly explain to me, Andreas, how do we get the mana to play the One Ring here?
Yeah, so Planner Nexus and Urza's Tower, those two are the peanut butter and jelly combination here. The Planner Nexus essentially has all, subtypes. And then all of a sudden, the Urza's Tower thinks there's an Urza's Mine in play, there's an Urza's Power Plant, and then it taps for 3 mana. So pretty darn good land. It even filters for blue mana, which this deck really loves when it's trying to cast its stock ups or its trainers and whatnot.
Indeed, perfect for this deck. Meanwhile, Michelangelo is just going to try and get some threats here. Just play the Delver, hope that it flips next turn. We shall see if that happens. No cantrips were played, so we cannot manipulate if Delver is going to flip, but we may see that in the upkeep. Of course, not attacking here was because the opponent still had the protection from the
Right.
One Ring.
Yeah, a pretty normal play once you realize your opponent is not a deck where you want to Lightning Bolt a bunch of creatures. Is you kind of use Lightning Bolt end of turn if you have it here to maybe set up your deck, speed up the clock, work towards Delirium. So I wouldn't be surprised here to see a Bolt fired off.
Okay. Looks like we're going to brainstorm in response. So we'll get a trigger here, try to put a card on top to that to ensure that the Delver flips. We can still, if we are fast enough, we can maybe still kill our opponent. The One Ring damage does add up, so we shall see what we are able to do.
Absolutely. That's the plan here, that you try and get away with murder while the One Ring is hopefully helping you a little bit. Also note that the Underground Sea has been played here, which now confirms the opponent is not mono blue post, but actually plays the Black Splash for sideboarded Baragorphs. Huge information gathering here for Michelangelo, no matter the outcome of this first game.
And Thunder Trap Trainer here on the stack still. It's a card that is played in Dimir Cloud Post and in Jeskai Control, so huge impact in Legacy.
Apparently, and a vintage stable as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything from the creature type to the color to the toughness on this card needs to be exactly where it is.
Exactly,
for it
Otter,
to be...
Otter, indeed.
Oh, yeah, the otter, of course.
Of course, very important in
Yep.
Legacy.
And but for this deck, it's helping the blue count. It's something to do when you have a lot of mana. You can offspring it. It's a cog in the machine.
Of course, I'm joking. Wizard is the one which we were caring about. We put 2 cards back here. I imagine we are going to ensure that Delver will flip. Close to Delirium here, I see instant, artifact, and land. So we're going to be trying to get that Delirium going and slamming in for 6. Not bad. But first, Stefan,
yeah, absolutely. So now if we can flip our Delver, get to Delirium, and wasteland our opponent off of the Tower plus Nexus combination, that's the goal for the next turn. Indeed. If that happens, I believe.
There it is, Otter and Wizard. Okay.
I love
Disruptor Flute. What are we naming here? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, wow. So Disruptor Flute here is going to probably name Wasteland because that's the card that buries you a little bit here. Let's see if I nail that analysis.
Okay, flipping here. Looks like that's an Unholy Heat. I did think I saw Stefan write down Waste, so that must signal Wasteland. We see a Delver flip. And Unholy Heat, not terribly exciting in this matchup, I think.
So this is actually a high-level play where Michelangelo could put, quote-unquote, any instant or sorcery back on the deck. So he's putting the one back that gives away the least information, because I absolutely agree with you. It's highly unexciting.
Yeah, very smart indeed. You want to give us not that much information away if you can prevent it. Looks like we're going to be slamming in, so no
Delirium
available or stuff like that. So just slamming in for 3.
No Delirium possible here. That means Michelangelo knows the next card is not a... So the next card is another instant, because if that was a sorcery, we could have just heated the Otter to get Delirium and get in for 6.
Indeed. Now, Delver, not bad. It's going to be, if it does flip next turn, which we will try to set up, then maybe we can get some damage in here. Take 2 from the One Ring. Okay.
So let's see how the math works out here. Next turn, we can swing in for 9.
Assuming we have Delirium.
Which, yes, right. I think between the Delver flip, access to Surveil, casting Heat, triggering more Surveils, I think we should count on that. So let's see. Is it down to 14 now or down to 12 now?
I think we still have that trigger that we need to take into account. So my guess would be 12.
Let's see. One Delver flip in the air.
Yeah.
And then 1 plus 2. I think we're good. It's 3 damage from the One Ring, 3 damage from Delver. Yeah, we're good on 14.
Okay. Take 2 from the Ancient Tomb here. Ooh, but that's strong. Michelangelo needs to get rid of this one.
When you went, ooh, I should have gone Jin.
yeah, of course. Oh, we missed that one. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, the jokes with a little bit of latency here.
All right, can you talk to me about this card?
Yeah, Ugin has another cast trigger. Speaking of those, and it will exile target colored permanent, I believe, and then it has the same. It also triggers when you play a colorless spell. So this is where even a K command for okay, this is over.
Concession, right, that's too powerful. There's so many options here: gaining life, getting mana, or everything that you want from the Cloud Post deck.
Yeah, the passive ability of whenever you cast a colorless spell, you do it all the same. Exile a colored permanent. That is backbreaking. That's going to do it. I think the biggest. The biggest factor of this game was the missing Wasteland on the side of the Delver deck. Because if you break that up with Wasteland, the opponent doesn't have 9 mana on turn 4.
Yeah,
that's just unreasonable, right?
I can see it. Let's dive into the sideboarding here. What do we want to be doing?
The whole reason that we play Underground Sea and Waterlogged Teachings in our deck is to play Baragorph against Izzet Tempo. And this is going to be a key card. Quad Baragorph in the sideboard of the Dimir Cloud Post deck. That card is going to be Delver's nightmare fuel for the time being. And that card is going to be key. What else do we have? We have a couple of Hydroblasts, ideally handling Core Seal Cutter on the stack or countering opposing Pyroblasts. And then we have to do some adjustments. I assume we don't like the tight binder. We can get rid of force of negation. The disruptive flutes are fine because we're in a wasteland matchup, so let's keep those. So we're going to do some slight trimming and add some really, really potent threats.
Do you think explosives is worth it?
Oh, right, there's an engineered explosives there. I think I prefer it when it's a one-of. I think I prefer it in my current sideboard, but it's a decent card in the matchup.
Okay, I can see that. Let's dive into the Delver sideboard. My guess would be just try and win as soon as possible, right? What are we
Yeah,
going to be
that's the
doing
game
here?
plan. And to help us do that, we have more counter magic and force of negation. Note that both Consigned Memory and Pyroblast is live against the post deck. And then we have the Price of Progress, which is a card that sometimes sneaks its way into people's sideboards these days when these big mana decks like Mystic Forge, like lands, like the blue post deck. And that's going to be a cool one as well. Maybe the Meltdown for a little bit of chalice removal, but I guess we just saw Disruptor Flute. So now we shouldn't worry about Chalice of the Void. So I guess that can stay in the sideboard.
Is that like a guarantee? If you see flute, there is no chalice, or is that an
Yeah,
option?
I would say it's either or when it comes to that. It's like, which 2 mana play do you want early on to have some of these ancient tomb draws make more sense? And these days, the Disruptor Flute is an anti-combo card that also helps against Wasteland, which is the enemy number one.
Okay, we shall see what the blue-red cutter deck can do here versus Cloudpost, which so we shall dive into game number 2. Again, now that we know we're up against, we're looking for Wastelands, right?
Right now, it's all about making sure the game doesn't go long. So we can do that by attacking early and often. We can do that by leaving the opponent in the dirt mana-wise. So yeah, so absolutely. Now we're going to be very aggressive with our cantripping because now we know exactly what's happening.
All right, just a fetch land, playing the ponder here. Is there a reason not to get a volcanic in this matchup?
Absolutely not. I think that's a great call. In theory, there could be some late game situations where the island could mean that you survive the press of progress, the opponent exactly dies, but
Yeah.
in general, you just want as much mana flexibility as possible here.
Yeah, in the early game, no way, right? Okay, let's see Ponder here. Let's see what's in it. I just think that's a land. Didn't quite catch all of them, but we are happy with them, so let's just draw. It was a Pyroblast drawn.
In general, when you lead on Ponder here, that's a sigh of relief for your opponent because that means more wiggle room, no creatures attacking you.
There's a Stour here just passing the turn draw. Let's see what the follow-up is. Again, looking for threats here, I imagine. Fetch land.
Absolutely, but I'm just going to assume since we kept the Ponder that we have a threat coming.
Maybe Cutter and then Bauble, and we're off to the races.
That would be incredible. I will say Bauble is not at its best against this Cloudpost deck, but it could look like it. And sometimes we need to keep in some number because of our sideboard plan.
Okay, that's 1 mana, so no Cutter here. But that is a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Okay, we have our threat. That's step number 1. And then there is a bauble, so close. So close, Andreas.
Yeah, the cutters might be in Michelangelo's sideboard here. I didn't do the exact mapping and looked at his numbers, but that's a card you usually want to cut against big mana decks, combo decks, etc.
Okay, so thinking about leaving it on top. Looks like we are happy. Let's see what's there. Didn't quite catch that one. Now let's not forget in the next upkeep to draw a card. Ah, perfect. Perfect. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay, Stefan's turn.
So
Are
let's
we
see
able
if
to
we
make
can.
them,
Okay, no Planner Nexus
No,
this
no, no,
time. I
no,
was about to say,
just
let's see, let's see if Stefan is our future champion here.
Indeed. A passing of the turn. Okay, not too impactful. Michelangelo here, looking to get Delirium going. I think we have now 3 types: Artifact, Land, Sorcery. Delver. Okay.
Michelangelo's been struggling a little bit with that in this match,
Mm-hmm.
where, yeah, you need to get your channelers to 3/3 somewhat fast here. Let's see if there's something like a brainstorm or a bolt here.
Just ooh, no instants.
So a play you can make here is to fetch a surveil before damage, so
I
you
like
can
it.
get lucky.
Maybe a response, just attacking, see what Stefan does, and then now brainstorming.
Maybe you get to consign this and you get to have your cake and eat it too.
Ooh,
Let's see.
I like it. I like it. We'll probably try and bait out a card from Stefan regardless. I do like this play. Let's see. Let's see Michelangelo thinking about this.
Also, right now, which is a little bit of an underrated topic, but I love to talk about it, is Michelangelo made his 3rd land drop before combat. Now Stefan knows I'm not getting wastelanded on this turn cycle. This is like super deep. Imagine this Misty Rainforest is in hand, and Stefan is sweating bullets over a wasteland here.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so Kozilek's command being played here, targeting Dragon Slage Channeler. Looks like Michelangelo is going to respond. The question is with what? Ooh, you called it. You nailed it. That's perfect for Michelangelo.
It really is because it lets the channeler stay in play and it builds delirium. So we should be resolving a surveil trigger just about now, I will say.
And you could be seeing how important this is. I did see Michelangelo, pointing at the card. So it is on the stack, but it looks like Stefan is going
And
to be
here
using this force
is, I'm
before
sorry to
it
cut you
happens.
off here
No, go
because I
ahead.
just noticed that this is exactly reason to play the land out. If there's a firefight, I need my Pyroblast to win this counter war. So that's
Wow.
why we played our third land. So
This was everything
kudos.
about this was perfect,
Yes.
right? Attacking first, then we had the Kozilek's command. In response, we have the
Consign to
consign to
memory.
memory, then force negation, pyroblast, and again a trigger on the stack here for the Dragon's Rage channel. So this is not a nice legacy at its finest, I'd say.
I will say, yeah. So very, very clever. Third
Ooh,
land drop. Oh, wow.
another one.
So I guess the one from yesterday with the 4 counters,
Yeah,
I guess we got that twice on the bingo
easy,
card.
easy. Does that count double? Is that how it works?
Easily.
We still have these 2 triggers from the Dragon Slage channel, so let's see if we remember those. Putting them into exile, that's perfect.
Fortunately, I think we're not past that, so they just choose to respond to it. Generally, what's a good idea on the side of the Demir Cloud Post deck is let your opponent resolve those triggers first. There's no reason to inform them that they lost a counter war.
Yeah, you give extra information, just a small detail, but indeed, Michelangelo was happy with the card on top. So
Right.
we shall see now. Stefan down to 2 cards, I believe. So yeah, that was a huge resource trade. But of course, Kozilek's command does find you another one, so it's not the end of the world.
I'm actually quite surprised to see double force and negation in Stefan's post sideboard configuration.
Oh, but that's a way to turn around the game.
That is for sure a way. Another one ring resolving twice where days would have been live. We have seen now back-to-back games. That has all the writings for a poor outcome for the Delver player.
For sure. And Delver not flipping wouldn't have mattered all that much because we can't attack with the one ring protection, but still you'd rather have it to flip. And now the Wasteland.
That makes a lot of sense. That's because we saw Wasteland on the Chandler trigger last turn, and of course that is too good to pass up.
Yes, indeed. But with the one ring, we're in for trouble.
Huge trouble here. There's even an argument that letting your opponent have Ancient Tomb here was somewhat viable strategy to hope that, the damage will add up over time.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to Wasteland a tower when there's 2 of them on the board. That's
Indeed.
something to consider.
But I imagine if you're Michelangelo, you had, what was it, Consign and Pyroblast up, you would be feeling relatively safe. So no blame there.
Absolutely. Tons of stuff happened on that attack step to now clear the way for the one ring.
That was the deciding turn, but with double force negations, that was really impressive. Slamming in here, dealing 3 damage after revealing a Brainstorm. So Delver does flip. That's Brainstorm.
If Michelangelo can find an additional Wasteland here, I actually think we have a ball game.
Okay, would be cool. Yeah, because we can start trying to prevent Stefan from doing anything. You can draw as much cards as you want, but if you can't play them,
right,
the damage from the one ring does add up.
Let's see. If we got to Wasteland the Cloud Post here, the opponent will only have 3 mana next turn, hopefully. They will go to 10. They're going to draw a bunch of cards. That's fine. Then we're going to attack them down to 7. Then they go to 4. Okay, so I think it's even dicey with the Wasteland, but I think this starts with a Wasteland.
I mean, we have to try and win, so that's an option to do it. But doesn't look like it's an easy one, so I imagine not too many Wastelands in there. Let's see what we want to put back with the Brainstorm. Okay, there we go. That's 1. That the second one probably. Looks like we were thinking about what the second card was to put back. But just a passing of the turn.
I think I spotted a Force of Negation in Michelangelo's hand earlier in this game. So Michelangelo is essentially looking to use his counterspells as time walks here.
Yeah.
And time walks are worth their weight in gold. And speaking about that, the Planar Nexus arrives here.
Yeah,
now this will turn on the towers to be now Mishra's Workshop, but with no drawback. And here comes Ugin.
This is perfect for fun because again, it's a cast trigger, so this will happen. Yeah, sure, you can counter this, but I'm still gonna be getting rid of your threat, and now we are really in trouble from Michelangelo.
Yeah, so this is a tap 3 lands, play a threat, and eat 3 of the opponent's cards.
And we have to pitch another threat, and they found a force. Yeah. Once the one ring starts drawing these cards, it's difficult to come back from this. And I imagine that we are slowly ending the game here when Stefan is now just just getting to
I will say we're quickly finishing this game because Ugin in play, you need Brazen Borrower, like the Petty Theft, to even get off the board, but then you can just recast it. who can also stabilize his life gain wise.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be a handshake very very soon.
All right, we shall see. We're going to try a brainstorm. Is there any way out here for Michelangelo?
I want to say no, but now look at it. Let's say price of progress result right now. That would be 8 damage to
Ooh.
the dome, 1 ring down to 1. So we're even off, even if we find our price of progress.
Yeah, indeed. I dig it. I mean, we have on the bingo card, what was a draw of
The draw is not
imagine
going to
we
happen.
had what if we had two?
uh, 2 prices of progress. Then the opponent's dead. We need price and bolt.
Right, okay. Let's see if we get there. That's just a threat.
I noticed the last card in Michelangelo's hand is a consign to memory, which is
It's a good card.
it is a good card, but
a bit too late.
I
Bit
think
too
it's
late for the party.
outnumbered here.
All right, yes, indeed. So we're just going to play the concession as we were expecting here. A huge showing here from the Cloud Post deck.
Right.
It felt to me like there was. We all know what the turn was. That was the deciding factor, right? That counter stack here was amazing. So congratulations here to Stefan. He is now at 801.
Yeah, look at that
so
guy. That's a happy that's a happy legacy player if I've ever seen one.
Indeed. Something I should note about this player is that they have, at this point, and even including this game, every single one of their wins was 2-0.
Oh
Every
wow,
single
yeah,
one.
that's yeah. We talked a little bit about that this morning. That
Yeah.
there was a blue-black post player running the tables.
Like talking about going on a tear. I mean,
yeah.
I would not want to face this player.
No,
today.
no. That player is on fire, and but there's still a lot of work to be done. It's very important to understand that when you're playing these tournaments, you just have to win the next match, and then at some point, the judges will tell you when you're done playing or where you should now enter the feature match area and play some more.
Yes,
you need
indeed.
to just eyes on the prize, keep going.
All right, that was a great start for round number 9. We have some more sweet legacy action here for you coming up soon. So we will go to a small break, but don't go back. We will be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to Eternal Weekend here in Europe, in beautiful Lucca. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith.
Right.
Callum, we narrowed down the field from almost 1,000 players to something around 130. None
Yep.
of them are us, unfortunately, but
No,
we
we
still need
tried
to hang
really
around,
hard.
right, until the end of the day. Cool. So before we move on into round 10, we got a special treat for you. You watched him last round, and there's going to be another deck tech. So before we jump into round 10, production just told us there's going to be the special deck tech that, of course, our colleague Will Hall recorded with none other than Stefan Gustafsson. Gustenhofen, I'm so sorry, my friend. And you are playing blue Cloud Post. So let's jump into that deck tech and find out how this deck actually, of which we have seen quite a lot at the top tables, right? We've been doing some spotting
We have.
there on the floor.
It's a pretty new deck to the scene. Like, it's been out for a few months. It's come out of almost nowhere. It's just really powerful, and so I'm excited to learn about it here.
Yeah, so let's jump to the deck tech. Let's find out more about this deck, who is shaping up to kind of like dominate the field. We will see in a couple of more rounds, but yeah, it's looking like it. So you better be prepared for that. And here's the deck tech with Will Hall and Stefan Gussenhofen.
Welcome back to Deck Techs of eBay. I'm now joined by
Stefan.
Stefan. You bought this Demir Cloud Post deck this weekend. You're currently undefeated, 8 wins, 1 draw. Why is this doing so well? Why did you bring it this weekend?
I think personally the Cloud Post is one of the strongest decks. It's very versatile.
Okay.
You have so many options, and eventually you're just dropping bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb.
It's interesting because obviously we're in a format of wastelands, right? Like a lot of
Yeah.
the decks are playing wastelands. Do you think there's just not enough wastelands being played at the minute, so you're able to take advantage of that with all these like really powerful synergized lands that you use?
No, it's just the lands, you function with single mana lands. So you go with a ring, you go with a Thundertrap Trainer, you take everything.
Yeah.
Even if they waste you draw another, and
Okay.
then you all of a sudden you have 3 mana, and all of a sudden you have 7 mana, and you.
So you go from snap to bang really quickly. Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's talk about some of the different cards you've got going on in the deck. So I've noticed you've got 3 Disruptor Flutes.
Yes.
Why are we playing 3 Disruptor Flutes in the main?
Versatile. That's what the deck does. I can name everything I want. In the first game you name Wasteland.
Yep.
Just maybe
That
you
helps.
don't get it helps. But if they play something you don't like, you drop your flute. If you play a mirror, you drop your flute on the card you don't have.
So I guess you need to know like the legacy format pretty
Yes,
well to know,
yes,
especially on the
yes.
blind, because you've got them in the main. We used to
Yeah.
see them in sideboards and things like that, but like
Yeah.
in the main deck, if you've got a good knowledge of legacy,
Yeah.
you're using that to your advantage and using it your flute.
And also you use Chalice, which is also a good card. But the first one is good. Not maybe if you're on turn 2 or turn 3. The third one is horrible.
Use it, but this in multiple numbers is very good. I
Yeah.
like it. That's
Yeah.
good. All right, well, let's talk about some of the bombs. You spoke about all this mana you want to ramp up to. You've gone with Ugin as your big finisher.
Yes.
Obviously, newly printed, extremely powerful, big cast trigger,
Yeah.
not even an ETB. Why is it this one opposed to something else that you've got numerous other options?
Yeah, it's just you drop it. Before it drops, you already exile something. They have to answer it, but before they answer it, something is already removed. It's easy to cast for this deck. 7 mana is easy, and then you have so many options. The ultimate is not that. Yeah, it's powerful, but you don't need it.
So the
but
other options. are
you
so
make
powerful.
mana, you make life, you get cards. It just does everything you want late game,
I like
or
what-
maybe turn 3.
I like what you did in that last game where you were like you baited out the counter magic with you tried to get it out there with the command and then the ring, and then by the time they were out of counter magic,
Yeah.
you went cool. Here's my Ugin. Now I'm going to run away with the game.
That's exactly what happens all the time. You bait them bit, they have to answer all the stuff, and then Ugin comes and like, okay, this is gonna 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1. It's just
Well, I'm looking at the deck. There's so many things that you have to answer. If I don't answer it, you're going to be running away with the deck. So eventually, I will run out of counter magic. And one of those big ones that you catch up card
Yeah.
is Psychotic Rift in the main.
Yes.
This is an EDH card to me. So why are we playing this in the main here at Legacy?
because it's doing really wild things. Really wild things. It's an instant, so in response, you just
Remove the whole board.
or remove the whole board, bounce a single thing, buys you a lot of time, maybe a Murktide, maybe a flute from the opponent, needle, the small things you can
I
bounce.
suppose, yeah, it makes sense because everyone's playing like Brazen Burrows for the bounce effect more
Yeah.
than the actual card itself. But
Yeah.
you've got that, but on top of it, you've got a lot more mana, so you can
Yeah.
actually do
Yeah.
a one-sided one. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, and there were games that people had their board full, they bait them out with all counters, and then they're like, okay, now it's time, bounce your whole board, and now it's my turn.
How many times have you done that this weekend?
3 times.
I knew you know the exact number. I would know the exact
Yes,
number as well.
yes.
Well, I'm going to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Currently undefeated. Let's see if we can see you in today's top 8.
Yes.
On that one, we're going to throw it back to the booth.
Okay. Did all of you pay attention? They're going to test you on Cloudpost later on today, so I hope you took some notes there.
How
Callum,
many
you ready?
forces they all play? If you're playing a combo deck, you need to know if they play 6, if they 8, if they play Cyclonic Rift. It's all new. How many Tishana's Tidebinders? If you're going to try and brain freeze them or Tendrils of Agony them, Tishana's Tidebinder could come down and counter it. So you got to be careful, knowing all the tricks.
Cyclonic Rift, I don't know, man. Like I've seen the card end friendships before, and apparently it's a thing in Legacy now.
I would not have expected to see in Legacy, and I did enjoy the way. This is how you cast it. You just lift up the table. Everything go away.
Yeah, so we actually didn't get to listen to the deck tech right now. We just saw it on screen here, and we saw both players going like this all the time. So we assume there's going to be a lot.
Rift.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. We are not talking about Cyclonic Rift now. We're actually going to move into our first match of round 10 here. We are playing 15 rounds today, so 8 already in the book. Probably a record of X and 2 might make it in the top 8 depending on the number of players, right?
It sounds like it will. Maybe there's some draws that kind of make things a bit awkward and things, but as far as we can tell, there's not been that many draws at the top tables. I think people are just winning and losing.
People are just winning. Yeah, that's what you do at the top table. So let's see which match we actually brought here for our first match of 2 for the feature matches of round 10 here at the Beautiful Eternal Weekend. So, match number 1, we got Timo Tsaya playing, well, haven't we seen that one before? It's going to be Dimir Tempo. Not too much to say about the stack. Looks pretty stock. 2 copies of Kaito I see in there. Other than that, we're going to see it.
Yeah, you know it, you love it. We're back with it. I think what's happening is we're trying to pick out the different spicy deck lists, and they keep playing against blue-black tempo. So you know what? We have been scouting on the field, and we are seeing the deck kind of drop off the top tables. So I expect 1 or 2 will probably be in the top 8. But you know what? The top tables have been like a lot of Doomsday I've been seeing.
Doomsday, you told me,
yeah,
right? So maybe we're going to see some of that later on today.
So. And there's some Eldrazi kicking about. So I think, earlier on yesterday, there was a lot of blue-black tempo everywhere at the top tables and the middle tables. But I think, we're seeing it a lot. We're going to see this round, but it is kind of starting to trail off. So,
also quite the statement. You just told me blue-black is kind of dropping off at the top table. So we're only expecting 2 copies in the top 8.
1. I'm going to say 1.
Okay. Oh, you said 1. Okay. Okay. That sounds good. So going up against Alex Mattiazzi on, dear God. Where do we start?
So this is Beanstalk, and this has been around for a while. It kind of goes in and out of favor. I think it really struggled with the past Reanimator deck. It may struggle with Reanimator as it's built now. It's harder to tell. But this is the mid-range control deck that kind of feasts on other fair decks. I think it's always if it gets to the late game, the Up the Beanstalk engine is so powerful. You just drawing card off the Leyline Bindings, the Murktide Regents, and the Force of Wills, and it's really trying to get to that late game. We see a pretty cool inclusion of Storm Chaser's Talon and This Town Ain't Big Enough. This was a standard package, and now This Town Ain't Big Enough is banned in standard. Funnily enough. So this is a fun spell where it costs 4 and a blue, so 5 mana, so it triggers up the Beanstalk. But you can return 2 target non-land permanents that are in his hand, but it costs 3 less if you target permanents you control. So you could be bouncing your Leyline Binding to remove another thing, bouncing the Storm Chaser's Talent, which has an ability to get to level 2, where you can return instant sorcery back to your hand from your graveyard. So you could then, this is a loop. It's a very slow, grindy loop, but if you get to the late game, you can bounce the Storm Chaser's Talent, then return This Town Big Enough for it, and keep going.
So turns out 1/1 Otters are actually better than 4th Erlingers in this format.
Apparently so. We see Uro as the glue holding it together, gaining some life, drawing some cards as he always does. We see a bunch of forces and the cantrips. We see 2 wastelands and the loam lock that can come up as well. If you find the one of loam, you're going to waste lock someone out. So yeah, this deck is a classic bunch of removal as well. 10 removal spells, really trying to get to the late game. So generally, I would think this is a fairly favored against the blue-black tempo decks, but Kaito could be a problem.
Okay, so help me out. Why are we not playing Yorion in this deck anymore? Because it used to be a thing that was everywhere when this deck had its heyday. We called it 4-color, sometimes 5-color control. Even there's some madman out there. Shout out to Niklas Hauptmann, who's actually also still in competition for the top 8 I've seen.
Probably with 83 cards or something.
Yeah, something like that. So is Yorion not a thing anymore?
Yeah, I do see it sometimes. So it's definitely a decision. I think the idea is Yorion, you're going to include if you think the deck needs more value. And if you think the format is more fair, if you can afford to not draw your forces earlier against combo decks. Whereas if you expect to face some combo decks, you want to draw your forces in your opening hands, so you don't want to expand your deck size. So here we see 2 force negation along with the 4 force of will. I think Alex has said, I might face some combo, so I want to be prepared for that.
Okay, so now going back to Team Messiah deck, once again, we're getting a better look at that one. Not too much to say about that. I guess there's a Toxic Delusion in the sideboard. We haven't seen that one in a while. Maybe a bit of a testament to trying to like hose out some of the go wide creature decks that we got coming slowly creeping back up again.
I think so. I think it's a good call. Like with the Badger Mull Cub coming to the format, I think the green decks are pretty popular, the Cradle decks, so it's a pretty cool call there. We see 2 Kaitos, the card earlier called as like the best one of by Andrea Mengucci. So, you know, going for 2, which feels good.
Okay.
And we see the one nice Spellbomb as well. We saw a couple yesterday.
Yeah, that's basically like a mainstay at this point. Like it came into the deck when the graveyard was still much more of an issue than it is now. And someone just hung around. Like we talked about this yesterday in private, right? In a way, it's also like a way to create more sideboard slots by having like this potential sideboard card in the main deck because it's just so good and synergizes with a lot of things that you're doing. So yeah, maybe that's it. So both players are ready. We're gonna jump right into the feature match. Callum, very quickly, is 4-color favored here?
I think so. It's not by a lot. You know, a flipped Tamiyo could be a problem. We do have two prismatic endings and 4 Leyline Binders to deal with either a flipped Tamiyo, or a Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. So all the removal does line up pretty well. So I do prefer 4-color side here.
Okay, so let's see what the players are going to have to say about that. As we are ready to go live here with round 10 live coverage at Eternal Weekend. Thank you so much to all the sponsors, of course, Four Seasons, Bose, eBay, Ultimate Guard, making all of this possible. And
we're off.
See, yeah, off. It's gonna be an interesting card. Oh, we got a read on the very first card. No, that's the Otter card,
It
right?
must be Storm Chasing
Must be
Talent.
the shot.
Here we go.
I was ready to commentate just by the look of the players.
Absolutely, Alex. Yeah, with 4-color Otters.
So, kind of once again, so help me out. What are the 3 modes in that card?
So first of all, you get a 1/1 Otter, which has prowess. The second level is 3 in a blue to level it up, and when you do, you can return an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. And the last level, you're really testing me here. I believe it's 5 in a blue, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get an Otter with prowess. Production, can we pull it up to see if that's right? I'm not. My confidence level is not too high there.
Okay. I'm gonna buy you a cookie later on if that's right. Okay. So we got Tammy on the other side of the board. Another like one of the dominant blue 1-drops in the format, of course, here. And we got a turn to ponder by Alex. So is Alex trying to rush through the steps of Stormchaser's talent, or is it like more like a mana sink?
I think it's more of a mana sink. Like, you know, it can push some damage through. So I think what's going to happen here, we see Alex with a Brainstorm in hand. So he can just go like second land drop and attack. And the Tamiyo is going to have a really hard decision. Do you block with it? I expect no. So probably get 2 damage in and get to save the Brainstorm. But if the Tamiyo does block, you know, we can throw the Brainstorm out there. Even if it gets hit by a Daze or a Force of Will, it still hits the prowess. So I think the Tamiyo just can't block here.
Dude, I would have totally forgotten about the pros.
Yes.
All of a sudden, like the auto deck is not that like I was really wondering, like, is that really pushing it? But the pros actually,
yeah,
it's relevant.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's already like a 3/3 at this point, right?
It is a 3/3 right now. So Tamiyo is definitely not blocking here.
Oh, smart, dude. Is that how you make it? How do you do it?
Yeah. We see level 3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 1/1 blue and red auto creature with prowess. We got it. We did it.
Okay.
Also,
let's
very
see
cool
later on.
artwork.
This town big enough. Maybe we figured might be a combo of Stormchaser's talent, like the slowest way to grind 1/1s out there.
So despite this auto crashing in for 3 turn 2 being quite aggressive, I think Alex really wants to just be making land drops, finding removal spells, setting up to get to the late game. So this is like incremental damage that might come up later, but I don't think it's going to be his primary game plan.
Yeah, it's kind of like not exactly the synergy you're looking for in a 4-color deck, but on the other hand, like you can also like create a lot of blockers at times or threaten planeswalkers. That's probably like the more important thing.
Yeah, I think what's going to be relevant as well is just the Stormchaser's talent can rebuy a Source to Plowshares or a Brainstorm or a Force Will or something like that. Just it's a New Age Snapcaster Mage, if you will.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Snapcaster turned into an Otter. Sure.
Yep. Also, I guess because Tamiyo is everywhere and probably the best threat in the format, I'd say. You know, you want creatures to be able to attack her down, and it does. The Otters do with prowess.
By the way, fun fact of about our 2 players here, Team Messiah this year actually won the very traditional tournament in Germany, the Wado, the Winner Duel tournament. So he won the whole thing playing Breakfast in September. So shout out to those guys.
Showing his skills across multiple decks.
And speaking of skills, Alex put down on his deck registration sheet that his deck name is Talent for Losing the Game. We will see how talented he is in doing that. Hopefully he's gonna try to avoid that one in this match at least.
That Joker riff on the Stormchaser's talent, I assume.
Oh, so you know that all makes much more sense. He also has a 4 Seasons top 8, by the way, playing Death in Texas a couple of years ago.
Both players showing that they can do well with any deck, really.
Yeah, Alex. Cool. Initially, like mono white, he was like, you know what's better than 1 color? 4 colors.
Oh, we see the Otter being taken down by the Orcish Bowmasters.
Such is the fate of the every Otter.
Yeah. If you're Timo here, you're probably thinking this is some kind of rug tempo deck, right?
honestly, you're wondering what the hell is going
Yeah,
on, I
yeah.
would say.
At this point in the tournament, with both players at 8-1, they've been sitting at the top tables for a while. They may have seen what each other's playing, but otherwise, I'd be a bit confused. I'd be expecting maybe some questing druids, some Dragon Rage channels out of this.
Oh yeah, actually that could be it, right? He hasn't really shown that he's like a non-tempo deck.
No, no.
I've seen very rare, like I want to say like one top 50 ruck tempo deck.
The
The one you're talking about, like Questing Druid, that's very near and dear to my heart. The kind of card I
It's
want.
out there. I've seen Thomas Marr. He's playing kind of rug,
Ah, yeah.
draw cards and Force of Wills and stuff.
Another legacy legend making
Yeah.
the rounds here.
So another Storm Chasers talent coming down. It's not looking particularly impressive right here, I believe. It's, you're getting ready to rebuy some Ponders potentially. I think Alex really wants to be finding a Source of Plashes or something. And he's got a Brainstorm in hand, which is now really punished by that Bowmaster's coming down.
In a way, this is like a budget director's cut of Lord of the Rings. We got the Orc armies going up at Helm's Deep against the Otters holding back the fort.
Yes. Yes. So it begins.
So I saw Timo play yesterday against one of my friends. He looked like very deliberate, very conscious about every decision,
Yeah.
and like also very deadly.
Yeah,
Like,
he's got that killer face. Absolutely. So here we see, another Orcish Bowmaster coming down. Now, I think we do see that this town ain't big enough in hand for Alex, the one of. So maybe he uses it here to bounce the Storm Chaser's talent and the Otter. Well, the Otter.
but the Otter bouncing the Otter.
Yeah, you bounce the two Storm Chaser's talent here. My apologies, because the Otter's going to have prowess from a spell being cast. Yeah, just bounce the talents or Tamio.
Oh, interesting. So how does it actually work? Like if you need to at least target one of your own permanents to get the discount?
That was it. I misread it earlier. It's at least one of your permanents being targeted, I think.
Yeah, maybe you can get that one on screen as well. It's like a pretty uncommon card here in Legacy. This town ain't big enough.
Yeah.
So we're bouncing Tamio, while Timo, of course, is tapped out, so he's not able to flip it. And one of your Storm Chasers talents. Yeah, this town ain't big enough. Apparently banned in Standard, as we recently found out.
Yeah.
There's probably like 101 reasons why it is.
There was a like a self bounce deck with
Self-bounce deck, you say.
yeah. There was an enchantment that when it ETBs, the opponent discards a card and loses 2 life, Hopeless Nightmare or something, and it became a bit oppressive.
Oh, you brought that up on a podcast, I believe.
I think
And I
so,
didn't
yeah.
believe you about banned.
Yes,
Like, yes,
yeah,
it is. Okay, I trust you.
Cool. So the decision to bounce the Tamio is probably because that's a kind of a read for me that Alex doesn't have a removal spell in hand, and he's worried about Timo flipping it with a Brainstorm or a Ponder or something like that, and a Clue token. So I would be in Timo's shoes, kind of thinking, okay, there's no removal spell, and the removal spells, if they are going to be very stretched with the Orcish Bowmasters as well. Shutting down the Bowmasters is such an incredible card in this matchup against the Beans.
Yeah, so after forcing this town big enough, of course, the creature stays in play. And you already talked about removal spells, right? There's like Leyline Binding, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
so
one of them.
4 Leyline Bindings, 4 Source Clashes, of course, and then 2 Prismatic Endings. So a decent chunk, but like there's no sweepers. So as you get further behind, Alex doesn't have the removal spell to start this chain of He's got to remove the Tamio and the 2 Bowmasters, but he doesn't have any at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing about Legacy, right? Legacy has some of the most legendary sweepers in history. Like, first of all, like, of course, Terminus. Then we also saw like Pernicious Steed and all that kind of stuff. It gradually went away over the last like year or two.
Yeah, I think I'd say like, we saw the Toxic Deluge in the sideboard of Timo, maybe one of the best sweepers you could have these days.
Yeah. And I feel like part of it has actually to do with Orcish Bowmasters, which is kind of funny because the sweepers always used to be good against the go wide 1 toughness creature decks, right? Orcish Bowmasters has pushed them back so much that all of a sudden, like, what's Terminus there to do for you anymore?
Yeah. This is going to feel bad. Ura coming in, game 3, draw a card, but the drawing a card triggers both the Bowmasters on Timo's side. So it's going to grow the ore coming by 2 and ping twice. So you almost like are giving damage away here. But you got to do what you got to do.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Almost wish you had something like an Engineer Plague, maybe time to splash that 5th color in the auto
Name
deck.
Orc.
Name Orc, exactly. No, actually, I would. Oh, yeah, Orc, yeah, there are Orcish Bowmasters as well, too.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea, but yeah. Alex just really needs to find some Source of Plashes quickly. So I think he's just going to need to be casting these draw spells to find some action here.
I mean, not that much damage taken by Alex yet.
But he's about to get crunched for 6.
Yeah.
And we see 2 Clue tokens as well on Timo's side from the Tamio. So, Timo in this pretty commanding position already to be like, I'm winning the damage race. I've got board presence. I've got Tamio to flip soon. I've got card advantage in the back. So I think Timo probably wants to keep fighting on this aggressive angle now. If he can deploy like a Murktide region, that'd be perfect. Although maybe his graveyard is a bit empty.
By the way, perfect sponsorship opportunity for someone who wants to sponsor Timor with like a proper clue token there.
Yes, yeah.
So if you're looking for that, hit us up. Maybe we can make that work.
Oh,
So
the
spot piece.
brainstorms. Oh, these brainstorms are really awkward here in the face of the double bowmasters. We knew one from earlier from seeing Alex's hand at the opening, but the force negation also not looking great here. Do you want to force negation this Thoughtseize? But you don't really care about any of the cards in your hand, so he really just wants to find Source of Clashes and Prismatic Ending off the top for a while.
Yeah, I wonder if you're actually going to take the Force of Negation because that's the only card that really does something here. I mean,
Yeah, the Euro.
Euro is eventually going to come back
Yeah.
as he takes actually out the Force of Negation there.
Yeah, it's like none of these are too relevant to the game state right now.
So what happens if the Euro comes back? Then we're going to have our 6/6. Is that going to be a good enough blocker?
Yeah. Well, okay, no. The draw off the Euro is going to trigger both the Orcish Bowmasters again, so Alex will probably get pinged twice by them, and then the Orc army will grow to a 6/6, and maybe you trade with the Euro.
I'm not even sure. Like,
depends what you draw. Like,
if I'm like Alex, I'm happy if the Orc army trades with my Euro, who's going to get back at some point.
probably, yeah, I believe you're right. I do think he's going to bring the Euro back here. Yep, he's like putting 2 green mana and 2 blue mana together. So, you know what? If he draws like a Source of Pleasures off this as well, he can take out the Orc army, and then the board is actually under control.
Just like that. Okay, so Uro comes back, escapes from the graveyard, and hits a Force of Will.
Yeah,
time to go back.
wrong. So Timo with the 2 Bowmasters and the 2 Force of Wills really just hammering it home. So
Sure.
here it's going to be attack for 6. This is a 2-turn clock. And we know Alex's hand is just 2 Brainstorms and a Force of Negation. The Force of Negation was discarded, so 2 Brainstorms and an Unknown. Brainstorm's pretty much uncastable at this point.
Yeah, how much damage do you take on the Brainstorm? There's 6?
6 indeed.
God.
So they are lethal if you cast a Brainstorm.
And then the Orc army grows by 6
Oh,
as well.
here's a Kaito as well. Alex has just seen enough, absolutely. Even though he's alive at 3 life there, he's effectively dead.
Utterly destroyed.
Utterly destroyed.
That's what I was going for.
Very
Okay,
nice.
so let's see. The matchup is only going to improve for Alex afterwards, at least. I
I
think
think so.
yeah.
I still like Alex's side. The Bowmasters is probably the key card for Timo in this matchup. And so Alex really needs to find these removal spells to keep it under control early. We do see a Fire Magic in the sideboard. Fire Magic is a nice one. It can deal 1 damage to all creatures. So that can take out the Orcish Bowmasters even in multiple. So I think we'll definitely see that one come in. We'll see probably 2 Pyroblasts that can kill Tamio either as a creature or a flip side, kills a Murktide Regent as well. So, and 2 Carpet of Flowers probably as well to get around the dazes and the wastelands and things. So, you know, some decent upgrades here from Alex. I think we can take out the Force Negations. They're not great. And probably maybe a Force of Will or 2 as well.
Yeah, that's kind of like the nature of control decks, right? When you're going up against decks that are either very specialized or not, you can adjust because you got your like creature removal in the main deck, you got all of your forces to protect you from combo.
Yep.
So game 2, game 3 is where you properly customize your deck and try to hit even harder.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Timmy on the other side here, blue-black tempo, very traditional deck here. Is there anything that jumps out at you that you really want for that?
Nothing that I really want. I think we're going to just see some trimming of the cards in the main deck that are not great. So Fatal Push, not really fantastic. It does kill in a row with a Revolt, but outside of that, it kills the Otter tokens, but so do the Bowmasters sometimes, as we saw. So I think we might see some Fatal Pushes go out for the Baraglyphs as just more threats, even though Baraglyph is good, but not amazing in this matchup.
So one thing I'm always wondering when we see these tempo decks, and I mean, this one is already leaning as much as you can to the mid-range side, but technically has the tempo elements. When it goes up against the control deck, there are like 2 schools of thought. One of them is we keep all the forces, we keep all the dazes, and we try to tempo them out and like create a game set where we win while they have 7 cards in hand. And the other one, which is rarer, I want to say, but also like when it happens, it's pretty impressive, is we turn into a control deck as well, right? We take out all of our tempo aspects and we try to play the fair game and go toe-to-toe with them. Is
Absolutely.
that going to be possible?
I don't believe so with Timo's current configuration. I think to do that, you need to have some card advantage engine that is hardest to interact with the opponent. So here in Timo's deck, really the only kind of source of actual card advantage is the Kaito, with the ability to surveil 2 and then draw a card if your opponent lost life this turn. But the 2 Kaitos, and Alex does have the Leyline Binders to take out Kaito. So I don't think Timo has the grinding power to actually go into that stage. So I think we will probably be seeing at least a couple of days left in, probably 2 or 3 forces left in for Timo. And I think he does want to play this tempo side.
Okay, so cool. So let's jump into match game 2 here of our first match in round 10 of Eternal Weekend Europe. And we're going to have Alex on the play on his 4-color Otter deck. Let's see. He's on a Mulligan to 6, it looks like.
It does indeed, but we see some good cards in the matchup. We see a Beans, we see some lands, we see Source of Plowshares. That is what he wants to be doing. I think the Storm Chaser's talents, did look a bit ineffective last game. So he probably, I doubt he sided them out, but I don't think it's a card he wants to see early game, really, despite being a 1-drop. It's more of a late game card, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's almost like a trump card in the grindy mirror matches, right?
Mhm.
We talked about how it's like the slowest engine imaginable in Legacy right now. It's apparently still playable,
Yeah,
but it is an engine after all.
absolutely. I mean, look, we say it's a 1-drop, but then the next ability is 4, and then it's 6, so it's an 11-drop. That's how it works. You can
Float
do,
over the top of Ugin.
but you can do part payments.
Okay, that has like a payment plan. You get a mortgage on that.
Exactly,
Yeah, cool.
exactly.
Awesome. Hopefully, getting pretty good interest in that one. Okay.
So, Timo opening with the opening that all control players love to see. Not a threat. Turn 1 ponder. So, Timo probably looking for a threat, maybe a second land kind of thing.
And not only turn one ponder into shuffle. So it's like picking
Yeah,
up a land there.
cool. That could have been the second land needed. A classic play. If you're ever playing a deck with wastelands, and your opponent, especially a tempo opponent, goes like blue land, ponder, shuffle, you snap off the wastelands so fast every time.
Yeah.
Because that's what can lead to some free wins.
Worst thing that could happen is like basically the game restarts, right?
Yeah.
And best thing is you just take the game right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. Alex getting Savannah. Nope, changing his
Nope.
mind. He's like, no, I
Thinking
don't want
twice
that.
without drawing an extra card.
Probably thinking you need some blue lands. We saw a beanstalk in hand, so this could be coming down here. Maybe not afraid of days. There's always this thought of as well as like, do the tempo decks take out days? You often get value by opponents playing around it anyway. So
Yeah, something I sometimes notice when people like complain about days, they're like,
Mm.
"Oh, I always have to play around it." I feel like that's not always true, right? Sometimes you're very happy to see your opponent days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we see Up the Beanstalk Force, and I really
Ooh.
like this from Timo. I think when Up the Beanstalk came out, I played against it a bunch online, and I would kind of let it resolve, thinking, oh, well, I'm not going to play some spells for a few turns, and I can kind of just interact with the relevant spells coming from the Beanstalk deck. But really, it's such a good engine that you just need to draw a couple of cards off it, like from a Murktide Regent that we see in hand, or a Force, or a Leyline Binding, and then it's already like, it's already drawn a card from itself. It's replaced itself. So Up the Beanstalk is a very forcible card, in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the ways to recover from a mulligan to 6, right? Very easily. And
Absolutely.
like looking at Alex's hand, I kind of want to say this hand right now, it kind of plays itself, right?
Yeah. You're going to just play out your island next turn. You're going to use your removal spells and the first things Timo plays probably. And the Murktide is going to come down at some point.
So which ways does Timo have of dealing with a giant Murktide there?
Probably Brazen Borrower to bounce it. I think that's really that. Or as we've seen many times, Kaito just being so good with that stun ability.
Oh, dude, that's so good. Like
Yeah.
Kaito, I don't know about that card. When it first came out, it wasn't very impressive to me.
Mm.
But now watching this tournament, and maybe it's just like part of the new meta game that we are in, following the bans
Yeah.
of Entub and Naroda, that Kaito is just like, I don't want to say taking over. It's not dominant enough for
No.
that, but it's really, really good. And it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife, as we saw
Absolutely.
yesterday.
Yeah, it just does everything you want based on the board state and the game state. And it just is the best Planeswalker in the format if you don't count Tamiyo. If you don't count
Ooh,
Tamiyo.
I do.
Okay, well, Tamiyo is the best Planeswalker.
But if we count Tamiyo, then we also should count Kaito, because it also kind of relies like on creature combat in a way.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
nobody's paying like full price on.
but I mean, Kaito is a proper Planeswalker card on the front side, and
That's true.
Tamiyo is a creature first. But
That's true. That's true. So, which one's actually the best Planeswalker? That's just a Planeswalker.
Kaito.
Oh yeah, it still is. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Okay, yeah. Got me on that one.
Okay, so we see Timo left in the Nihil Spellbomb. I like that. Alex is an Uro deck, and you're going to use the graveyard a bit. And it can exile the graveyard when you try and return something with Storm Chaser's talent as well. So depending on what Timo's hand is, though, we haven't seen the threat yet, so we might just be looking to cycle the Spellbomb to try and find a threat. He just passes.
Alex.
He does find the Euro. The Spellbomb looking good.
Is that something that you would just like run into the Spellbomb to get rid of it?
Potentially. It's awkward because like Timo knows about the Murktide in Alex's hand as well. So and Alex knows that he knows. So he's like, if Alex, for example, had a fetch here, if in response to a fetch, Timo might crack the Spellbomb. But if Alex had a fourth land, just a natural land that comes to play, he can cast it, then he would be able to play the Murktide around the Spellbomb. So yeah. Here we see the reason why the Spellbomb wasn't cracked though. He wanted to leave up mana for Orcish Bowmasters. And so if there was a Uro coming down, maybe he would have, cracked the Spellbomb.
You mentioned like cracking the Spellbomb in response to fetch. That's like one of the classic tells of Legacy, right? When you feel like my opponent has all the mana they need. Why are they cracking fetch? And very often, in this case, Timo knew about the Murktide, but very often it's also like the read that you get from there,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah. That there must be a Murktide and it's looking for that extra delve.
Yeah. So Timo took the Source Splashes because he must have had the Orcish Bowmaster in hand. Again, I think this is the most important card in the matchup. It really punches this. I say full color otter because that's on screen, but the Beanstalk deck, it really relies on just drawing raw cards. We saw in Vintage quite a lot, like Thunder Trainers and Stock Ups, not actually drawing cards, being able to play around Orcish Bowmasters, which has a huge presence in that format. But here, it is just drawing cards, and so the Orcish Bowmaster will get triggered a lot.
Another situation where I wouldn't mind a Master Removal spell. Maybe we're gonna bring it back at some point.
Terminus off the top.
Supreme Verdict. That's the
Yeah,
one,
true.
right? Haven't seen
And here
that
comes a
one.
Murktide, and yeah, this Murktide is going to be a problem as well because no Source of Plowshares. There's a Prismatic Ending in Alex's hand, cannot hit the Murktide. And there's the Uro, I think, that we knew about. Maybe he needs to just cast the Uro to cycle it and, get the activation of the Spellbomb out there and
Mhm.
find a Source of Plowshares. But I guess he was thinking, like, he can cast the Prismatic Ending on the Orcish Bowmasters. And here
That
we see it.
works.
He puts the fetch on the stack, and he's like, Timo, do you want to crack the Spellbomb and not get value off it?
That's also like a next level game, right? Where Alex maybe wants Timu to do it, and Timu knows that Alex wants him to do it, so
Yeah.
he's gonna sit on it. It's like, okay, if you want to make a dragon, be my guest. The
Yep.
dragon would be a 4/4, I believe.
Yeah, I think this is why we're seeing Timo saying, "Yep, sure, go right ahead, buddy." It's not good enough, and so Alex is in this awkward situation where he really wants to kind of cast the Prismatic Ending first on the Orcish Bowmasters. Well, he can do that, right? He can go to he can get the 4th land, and he has got 4 cards in the graveyard. Cast Prismatic Ending on the Orcish Bowmasters, and then he can cast the Murktide. But it's still going to be 1 power and toughness smaller than Timo's.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, fun fact I saw earlier today: if you play Murktide in your Doomsday deck and you cast Doomsday, and you get a couple of instant sorceries in your game fit, the Murktide actually grows.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a cool play.
Loving that one.
So
So
make sure you don't tap any of your blue mana with this Prismatic Ending. There we go.
yeah, green and white, that does it. Timo gonna fight over this. Looks like he's got a force in hand. Yeah. He really wants to keep the Burkish Bombers. Looks like, as you identified, right? It's one of the key cards in the format as a whole.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind a force there. But I think he knows about the Murktide here, and he might be forcing this. Or he might just be like, you know what? I don't need to force either of these. The Murktide is how I'm going to win, and I'm going to counter a removal spell on my Murktide, which I like as well.
Also playing the Prismatic Ending first. Now the Murktide is at least gonna be a 5/5. Still one short. Oh no, it's actually no, it's one short of
Yeah.
matching
Yeah.
Timo's Murktide over there.
I really love this play from Timo. I think there would be a huge temptation to force the Prismatic Ending on the Bowmasters, but he's playing super tight, realizing this Murktide is enough to win the game. I'm going to keep crunching in with it, and I'm going to counter a Source of Plowshares is the idea.
Alex falls down to 9 as Timo cracks in for 6 points of damage there, adding Tamiyo to the board as well.
Mhm.
That's basically attacking on another angle, right? I'm pressuring your life total really hard, but I also got this other aspect going on. Almost
Yep.
feels like Tamiyo's a win condition itself, right?
Yeah.
You rarely see it that you lose the game after triggering using the ultimate on the Tamiyo.
I've never seen that happen.
You never seen
Yeah.
it happen.
I've seen concessions because the opponent plays a Bowmaster in response to the ultimate, and there's no response to it. But no, never happened.
So you're basically saying when Tamiyo ultimates, one player is gonna win either way.
Yes.
Okay.
We could see a sneaky lethal here at some point where if Timo gets so the Murktide is going to crack in for 6, taking Alex down to 6 life, unless it's a chump block, which I'd be surprised at. Oh, he sees the Murktide. Okay. So, but if Timo had got a few more instant sorceries in the graveyard, he could have Nihil spelled them himself to excel them and grow the Murktide.
Ooh, can I have some target yourself?
I believe so.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
that would
you
be
can.
really sneaky.
Solgar Lantern can't. So maybe Timo does not have a force in hand here.
He surely
didn't
made
have-
us believe that he
Or
does.
didn't have the blue card to go with it. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he would have snapped off the force on the swords there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Really good timing from Alex with the swords there in response to the Nihil Spellbomb drawing a card in case he found a force or the blue card there that he needed.
Smart play, smart play. Maximizing your outs on every stage.
Mhm.
So Timo just passing the turn back as Alex untaps, and now Alex is pretty much in control of this game, right?
Yeah.
Tamiyo not able to attack.
Yeah, he drew another Source of Plowshares as well. Lovely.
Ooh.
Another funny little interaction that came up. So the Source of Plowshares that went on the Murktide from Timo was cast and the Spellbomb was cracked. So it exiled it, so it drew Alex's Murktide as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
6.
Yay.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, explain the play to me.
So Uro coming in with 2 triggers on ETBs. One is gain 3 life and draw a card. The other one is sacrifice it if it wasn't escaped. And with that trigger on the stack to sacrifice it, Alex cast this talent big enough for both of us and bounced it back to his hand. That's a value play if I've ever seen one.
I love the flavor on this town and big enough. Usually you would think, okay, one of us has to leave. No, actually, we're just both gonna leave this
We're
town.
both going to go.
Yeah, we're gonna move somewhere else. It's gonna be fine.
Uro and Tamiyo moved to different towns.
We're all adults. We agree to disagree and move our ways.
Yeah.
At least for a turn until both of them come back down again.
This game was looking really good for Timo before, and it's the Murktide is just kind of sneaking away here.
Yeah, Alex finding the Dexter sorts of plowshares that he really desperately needed, that really turned it around.
Yeah. As we said, so the most important card for Timo being Orcish Bowmasters, Source of Plowshares absolutely being Alex's best card. Just able to remove anything.
So now, oh, dude, another sorts of plowshares there. That's the card you really want for the matchup, right?
Absolutely. Just deals with everything. It's just the best, the best renewal spell ever.
You remember times when control decks were like, you know what, we actually need 2 slots of plowshares. It's not that big a deal anymore. It's like, yeah,
Those people are crazy.
I don't like miss those days.
Mm.
Uro, of course, comes back down, sneakily coming back into town, but probably hitting the graveyard right away again.
So he's now 2 cards in the graveyard with Euro, and there's a fetch and play as well. So 2 cards needed to be in the graveyard to escape it. Not too far off. But this Murktide might just close up the game before that even happens.
No Bayford Strix in this format anymore.
Nope.
Okay, so
Ponder.
Ponder.
So Timo's really looking for any answer. He's looking for Brazen Borrower, which is not amazing the matchup. I think you leave them in because it's serviceable enough. But he's really looking for a Kaito here now.
Is Kaito actually going to be able to still turn around, I guess, by stunning the dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny that ability, like the threatening of it, comes up every game.
Ponder kept on top. Actually, Ponder not shuffling,
Mm.
that's quite the statement, because I don't know what Timo actually has that gets him back. Like you said, Brazen Borrower could be one of them, or
Yep.
his own big Murktide Regent, maybe?
But there's only 1 Ponder in the graveyard to make a 4/4 dragon at this point. So yeah, I feel like he's looking for Brazen Borrower or Kaito. Really, that's what he's that's his outs here.
And Alex knows that, right?
Yeah.
So you would read a lot into the Ponder keeping on
I
top.
think so. There are 2 Children's Edicts in Timo's sideboard. There's a chance he sided them in.
In that matchup?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's afraid of Murktide. Like Murktide is usually a 2-of in these decks. And sometimes these 4-color bean decks play Triumph of St. Catherine as well. Which-
Oh yeah, especially yeah, it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, could be. Yeah, maybe that's another out as he's got there.
Yeah. And for Uro, it does kill Uro as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them. I would. Yeah, it's not like a fantastic card in the matchup. It's a bit too reactive, really. I think, as we said, Timo doesn't really have the grinding power to play this longer game. So he probably doesn't try and grind like that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, did you notice Timo did not use his wasteland there?
That could be a sign of Kaito potentially.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not that he's getting great rally out of it, but he probably won't be able to make
Yeah.
much use of the colorless mana
I think-
unless he's got Kaito.
Yeah, part of the reason could be as well because he saw the Uro in the graveyard and doesn't want to.
To feed it.
Yes. Here we see almost a lethal. He doesn't want to feed exactly. So Uro exiling instant sorceries from the graveyard to grow the Murktide, crunching for 9. I think Timo goes down to 1 life then, or maybe
just
the,
packs it in.
just packs it in. Yeah, maybe the life test was slightly wrong and that was lethal.
Alex is like, I'm the better dragon deck here, and
Yeah.
I'm here to prove it.
Well, look, the Murktide came down as a 5/5, and Timo's was a 6/6, and I thought Timo was in a pretty commanding position, but then he didn't have the force for the swords, and Alex found the swords. Just the most important thing.
And Timo's actually moving back to his sideboard over there. Oh, did you just notice? Do you
just
see
saw
the 2 cards he brought in?
The 2 edicts.
Yeah,
He's realizing. Yeah, I also saw him put 2 dazes to the front with the edicts, so he's probably sided out 2 days on the draw, which is a very common tactic. So maybe had 1 left in the deck as just hey, if I get you, I get you. And now on the play, the dazes come back in. They are so much more brutal on the play.
That's one of the classic legacy strategies, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So Alex on the play looks to keep on maybe a 6 again.
Yeah,
I want to say
yeah.
that control looks somewhat better at recovering from mulligans.
Yeah, absolutely. Up the Beanstalk is a really good card to recover from a mulligan. So is Uro.
Is that a crop? No, that's not a crop rotation.
That's a Carpet of Flowers.
Ah, oh, didn't know that artwork. Maybe we can get Carpet of Flowers on screen because that's a great card. I wonder if Timo's actually gonna fight about that because that's gonna stabilize Alex's mana base very well.
I think so. It's going to depend on Timo's hand. If he's got like no Wastelands or Dazes, maybe it's not as threatening. But Carpet of Flowers is usually kind of like a snap, Thoughtseize, Force kind of card. The Swords is also obviously the most important card in the matchup, probably. So it is great, and I wouldn't, be crazy to take it. But I think we're probably going to see Carpet go. Yeah, there we go.
Carpet goes. By the way, interesting interaction of the carpet. If you play it on your first main phase, you get the mana on the second one right away.
Yeah.
It's like the green dark ritual.
Whenever I talk to like Doomsday players that play Carpet of Flowers, they say, "Yeah, I just side out Dark Rituals because it's a better Dark Ritual."
Yeah, like a permanent dark ritual.
Yeah. Shout out to Rebecca Guay, most loved artist probably in Magic. She was here at Eternal Weekend as well.
People were queuing up to get her signature 2 hours before she was scheduled to
The
arrive.
queues were
I
insane.
think she might be maybe the most popular artist in all of Magic.
Absolutely, I think so as well.
Yeah.
So absolutely incredible artist lineup at Eternal Weekend this year, and I would expect more next year.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Also, tons of booths. Like we got like 15 dealers, I heard.
Yeah.
So if you're looking
Yep.
to pick up any
Huge
cards, there are
amounts.
many for them to go.
Yep.
Just like Nethergolf
I
for
think
Timo here.
this is just the best Eternal Weekend I've ever been to.
It is.
It is.
I want to say I've been to almost all of them. I think I
Mhm.
skipped one of them.
Yeah.
And it's been getting better every single year, and especially this one. This is the
This
best one
year.
I've ever been to. And we are hoping to have that here at Luca next year, of course, as well.
The
all
four
of
season
you.
team just have the passion for Legacy. It's by the players for the players. I couldn't be happier.
Did you notice them actually walking around with like their boards and they're collecting information from the players?
Really?
But, like, what
Just
do
how
you
to
want to
improve next
improve?
year.
Like, yeah, what could we do better?
I don't know what I'd say honestly.
Yes, yeah.
Get better casters.
Get great minds think alike, right?
Right. Back to the game we go. Timo getting the pressure on. Netherglow, a great card these days. It's like it came onto the scene when Modern Horizons came out and was, played a lot, and then it kind of took a little step back. But as Demir Tempo's gained some metagame share, as Reanimators being pushed out, I think we're seeing a lot of Netherglows again.
Mm-hmm.
Just a great card. It's, a bit awkward against Prismatic Endings. Swords kind of deck spread gets exiled, but at the same time, it's a 1-mana threat. What more do you want?
So, which kind of size do you expect out of your Netherglyph? It's like 3 power, like a decent expectation?
Yeah, I think so. Generally, it's going to come down and probably be like a 1, 2, or maybe 3 power creature early. Here we see it as a 2 power creature because, a fetch land and a Thoughtseize, that's very common. And hey, Timo could easily get an instant in their next turn as a 3 power.
Yeah.
And you know what? A 1 mana for a 3/4 that can also escape and come back from the graveyard is very good. And very often you'll see, like, if Timo then found the Nihil Spellworm as well, it's a 4/5. It gets very big very fast.
Yeah. Like 1 mana 4/5, now we're down. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's take Alex down to probably 15 as Alex takes out the
Tamiyo?
potential Planeswalker with Parablast. And we are gonna go into another Ponder here.
Yep.
By the way, players here looking to win a very special promo version, foil promo version, or even an oversized art of Tendrils of Aghanim.
Oh, it's so cool. The idea of having Trinisphere and Tendrils, because they're one-ofs in most decks, Trinisphere being restricted in Vintage, and it's not really a legacy card these days, that's why it's the Vintage promo, and Tendrils being a one-of in most Storm decks, it's just such a great idea to have them as a promos, because most players will just win the one. Also, Tendrils is the playmat artwork that every player got.
How cool would it be if somebody on Storm actually won the oversized Tendrils?
It would be so cool. Any Storm player that gets a promo is
Oh,
just
so
winning.
the painting, not only
Oh,
oversized.
the painting, sorry. Yeah, the painting, of course. Of course. Be incredible.
Okay, so we got a Wasteland trying to take out one of Alex's lands. He's like, okay, no Tundra for me.
I guess he's taking him off white there, so he's kind of forced to play the swords into a potential daze. He probably didn't want to do that, but forced into it. And luckily, Timo didn't have the daze. But he does have a follow-up Netherglyph.
This is the kind of games Tempo decks play, right? I play one-offs and Wastelands, and that's my game plan until a big dragon shows up. And
Yeah, here we go, 5/5.
well, 5/5 we can only almost match that, but actually, is that gonna shrink the Netherglyph there a little bit? What?
Netherglyph only grows from your graveyard.
That's true. That's true. That's why it's a 1 mana thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like straight up an upgrade from
No,
Tarmogoyf. Okay,
that would be incredible.
we got close. Maybe one day.
Yeah, really clutch force there from Timo. And the Mishra Bauble grows the Netherglyph as well. So here, Netherglyph being a instant sorcery creature land artifact.
I feel like the Mishra's Bauble is like one of those slots that other players like Andrea Mangucci, they play the Hymn to Torчин, right?
Yeah.
And Timo rather opting for an artifact there, giving him some more information about the opponent's deck.
Yeah.
Some synergies with, I guess, Tamiyo if you stack it right.
In a way, so if you activate the Mishra's Bauble on your opponent's turn, then you'll draw in your upkeep and you can flip a Tamiyo a bit easy with Mishra's Bauble. I think that does come up. I would expect it mostly just kind of grows the Netherglyphs and lets you play Murktides faster, even though it doesn't grow the Murktide.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's another way to basically like create Lotus Petals for your
Yeah.
Murktides. Yeah. Okay, and now finally we see one of the used to be one of the more dominant legacy removal spells, not so much anymore. What exactly does Leyline Binding do there? Is that like an Oblivion Ring?
Yeah, it's essentially an Oblivion Ring. The idea is it costs 1 less for each kind of different land type you have. So here we see Alex with Mountain, Island, and Plains. Usually with the mana base of this deck playing 4 colors, it's often going to cost 1 or 2 mana.
And it also triggers up to the Beanstalk, right? That's the beauty of it.
Absolutely, very, very importantly. Funnily enough, Leyline Binding was mentioned in some BNR articles, and it was saying we printed some Legacy cards recently, and it was kind of ridiculed. But then Leyline Binding actually ended up being very good in Legacy.
I remember that. It was like 2 years ago or something, right? Yeah. Everyone was like, what are they talking about? Turns out Wizards knew what they were talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we get a Barrogoyf and Orcish Bowmasters and its army, of course, putting a lot of pressure on an empty board on Alex's side.
Yeah, really, really punching here. The Barrogoyf, again, like, you know what? It's a 3 mana big creature. It's not like what you would choose to be like perfect in the matchup. It's, you play out your other threats. They're all kind of must answers. So Alex, removing everything so far. Then the Barrogoyf comes out down at the end, and one hit can find another Barrogoyf, and then it just snowballs.
So Alex surveilling a Pyroblast into the graveyard, not so good against the mono black threats on the other side of the board, of course. Pondering into. Is it going to be like basically want 2 removal spells at this point, right?
Yeah, really, really do. I think you need to take out the Barrogoyf first as well as the awkward thing. Because the Bowmaster is going to ping him as well off this Orc army. I don't know if this has been on purpose, maybe just how the mana worked out and things, but Timo, I don't think has ever had more than 2 threats in play at the same time, because it's still Swiss portion, it's still closed deck list, so we don't know that Alex doesn't have a sweeper. There could be like a random Terminus hanging out or something like that. So Timo, just feeding enough threats to put all the pressure on.
So he's opting for another ley line. Is there any way that ley line works in a tricky way with this town big enough for us anymore? I don't think so, right? They
No.
changed the Oblivion Ring clause, so you can't
Yeah.
like abuse it.
So the way to look out for that is if it's two separate abilities on a card, then you can do the funky stuff, which essentially is when like an Oblivion Ring enters the battlefield, you can exile a non-land opponent from the opponent, and it has the second clause, which is a second ability, where it says when Oblivion Ring leaves play, you can then return it. So if you flicker your Oblivion Ring or destroy it in response to the first trigger, then the target gets exiled forever. However, Leyline Binding is all one piece of text saying you exile the thing until Leyline Binding leaves play.
Okay, so there's no way to get tricky. I guess if you want to reuse it on something better. Oh, but here's a Final Fantasy card. Are you a Final Fantasy player?
I couldn't even name you a single character, I'm afraid.
Oh my god, you must know about Sephiroth or Cloud,
No,
Edgar.
I'm
Seven.
only from the Magic cards, I'm afraid.
You've never been able to suplex a train?
I've never suplexed a train.
Chat, let us know how many of you have ever suplexed a train in Final Fantasy.
But this is a cool card. Fire Magic. I love it. It's a way to deal with multiple Bowmasters. And here we saw he went to the tier 2 Fira. So it deals 2 damage to each creature. So took care of the Orc army that was a 2/2 and the Orcish Bowmaster. So Alex, getting the game back under control. No threats on Timo's side.
This card makes me so much nostalgic.
Yeah, Timo now with one card in hand, played a land for the turn with the Pluto Delta, and now just nothing else going on. So Alex has this opportunity to find some, action spells or a threat and actually just kind of turn the game around.
Hey, looking pretty good for Alex side of the board there. Like Timo also, we always talk about this, right? Tempo decks usually not very good at like creating card advantage.
Yes.
Trying to like they got their fire. They shoot their shots, like 2, 3, 4 shots that they got, and then it's gonna be really tough for them to reload.
Yeah.
In a way, whereas the control decks, they sit back, they chill, and eventually as the dust settles, they are gonna sit on a bunch of mana and have their some kind of card advantage. I mean, even something like the Otter, Stormchaser's Talent, is a way to do that.
Yeah. I mean, look, we saw Timo siding in the 2 Dazes back on the play, which makes sense. But as the game gets to this point, Daze is not really going to do very much. So if he had one in his hand, he's going to try and brainstorm it back. But this is proving that these tempo decks do run out of card quality in the late game, for example.
Yeah, sometimes something I've seen them do in the past is try to extend the early game by actually playing stuff like Winter Orb. Right?
Yes, yeah. Winter Orb would be incredible against Alex.
Then again, the kind of deck that Alex is playing, not very common in the meta game right now, I believe.
Yeah.
And in Legacy, I feel like right now we're at a point where you do stuff and it matters immediately. It's like the big guns and like all the big creatures or like the One Ring. And then if somebody shows up with Winter Orb, it's like, thank you very much. I'm ahead. I'll stay ahead. Sure.
Absolutely. Alex, I think, looking to level up the Stormchaser's talent here. He's thinking, what do I want to return? I might be a bit afraid of like a Mugtide, so he could return the Pyroblast. He could return a Ponder.
That's one way is to still like allow Timo back into the game, right?
Yeah. I think if there was a Source of Plowshares in the graveyard, he would probably just return that in case, any threat comes down from Timo.
Interesting, he also got a Brainstorm in hand, but he doesn't really want to use it because there's a threat of Orcish Bowmasters, of course.
Okay, so he's wanting to cast a Brainstorm next turn, and he gets back the Fire Magic to play around it for next turn.
Fire Magic is instant?
It is deep.
Okay, so you can take out the Bowmasters, which will be played in response. Okay, sure.
Yeah, very nice.
What a good card, actually.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Somehow, some way, we have seen ever so slightly more Master Moves, but I think the first one was like a couple of copies of Engineered Explosives.
Yeah.
Slowly coming back.
Yeah, we see two very often in the sideboard of these blue-black decks.
Yeah. Traditionally, they struggle a lot with removing artifacts and enchantments, of course, so that's one way to do it. Incidental hate against one-drops, of course.
We're seeing part of the kind of grinding power. I don't know, it's not like a great power, but like the blue-black tempered decks can rebuy the Nether Ghost very often. But here we're seeing the Leyline Bindings taking them out, unable to, and the Source of Plowshares as well earlier in the game, unable to escape from these exile effects.
Okay, Alex running out the Brainstorm. No Orcish Bowmasters from Team side of the board, so we can just like keep the Fire Magic as Alex picks up a Swords to Plowshares, which you just talked about, right? That's the kind of card you actually wanted to get back from the graveyard.
Absolutely.
Might as well just get it from library.
Yeah, so now he has 3 removal spells in hand. He has a creature, the Otter, beating down, and he's threatening with 1 more land to activate the 3rd ability of the Stormchaser's Talent.
Remind me again, the ultimate ability is you get like...
Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, you get another Otter with prowess.
That's kind of like an emblem, right?
Like well, on the enchantment.
On the enchantment. So if you remove the enchantment, the ability is going to be... Okay,
Exactly,
so it's not like as permanent as an emblem.
But I don't think Timo will be able to remove the Stormchaser's Talent.
So if the let's call it the ultimate on Storm Chaser's talent
Mhm.
actually goes, what if can you actually use that again? No, you can't like go to
No,
level
no.
3 a third time.
You
I
can only
think
go to level once. Yeah.
okay. You might well if you bounce it, you lose the okay, never mind. I got all kinds of ideas, none of them work. That's why you got you in
Try
here.
and find the value, but
Yeah, trying really hard though. That's a legacy player thing, right?
yes.
I want
yes.
the extra value, squeeze it out.
Yeah. Timo now keeping his cards close to his chest. So we're not quite sure what's in his hand, but we can deduce that there's no creature, right?
Probably, right?
Yeah.
He's probably sitting like on a
There
like
could be a Bowmasters, but there's no other creature.
well, he didn't run out the Bowmasters in response to the brainstorm. I mean he knew about the fire magic, but
Yeah.
then again he at some point you probably have to trade for it
Yeah.
anyway.
As a deck with Brainstorm that doesn't use all of your mana very well, he's played out a 5th mana. So that to me reads like it could be a Force of Will.
Very much so,
Force of Will.
right? Oh,
Yeah.
true. He picks up a Ponder, maybe?
I think I saw a Thoughtseize potentially.
Okay, yeah. He's asking Alex for cards in hand, it looks like.
Maybe he wants to cast the Thoughtseize like when he finds a threat so he can clear the way. I see a Daze at the front as well.
Okay,
So
see what's
potentially,
gonna be up to. I think the best use of the days for Timo right now is to just to pick up his Survey land
Yeah,
and get another
absolutely.
Surveil off.
another showing of why these Surveil lands are so good.
And it just passes back to Alex, who's gonna get in with this Otter,
Mhm.
Special Forces Otter, like not yet an Otter army. Otter moving up to a 2/2.
Yeah, and these Brainstorms, making it bigger. At 13 life now, pretty healthy, but
Alex is down to 5, by the way.
yeah, it's pretty low. The Netherglyph hit earlier took a big chunk out, I think 5 damage.
Time for Kavak Spite, if anybody remembers that card. Okay, resolving the brainstorm, putting 2 cards back. I mean, Alex was already sitting on a really good hand and it's only getting better now, so that's going to be really hard for Timo to recover. How is he actually going to still get back into the game? Do you see like a line that allows him to do it?
So he knows about the fire magic. I think he needs to kind of Thoughtseize that out of the way and then get a Bowmasters down or something at some point, but that seems very hard to manage. And now the Uro is really, really tough for him to deal with. One way to deal with the Uro, I guess, is he only has 2 green lands in play, does Alex? So if Timo can find a wasteland to take out one of the green sources, he can cut off the Uro.
So like
For a
the,
turn.
the technical approach, right?
Yes.
You're like, okay, I'm not really winning on the card economy side, so let's just like cut you off
Yeah.
of your best spell.
Or I guess the best card that Timo could have here is a Nihil Spellbomb.
That one helps as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Thoughtseize, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Maybe Timo actually picked up a creature this turn, as you said. There's a good chance he was just like holding it back to protect his own creature.
This is a great, great hand. I wonder if he put 2 good cards on top of the library with the Brainstorm to protect one of them. So he Brainstormed and then Eroded, so that the top card of this library is known to Alex, so it could be a card he wants to protect from
And most
Thoughtseize.
likely it's not a land, right? Otherwise the order would
Probably.
have put it into play.
You know what? I've seen a Force in his hand last turn, so I think the top card is a Force. He wants to protect.
Interesting. Passing without the force up?
Mm,
Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, there's nothing that Timo can really do that demands an immediate answer, right? It's not like
No.
he's a combo deck. Ooh, and he's actually going after the green, as you mentioned.
we see it come up. Fantastic. So that shuts off the Euro for a turn. Yeah.
And as we kind of deduced, Alex probably not sitting on a land there, so there's no Uro next turn.
Yeah, I think so. Here
Or
we go.
maybe he just played us, and this is actually what he anticipated.
It could be. It could be.
It always feels so bad. Like when you make that kind of assumption about the game plan, you feel like, okay, now maybe I got my opponent in a position where I can come back, and then they're like, oh, they next level you. Here's my
Yeah.
green card, my
Yeah.
green land.
Let's try and see what's in Alex's hand here. Otter cracks in. Timo down to 8. And he does pass. So I think, yeah, he's probably got, I'm pretty sure it was the Force of Will. So he's got a Force, Sword Splash has Prismatic Ending, an uncastable Uro in the graveyard
For now.
for now.
Second card, also probably not going to be a land if we are right.
The Wasteland also cut Alex off the 6th mana for the level 3 of the Storm Chaser talent, which is pretty relevant.
I wonder how many green producing lands Alex actually has in the deck. Probably going to be a couple, right? Since he's playing Uro.
Yeah, it's got to be. Let's have a look. He's got a Hedge Maze, he's got a Basic Forest, he has a Savannah and a Tropical Island.
So 4 ways to Xander's Lounge is
That's the Grixis one.
the Grixis one. Okay, that one's
Yeah.
not doing it.
So 4 with a Basic.
And
Yeah.
the Wasteland, I believe, is in the list as well somewhere. Light from the Loam, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah,
True,
okay.
true.
Okay, but it looks like the Otter is going to be good enough for now.
Yes. I mean, the Otter might just get there. Timo's really getting down on life here.
Chipping away at the life total.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Like, we were actually kind of making fun of Storm Chaser's talent. It's like a very uncommon inclusion.
Yeah.
But Alex teaching us how to use it properly. The utterly properly.
Yes. And Timo just like,
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
It's edict on the Otter. You got to do it, apparently.
oh, Alex is like,
Alex is like really bummed out. He already gave a name to the Otter. He registered it with the local office and everything.
How dare you kill an otter?
Well, I got a dragon. How about that one?
Yeah, now the dragon comes down.
That's probably going to be an 8-8, I would believe.
Must be.
And surely a way to close out the game very quickly from there.
Yeah.
I guess Alex wants to keep some stuff in the graveyard to feed a potential Uro later on, but right now all he cares about is next turn. And
Yeah.
if he's sitting on a force and has that dragon in play, and Timo hasn't really done anything of relevance for the last couple of turns, it's gonna be solid. Like Timo basically needs a brainstorm into the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. The Shielder's Edict, does he have a second one? Yeah, he does. So like even if he only had the one, I kind of get behind the thinking to get rid of the otter because that 6 life is pretty low. Alex just could have a couple of cantrips and then take him out from there. Okay.
And now
he's
the
through
extra counter
fireworks.
one's yours. Yeah.
Yeah,
Days being pitched, probably been sitting there for quite a while.
absolutely. So we're back to parity.
I mean, as long as Alex doesn't actually pick up the second green, he's really not doing all that much now.
No.
I mean, maybe, get an avenue back into the game, gets his Tammy taking out by four Swords Plowshares there.
Yeah, the problem is Alex is happy with a land or a non-land. So his whole deck is good draws.
Beanstalk, that's
Beanstalk
a really good.
yeah, really good. Because like a land, 6 land, even if it's not green, will give him the level 3, and there's the basic forest as well. So Timo really would love to draw a Nihil Spellbomb here.
Nihil Spellbomb, yeah, that's a good one. Wasteland could delay the inevitable, of course.
Yeah, but no, he concedes. I think that's a fair concession as well because the Euro is just going to come in, and that's going to be it. Wow, that was really back and forth that game.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
much so.
Timo got Alex down to what was it 5 life with the ghosts before Alex kind of turned the corner. Timo just ran out of threats, didn't he?
Yeah, very much.
Yep.
And I want to say this match was like a testament to good gameplay and legacy.
Yep.
Like when you have like a control deck on the other side, like a tempo deck trying to work it out, all the different angles that are going on. And this time, control comes out ahead. 4-color Otter moving on to 4-1 in the hands of Alex Materazzi. Dude, I kind of want to play an Otter deck now.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I really enjoy the whole this talent big enough kind of gameplay. I think the returning the Storm Chaser's talent,
You
bring it
sure
back to your
would.
hand.
You sure would.
Yeah, it's very grindy, very fun. And yeah, that game was very interesting because at some point we're thinking, okay, Timo's got the advantage here. When the second Nether Glaive came down, I thought, I think he wastelanded the Tundra as well, so there's no white. So even if he found the removal spell, could be in a position. But you know what? The control deck does play a lot of white sources, so he found it. But it was very back and forth at the beginning until the threats ran out.
There's going to be one more question to answer later on today. Which Otter is actually the best kind of Otter token? We will see. Like, as this deck maybe picks up steam, maybe people are going to have like special made tokens and everything.
Yeah,
we will see.
tokens from Roberta Guay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's one. Perfect.
Probably.
So we're going to move on to the second feature match of today, which is, of course, going to feature one of the most prominent players in Europe right now. Oh, this is the deck list that we just saw. So let's see what else we got going on there. And dude, Callum, I think you can tell us everything there's to know about Lucas Miton.
So Lucas is my absolute nemesis personally. He always beats me online and in paper. So for anyone that plays on Magic Online a lot, he streams as well. He's known as Fake Futurism. He's True Futurism on some socials as well. So something Futurism. And he is known for Cloud Post. I think he beats many, many people. He usually plays the green Cloud Post. He's played, back when Primeval Titan was the thing to do. And then he went to sowing Microspawn. And then he really, when Plan Nexus came out, he was the first person I saw really working with that. And he kind of came out of nowhere with his new green post deck, which had cut the Greens and Zeniths and the Primeval Titans. And it just played Khans and the One Ring. And it's now become that package, this Plan Nexus plus Urza's Tower, has become like the way to play these big mana decks.
And there's plenty of them at the top tables, right?
Yeah, there really is. So a quick breakdown of how this works. People that don't know, Planet Nexus is every non-basic land type.
Even desert?
Even desert.
Oh,
so it counts as a post for the Cloud Post and the Glimmer Posts, and it counts as an Urza's Mine and Urza's Power Plant for the Urza's Tower. So what that means is if you have a Planet Nexus and an Urza's Tower in play, between them, they make 4 mana. So we see here 3 the One Rings with a 4th on the sideboard for Khan, 4 Khans, 2 Eldrazi Confluence. So 4 is kind of like a magic number in this kind of deck.
Amazing deck. Super annoying to play against. We're just getting the information from production that our guys over the production are also constantly losing to Lucas. Didn't you lose at finals to him earlier this year? In Lyon?
We were undefeated at like 5-0 and then he beat me. And then
of
we
course.
both won out.
That's what I remembered. Yeah, okay.
He came first, I came second. Yeah.
That's what it was about. Okay, so on the outside of the board, there's going to be Enrico Donisi playing. Well, that's an interesting take. We haven't really seen like mid-range bug control decks in quite a while. It used to be like one of the most common beloved, popular decks in Legacy, something like almost 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But and Enrico is bringing it back, like taking your blue-black traditional approach and splashing green into that. What are you doing
Yeah.
that for?
So shout out Enrico from London as well. I know him from there. Great guy, great player, and he's doing well. I love to see it. So the green is for the Witherbloom command. Basically, we see 2 Carbot Flowers in the sideboard and a Pernicious Deed. Those are fantastic cards. Witherbloom command is so well positioned because it kills Corey Steelcutter, a card that a lot of decks can struggle with. And maybe you could play Abrupt Decay in this slot as well. But with Bloom Command, killing the Corey Steelcutter is very relevant. Returning Wastelands to your hand as well. You can also drain for 2 if you need that. And it gives a creature -3/-1, I believe.
Yeah.
So can kill Bowmasters as well. So, you know, it's a really powerful card. So, and a reason to splash green, I think.
Okay, also giving you that Carpet of Flowers we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
like really good card. Yeah.
It's really relevant in the tempo mirrors.
And
But
ever so slightly also like Mao Master moving the sideboard now.
yeah,
Yeah, dude, I'm picking up on a pattern there.
yeah, Deed in the Toxic Deluge.
Yeah,
So
good
this is
tip.
kind of like similar to the decks we've seen, but going a bit bigger, more grinding power.
Awesome. So who do you think is going to be favored here?
I tend to think the post decks are pretty favored in these kind of matchups against mid-range decks, but you know, there's a lot of wastelands. Enrico has the Witherbloom commands to return the wastelands as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is a game plan for him.
Well, it looks like our friend Fake Futurism, True Futurism. Are they actually the same person?
Yes.
Because I was always wondering whether there was like some kind of like, I don't know,
Yeah.
thing going on between 2 people. Anyway, okay, so we got him on Cloud Post, comes and play tapped here. Of course, that's one way to produce a lot of mana as well. It used to be the
Yep.
traditional way of ramping yourself up.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just go Cloud Post, Cloud Post, Cloud Post, and that's 9 mana.
Okay.
So sometimes, like, I think the ideal start for these blue post decks is just either Plan Nexus or Urza's Tower, but the posts are fine as well. Gloom Post coming in gaining 2, so
Oh,
now
but the life gain deck.
Hmm?
Is that a life gain deck?
absolutely. Healing Salve, eat your heart out later.
Okay. So sitting there on 3 mana,
Yep.
evening command, take out Tamio. That's
Yep.
gonna be dazed.
Ouch.
Ugh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is Tamio a card you actually care about? Or is it one you can just like completely go over the top before she ultimates?
No, you really do actually. That's the thing. I think you could beat the ultimate if you have an Emrakul in the deck, but we don't see Emrakul in many of these decks. Usually we see the Khans and the One Rings and then a couple of Ugin of the Storms. So Ugin of the Storms is really the way to deal with the flip Tamio. Ugin of the Storms is whenever it's cast, you can exile a colored permanent. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you can exile a colored permanent as well. But outside of that, it's very hard to deal with Tamio for these post decks. So that is a very real win condition for Enrico here. And Enrico has the Brainstorm to follow up as well. So I think we should be racing to flip this Tamio or to ultimate the Tamio here.
That's actually one of the best ways, right? To fight a deck that might go over the top from you.
Yeah.
Where you feel like you don't have the ways to deal the damage it takes before they can unload their big mana spells. You try to Tamio, and then what are you looking to draw into Tamio? Just like a bunch of Force of Wills?
Wastelands and Force of Wills, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like get some threats down. You can kind of throw Force of Wills at anything at that point. Oh, Tamio flips. There is 2 Sinking to Stupor in Lucas's deck as well, but the mana not really producing double blue right now, right?
By the way, that sweet clue token, Sabotaur's clue token. I've seen the original painting he made for that
Oh,
one.
really?
Yeah, it's up there
Awesome.
in his house.
Awesome. Another way to do it, there is a single, where is it? A single Tishana's Tidebinder in Lucas's deck. And we do see that as, commonly like a 2 of in the blue post deck, sometimes a 3 or 4 of. And that is a 3/2 with flash that when it ETBs, you can counter an ability. So it can counter the Tamio ultimate.
Ooh, that's something Enrico should be scared of though, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Must be very, well, it's gonna be like quite mana intensive to keep that one up all the
Yeah.
time. At the same time, like post decks not known to be like title mana. Actually,
No,
sometimes they are, right? That's one of the most common ways for them to lose, I would guess.
it's weird. Sometimes you look at their mana base, and if you have a wasteland, you'll waste them, and they'll go from like 12 to 3 mana or something.
Best wasteland in the world.
Yeah. Usually you want to be hitting Planet Nexus. It's weird because it's the land that actually only produces 1 technically, but very often it actually is making the Cloud Post tap for 1 more and the Urza's Tower tap for 2 more.
Yeah, it's basically handing out the mana left and right to all the towers.
Cool. Here we see another Kozit's Command from Lucas. Kozit's Command, another reason why this deck is working, right?
Isn't he also playing like an Eldrazi Confluence or something?
Yeah. You know what? We need to look at what that card does because
So
it's not played much.
yeah, maybe later on, if it ever becomes relevant, production can put that one on screen. I remember it gives like -3/-3 to a creature.
So 3 modes, and you choose 3 of these modes, and you can choose the same mode multiple times. So first one is target creature gets +3, -3, so that can give -9 toughness to kill 3 creatures or something. You can exile target non-land permanent. Oh, here we go. Then return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. or you create a 1/1 Eldrazi sign creature token that we've seen very often from the Cosets commands. This is cool to like blink stuff, right?
Very
So
much.
if there's a flip Tamio on the battlefield, you can flip her and make her back into a creature if she's threatening to ultimate.
Okay, so Legacy All-Star, Nethergolf at this point coming down fully, having replaced Tarmogoyf, sitting there at 3 power and a Tamio. So both avenues of attack covered by Enrico. And now Enrico at this point is only looking to counter and wasteland. That's his two modes.
Yeah,
That-
he's got two different threats here. Well, okay, yep, two different threats, like hitting Lucas's life total and threatening to ultimate the Tamio. So yeah, he just wants to find permission now to stop something like an Eldrazi Confluence, like flickering the Tamio.
Is that or rather Cloud Post's way as a whole to deal with counter spells? Because traditionally big ramp decks, they had the issue of only being able to spend their mana once or twice before the game ends, and if
Yeah.
their spells get countered, that's bad. How do these new Cloud Post decks deal with that issue?
So they're actually weaker to counter magic in a way because you don't have the Emrakul is usually the way you beat these control decks and go over the top of them, and you usually have an Eye of Ugin you can try and find. Ooh, the big relevant play here. So
Speaking of Ugin,
yes, speaking of cast triggers that you can't counterspell. So Ugin is a new card which, when I've played it, I've been unbelievably impressed with. This is a 7-mana Planeswalker. Feels like it should be 9 or 10. And when you cast it, you exile a colored permanent. And whenever you cast a colored spell, you exile a colored permanent as well. So here, taking out the Tamio.
so this is a Planeswalker that's already good before we start even using its abilities.
Yeah, you know what? I just rattled out off and I was like, wow, this card's good. And then it has abilities as well. So +2, gain 3 life and draw a card. 0, add 3 colors mana. And the ultimate is akin to like the old Ugin. Search library for any number of colors, non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle. Till end of turn, you may cast those cards without paying their mana cost. And importantly, cast as well. So you even get cast triggers from future Ugins, a second one or something.
I want to tell you something. This is the kind of card that you never see the ultimate of ever.
No,
The game basically ends like a turn after at the very
absolutely.
least.
Hey, we see a main deck Shielders Edict here, though, taking it out. So it really was just like a Vindicate.
Oh, okay. Now that's something. You got a 7-mana Minicate that, well, still takes us the second card from Enrico's hand, but I mean, one of the best ways of dealing with Ugin. I
Yeah,
remember for a long time we actually didn't have proper ways of dealing with Planeswalkers in the first place, other
No.
than like Vindicate maybe.
then Hero's Downfall came along. And
Yeah, and now we're back to 2-mana dealing with a Planeswalker.
yeah,
The
So-
world is healing.
the beats are coming. The double Ancient Tomb is pretty painful. The Netherwolf is getting some damage in. We see the Offspring Thunder Trainer here. So for anyone that watched our vintage coverage on Friday, we saw a lot of this card. And we're finally seeing this card pop up in Legacy as well.
Thunder Trainer also making its way to Legacy, of course, in the Wizards deck, but also in the blue Cloud Post deck.
Yep.
I think is this what you would have played for the tournament?
No, I would have played like a blue Artifacts deck, I think.
Ah, okay,
With
okay.
Capcanneer and Pinnacle Emissary. We see a Force of Negation and a One Ring in Lucas's hand. So I think the Thunder Trainer was probably trying to find a blue card for the Force of Negation to counter anything threatening on from Enrico's side. But also more importantly, it may have been bait so that the One Ring can resolve now.
Well, he better have something now because falling down to 8 life with the One Ring, probably one of the best ways to cast something while still not dying.
Yeah, true. But at the same time, 8 life, not a lot of life to take from the damage from the One Ring.
That's true. Is there any way to mitigate that?
Playing more One Rings.
Glimmer Post, Glimmer Voids, maybe?
Yeah, Glimmer Voice for sure.
We were going back to the life gain aspect.
Yes, Clean Selves. So we see a Pith Needle as well. So I think there's 2 main deck Pith Needles as well, just to deal with the Wasteland decks, I guess. Lucas is like, look, there's going to be tons of blue-black tempo out there, so we want to stop the Wastelands.
Makes a lot of sense. And we run out the One Ring here. And there's a hardcast Force of Negation. Ooh, dude. That's like the
Ouch.
3rd spell or something that's being countered by Enrico.
Yeah. Enrico had a Daze at the beginning to protect the Tamio. He's then had a Force of Will to stop the Thunder Up Trainer, and now the Force of Negation to take out the One Ring.
Yeah, and
think-
Future is just like not able to get a foot down in this game.
No.
And he might actually be taken down to, who knows, like if there's another way to add a card type to the graveyard of Enrico, if Enrico takes him down to 4 life, then both of those Ancient Tombs are going to be turned off, and that's going to be a big one.
Could use one still, but yeah.
On 4, yeah, okay,
then-
yeah, half of them
And
basically.
then another go is presenting lethal as well.
Uh,
So going for the Surveil Land to grow it exactly as you said. What do you do if it grows it, but you want the card on top as well?
it depends on the card on top, but
Sorcery, so that may have done it as he pondered this game. I think he's pondered, hasn't he?
he probably has, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just sending in for 3 there.
Yeah.
Okay, another
Turns Tamio.
Tamio.
With the
Tamio.
Moon Command would have been like good here if he could have cast it, but he doesn't have any green mana in play right now.
Oh, interesting, by the way. Lucas was actually sitting on a force of so couldn't he have actually forced to keep his ring?
I think he just threw the Force this turn.
Oh, he just picked it up this turn.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
turn too late. Oh,
Yeah.
tragic. He's sitting on the force of negation, of course, but
Yeah.
that one doesn't help him as
Exactly. He had the Force Negation and the Pithing Needle last turn, and the front card I can't quite make out what it is.
well. I was gonna say Elixir of Immortality, but that's certainly not it.
That would be great.
Yeah, that actually would be great. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a Pithing Needle you talked about, right?
Yeah. And the card behind has like a smoked sleeve or something. Yeah,
What do you name it? Is it just like Wasteland? Is it like the flip side of Tamio? I mean, none of that's really a great choice when you're so far behind.
yeah, I think you name Wasteland here, but often I can see it naming Tamio.
Okay. Of course, that might actually be Wasteland. Let's assume it's gonna be.
Yep.
As Enrico picks up another card and is just looking to crash in here for
Yeah.
at least 3 more damage. Any way to make it 5? No, I'd be tempted to try and do that.
Yeah, if he had a green source with the Bloom Command would have finished it off.
So technically, you could like attack with both creatures and then crack the clue token from Tamio. And is there a way at instant speed to put something to the grave? Probably not.
Probably not.
No.
Happy to take him down to 2. Turn off the Ancient Tombs, leaving Lucas with 4 mana.
Oh, he's actually doing exactly that, right?
Mm.
Pretty sure he's doing that during attacks. I mean, maybe that's something you forgot about. Might as well.
Yeah, nice.
He's like, no, okay, taking it just down to 2.
I think he drew a Ponder. Just looking for Wasteland, I'm sure.
Do you like fight over the ponder?
I would, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, right.
Yeah, I think you'd force a negation this to not lose the 1 life because you know what? Enrico's just looking for a Wasteland. And if you Wasteland that Cloud Post, it probably takes out any outs that Lucas has anyway.
Or Wasteland, we assume it's gonna be named on the thing. I would guess, right?
Oh, good point. Good
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Yep, very true.
But maybe name something else. So let's
Yeah.
see. Picks it up, picks the card up, and probably gonna scoop them up here
I
unless
think so.
there's one way to do it. Oh, there's one ring. He's perfect card to draw here from the top. And Enrico with thumbs up. You got it. But now, as you mentioned, not a
Ouch.
lot of life to work with the one ring
Yeah.
here.
So very interesting. Oh, he finds a Glimmer Post. That's huge. Oh
This
my,
is scripted.
oh
Come
my
on, you can't
God.
like
no way.
people trust us. There's an actual tournament going on here. Like we are not faking this. We
That's
don't have like
insane.
proper script writers in the background here.
Wow. Wow, he's living. A very important interaction to point out is Ancient Tomb deals 2 damage to you. The 1 ring gives you protection from everything. So if you play 1 ring and get your trigger, then you can tap Ancient Tombs without taking any damage. Lucas didn't have anything to play off them here, so that's why he didn't use it, but he could have cast like a Khan or something with him.
Oh, that's quite the extra discount that you get on
Yeah,
all these stuff.
yeah.
The one ring, pretty good card, right?
Pretty good card.
Nothing
pretty
I
good
can't
card.
do at this point.
No.
Okay, so nothing going on Rico's side, of course. Making another clue token, very least.
Still not out of trouble at all, though.
So we're gonna lose 1 life down to 4.
Mhm.
And they're like, what's being named on that thing? It's like,
Use the bigger dice so we can see.
yeah, big boy dice, sure. That's a tough one. Orcish Bowmasters, and we are dress down. Oh, that's a cool
Wow.
one, right?
That was not on my radar.
Totally not. It's not like a one-off or something in the deck, I believe. Maybe additional copies. But yeah, so this way the dress down comes down before the Orcish Bowmasters hits the field, so there's gonna be not a Orc army, and of course, most importantly, there's not gonna be any kind of damage for drawing extra cards. But Enrico's cracking the clue here in respawn, trying to pick up a Forcifer, but doing some math, and it's like, yeah, you got it.
Yep.
Dress down, drawing an extra card for Futurism over here.
Mhm.
And then, of course, 2 cards. He's like, no, there are no
Has no
abilities in that
abilities.
one. It's just like a 1/1. Sure, it's like, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
He sure has no abilities, definitely.
You know, Lucas is really good at avoiding damage. Gotta
Yeah.
say it.
I was just like, there's no outs here in my head, but just tightly getting away with it. Still in trouble because Enrico can just attack next turn.
Basically needs another the 1 ring, right?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
maybe like how much mana does he have over there? That's
He
quite
now
a bit
has
now.
6 mana without using the Ancient Tombs, so he has access to 8 if he uses 1 Ancient Tomb.
Is that gonna be good enough? Is Ugin gonna do it maybe?
Ugin could take out the Netherglyph. I think he needs to find some like Kozit's commands or
The thing is, even if he uses one of the mentioned tombs, then he's gonna fall to 2 and die to his own 1 ring
yeah.
on the next turn.
Yeah, true.
That's gonna be a rough one. Oh, Eldrazi Confluence. We had it already on screen. Looks like we're just gonna take out all 3 creatures. Actually, we're not really taking out another guy, are we?
No, so what Lucas could have here is then a follow-up Kozit's command to exile something from the graveyard to shrink the Netherglyph.
Tricky.
Yeah. But as it stands, I
He's
don't
actually
think it's gonna
smiling. Do you see that smirk on his face as he
Yeah.
casts that card?
I think he's still in trouble, but
Very much so.
oh,
Is there something he can do in his own upkeep to like gain life to survive the ring?
the Nether Glyph is a 0-1 to the dress down.
Ooh, see, we would have
Course.
totally missed that.
Yeah.
Oh, even better. Even better. No abilities in that one, so it's just the 0-1
I
that
reckon
it
that's
is.
what the smile's from.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh my god. So now it's just like, does Lucas die from the One Ring or not?
Right, he's certainly
God.
bought himself another turn here, I want to say.
Absolutely. What a turn of events this has
No
been.
haste creatures on Rico's side of the
Insane.
board. Highest level magic here at Eternal Weekend, of course. I can't believe there's like almost 1,000 players here.
Yeah,
If
amazing.
you win this one, you truly are the champion of Legacy.
Yeah, 14 rounds, GP style, amazing. So I think you can probably rebuy the Nether Glyph here. That's what he's looking at. Sorcery, instant land creature.
Makes a lot of sense. Basically, a way to present lethal on the very next turn.
Yep.
What else do you want if you're on Rico? Like probably like sit on the Force of Will, I would guess.
I mean, ideally, you'd have a green sorcerer with the Bloom command to, drain, to drain 2.
That's a good way to do it.
But yep, Nether Glyph coming back. Still going to keep enough power, I think.
And there is the Wasteland.
Nice.
Probably not being used.
Oh, Murktide. Okay, that's definitely lethal.
Yeah, it's double lethal as we call it.
Here's where I think you can present 2 threats. So if you play the Murktide first, exile a bunch of things to make it an 8/8, then you can play the Nether Glyph and it grows it even further. Feels a bit unnecessary, but technically the correct play, so you want to do it.
Now we're getting out the Nether Glyph as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Lucas wants to do something, he either tries to win the game. Honestly, like the best way for Lucas is just to, I guess, run out another One Ring.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the mana from Lucas, like the highest mana producing land is a Cloud Post. So even if you waste landed that, Lucas would have had the basic island, 2 Glimmer Posts, and the plan next is to cast a One Ring. So Enrico probably spotted he couldn't actually take him off 4 mana, and he may not have like a daze in hand to punish that. So thinking, right, actually going to get 2 threats in play in case Lucas found 1 removal spell for 1 threat, for example.
And Lucas adds another counter to the One Ring, another burden counter, drawing extra 3 cards there, trying to find a way to stay alive. Picks up a planar Nexus. I think I saw.
Lots of stock ups.
Yeah, lots of stock
Stock
ups
up,
in there.
stocked up on stock ups.
Next level stocking up. I guess that's what you do after Black Friday.
He has that 3 stock ups in hand. He really obviously wanted a One Ring here. I think that was probably the only thing he can really find.
Is there any way to still stock up and then cast another ring?
If he casts stock up,
He might still have enough mana to do
yeah,
that.
he does, because the Cloud Post taps for 3. So he does. So he can find a One Ring off the stock up.
He's digging really deep on that one.
Yeah. Maybe this is a reason to wasteland rather than play a second threat. It's a very close decision, right?
If the Wasteland was available, right? I would guess.
I'm feeling by the pin needle. Apologies.
Yeah.
That pin needle just staring at me in the face.
Tricky one, tricky one.
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay, so now we're stocking up. Is there gonna be a One Ring in there to stay alive for yet another turn? Maybe like the only other way would be to gain some life, maybe on a Glimmer Post, but that's probably not gonna be enough in the face of the 2 creatures there.
Yeah, we see an Urza's Tower, Thunderstruck Trainer, another Cloud Post, a Eldrazi Confluence, I believe.
I think there's like, yeah, it looks like it. Could be a Kozilek's Command.
Yep.
Neither of them gonna be good enough.
So Command and Tower. So you can play the Towers, that's 3 mana. The Cloud Post and play taps for 4, and the Plan Nexus. So that is 8 mana. You could then, because it's Command for 6, making Scions and scrying 6 to find a ring as well.
At this point, we're like seeing half of our deck in search for the second ring.
Yeah.
Weren't there like 12 rings made or something? More Mortal Men doomed to die or something?
9 for the men, because there's 9 ring wraiths.
Ah, okay, okay.
3 for the elves.
But they were all
7
fooled
for
for.
the dwarves.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I see. I see. We got the Final Fantasy and Lord of the Rings covered at least
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Cool. So
Where is this ring?
digging in deeper, can we find the last one
I
ring
think
that
he's
we
missed
actually?
again.
He's missed again. He's
I
looked
think
at
he's
like
missed again.
20 cards almost.
Incredible.
And there's 4 copies of the. No, there's 3 copies, right?
3
in
and 1
Karn.
with the Karn.
So at some point you could have also just like found a Karn, so you had something like 7 or 6 outs at this point.
Wow. So he's scry to the bottom, and he's missed. Oh my god. If I was Enrico, I'd feel like, wow,
Totally dodged the bullet
almost got away
there.
with it. The ring comes down, gains 1, like draws 1, then he goes down to 1 life, but it's very close. God, I thought Lucas was just dead there for multiple turns, and then he saw so many cards there to find another ring.
Yeah, yeah. He probably was like feeling, oh, the odds are probably on his side to at least get another turn, given
Yeah.
how many cards he saw. But
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Okay, so pretty intense game here. We're moving on to the sideboarding now. What does Blue Cloud Post have in stock for us? I see a couple of different cards. Which one is there?
Wow,
gonna
Chrome
be-
Host Seed Shark, baby. I love that card.
You gotta explain that one to me.
So this is 2 and a blue for a 2/4 flyer. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you incubate X, where X is the spell's CMC. So incubate is you make an incubator token, which is like a token, and then you can pay 2 mana to flip it into a creature with power and toughness equal to the number of incubate. There's a lot of words to say thing. It's probably just for like mid-range decks. I love it. So I'll be bringing that in here. Whole creature, maybe more for like combo decks or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe for like one ring decks for mirrors.
Is this the kind of matchup where you want the dismember?
Yeah, I think so.
You do?
Yeah, I think
Yeah?
so. Yeah, take out an early Nether Glyph to preserve your life total so you can draw more cards with one ring, kill an early Tameo.
I always wonder, there's like no other better way to do it because, as you say, we want to preserve our life total by losing 4 life.
Yeah, but
Apparently, this not, right?
it will,
I
yeah.
mean, maybe that's one reason to play like a Demir version of the deck as we've seen before, where you
Yes.
get access to black spells.
Yeah, so people very often play for Baragoi from the sideboard, but
Oh, well, what's the best way to beat Baragov? You got your own Baragov.
yeah, yeah, they both trade with each
Fair
other.
enough, fair enough.
And
Okay.
Enrico's side, 3 Consign to Mirroring, fantastic. There's a lot of color spells like the Khans, the One Ring, so those are slam dunks. We see a Null Rod, probably bring that in for the One Ring, I'd assume. And then a Force Negation, I think you're going to bring the Force Negation in as well to counter things like the One Ring and Khan. It's really revolving around these big CMC spells from the Cloud Post deck. Baraglyphs, again, it's not really the matchup for, I think, so probably not. And I don't think you're bringing Punish Steed either.
So it sounds like the main deck is already like pretty well geared to fight this deck.
Yeah, I think so. You're probably looking to board out the Fatal Pushes. Yeah.
Yeah, the Fate Bush is not really
And the
doing
Cling to
all that
Dust.
much here.
Otherwise, you're happy with everything else, really. The Daze is like a weird one where, again, we talked about where you can like wasteland one land and they go from 12 to 3 mana. Sometimes in the early game, the Dazes can be really brutal. So Enrico is on the draw, but I still like keeping at least a couple of Dazes, I think.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Also, 3 Wastelands going to be in there and 2 copies of Little Blue Command. So that's a way to buy them back, right? And
Yeah,
use
absolutely.
them. Yeah, that's definitely a way to keep Lucas in check there.
Yep.
While you're deploying your own threats. By the way, as we move on to the next game here, Lucas actually made top 4 at the European Legacy Masters earlier this year.
Yep.
That one's been a series that's been established for quite a while now. So this is another way to test your skills.
He is such a master of the format. Every time he plays, he just catches everything. He does everything so perfectly. So it's a real treat to have him on.
By the way, you know his finishes at the last 2 Eternal weekends?
No.
Top 64, top 32.
So top 16 now?
He's probably looking to skip that one and go straight to the top 8, I would
Yes,
say.
I think so as well.
If you had to predict a couple of players to make the top 8 here at the main event, I think he would be one of the ones you would have chosen, right?
He really would, genuinely. Like, I know we had some big names on yesterday. We had Brian Koval and Andrea Mengucci. They probably would have been
Going
in the
up
conversation
against
as well.
each other.
Yeah. Lucas genuinely would be in my top. Him and Johan Larsson.
He was not. Is he here?
Yeah, he is here.
He's here, right? He's won the previous one. He made, I want to say, top 8 at the last Eternal weekend in North America.
Yep, he won the ELM as well.
Yeah, dude, he's just everything.
Yeah.
Do we get some killers here in
Yeah,
Legacy? It's
absolutely.
actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite happy that we are sitting here and not going up against these guys
Keep with them.
anymore. And, so we got a stock up here from. Oh no, it's not the stock up. It's the Chrome Shark.
We got a reader.
We probably want to put that one on screen. What's it called again?
Chrome Host Seed Shark.
Oh, it gets
the
days.
days.
Too bad. Too
Like
bad.
we were talking about, days either incredible or terrible.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no in between really against these post decks.
Yet in some way, when you think about it, Enrico hasn't deployed a threat yet, hasn't thought seized. Lucas is probably fine, right? I'm sitting here on 2 lands. Well, okay, getting Wasteland, that's not so great anymore.
No, really good start from Enrico here. Having all the answers.
But no threat, right? That's the big issue. Like all of your tempo means nothing as long as you can't convert it.
Absolutely. Ancient Tomb is a funny one where like it's so powerful in the other game and you're going to get a few activations out of it. But once your life total starts to dip down, you're like, yeah, I'm happy if you wasteland me. So I don't get tempted to use it.
Come at me. Okay, now we got the stock up we talked about earlier there.
Yep.
And Rico fetching again. Is that going to be another days?
Could be. Could be.
The thing is, yeah, fighting over your opponent's draw spells is good, but in the long run, only Lucas is going to benefit from that as he builds his mana base, like not necessarily uninterrupted. He lost that Ancient Tube over there.
Yep.
But in the grand scheme of things, like he's sitting there on 3 lands, looking to make a lot of mana going forward without being pressured in the slightest.
Yeah, no, I don't mind his position at all. He probably thought the same thing. He's like, right, if you keep dazing me, sure.
Yeah. And now Enrico restarting the game on 0 permanence.
Yep.
Already showed that, well, he must have picked up the Thoughtseize on this turn, basically.
Yes, yeah.
And he's probably looking into the Maws of Hell, I would guess.
At the same time, these days, it's by setting back, the mana curve of these decks is very low, so you can just operate off 1 or 2 lands in the early game. So it's not too punishing. And taking out the Chroma Sea Shark and then the stock up would really wants to find a couple more lands here. So we see Lucas is just on 3 mana, with a dress down Khan that costs 4. Closet's Command's not great if you're doing it for 1, really.
It's the
So-
more world's most awkward ramp spell, I guess.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, like, I would probably take the Khan here because Lucas could just draw, any mana source.
So if he doesn't take the kind, does that make you think he's got another days?
Could be.
I mean, that's the third days. Kind of
Or-
hard to read.
Another read is because Closet's Command is an instant, it can play around Force Negation, whereas Enrico could have Force Negation in hand to hit the Khan easier. But Lucas misses on mana then, so just has to pass back.
Picking up the tropical island there with another ponder. Probably trying to find another discard spell, I would think. Maybe
Yeah,
another Goif.
he would love another Glyph here, I think. That'd probably be even better than Tamio, just to get the clock going. But he'll take any threat here, I think. Wasteland as well would be incredible. Can't play it this turn to play the Trop, but it'd be exactly what he wants.
I think also Spider consigned to memory and Enrico Sand over there.
Yeah, makes sense. That card is incredible in the matchup.
Okay, and yeah, we're looking to ramp, and that one's getting consigned. No,
Yeah.
no extra mana for you, my friend.
I love this going after the first Closet Command with the Thoughtseas then. It makes a lot of sense to try and mana screw him. Wow.
And Lucas just passes back.
I
No
think
extra
we see
play.
Witherbloom Command to return the Wasteland as well. This is going to be brutal. Yeah, Lucas is going to have to force will this, I'm sure.
He's picking the modes on that right now, so you're gonna return your wasteland. What else are you gonna do with that?
Just drain 2 life, I think, is the best other option.
Is that really the only best option?
Yeah,
Okay.
the other ones are destroy a non-creature permanent with mana cost 2 or less, or a creature gets -3, -1, I believe.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna trust you on that now. Okay, we're gonna surveil another land into the graveyard, passing the turn without a creature still, and Lucas just passes back.
He just cannot find this 4th mana. He's got a Khan in hand that we know about. Oh, we see a Hull Breacher as well. This could get him.
Oh, that could get him really badly.
Kaito? Yeah, Kaito. The all-star of this weekend so far, really.
Interesting.
It's such a
choice of
performance
artwork.
card.
We haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah.
So Kaito is a way to basically draw cards without actually drawing cards. That's how it works.
Not quite. So it's the abilities are 0, you surveil 2, and then if your opponent lost life this turn, you can draw a card.
Okay, so Hybrid just coming in,
Hybrid
putting
coming
a lot of
down.
pressure on Kaito.
Funnily enough, Kaito drawing a card there would have been even worse for Enrico.
True. Okay. So we're adding another
the
Thundertrap
trainer.
trainer to the board.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, like Lucas is the
The
aggro
aggro
deck here. Yeah. We get the control deck on the planeswalkers trying to make
Yeah,
something
yeah.
work. But Lucas like, okay, if you can't make the big guys, you make the small guys, and maybe that's gonna be good enough. Isn't Thundertrap trainer an Otter as well?
It is an otter as
Is
well.
Legacy being dominated by Otter
It
space?
is. It is.
Is Otter low key the best creature type in Legacy right now?
Orc might have something to say about that.
Orc, Rurgoyfs.
Yeah. Goif's pretty
Go-
good as well.
Yeah,
Low
that's
Goifs.
a pretty good one.
Yeah. Cameo's a wizard as well.
Oh yeah, Wizards up there.
Yeah.
Otter Wizards as well. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. So Enrico untaps is gonna take up his Kaito,
Tick up, I believe, is you make an emblem where your ninjas get +1/+1,
including Kaito.
including Kaito indeed.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Kaito would be a 4/5. You know what? We need a sponsor to make some Kaito emblem
Yeah.
tokens as well.
Hit us up. Hit us up.
Yep.
4 mana here for Enrico. Anything fancy he wants to do with it? He's still raging his options. And it's gonna be a null run. Not too exciting,
Yeah.
honestly. Right?
Excited there, and no, I like the inclusion of the card in the deck because it shuts down all the 1 rings. You don't have to then counter them at all. So it's a good card to include, but just not looking very good here.
Yeah. In one way, it actually feels good to be like the one preemptively casting null rod. So even if the One Ring was to come down, they're not gonna draw a card from it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I do know that Enrico has a Shielded Edicts in hand, but doesn't really help here because you can sacrifice the Otter and then the Hull Breacher still gets to hit into the Kaito.
True.
Could also be an Orcish Bowmasters would be very good here.
Yeah.
To like block, ping the Hull Breacher, then block and kill it, keep Kaito alive.
Do you think Lucas is actually gonna play around the Orcish Bowmasters?
Now he doesn't, because I think you probably would have cast it in response to the stock up in case Lucas finds a Force of Will. So I would be reading that there isn't Orcish Bowmasters from Enrico.
Would you be willing to risk the High Breacher over your guess?
I think so here.
Yeah?
I would.
Okay, cool.
To take the Kaito off the board, it's worth it.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty big incentive there.
Yeah.
Okay.
This the Sink into Stupor. That's what we saw last game that we could work out. Maybe he's not risking it.
He's playing it safe, yeah.
Playing it safe.
Oh, there is a Bowmaster. Oh,
I would've been punished.
That's-
Lucas showing why he's 7-2 and I'm not.
That's next level. So we're gonna take out the Thunder Trap Trainer here, pinging it once, trading the Orc Army for it.
And now that means the Shoulders Eat will be able to take out the Hull Breacher and then Enrico with the board again.
Yeah, both players not really happy about the other one drawing cards.
Yes, yeah.
Common theme of Legacy. The Shield's Edict making short work of the Hull Breacher there.
Yeah.
And Kaito just crashing in, I would guess.
Yeah, and now Kaito can use the ability to surveil 2 and then draw a card. Now the Hull Breacher's off the board.
I feel like if Enrico gets to untap here on the next turn without Lucas doing anything of relevance, he feels really good about his chances
Absolutely.
in the game, right?
This game has been fantastically played by Enrico. He's like the early days as he realized, if I counter these the stock up, it takes you off the land, you can hit. I think going after one of the closest command with the forces when those two was a really key pivotal moment as well. Realizing that if you can keep Lucas off finding some mana with the closest commands, this is how he's going to get some tempo and back on the board.
By the way, as both players are trying to figure out what to do on that Kaito ability, we also have the biggest pre-modern event ever happening in the room right now.
Yes, 240 something players.
Something like that, right?
Incredible.
The format has been growing for years and years and years. We are both a big fan of the pre-modern event, of course. And yeah, that's only ever gonna get bigger.
Yeah.
Just like this Murktide region.
Yes.
Perfect segment.
Huge
Perfect
Murktide
segue.
coming down. This is just lethal next turn on its own. 8/8 Murktide region coming down. Lucas needs a ring, but can't even activate it now. This is
I remember a time where like these ramp decks would actually play like 3 copies of Moments Piece.
Yes.
Just to basically make their own unusable rings to get deeper and deeper into the turns.
God, Luke's in such a tough spot here. He only has, 4 mana right now? Bunch of cards in hand, but they're all costing 4 and more mana.
Is there a chance to get something like, I don't know, like a Karn into an Ensnaring Bridge that he probably might have in the sideboard?
I'm sure he does have one in the sideboard, but
He might actually have too many cards in it.
it's just so much mana. There is an Ensnaring Bridge in the sideboard, but he has 4 mana in play. I don't think there's any more mana in hand. So he needs to play a ring and hope to draw like Planet Nexus into like another ring to stay alive.
Yeah, Lucas had us in hand. Like, if he picks up the 3rd loss, he's surely not going to be live for the top 8 anymore.
Yeah.
And he runs out the 1 ring just to stay alive for a turn.
Yeah. You said that these post decks used to play 3 fogs. Well,
They used to, yeah.
They do play 3 fogs still, 3 rings.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes, just a very expensive fog.
Also slightly an upgrade.
So here Enrico just getting the Surveil 2 off the Kaito just to find something relevant for next turn, but I think he just needs to pass back here. Not much to do.
No attack triggers or anything on that to be used, like Temio. Yeah, just passing back.
Yeah.
To Lucas, and Lucas,
Does he find mana?
he's like kind of like a tight spot. He needs to find mana and a way to stay alive.
Yeah.
So he already needs one of those in hand. We already knew he didn't have a land last turn, so he picked that
Yeah.
Ancient Tomb up. But now he needs another ring, basically, which I think he doesn't have.
I don't think he does either. Even if he could go, he says he's got 6 mana in play right now, so he's 1 short of going Karn into a Snaring Bridge. But even if he did, he's got a bunch of cards in hand, so it would die to the Kaito and the Orcus Bowmasters, I think.
Yeah. He's reading Kaito.
Yeah.
Kaito doesn't really have like an ultimate ability, does it?
No. There's a 4/5 currently because of the emblem.
Glowing Onion Ninjas.
Yeah.
Orcish Bowmaster needs some ninja training. Maybe.
I
Make
guess
it grow.
one of the outs could have been to because it's command for 6 off the 6 mana, so for 4, scry 4, draw a card, and then find a ring off that. But here we go for Eldrazi's Confluence to like flicker the Murktide, I think.
Okay, and Eldrazi Confluence. Oh, you're saying flicker the Murktide? So technically we could take it out, but that's not gonna keep us alive really.
Yeah, so we'll probably go like +3, -3 on the Orcish Bowmaster to kill it. The Kaito currently has hexproof, so can't target that with anything. So he's probably just, giving away the 3rd mode is not going to be used, but he's going to flicker the Murktide so it doesn't kill him. Kill the Orcish Bowmasters and
So
take some damage from the Kaito.
What if you make a Scion token for the 3rd mode and use that to block Kaito maybe?
Oh, of course, yeah. It makes a sign. My apologies.
Yeah.
So many modes on these cards.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you pay a lot of mana for these.
Yeah, making sign makes total sense.
Gotta
And
give you
the
a good beat.
results. Yep. So no like consign to memory, no force negation from Enrico here.
I love how Lucas just always manages to barely hang in there.
Yeah, it's
Like
amazing.
first
isn't
game
it?
he was fighting tooth and nail, now we're in the same spot once again.
Yeah, just I'm a survivor.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Sure, some Destiny's Child in here. Making a token there. Yeah,
Yep.
as we predicted, there's a token. There's going to be a flickered Murktide, which of course comes back as a 3/3
Okay, so he
flyer.
doesn't kill the Bowmasters. He's figuring, well, I'm not drawing cards. The Scions are 1/1s. They could trade with the Bowmasters if it attacks. So he's thinking, right, I can just make some more mana next turn if the Bowmasters don't attack.
Also, he could just like take the Bowmaster attack, right, and use the Science of mana on his turn.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
might be one way to think about it.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
Okay.
Enrico's scratching his head like, how have I not crossed the line yet? I'm so close.
Yeah, he's pushing and pushing and pushing. And Lucas like, yeah, just one more moment. Just one more thing.
Yeah.
Doing his best Steve Jobs impression there.
Miss not the Wither Bloom command. Yeah, this is
Ooh.
very strong. So here he'll be able to return a wasteland and maybe either drain or kill a scion.
The thing is, if he was going to drain, maybe he was going to do that post combat. So
Mhm.
Lucas might block in a different way.
Looks like he has drained though. So he's gone for the 2 modes of mill 3 and then return a land, which will be a wasteland.
Oh, perfect.
There was one at the bottom of the graveyard as well, I believe.
Oh, convenience though.
Yeah,
Taking
yeah,
from the top.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool value.
Always
Shuffling
down
value.
for that.
Yep.
And
And then he gets to surveil with Kaito and draw a card because Lucas lost life because he drained with him this turn.
so synergistic.
Yeah.
This deck, yeah.
the
That's something.
synergy. So looking for maybe like if he finds a Bowmaster to shoot down one of the Scions. Something like that.
Dude, this is gonna be the mountain to climb for Lucas to actually come back into
Yeah.
this. He's trying so hard, yet like Enrico's also like hitting a lot of great cards
Mm-hmm.
that he of course put in this deck.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting in there for how much is that? Is that 5 damage?
Yes. Kaito will be a 4/5, so 4 damage.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, so like a Bowmasters would be lethal if he doesn't block the Kaito. I feel like he's kind of priced into jumping there at least, and then yeah, takes one off the Bowmasters because he knows he's going to get wastelanded, and he knows his out is probably another 1 ring. So he needs the 3 lands after the wasteland. The Ancient Tomb is going to be off.
Dude, if he has got another ring to just like barely stay alive again, I'm losing it.
Is there a Pith Needle in play that I can't see? Because he doesn't wasteland.
He doesn't waste. Does he want to keep up a force of negation?
That must be it, or consign to memory.
Consigned to memory, force of negation, pitch.
Yeah,
Princess-
it
yeah,
must
yeah,
be, it
okay.
must
Yeah.
be.
Oh, that's a lot for Lucas to read into, but at the same time, I mean, if he can't, if he doesn't have the means to respect it, then he can't respect it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's going to have to slam anything that makes him survive here if he has something that lets him survive, which I don't think so.
You see a Kozilek's command in there.
Yeah, the Ancient Tomb technically not off yet, so he could go Kozilek's command x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he can do x equals 4, scry 4, try and find a ring. Oh, he's got a trainer as well, so he could cast a ring off the trainer if he finds it.
Ring, of course, Thunder Up Train, of course, representing another jump block of a Kaito potentially.
Oh. He's trying to stock up as well. Look to 5 cards. Whoops.
Just not as good as it is.
Not quite.
Then again, next time there's also gonna be a 3/3 flyer again in the Murktide region, of
Yeah,
course. That's gonna be
yeah.
another problem. Okay.
I feel like there's no. If there is a ring here, that'd be a brutal fix. But
Oh,
don't-
that would be an oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday when players look at too many cards because of course right now in Legacy we look at 4 cards, we look at 5 cards, sometimes you look at 10 cards, sometimes you draw 7 cards.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And if you look at one too many, the most common fix that judges apply these days is to hand the cards that you looked at or drew over to your opponents.
Yep.
And they get to pick which ones are going to be put back.
Yeah.
And if Lucas had a ring in the top 3 cards
Oh,
and then was forced to get rid of that, that would be heartbreaking.
absolutely. But I think based on the body language, Lucas is like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter,
I'm
right?
dead.
Yeah, it's just thinking,
Yeah.
okay, don't
Yeah.
even bother. We're just going to go through emotions there.
Yep. So Enrico probably, if there's no ring, which would be the obvious choice, maybe he'd probably just get rid of a land. I feel like.
Wish we could see which ones he's looking at over there.
Yeah.
Lucas awaiting his fate.
Yeah.
This is what you talk about when we say fact or fiction, right? Were you playing when fact or fiction was still a card?
Not really. I played it a few times in Legacy, but it wasn't great.
I remember when people like did it in land style.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, like talking about pre-modern, still kind
Yeah.
of like a card pre-modern, I
It's
believe.
very good
Like it
pre-modern.
grows your psychotalk like crazy.
It does indeed. So, yeah, Lucas put the card back and then shuffled. So we don't know where the card is.
Oh, now he's
Oh
gonna
no,
put
it's
the back on top.
the top cards. Okay.
Now the judge is gonna pick the card
Yeah.
from. Okay, Lucas, I'm gonna pick a card from your deck, and that one's gonna go into your hand. No, that's not how we do it.
No, I think they're shuffling. And we'll then get to look at the top 4 cards for the Thunderstruck.
Also,
Trainer.
we're basically redoing it.
Oh no, I think the judge handed the. I don't quite follow. Oh, there's the 4
Oh,
cards.
it's easy.
Okay,
It's easy.
the
So
side.
they just took the extra card that Enrico removed and shuffled it into the deck.
Got it.
And
got
that's
it.
it.
Yeah,
The top
yeah.
3. So like Lucas is not getting another look at.
Yeah, I
the
was
top
about to
cards.
say if you got a second look to try and find a ring, that would not work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. So let's see what Enrico's gonna give. Well, we already saw what Enrico gave me. And Lucas is now looking at the top cards, trying to figure out what he's gonna pick up here.
I've got to believe there's no ring because he hasn't just slammed it.
Would have been totally that kind,
Yeah,
right? If
yeah.
there were like 2 rings in there, so Enrico was forced to give him a 1 ring.
The
Yeah.
thing is, it's just a bad fog as well.
Oh, dismember, not what you're looking for. Is there any way to make black mana?
With the planet Nexus, yes.
Oh, that one's got like the random filter ability
Yeah,
we sometimes
yeah.
tag on. We're like, we don't feel like the card is good enough. It's just like a tiny little bit more.
But yeah, see, Chromo Sea Shark going to 2 life. He technically has 3 creatures in play that block. Technically alive still.
Mm-hmm.
Technically alive.
By the way, we're getting some background info. Actually, this is apparently not the biggest pre-modern event in the world. We hit something like 250 players.
Yep.
The Spanish pre-modern community, they hit the madman. They almost hit like 300 players. They had like something 283 players for the menu. Didn't you play in that last year, right? You played in a really big pre-modern event last year in Spain. I saw you doing it, almost going to the finals.
Yeah, it was.
You went to the finals against
It was
Gucci.
the Impact Returns
Yeah.
pre-modern event. I don't think it wasn't 280.
Okay.
It was like 50 or something.
So this year they hit
Yeah.
283 players. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
a lot. So shout outs to those guys over there. Pre-modern, of course, very popular here over in Europe.
Massively. The Spanish scene is amazing. I always see like in the Facebook groups and stuff, they're always posting their tournaments. It looks probably the most alive out of the whole pre-modern scene, I think, in Spain.
Yeah, very much so. So
Yeah.
if you're looking to get into a deck, check out the pre-modern website. They got
Yeah.
amazing choices over there. So Lucas getting down the shark. Basically, it also happens to be a 2/4 creature, if I remember correctly, right? So
2/4
another
flying.
potential blocker. Flying, most
They can
importantly.
block the Murktide and not even die.
It's a perfect size to like buffer the Murktide.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, he just always finds a way with these like, let me call them chunky cards.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
just love myself a
Yeah.
little bit of like chant approach to the game.
Yeah, Enrico really needs to find like any removal spell, anything to take anything off the board here.
Honestly, and for Enrico, it's probably like quite frustrating looking at
Yeah.
all these random cards. Like I was told your deck was supposed to go like over the top and be really big and not play this like really good sealed approach to the game.
Yeah. So here, like the Thunderstruck Trainer can kill the Orcus Bowmasters, the Scion chumps the Kaito, and then next turn you've got a Chromos Seed Shark able to make some incubate tokens. But I think the mana is still going to be massively constricted.
Okay, so taking out the Orcish Bowmaster, losing your token on jump block, and then the dragon just runs into the shark as this happens in Legacy.
Enrico with 5 cards in hand though.
But he must have something to do here, right? He's
That
just
that
got another
counts as something to do.
Bowmasters. Yeah, very much so. Taking Lucas down to 1 life, making an Orc army.
1 life with 4 creatures in play.
Oh, dude, when he cracks that fetch land, I'm dying inside because I feel like there might be another Bowmaster.
Oh yeah, it could be. It could
Like
be.
when you do it like that, you didn't even show that you have another land. So like you would put Lucas in a position to think like, oh, he doesn't have anything, and then you
Yeah.
get the fetch. It's just like that must be it, right?
Oh, he's looking for a Bowmaster off this.
Oh, he's just
spell.
giving himself slightly better
Yes, but
chances.
this is a great play from Enrico. He needs to ping him first so that he can draw with the Kaito because no creatures got through.
And he
Yeah,
just
really,
passes
really good
over.
play from Enrico.
Okay, no Bowmasters yet.
But 1 life, facing down 4 lethal attackers, 2 blockers of your own, 3 mana available.
A Nylrod on your
That's-
potential ring, and he
Tap
doesn't
the
have
Ancient Tomb. I love to see that.
takes matters in his own hand. I like to do that in Magic
Oh.
Online, of course.
Enrico showing his hand at the end with Consign to Memory, Force of Will, and Force of Negation.
But yeah,
Still had all these.
still had all these.
You know what? So 2-1. Those games were razor thin, but it was like Enrico was ahead at the beginning and ahead in the middle, and then Lucas just clawed and fought to stay alive. It was amazing.
Okay.
But
So-
each time it was like fog, and then just staying alive, always battling from so far behind. So we were not surprised to see Enrico like finish the games, close them out, but like Lucas just fought like a champion there.
He did. He probably proved very much to all the audience out there why he's probably one of the dangerous, most scary legacy players out there that we got here in
Absolutely.
Europe.
Imagine what he does when he's winning.
Imagine what he does to you every time, right?
Yes.
So yeah, we got Lucas falling down to Accent 3, Enrico staying at Accent 2, potentially live for the top 8 here in round 10 of Eternal Weekend Legacy and the main event. We got the field down from 1,000 players to around 130, probably
Yep.
even fewer now live for top 8.
Absolutely.
But there's gonna be still 4 more rounds of Swiss going on. We got Andreas Petersen and Sam Dams jump into the action in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned to bring you round 11 coverage for the main event here. And yeah, Callum, you're going to be back for round 12, I believe.
Yep, we're going to go back out scouting, looking for some fun things. There's some really cool stuff out there. There's some new cards. We've seen the Wan Chun Tong, the owl, which I've been like trying to follow that player. Look at him. I think he might be on camera soon.
He
We'll
was
keep an eye out.
undefeated. Like we got
Yeah.
like a couple of players who were undefeated. And what's the owl god? You gotta help me. Baoshi. Tong?
Wan Tong, I think.
Wan Tong, yeah,
Yep.
that's the one. Was one of the undefeated decks. Maybe still undefeated.
Yeah.
We will see.
Yeah.
So everybody, let your friends know. Jump on Twitter, jump on X, Blue Sky, what have you. Let them know. Get your parents on board. Like they always wanted to know what Legacy was all about.
Absolutely.
So
Get them
best
to buy
place to
some
watch
Underground
that.
Seas.
yeah, okay. You might as well try that. I started. What was your first Dueland you ever owned?
I think it was Underground Sea.
Savannah Gamer on
Yeah,
the side.
yeah.
Okay, so everybody stay tuned and see you just in a couple of
See you
minutes.
soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Eternal Weekend Europe, the Legacy Champs in Lucca, Italy, hosted by Four Seasons and Booze. My name is still Sam, and I'm here with Andreas, and we're getting close to round number 11. How are you feeling, Andreas?
I'm feeling great. Round number 11 out of 14 Swiss rounds, with a top 8 at the tail end. What's not to like? Full day of Legacy here for everyone.
Exactly. Don't know about you, but I have been walking around the room, scanning some games here and there. What have you been doing?
Yeah, I also had the pleasure to walk a little bit between the top tables of the main event, spending my break wisely, checking up on a few friends, and I must say, tons of different strategies are doing well. I don't really see a pattern at the top tables. It looks like the decks we predicted are doing well, but no actual number that's pointing anywhere.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
To
What
me.
about yourself, Sam? What did you see anything cool out there when you were doing your scouting?
I did, because we've talked about this before. I like my control decks, and I have seen this hugely interesting list. I don't. The person seemed to be calling it 4-color otter control. I didn't see everything, but there
Okay.
was one card I saw that was interesting because it also had an otter on there, and I asked you what it was.
Yeah.
And you said, "Isn't that Storm Chaser's talent?" And I was
Yeah.
like, "Man, if there's so many new cards in these decks that it's I didn't even know where is the meta going after this.
Yeah.
I think that after this tournament we may see just a legacy players adapt all around the world. That would be
Right.
really cool, right?
Yeah, and I think that exact Storm Chaser's talent, if you mix that with Up the Beanstalk and This Town Ain't Big Enough, you start getting a pretty sweet engine going here with a bunch of prowess otters. So maybe we get to see that deck later.
I would love that. All right. Talking about games, I suggest we dive into the next one here for you. It's going to be interesting to see, like, around this point, round 11, we're starting to feel good if we were at a very good situation here. So we may be looking at, players getting nervous, stuff like that. I would be if I was 11-0 at this
Absolutely.
point. I would be nervous.
Absolutely. The excitement is only going upwards from here. And it looks like we're going to see a flavor of Demir Tempo, this time with Nethergoyf in the mix, but also the new Wan Shi Tong Librarian card.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, this is a very, very cool card from the, I believe, Avatar expansion.
Yes, indeed.
That is being slotted into this somewhat classic Dimir Tempo shell. We still see our Tamios, our Kaitos, and our Murktide Regent. To round out the thread base, we're looking at a generically good Disruption, Force of Will, Thoughtseize, Wasteland Days. Can't really go wrong with those cards. And then a little bit of Clock this time compared to previous versions with no Nethergoyf. So hopefully, while we are wastelanding our opponent, we're attacking in with a glorified Kerdate.
Wan Shi Tong was on the bingo card, so I am going to be keeping my attention on that. Let's see what we are up against. Blue Black Tempo, of course, with Wan Shi Tong, a card I was not expecting in an aggro deck, but I do like it.
Right, and this looks like Doomsday of the tempo variety. So when I say tempo, I'm referring to the fact that we have Tamio Inquisitive Student, we have Orcish Bowmasters, we have Murktide Regent, and still the very, very powerful Dark Ritual Doomsday finish off with Thassa's Oracle built in. And I hope we get to showcase some of the sideboard of that deck later because it's a beauty.
This is so difficult to play against, but because what are you aiming for? Do you want to stop the combo? Then they have an aggro plan, and do you want to stop the aggro plan?
Right.
It's scary.
Yep, the Doomsday deck is looking for its opponent to question whether removal spells or counter spells are good or bad, and when they get it wrong, they will pay dearly.
All right, and we shall see if this happens this game. So let's dive in. I imagine at this point, like, if you see a turn 1 Thoughtseize, I would not be surprised here. Doesn't really matter who's on the play here, right?
Totally. Thoughtseize, only a 2 of in this Doomsday deck, I will say. That deck oftentimes favors some different counter magic, but yeah, there's different flavors of Underground Sea, so we don't know if these players are working with perfect or imperfect information.
Starting off with Matt here, and a person here from the US. Always love it to see those at the top tables because that's really cool. Just playing Ponder and Wasteland from the Dimir Tempo deck here. Starting off with the basic, that's very smart. Once you've seen the Wasteland, you just try and play basics if you can.
Absolutely. Wasteland and Pondering doesn't tell us all that much about the respective decks to their opponents, but maybe there's going to be a clue here with a cracked Scalding Tarn.
Okay, fetching up here. Let's see what we are looking for. Is that an island? That's like, what island is that? Is that like you had like these lands where there was the text describing what they do? That was,
Yeah,
I thought it
I
was very
think that
funny.
is a little bit of a meme. It looks like a Judge promo of sorts.
Yeah, could be. Okay. What do I see in the Ponder? I saw a Thoughtseize in there. Are we interested in that? Possibly. We'll find out in a second. Passing of the turn back to the Doomsday player. I imagine for blue-black, you're not expecting Doomsday at this point, I would think.
Yes, I was about to say that we still don't know in either seat what we're up against based on the info getting shared in this game. Still waiting for a little bit of confirmation from both players. So for now, they will be resolving their ponders, their surveils, and basically hedging a little bit because maybe I'm up against Delver, maybe I'm up against a Doomsday deck, maybe I'm up against a Show and Tell deck.
Ooh, and this is interesting. So Brainstorm has resolved Cavern of Souls, I guess, naming Wizard and
Right.
then playing the Timio.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Thassa's Oracle is a Merfolk Wizard, so naming Wizard on this one makes a ton of sense. Tamio is not getting dazed, and if that's your only land, then, well, the decision makes even more sense.
Okay, cool. If I was in blue-black spots, I would now guess I was playing against Doomsday because of the Cavern of Souls.
Absolutely. The Count of Souls is the giveaway, and now let's see if Eyal has planned for this.
Okay, we are going to Fatal Push here. Very smart, playing around a potential Brainstorm next turn. You need to fire this one off as soon as you can.
Absolutely. This is exactly the window to get rid of Tamio. As we talked about previously, maybe it was yesterday, there's only good scenarios with Tamio for the person who casts it, except when it dies to a 1-for-1 removal spell, and then it's a wash, which in total makes the card really, really strong.
Yes, I agree with that. That was all end of turn, I think, or maybe it was during... No, it was during the main phase. Okay, cool. Let's draw a card here. I did see a Bowmaster in there, another basic land, so we can just pass the turn. Bowmasters is just something... It has flash, so we can play it whenever we want to.
Yeah, and at this point, Matt is relatively sure he's playing against the Mere Tempo, which will play 3 or 4 Arceus Bowmasters. So I'm not even sure we're going to see the Bowmasters. I think could be a little bit of a staring contest.
Yeah, makes sense. Nethergoyf here, getting some aggro beads going on. Let's see if Matt wants to respond.
Looks like
Ponder.
instant sorcery
Ooh,
land.
yeah, that's Bowmaster's time.
Yeah, that's exactly time for Orcish Bowmasters to punish the draw and ponder just a little bit here. I like the timing. It's too good to pass up a situation where you get to punish a cantrip. So yeah, nice timing here
I
from
think,
Matt.
Andreas, I just realized something. Isn't this the first time that we see a Bowmaster's actually hitting a cantrip? Is
So
that the first
are we
one?
counting vintage here, or are we just
Only
counting legacy?
Only legacy.
Only legacy.
I can't
I can
remember.
see it, but my memory is also not
I
that
could
great.
be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think it's just... I wanted to point this out because people have adopted to
Right.
Orcish Bowmasters.
Yep.
That is very clear.
Oh yeah, totally. But Orcish Bowmasters in a vacuum is absolutely bananas. But once you start actually adapting your play a tiny bit to it, then it's just good.
This is interesting too. Did you see the land drop by by EL here after playing the ponder? So he was walking into a daze. I don't know if it's because he didn't have a land drop in hand, or maybe he just wanted this to get dazed.
Right, both two good options. I frequently like to cast my cantrips into a daze trap when I'm trying to resolve something more important for later. And a cantrip is oftentimes the least important card. So two good options here. I can't confirm, just confirm that both are very viable.
Nice brainstorm here from Matt. Another reason why I think this is interesting is because it seems to me like L is trying to present that they are just blue-black tempo, and then baiting out the daze makes sense, but he just wants to protect Doomsday. So getting rid of the daze here might be more important.
So let's see. The Doomsday deck is on the right side of the table here. So
oh, sorry, my mistake.
No, you got it. You got it. But yeah, we're looking at two Demir decks here.
Doesn't make it easy, right?
the deck on the right has two different plans going for it. But because of the Cavern of Souls, the cat is kind of out of the bag.
All right, Thoughtseize, and now we have full information here. Let's see what happens. I imagine Emial is going to... We could fight over this. Do you want to fight over Thoughtseize?
Let's see. In general, I really don't. Also, if you cannot brainstorm a response, there's a Bowmaster. If you start, yeah, I think this is going to resolve, I must say.
Right, that is indeed happening. Force Kaito, the Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, and another Bowmasters. Pretty good hand, if you ask me.
So this is back to something I brought up when the first Bowmasters was cast, or actually slightly before that. Acting first on your Bowmaster is not exactly where you want to be. If the opponent can follow up with the Bowmasters, ping yours, and then have theirs in play, you know, that's not ideal, but the punter was too good to pass up at the time. So I don't fault Matt for getting into this situation. It's just when the opponent's running 3 or 4 Bowmasters, there's some kind of expiration date on your own Bowmaster play.
I like the respect here for Daze, not Fatal Pushing in response to this Thoughtseize, or do you think, yeah, maybe we should have fired it off?
I mean, I think this is just Daze respect. Straight up Daze respect saying, well, I think if I have ice in my veins, I can make days a non-factor by playing slower. So I'm gonna do that and then let my opponent rot with that card in hand.
Nice. Okay, so we do take the Bowmasters here with the Thoughtseize. Let's see if there is a follow-up here. I think that's double Brainstorm and Forcible in Matt's hand. So yeah, currently no flashy things happening for the Doomsday deck, but we don't have to do that. We are Tempo Doomsday after all.
Absolutely, and I think we just put back a copy of Doomsday with Brainstorm. The thing is, we are one black mana off from casting it, so Matt is now trying to go into the gear of the tempo gear of his deck, and if that is the case, the advantage bar should be heavily in the Dimir tempo deck's favor because, well, they're a tempo deck to begin with.
Yeah, of course. I think that makes sense. Let's see what we are finding here. Yep, Surveil Land. We've seen that a couple of times. If you're in the all seat, what's now the best draw?
The best draw right now is simply just something to keep the opponent's deck honest, essentially. I mean, a copy of Bowmaster would be amazing because now you cancel out your opponent's Bowmaster, you can start attacking with your Nethergoyf, and then we can try and reduce the opponent's life total. So that would be awesome. Note that all cantrips are not exciting draws until we clear the Bowmasters on the other side.
No, I was about to say One Sheet Song, but that's not true. We don't want to draw cards at this spot. Now, we do have the Fatal Push in hand, of course.
Right.
So not impossible. Kaito, we do not want that. Thinking about it, though, for a while. Draw a card. Didn't quite catch that. We will find out soon. Maybe it was land. Possible. So when are we firing off this Fatal Push? We need to find the correct slot for it.
Yeah, I think in this spot you want to get in for damage here. You want to Thoughtseize, and then you want to Fatal Push when you learn about the opponent's hand.
Okay, it was a Murktide drawn. Let's see what Matt does here. Just lets it happen. Cool. Okay.
I believe this is 5 damage, with Planeswalker entering the graveyard alongside instant sorcery, creature, and land.
6, 7.
Well,
Maybe other Thoughtseize. They probably forgot. Yeah. Okay. Thoughtseize are 5 damage. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize here for ER. Let's see what Matt is working with.
I believe it's Brainstorm, Force, and Daze. Not a perfect hand here.
No, I guess we brainstorm in response to hide away some cards, possibly.
Yeah, what would we be interested in hiding? I actually think this plays twofold. You're not looking to hide something, but you're hoping that Eyal just drew an Orcish Bowmasters because that is a very juicy response, which then turns on your days.
Hey, I really like it. That's really, really smart.
So it's not necessarily because you would want to protect your hand. It's because you want to lay a bear trap in the woods here.
Like, that's something that we love to do as Legacy players. We like putting out traps for our opponents. And with all these creatures having flash, that's something that we can very, very easily do. Brainstorm it is. Let's see what Eol decides to do.
So the thing is, it's also tempting for Eyal to go, well, response, I'll Fatal Push your Bowmasters, and now all of a sudden that could have gotten forced. So it just invites some favorable timings for Matt to respond here. It's not necessarily because he's looking for anything or wants to hide anything in particular.
All right, you can see them keeping the Street Wraith, and then we have, I think, Daze and Force, keeping the other two on top. I think it's a Ponder and a Murktide.
Right. So let's see. Let's see what, because this is a little bit of a weird one. Do we actually want to rely on Force of Will when we're getting our hand picked apart?
Ooh, Matt has hidden away that Force of Will. What are you taking here from Eol's side?
So in this hand, Street Wraith is a random cycle. I'm not too worried about that. Daze is a card I have decided to play around a long time ago. So I'm actually going to go with Ponder here, which also makes sure that the Ponder's Shuffle is not on the table, so the opponent is prized into drawing the next two.
Okay, looks like we had decided to go for the Daze, so that signals to me that maybe we just want to resolve the
Right.
threat here.
With the freshly drawn Murktide. That makes sense. I didn't have that on my radar. So, yeah, not ideal to Thoughtseize the Daze here, but it's actually a very good window.
Nice response. I love this because we did see a Force of Will on top. That has hidden that one away, if I'm correct. So we could
maybe he put its second card down, planning to shuffle the Ponder.
Sure.
Because, yeah, this was very hard to predict. I think if you had X-ray goggles, you hide the Force on top of the deck. But actually, like Matt's play here of saying, well, this Ponder's going to shuffle away a Force. I'm not going to rely on it anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense. I think that's, let's see, 2 instants or maybe 1 instant, 1 sorcery, if I'm correct. We'll get that
Yeah,
sorted out
there's a
in a
little
second.
bit of conflict here between Murktide
Three.
region size, Nethergoyf in play, and then also the possibility that my opponent could be running Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of,
Perfect timing here.
so
It's almost like these guys are listening to us.
we have the script right in front of us.
Indeed.
No, so the situation I was getting to here is that this Murktide will then trump Eyal's Murktide, so that's why we had to think about the sizing.
And you can see fighting with this force, and then you see another force by Matt.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I'm in the all side, is there a world where we are considering? I mean, did see Cavern of Souls, but apart from that, I'm not seeing anything that points me towards a Doomsday. Or did we see the Street Wraith?
We did see the Street Wraith.
Okay.
And it's simply with a couple of brainstorms being resolved. That is very similar to what the Reanimator deck used to do, where I don't think this is an Entomb deck. I think I'll win with just my Tameo and Murktides and Forces and Thoughtseizes. So you can brainstorm those away frequently. So yeah, the Caravan of Souls was already the confirmation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, makes sense to me. Let's see what's happening now. Now, of course, currently, Matt is winning this Murktide war. So we shall see if it is enough. If you're in Matt's seat, do you want to attack with the Murktide if you can?
Yeah, this looks like pretty quick clock, and unless if my Murktide is not dealt with, my opponent simply does not have the answer for it. So now we could be looking at a game where Tameo needs to be on chump blocking duty. That would be a reasonable draw for Eyal. But this is getting tight because I don't think we're running that many Brazen Borrowers, and both Kaitos are gone.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a stare down contest. Now, currently, try and give me an estimation of who's ahead here, because I'm having difficulty sorting that out.
Yeah, I think Matt is in the driver's seat here with the biggest Murktide. This attack is a little bit scary. Let's see what that means. Did we draw Dismember?
Fatal Push. So we wanted that one gone, but we could have used the Fatal Push regardless, right?
Yes, there is a chance that this was a Dismember bluff, and you tried to get in damage, and
that's
you're
cool.
so far behind that you were trying to get in damage here.
Yeah, you're thinking maybe if I don't Wind Raise, I can try and bluff, and then aiming that they will not block.
Yeah, this is a tough one, but sometimes you're in spots where, well, how can I possibly curate a situation that makes sense?
There we go. Bring it back. Maybe that's
Oh my God, we missed this
increasing
one. We missed this one,
the
Sam.
escape. That's cool. That's
We
cool.
missed the
I
fact that
dig it.
Nethergoyf is now growing Murktide to a lethal size. It was all a trap.
I mean, that's perfect. Eol.
That
Perfect job.
that
Perfect
was
job.
perfect. That's
So-
why
and-
he's undefeated at a
yeah,
tough week in
and
Europe.
that's why we are sitting here and he is playing.
And Grandpa is talking into the
Yeah,
microphone here.
Indeed.
Wow,
I
that
love
was
this.
sweet.
I love this.
The trap attack here, and a cool note here is you can escape as many cards as you want. Imagine you had this big of a graveyard. You can escape all of them. You don't. It's just at least 4 different creature types. Wait a minute.
Really cool here. Not attacking because let's see.
If those life totals are correct, that Murktide was
It was lethal, so maybe the life totals are not correct. That's a possibility. Okay, wasteland here.
Okay.
Now, if we looks like we are thinking about attacking this turn, so that's an interesting choice.
I
Because
mean,
there must be a reason. Eyal is he played it so wonderfully with the Nethergoyf. There must be something that we are not seeing, or Eyal is
Yeah,
playing around something.
if 9 is the life total and that dice is correct on the Murktide, yeah, I'm not too sure here.
Double force doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Indeed, that's a scoop. Wow, Eyal, man, you got everyone here. You got us. You caught us by surprise. So I dig that. That's really cool. I suggest we go into sideboarding and see if we get some more of these dukes. We can see that we are heading at the really near to the end of the tournament because we are seeing these players performing the best that they can.
Absolutely. So now Demir tempo, and we have to build a reasonable game plan against a Doomsday hybrid deck. So I would expect my opponent to sideboard in a lot of creatures and lean less on the Doomsday package. You could have a card like Flusterstorm that's going to be reasonable regardless, whether you counter a Brainstorm, a Force, a Thoughtseize, a removal spell. That card is reasonable, even Doomsday, right? Then you want your Sheldred's Edict, and I also think you want your forced negations to hedge a little bit, but this is where things get a little bit iffy. Do you think the opponent's going to lean on creatures, or do you think they're going to lean on combo? So this is a kind of a guessing game. That's why the Doomsday deck has risen a little bit in popularity wise. So somebody's trying to be a step ahead of the other player here, and yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how that works out.
Being a step ahead is what we saw last game, right? So let's see if they can do it again. Let's go to the other deck list and see what we will be doing. If you're playing the aggro Doomsday hybrid, what are you looking at?
Yeah, now I want my sideboard to really do me favors here. I want my Fatal Pushers, I want my Void Walkers, I want Long Goodbye, I want Brazen Burrower, I want Baragoyf, and then I want to get rid of most of my Doomsday cards. You could also choose to simply get rid of Force Will and Daze and say, well, I have a deck with both Doomsday and Baragoyf in it, and I'm not shy to show it. So that would be pretty cool to see. Either you trim your combo or you trim your counter spells. Two good options to have.
Yeah, that's cool. You said you wanted 10 cards right there, so we will see how much room we have to take out. And I mean, I get it, but it is like it's also still a bit of a combo deck, so that's always the most important thing. Like, what are we taking out? That's not easy at all.
No.
Let's dive into the game and see what Matt here has decided to do with his deck. And I'm curious to see how he will perform. Maybe, and again, like typical play here is turn one Thoughtseize, so I'm curious. Okay. Now, of course, being on the play, very important. Looks like currently this is the no dice yet. So
Yeah, let's see if we can learn about. So I already see a Daze, so I can rule out taking out all your counter spells. So Matt's strategy here is going to be exciting for me and hopefully everybody else to figure out. It's always a balance, and if you think your opponent is going to respect the combo, you want your creatures. If you think they're going to be stacked with removal spells to the brim, you simply want to, Dark Ritual Doomsday. So yeah, tough call.
Man plays a land, passes the turn. EL ponders here, and then there was a Bowmasters in there, so we shall see if we want to keep that. No shuffle.
Bowmaster is a great card, great example of a card that's good against both strategies. It's good against the fair plan, it's good against the Doomsday part. So that's a good one for y'all.
Doomsday playing it slow, playing an island, passing of the turn. Let's see what the Earl has. Again, we see this a couple of times where game number one goes a bit faster, game number two slows down. That's a recurring pattern throughout the day.
Yeah, great point. Legacy decks sideboard are built to account for each other, and game ones are built to, execute your own game plan. So yeah, typically, you'll see a lot more grindy games post sideboard. And here's the first test here. The Bowmaster test. You pondered, the opponent did not respond with Bowmasters. Does that mean the coast is clear, or does that mean that they really respect Daze? And this is where Legacy gets so complicated. You have to be at the tables, reading the body language and knowing the dynamic of the game to answer that question properly.
Speak about the devil. Matt did find a Bowmasters with that ponder, and we see a brainstorm.
Yeah,
I mean, are you thinking what I'm thinking, Andreas?
I'm thinking Matt's smile there is kind of and he's also going to let it go. Both players have Bowmasters.
This is so cool.
Daze is a magic card.
Yeah, I think both players at this point know of each other that they have Bowmasters. That's how it feels to me. I'm just trying to figure this out of the body language, but I do think this is very funny.
Yeah, there it is, and this is where it becomes very vintage-esque in these lures mirrors, where
Indeed.
you have Bowmasters, I have Bowmasters. I'm not really interested in going first, so I hope you are. So we're trying to lay these small traps of, hey, do you want to pounce on this ponder? Hey, do you want to pounce on this brainstorm? So it's just a lot of crucial timing here, based on simply just the
and I love this. Is just, again, we have Wasteland. We do not use it. This is just, again, if we want to play our own Bowmasters, we are going to be respecting the days from the opponent. This is really cool.
Daze is the colorless land that helps pay for spells or days. So the word I was looking for before was the context. These players, if you're not a Legacy lover, if you've not lived and breathed Legacy for years and years, you'd be thinking, okay, why are people not playing their cards?
Let's go, Andreas. Which Bowmasters will survive here? Bowmasters number one.
So for me, my first thought is I think Eyal has a second one coming, and he knows about the average Doomsday Temple list only runs a couple, so he knows he'll be fine if he has a second one. So that'll be my best guess right now, that the reason to play out the first one is that there's a second one.
Okay, cool. So Bowmasters number one will resolve. Yep. Second one will resolve as well. And this is funny because exactly right. These players definitely knew that this was coming, and now we may see Eyal playing another Bowmasters of his own. Just them setting it up perfectly for each other, and the small smile when Matt when he had the Bowmaster there. We go.
Yeah, and this is exactly what. When you play a deck with Kaito, you can make an attack like this and prompt a block. Imagine Kaito is not a magic card, never invented. Then you just take the damage here. And now the Bowmaster is actually gonna semi blowout Matt here if it resolves.
What
Kill-
if Matt has another Bowmasters?
Then what's going to happen is you're going to want to respond to Eyal's trigger here to play your own to kill the other Bowmaster, then grow your creature into a 2/2 before that 1 damage ping from Bowmaster resolves.
And you can see Eyal tapping the Bowmaster here. Probably just asking, is this in response to the trigger of the Bowmasters?
Right.
That would be my guess.
So let's see if this is a Bowmasters or it's just a brainstorm in response.
We'll find out. Yeah, I think it's going to be... The way he put his hand is just... No. Yeah, it's going to be a Bowmasters. No. Okay.
So petty
Ooh.
theft on that token and then getting dazed. So everything we saw in the crystal ball here came true, right? Playing defensively against daze, I will just mention, if you play defensively against daze on turn 2 and turn 3, but then end up getting dazed on turn 4, usually there's a little bit of that planning that that you know is up for review, because either you play around daze early and you keep doing it right, or you simply just jam into it.
I loved how we had like 3-4 turns from both players just passing the turn, and
Yes.
there was so much going on, but it wasn't apparent on the battlefield.
Yep, absolutely. There was a lot going on. Even just Eyal's willingness to play out the first Bowmasters, that was essentially saying, "Hey, buddy, I have a second one," because otherwise you would be holding it and try and go second with the Bowmasters.
Yeah,
So
for sure. Now Eyal did came out on top with the Bowmasters. How do you think about this situation? You won the Bowmasters war, so what do we do now?
you won the Bowmasters War, and now we still have yet to learn if there's Doomsday, Baragoyf, or both in your opponent's deck. So let's see if this turn can educate us on that one. I think we're gonna see the cavern naming Goyf here, but let's see if I'm right about that
would
one.
be cool, because Matt, okay, we do use the Cavern of Souls, so my guess would indeed be that we are naming Goyf.
Lurgoyf, I guess.
Yeah. I see a Daze in hand, and I see a Murktide in hand for Matt as well. Let's see what the response is for Eyal.
So now, if either Eyal is very worried right now, or it's a sigh of relief, it's essentially, do you have removal spell or not? So if you anticipated this plan, you're all for it. If you did not, and you're sitting there with Consign the Memory, Force and Negation, you're in trouble.
Makes sense to me. Okay. I don't know if that was a response or we're just doing this at the end step. We'll find out soon.
Look at the copy of Flusterstorm in Eyal's hand. Not doing him any favors right now, but easily could if he finds a removal spell.
Okay, we get rid of Brainstorm. Okay, so I guess we're happy with our hand.
Yeah.
Or playing around another Bowmasters.
If we're, yeah, so there could be two reasons. Either we're super happy about our hand, or we simply are not interested in spending mana to get to new stuff. We need mana. We're bottlenecked a little bit on mana here. So it could be two things.
Makes sense. What's that one?
That's a Baragoyf.
Okay. Is that an alternative art? I do not know.
It looks like the artist has had their
they
greasy
had
fingers
their
on
fun,
it.
yeah. Okay. I was like, I've never seen that. It almost, I think it's a Spider-Man. They made like a Spider-Man.
It does look a little bit like Venom or
Venom,
something.
yeah. I dig it.
I'm the expert.
You didn't give
over
me
here.
Baragoyf and Spider-Man. I'll fix that myself. I dig it. Okay, another Baragoyf. So we had the Bowmasters War. Now we have a Baragoyf War. Let's see who comes out on top of that one. It's Mio. Okay. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, and it's kind of direct to the drawing board here. So let's see what a Eyal can do. Trading off Baragoyfs voluntarily, but now facing a second.
So for an Eyal seat here, what do you want to do here?
You want to go back in time, have more removal spells.
Easy, easy. What's the name? Time Twister? If only
Yeah.
that were legal.
Yeah, right now this can get a little bit tricky because Baragoyf is known for taking over games.
Ooh, I do see a Kaito.
There's a Kaito. Kaito is
A double Kaito.
incredible right now because it stuns the Baragoyf and then keeps going. When people pay 4 mana here, I always go, oh, Kaito, the mind sculptor.
Yeah, indeed. But we do get a Daze. I think Eyal knew about potentially this getting Daze, but he did not care since he had a second one.
Yeah, great point about it was a somewhat forced play. I want to highlight, we respect daze on turn 2 of the game and then end up turn 5 getting dazed. It's general not ideal timing.
There was also a Bowmaster's hand for Eyal, so that was another option. So they deliberately chose to play this Kaito, so they are definitely up to something.
Yeah, and with this double attack, there's no blocker.
Oh, did you see that? What Matt took? it was a quick glance at the sideboard, and of course the opponent didn't see it, but there was a Doomsday in there. So we did trim some number of Doomsdays. So we are choosing to go more aggro.
Right. So in theory, you can board out your whole combo here and just keep the serviceable cards like, Street Wraith always cycles. That's fine. And just trim all that stuff. Dark Ritual's still good to power out Baragoyf. So yeah, this could be the full juke from the Tempo Doomsday deck.
I dig it. Okay, so the hand not terribly exciting, Dark Ritual, not what you're looking for, but we do have this one, of course, Murktide Regions. I think so.
Oh boy.
Daze, Ponder, so that's 2 counters. Is that a... Okay, just getting some creatures here, because it's a creature at this point, right? Does it count as an instance?
Which card are you asking about? Petty Theft?
Brazen Borrower, yeah.
Brazen Borrower is unfortunately never an instant outside of the stack. Otherwise, you could merchant scroll forward in Vintage, which I was actually interested in when I first saw that card spoiled. But yeah, that is a creature right now.
Okay, just so we're clear. So this is just and we will put the Bonder back. So we only are looking for one extra counter here. Yes, indeed.
So that's a little bit of hedging going on here, saying if you have a Brazen Borrower for petty thefting, I want to be able to rebuild with a 4/4. So just a little bit of hedging here against things going wrong.
I like it. Wasteland here. Okay.
That smells Fatal Push to me, getting Revolt, I must say.
We'll see about that. We want to get rid of this Tameo as soon as possible, I guess.
The thing is, right now Tameo is actually somewhat kept in check by Bowmaster. So yeah, I must say,
explain this to me.
Yeah, we want to get rid of the Baragoyf here because Orcish Bowmasters does a decent job making sure clues don't take over the game per se. And the Baragoyf is simply just too strong.
The Bowmaster here. We've already seen a Daze, so makes sense trying to go for it here. Only 1 card in hand for Matt. So what's the odds that it's in a Daze? Statistically, this is okay to try.
Right. We cannot sit around and do nothing. So I really like slamming that Bowmasters.
And like you said, this makes drawing a card with a clue token a bit awkward because we have double Bowmasters, so that can be scary.
Super awkward. So now it's essentially Murktide and Tameo trying to get the job done here. Second clue is added here. I was a little bit confused about that to begin with, but yeah, that's the clue count.
Okay, cool. So swing in for 4, getting another clue, passing of the turn, playing a land here by Eeyore. Let's see what the follow-up is.
You talked about a second Kaito. That's still in the hand?
I think so. I did not see a brainstorm or anything like that, so I guess it's going to be in the hand. We may see it here. Getting the ninjutsu here. I think it costs 2 or 3.
Yeah, 3 mana to ninjutsu Kaito. Also, that is going to be uncounterable.
There we go.
This is actually a strategical decision. Do you want to get rid of a Bowmaster so you can replay it? Or do you want to get rid of a token you're never getting back? So it looks like Eyal is prioritizing having double Bowmasters on the battlefield.
Okay, tapping down that Murktide region. That will not untap for 2 turns, so we shall see if that is enough. Now, it's going to get scary for Matt because now we only have the Tameo, and if we use it, we take more damage. So, yeah, what are we looking at?
Absolutely. The way to get out of this game is probably draw more Murktides and Baragoyfs.
Easy?
That is easy, yeah. The thing is, a lot of our, avenues to get to that is via cantrips and clues, and that's gonna really hurt if we start doing that. So, yeah, this is looking tough for the Doomsday side of things. It's a general thing about the deck that if your opponent is ready for your, your pivot, you're generally in a bad spot. You need to catch your opponent off guard. If the opponent Fatal pushes your Baragoyf, then the game is not going well.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. We want to draw more cards, but if we do, we get punished for it. So, yeah, it's a bit of a... Maybe we can see Matt, like, waiting for 1 or 2 turns and then realizing, yeah, I'm going to have to do this, even though I really don't want to. That's a possibility.
The thing is, the Kaito is just such a good snowball. It's not just get in for damage, draw a card. The Surveil 2 is just... You get an action card with Kaito so reliably, so you can't even bank on the opponent just finding some, lands. It's a snowball card.
Okay, so let's see what's happening here. I think we have a Surveil trigger. Maybe we are, or did we already resolve that? Didn't quite catch that here. We'll find out soon. And you can see you're looking at the graveyard. Are we interested in playing something from the graveyard with 1 black or 1 blue?
I don't think there should be a murderous cut in this list. I'm not sure what that should be.
Okay, Surveil trigger. There we go. Brainstorm. Yeah.
Yeah. Take 6 to the dome.
Yeah. We don't want that at this point. Okay, we will draw.
So now we have 2 Bowmaster triggers.
That was a Wasteland, I think.
They will probably go to the life total. So what you can do now is put 1 onto Tamio and 1 to the life total. Now you're essentially saying, well, if you want to crack 1 more clue, your Tamio is out of here.
Nice. I like that. I like that split. That's very smart. Very heads up. Matt doesn't look like he. No, they drew Fatal Push, so it was not a wasteland. Okay, so we've gotten rid of one of those to start. Taking back. Oh, Fluster
Ooh,
Storm.
that's the card. We're flustering the Fatal Push. Yeah,
pretty
great
good.
play. I mean, you want to fight over Fluster in that spot because keeping double Bowmasters in play shuts off so many avenues of the comeback, the clue tokens, the brainstorms, the ponder. So I love to do that. You bring it in to, in a perfect world, counter Doomsday, but this game is not about Doomsday.
Makes sense. So Murktide is not untapping. We do remove a stun counter. Matt will draw a card here, and we see it the same thing. So we shoot 1 to the Tamio, 1 to Matt, and then see where we proceed from there. We will attack and get a clue. Yeah, so currently, even though we are under pressure of these double Bowmasters, Matt is holding on.
Matt is holding on, but look at this turn. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in. This is going to be 4, 8, 9 damage. So we can do some math here, and even if we want to, we can plus the Kaito here. What I like about plussing the Kaito is not only do we deal 1 more damage with the emblem, we also are putting more loyalty into the tank, so we can tap down 1 more creature on the next turn without Kaito dying.
Okay, so let's see. We do decide to just attack with
Yeah,
everything here.
No plus on the Kaito, so I think that's going to be a 0 on the second main phase.
Okay, let's see what Matt wants to do. We know, of course, that if I remember correctly, it's Dark Ritual and then just Force Days. So not much you can do, but always pretend like you have something. You don't want to,
Oh, yeah.
you don't want to just say yeah, sure, whatever, too quickly because you don't want your opponents trying to get a read on you.
Information, body language, and while playing at a proper speed, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to find a good mix.
Especially, but I mean, you're Matt, so you're behind, so it wouldn't make any sense to not try and
Right.
just to win this one, because if you do win, you do need to win game 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that is also a dynamic here that if Matt does nothing, then all of a sudden Eyal can start, crossing out the list of, oh, well, I guess they don't have this, that, and that card. So you can kind of narrow down the opponent's hand a little bit here.
All right, damage is done. So let's see what the follow-up is here. And we deal exactly 9, so difficult for Matt to come back from this.
Very difficult. I will say with the Kaito, if the Kaito zeros here, then we cannot tap next turn without killing it off.
I think in response here, so looks like EL was going to use the Tamio, sorry, the Kaito, and then Matt says in response, I'm going to crack clue here.
Right.
Takes 2, and then that will happen. The ability. Okay. Thoughtseize. That's good. That's really powerful.
Thoughtseize very good. Met by Force Pitch, which means, well, you have an action card in hand, buddy. So let's see
Yeah,
what
we
it
didn't
is.
see which one it was. So it was a Murktide Regions. But is that enough to stabilize, do you think?
Let's see. Murktide Regent, exiling looks to be 4 cards or 5. What's the card underneath the ponder?
We have, let's see, in the
Is
graveyard,
that a Fatal Push?
Force, Push, Brainstorm, Ponder in there, I believe.
Right. And then there's it's a Baragorf down there. So currently the Murktide will enter as a 7/7, and it will grow the existing Murktide a lot.
Just slamming them down both. I love it.
Yeah, me too. So let's see. 7/7 Murktide, growing the other Murktide all the way up to a 9/9. I'm sorry, an 8/8.
Then also playing the Baragorf. Like, is Eol's hand empty, or did they have cards remaining?
Ooh, this looks like mistriggers on the existing Murktide. I'm sorry here. I didn't hear your question, Sam. I was just too focused on growing the existing Murktide being so crucial.
Indeed, because we still had the stun count, and I imagine that's why, since it's tapped, we're just forgetting that it existed. That's probably what happened here.
Yeah. Or maybe Matt played a lot of Vintage during the weekend and thought it was phased out from a Talent Gates.
Okay. My question was if Eol at that point still had a card remaining in hand. I don't think so, because it looks like we drew 1 here.
Yeah. To me, it looked like Matt was aware he was playing against a player with 0 cards in hand, like just slamming the
Yeah,
creatures.
exactly. Or I was like, yeah, if you have a daze and, and you have it here, I'm just going to concede.
Well,
Probably one of those two.
yeah, so if there's a card in hand, we Murktide first, and then uncounterable Baragorth
Mm-hmm.
via the cavern afterwards.
Exactly. Maybe they just, if you say about it, then you can just speed up a little bit. So
Right.
regardless, it doesn't really matter because they resolved. And now I can see them thinking, because look at this board state. It is going to be a thing of, okay, which creatures do I want attacking? What do I expect my opponent to do? Then how am I going to respond? So combat math is a real thing here.
It sure is, and this got very complicated because Matt drew the 2 perfect cards in a row here, which is the reason we're still playing this match. So thank you, Matt. Nice job.
Yeah, for sure. More magic.
Yeah, more magic for us after the Murktide plus Baragorth 1-2 punch. Off of the, let's just be honest, very desperate sacrificings of the clues into double bowmasters.
Yeah,
You
for
don't
sure.
very rarely survive that and get to tell the tale.
Andreas, can I put you to the test?
Go for it.
How are we attacking here?
Yeah, so that's a good one. So let's see. We first we're gonna try and stun our Kaito. Unfortunately, that is gonna mean that the Kaito is gonna be tapped. So let's see. Getting rid of that one. This smells of a removal spell onto the Murktide and the game is over.
I think I saw Shieldred's Edict
Okay.
as the removal spell.
That doesn't do a whole lot. Now we are gonna see a very, very cool play here. Now we're gonna see Nethergarth being brought back, and you can exile as many different cards as you want here, and that will grow the Murktide. And then the Murktide is gonna be a must block. So that's why the Kaito tapped down the Tamio, because now Matt's biggest Murktide now has to chum block.
Right. So we know that the chum block on from the Murktide of Matt will go onto the Murktide of Jarl, and then we still have that huge Orc army left, which my guessing is the other blocker.
Let's see, if we attack with the 6/6 as well, then the Baragorth, then you have a decision if you want to go to 1 or you want to block with the Baragorth and buy back some life.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense to me.
Let's see, is the other Murktide going to untap next turn?
Yeah, it no longer has a stun counter. That's just a normal counter, so that
Perfect.
will untap. So we're only going to be attacking with the Murktide here.
Yeah, not interested in, attacking with the Orc army because that Orc army is the blocker for the Baragorth.
Cool.
Yeah,
Stun counter. That does not untap.
Perfect.
Okay, we draw a land. That's not what we were looking for. So, ooh, yikes. I think drawing the land here is maybe what y'all needed to close down this game.
Right. This could very easily be the end of the road because now we're looking at another jump block from a Murktide Regent, and now we can think about getting in there with the army.
Okay, just passing of the turn. Okay, y'all untap. Let's see. What are we having here? I guess removal spell would be really good.
Yeah, tons of stuff here just ends the game on the spot, and even if we draw a brick, we're still firmly in the driver's seat.
All right, let's see. You're think because he knows that, like, if I'm in your seat, I'm thinking I should find a way to win the game here, right?
Right? It's your time.
Well, no, it's your time, Andrea. I'm going to put you to the test again. How are you attacking?
Yeah, so if we have no way to deal with the Baragorth, I actually don't mind just sending the Murktide alone again. I'm very content with my situation here. Let's see, because another Nethergarth was added to the board, so that changes it a little bit. Let's say we attack with everybody here. Murktide has to block Murktide. Baragorth probably trades with the Orc army, and then we get in for some damage. Yeah, this looks like a good attack. So you only get blown out if Matt has a removal spell left in hand. Otherwise, this is going to be super solid. So let's see if Baragorth. Wait a minute. Baragorth is bigger than Nethergarth here because Nethergarth only counts your own graveyard. Baragorth will block the Nethergarth, and then we have. Oh, let's see what this is. This is funny. This is putting an instant into the graveyard to grow the Baragorth.
Yeah.
Because there were no instants. That's pretty cool.
Judge. They call a judge. Let's see. What are they talking about here?
Yeah, great question. I'm not quite sure.
They are pointing towards the Murktide.
So
now, Aeol still has an Shielded Edict in hand. Do you think that changes anything? Because
the thing is, we are looking at a tapped Tamio that will simply just get sacrificed if there's anything. This is probably because Matt went, okay, I'll block the Murktide onto your Murktide, and then if you start casting instants, well, did you go past blockers now?
Right. Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
done?
Was it possible to cast this instant at this point
Well,
of the
it
game?
is if you're past declaring blockers.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's Eyal's case here. And then again, I'm not on top of like the rulings these days. I will guess that there's still time to block, but my guess is not really worth much here.
Right. No, but we have a judge there. They will figure it out. But that's probably the question that is being raised here. Now we do have the blockers here. So we have a Murktide blocking the other one. That's probably going to die.
Yeah, that is going to happen. And then it's now up to Matt whether am I interested in blocking the Nethergoyf and try and turn the corner, or am I interested in blocking the Orc army and trading off, losing my Baragoyf?
All right, looks like so the Dark Ritual is not cast, so can be important. And indeed, now we are choosing which creatures we want to be blocking.
Right. So this situation is...
And now we can cast the Dark Ritual. Okay, so we got that figured out. Does this change anything for Eyal?
It changes a little bit because now the attack went from awesome to a little bit less exciting because Murktide is dead, sure. Baragoyf gains some life, but then there's 6 damage. So
okay, cool.
We still have somewhat of a game here. I will say the Baragoyf is going to be in has to put in an extra shift here to really turn this around. Because remember, the Tamio is not untapping next turn either.
Makes sense. Are you firing off the Shield's Edict now?
I actually don't see a reason to because Matt is just going to sacrifice the Tamio and then, we move on with our day. Silver's Edict has been really awkward this game.
Yeah, I think you'd rather have it when you can just ensure that the Planeswalker that Tamio flips into gets removed.
Or it's an untapped creature that we're actually dealing with. So funnily enough, if this was a, let's call like Diabolic Edict type card where you could target yourself, you could do something like block here and then Edict yourself to make sure there's no life gain. That would be pretty cool.
All right, attacking here with a Baragoyf, probably just looking for gaining some life, I'd guess.
Yeah, so how big is the Baragoyf at this point?
And
it's not big enough to survive the 11 damage from Murktide Regent.
Indeed. All right. Well, that was a really cool game. These players really went a lot of back and forth, and I can't really tell you if there was like one point in the game where it turned around. It was like choosing the spots and stuff like that. Is that a correct analysis?
Yeah, I think one of the key moments that I thought about was looking at the sizing of the Murktide. All of a sudden, if you don't think about your second Murktide bolstering the first one, and then that first one ends up chump blocking, being too small in combat, that was huge. But this was thin margins, and it looked like the tempo player was ready for the plan B of the Doomsday deck, which generally is a bad thing for the Doomsday deck. You want them to have Force of Negation and Consign when you slam your Baragoyfs, right? You want them to have removal spells when you slam your Doomsday. And this time the tempo player got it right.
All right, cool. Makes sense to me. We do have a backup feature match for you, but before we dive into that, we will have a small deck tech for you. And after the deck tech, we also have a metagame analysis. So we will be doing that in between these games here. So after the deck tech and the metagame analysis, we will have a backup feature match. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
Welcome back to Deck Techs of eBay. This time I'm joined by
Yeah, Zuckerman.
and you're pulling it together with this blue-black
Yeah.
deck. Obviously, the tempo deck is running wild on the top tables. Everyone's doing really well with it. But you've got your own spin on it. You've got some of the new cards. So I want to talk about those. Talk to me about the Librarian. Why is this in your deck? How good has it been for you this weekend?
Yeah, that's actually won me a couple of games. It's crazy good against the blue decks. Every single one, like the tempo decks, the control decks, like the more with beanstalks and stuff like that. Even good, very good in the mirror.
Is there anything you don't want it against?
No, actually, like maybe Eldrazi and some like of the Blue Post and the colorless, maybe Mystic Forge, because they don't really search their libraries.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's
In
also,
that case, we just ditch it for Force of Will.
yeah, that's right. Also, it won me like a match against like the Cradle Control. That,
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
So let's put it in some work.
Yeah,
What's it
yeah.
replacing? What would you normally play in its place?
I cut one Nethergoyf for it. I played 3 instead of 4.
Yep.
And one Murktide. I played 2 instead of 3.
Are you happy with that decision?
I find it crazy good. Like, it won me a couple of matches, and my opponents were like didn't see it coming. I think people are afraid to try it out because it's only like out for 2 weeks, and nobody really had the time to test it.
Or until they see this deck tech, and now we're going to start seeing it in the
Yeah.
challenges, and we're going to start moving it forward, which is good. That's nice to see.
That's crazy good. I think it's a bit like it's a bit scary to try it out in such a big tournament with not enough testing.
High risk, high reward,
Yeah,
right? And obviously the reward's going well.
Yeah, and it's really paid off for me.
We were talking about like some of the key cards before we went live, and you said that Tamio's been an all-star for you. Why has she been an all-star? How many times have you ultimated her?
She's like won me so many games. I even like won 2 games where I mulliganed to 4 just because I have a matchup like against mono blue affinity, and he didn't have the time to. I forced his Kappa Cannoneer, and I just went Tamio Brainstorm with nothing else, and I flipped it, kept his threats off board, and just taking up. He's just won me so many games. Like I think like. Won me probably like 4 matches.
Sometimes it's just that easy, right? Sometimes
Just feels
that easy.
one of the best cards in the format for me. Also, the Kaito also feels like one of the best cards in my deck. Against so many decks, it's just super threat, and they can't get it off the board. Like some decks just have no way, main or sideboard, to deal with it.
And it works really well with like synergizing with like things like Bowmass and Never etc. Or even just Tamio, being it back in your hand, trying to get more threat. So Tamio, it's been an all-star all weekend that we've seen it. Tamio, the Kaiser package, but I'm interested in the Librarian, how well that's done. So I'm going to congratulate you on that.
Thank you so much.
And hopefully we'll see you in today's top 8.
Thank you so much.
That one we're going to throw it back to the booth.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I do hope you enjoy that deck tech from the winner here. Now we have another really interesting thing here. We have a metagame analysis. I suggest we dive in because that's always really cool to see. I suggest Eco Baron that you just take us through this one.
Thank you. I would love to. So welcome to Metagame Sunday. If you know, you know. We're looking at the day 2 decks here at Eternal Weekend. Legacy portion, 130 people made it through, and it looks like Dimir Tempo is a deck that converted better than its play rate, so that's good. Dimir Tempo and Show and Tell strategies looks to reign a little bit supreme here. The little brother of Is It Tempo doing a little bit worse, but still highly represented. And look at the conversion rate for the Cloud Post deck. So not that many people ended up playing the deck, but it converted well above expectations here. Eldrazi Aggro is represented, and of course Mystic Forge, so people are still finding ways to play those Ancient Tombs. And then we have Control. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. Control decks, they're dead, right? Wrong. Italians and Southern Europeans in general love their Control decks, so that is of course represented. Badgermole Cup gave a shot in the arm to the Cradle Control archetype. That deck is heavily represented on day 2. A little bit of 8-cast representation here as well. A deck that has gotten a new cool card in Pinnacle Emissary is a dynamic duo with Kappa Cannoneer. And then a little bit more control. I would call that basic land control. So, you know, the Wizards decks of the world, the Stoneblade decks of the world, where the 4 to 5 color control decks are more up the beanstalk centric. So tons of different archetypes here. And this is, I will say, this is living up to our expectations based on the conversation we had a little while ago about, well, when we walked the tables, it was diversity upon diversity. So Legacy's in a great place, and so are we.
Wow, this is really cool. I want to talk about a couple of things I see here, because something that I was not expecting, the Dimir Tempo to be that dominant over blue-red aggro. That's really something to be aware of. It was apparent when walking into the room, there was a lot of blue-black flying around. And also, if you look at the control, like the typical control decks currently would be, if you ask me, Jeskai Wizards, like blue, white, red. But look at this 4-5 color control. It's only 6 players like in day 2. I get that, but still a rate of 43. Are we looking at a whole new control world?
I mean, for sure, this gives hope to a lot of blue mages across the globe. If you can both play basic land control decks, you can play 4 to 5 color control decks. You can even play the blue post deck. games are going longer and longer, and we do love to see that because Magic's our favorite game, so we want the games to be more turns.
Yeah.
I mean, what's not to like?
For sure, for sure. We want them to go to time every single every single round, right? Okay, I think that's it for us. Unless you want to talk about something else.
No,
here?
I'm just fairly happy, talking a little bit about the diversity and
Mm-hmm.
the fact that this is anybody's game. We see a lot of different archetypes represented. We have tempo, we have the combo of show and tell, we have big mana strategies. We're trying to play control. We have go wide aggro. We have everything here.
Okay, I think we are ready for the backup match. So let's dive in and see what we have as the follow-up here. Maybe we'll get some sweet control finally on screen. Oh, no, it's oops. Oh, yep, indeed. Oops, all spells. We haven't seen this one on camera. At least we haven't yet. Can you talk to me about this
Yeah,
deck?
Oops All Spells is this blazingly fast combo deck that's looking to get to 4 mana and cast either Balustrade Spy or Undercity Informer plus activation, mill over their whole deck, get a bunch of Narcomoebas and Poxwalkers back, therapy the opponent's hand to Oblivion, and then Dread return back Thassa's Oracle. There's also a bunch of cool counterplay with Memory's Journey and Jack-O-Lantern that we could get into later, but in general, this is a blazing fast combo deck utilizing the graveyard.
I do think it's funny. Baragorf in the sideboard, is that like maybe going to be the the most played creature in Legacy because people are playing it in the sideboards?
I could easily see it. Baragorf, it makes it into the Dimir post sideboards. It makes it into Doomsday sideboards.
Exactly.
Makes it into Oops All Spells sideboards. It's already in Dimir tempo. I mean, yeah, this card is all over the place, and
Potentially.
with good reason.
Potentially. Let's see what we are up against when we are playing Oops All Spells. Definitely a deck that wants to try and win as soon as possible. And the other player here is playing Pikila Tokens. Talk to me about this one, because that's not how I would name the deck.
So this looks to be a mashup between the energy decks and Death and Taxes, because we're playing Overload of the Balemerc, we're playing Solitudes, we're playing Phalia, but we're also playing Staff of the Storyteller. So this is essentially a black-white, fair go-white creature deck that plays disruption spells like Thoughtseize and Cabal Therapy to compete with the format. And then when we get to the sideboard games, I think that sideboard has to do overtime today in order to compete with the blazing fast Oops deck.
Can I call this White Weenies, or is that not correct?
This is the closest to White Weenie you will see.
Yeah.
In Legacy,
it's not mono white, but
so
still.
you're allowed. I think the deck owner would be thinking that is a little bit of an understatement. So let's just call this, black white.
Evoke, maybe.
What was the name back in the day? Dead Guy Ale. Do you remember
Dead
that
Guy
name?
Ale. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
That's...
this is Dead Guy Ale.
Regardless, I think if I'm watching this, who do you think is favored? Because I don't know, what are we going to be doing against Oops here?
Right. We first hope to win the die roll, then we hope to start off with a discard spell, and then we hope to buy enough time to get there with our white creatures.
All right, let's dive into
so
the
that
game.
we have 2 games to, and we just have to win one of the 2.
Makes sense to me. Andreas, quick mini game. How long will this entire round last?
So this round will last. The two of us will be eating a sandwich in 15 minutes time.
15? I'm gonna say 13. Boom, there we go. I'm very curious. That's a good one. Cabal Therapy, it's around 11.
Yeah.
I do want to note it's possible that Fioletti knows what he is up against. This is really cool.
This is very possible. I will say, if you just name Balustrade Spy here out of the blue, I love it. I will
that would
say,
be so cool.
In the dark. Also, notice this.
And they actually hit. So that's Dark Ritual.
That is a Dark Ritual getting named and getting hit here. Remainder of the hand has Pact of Negation, Balustrade Spy, what looks to be a Thoughtseize, Agadeem's Awakening, and Fell the Profane. Those are, glorified swamps that cost a little bit of mana in the deck. A little bit of life, rather.
So it's clear these players have probably been playing very near to each other the entire tournament. So, it's so cool that we get Cabal Therapy turn 1 and actually hitting. That doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't. So there's a case of what you just said. There's also a little bit more far out theory that Fioletti is saying, well, I'm crushing most fair decks, so why don't I name Dark Ritual so that I'm hitting Storm variants, Doomsday decks, and Oops All Spells? Because those will be the most terrifying matchups for me.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. I didn't quite get enough of a look at the hand of Giuseppe. How explosive is this?
This is really explosive, but it looks to be 2 mana off right now.
Okay, I think that's a Thoughtseize here from Giuseppe, if I'm correct. Don't recognize the
Right,
art immediately.
Yeah, that is a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, and I do know that one. That's the Final Fantasy artwork, so that's Staff of the Storyteller being taken here.
Incredible, because I was going to ask you about that, or I
I mean,
was
if
going
it's
to
a Final Fantasy
slide it
card-
under the rug.
Andreas, if it's a Final Fantasy card, I've got you covered.
The thing is, how will a guy like me know if it's a Final Fantasy card?
I don't know, play Final Fantasy, I guess. But that's not true because it's a magic card. Okay, regardless, it was the only card that could be taken, so it would have been taken. There we go. Staff of the Storyteller. I'm happy that it's correct now because imagine you put slide on screen and it's not
Oh yeah,
correct.
that would be a cool one. Okay,
Yeah.
very cool version here, Staff of the Storyteller. Essentially, this card is a grinding machine in the deck. It doesn't do all that much work against a deck like Oops All Spells. So yeah, it was the only target. It's now off to the graveyard. But I'm looking at that Wasteland. That Wasteland is looking to buy time, and in that time, you need to deploy white creatures early and often. So that's the plan right now. Draw some white creatures, try and kick the combo player while they're down, and get over the finish line.
Indeed. And if I look at the hand, like my estimation is I'm just firing off this Wasteland regardless of what I draw. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think there's any card I would play over it. You could.
Sorry to interrupt you, but look at this. You're actually showing them the cards because it is indeed Staff of the Storyteller, and it was a Japanese one. I think that was, so
got
that's
it.
why they're showing it.
So now let me think a little bit again. Let's say we draw a 2-drop like a Johnny. There, we already saw the hand. We know the opponent needs to get to.
Andreas.
Okay.
But
fair.
what if I just leave
So,
and just let you talk?
I actually really like this. So I was going to talk myself into, well, the opponent needs to get to 4 mana. The next land drop will only get them to 2 mana. So why not get the clock going? This is essentially the equivalent of wastelanding somebody with or without a Flip Delver of Secrets in play. So I actually like this a lot. It looks like also I briefly forgot about the Cabal Therapy in the graveyard. So now everything makes sense. A Johnny sacrificing the cat and thus flipping into the Planeswalker and tearing Giuseppe's hand to threads. This is a lot better.
Now, you apparently know everything, so we're also going to be ending at 15 minutes. That's what I've written down.
Oh my God! Here, I'm sorry to not catch your joke here, but another copy of Balustrade Spy was the last draw, and that was the name on Therapy.
Man, this is this is impressive. You know, the skill of Fialetti to interrupt this Oops All Spells decks. I would imagine that especially game one, you are heavily unfavored.
Oh yeah, I mean, you need to start the game with turn 1 discard spell, or you should expect to be swimming with the fishes.
Okay, Wasteland. Doesn't matter which land we take.
I actually don't think it does, but it is a relevant question for sure.
Okay.
It can sometimes matter which one you thought he's out of their hand, but once they're already in play, not really.
Okay, there we go. There's another Staff of the Storyteller here. We get a token. That's the 1/1 Spirit. So okay, looking good. I think for Fialetti, but it could still be over in a flash, right?
It could, but I think now Giuseppe's 2 cards off. I think he might even be 3 cards off. I think he needs a land, combo piece, and Dark Ritual. Or maybe there's a copy of Reanimate in the deck, because remember, those Balustrade Spies are currently in the graveyard.
Okay, let's see. Oh.
Okay.
Man.
This is not okay. I promise you guys, I have not been watching these matches.
Thank you for what I'm gonna just leave. I'm gonna leave right now. It's going to be a big Andrea show from now on, because why am I even here, right?
Yeah, that is a fun one. So Reanimate is a 1-card combo instead of needing a 3-card combo, and now this looks to be okay, so this is, I guess, a way to say this is all of my graveyard relevant cards that I'm gonna pile here. And then
probably if I just asked, okay, just quickly show me how you're gonna win, and then it's fine.
I think it's like I want to know which version you're running essentially, like how many Narcomoebas, how many Poxwalkers, how many therapies, because sometimes that matters for your surgical extraction timing in a sideboarded game.
Yeah.
You need to know the numbers here.
Exactly, and then probably just. My guess is that Filet's just quickly going to take a look. See, there we go.
Yeah.
You know, you've lost the game already, but for games number 2 and 3, it could potentially be interesting to know what your opponent's doing. You know, you want to have full information, and you have time. As we said, we're not going to go into time this round for sure. So you might as well just take a peek. Is there anything out of the ordinary? You can see quickly taking a small stop there at Jack-O-Lantern. Now we have time. I know that there's a next level interaction with Jack-O-Lantern. Can you maybe take us through that?
Yeah, so Jack-O-Lantern is this weird card that actually does something from the graveyard. You can exile it to filter mana, And in a deck with 8 Spirit Guides, it's a way to filter your, let's say, black mana or red mana into green, so you can flashback Memory's Journey. So usually you use that when the opponent has some graveyard hate, and then you can kind of get 3 cards into your deck and then try and, try it all over again. So it's a little bit of countermeasure to a countermeasure.
Okay, and just to be completely clear, how is Oops winning here?
Oops is winning by getting free Narcomoebas into the deck. They mill their whole deck, getting free Narcomoebas, getting free Poxwalkers, Cabal therapying the opponent's hands to Oblivion, getting a little bit of zombie action, then finishing off with a flashback Dread Return, sacrificing 3 creatures and bringing back a Thassa's Oracle with an empty library.
Exactly, because Fiora just conceded, so it might be interesting to know what happened here. Maybe we can go to sideboarding again, or maybe we don't need to do that. Is there anything that we want to be changing?
Yeah, so from the Oops side, look at how Giuseppe is sideboarding here, seemingly upside down. I'm sorry, face up. Well, in so this could be some kind of leveling game here with, well, I have this plan B available, but in reality, I'm just gonna reshuffle the same cards back in and present my game 1 deck.
Right.
So
I do not want to change anything.
Right. So in general, it's on the other deck to try and adjust for Oops all spells. I think we saw Deafening Silence, Surgical
a good one.
Extraction, and Disruptor Flute in Fioletti's sideboard. And essentially, any card that disrupts the Oops all spells deck is going to be better than aggressive tools. So
All right, there we go. Let's dive in here. Talk to me again.
I can't stop thinking about that one copy of Reanimate in the deck that was the perfect draw. So
You set it up so nicely.
so for this one, we have to have a hard look in the mirror and say, is our plan B really going to beat this black-white fair strategy? And I think the answer to that is no. I think we're going to see the Oops All Spells plan getting submitted once again. You can argue that keeping the packs for only a speculative surgical extraction is super loose. So maybe those packs can turn into Baragoyfs or Dismembers. But this is going to be light. I expect light sideboarding and the plan A to try and get over the finish line.
How do you feel about just playing the 2 into the Floodmaws for you never know what they might have?
Right. Another great suggestion here. If you have Pact of Negations and you swap them for stuff like Dismembers and into the Floodmaw, well, at least now you're hedging against some, I don't know, Containment Priest, or you're hedging for Deafening Silence or a Rest in Peace, what have you. I can certainly see that being the case.
All right, cool. And then let's see at the Death and Taxes deck list what they have going on. I'm saying Death and Taxes.
Well,
I shouldn't name it like that, but
no.
we know what I mean, right?
We are looking at a black and white fair deck here,
Exactly.
and this sideboard is filled to the brim with cards that are good against combo. Deafening Silence is all right, because if the opponent rituals out a combo piece, they cannot Dread Return, right? They spent their card for the turn. We have Surgical, messing with the graveyard. Great. We have Damping Sphere, a little bit slow. I'm not too sure about that one. Might make the deck. Disruptor Flute, that's a decent card. You can name Dread Return. You can name one of the combo pieces. I will say there's a little bit of an unknown here, because some Oops decks will go to Goblin Charbelcher post sideboard. So I wouldn't rule out that we were going to see Stony Silence as well.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Let's dive into game number 2 and see what this, I'm just going to call it black-white deck can do against the Oops All Spells player. Now, regardless of what goes here in game 2, number 3, we know that we're going to be ending in exactly 15 minutes, because you are apparently a psychic.
From the round started, it's going to be 15 minutes.
You said everything correctly last game, so we have, what is it now, 3 minutes remaining? So my guess is on the Oops All Spells player here. Maybe I'm giving you too much credit.
No, I'm basically just saying what I want to have happen for the most interesting game of Magic to broadcast. So when you get your wish, that's perfect.
It's always
you
nice.
know, the
It's
Ajani
always
was a
nice.
cool one because it got us off the Wasteland plane, right? And then the Reanimate was the exception to the rule that we needed 3 cards. We needed Land, Dark Ritual, and Combo Piece to recover, or just the singleton Reanimate in the deck. Why complicate those things?
Exactly. What are we looking at for the best turn 1 player here by Mr. Fioletti?
Yeah, Mr. Fioletti is hoping to even get a turn 1
Yes,
in this game. So if that happens, I think he'll be fine.
Mhm.
I actually think if the Oops All Spells player ends up keeping 7, I think we're going to see Fioletto mulligan almost any 7 without Surgical in the hand.
Yep.
Because why would Oops All Spells keep 7 cards?
Yeah, that does
And
make
the
sense.
answer to that question is, well, we are trying to win the game on turn 1. So that's something I'm looking out for. When I'm on the draw and my opponent keeps 7, and they're either a fast, prison deck, or a fast stompy deck, or a fast combo deck, I know what requires a 7-card keep, and now I have to evaluate my hand with that in mind. So very contextual stuff.
Something I want to add is that in the beginning we were a bit afraid. Like, there was a certain region where now with the shakeup in Legacy, we might be a bit afraid of how dominant is Oops going to be. Currently, it feels to me like it's okay.
Yeah. Now, Oops is essentially the deck where if you know how to play with surgical extraction, if you know what to Thoughtseize, if you're not going super light, respecting the deck, then that deck is all good, right? So you would when you want to play Oops is when it's going to be a 1% deck of the field. I don't know what it was yesterday, but it was in that realm, like 1 or 2%. That's exactly where you want it, because then people are not going to, spend precious sideboard slots on really beating Oops, right? So you want to be a little bit under the radar.
Okay. This is a bit scary here. We only have a threat, so if Oops has a very aggressive hand, we could just be dead on the fly.
I'm spotting a surgical extraction, so that's
Indeed.
a very good start. So also I messed up who was going to be on the play this game, because in my head the black and white deck won the other game by leaving the Oops player in the dirt, but then the reanimate, of course, was the savior. Turn Ocelot Pride also in this case, if you're Giuseppe, you also will know that, well, if my opponent kept a hand where turn 1 Ocelot Pride was the best thing to be doing, they have something else.
For
So
sure.
the players' respective keeps on, whether it's 7 cards or 6 cards, they're informing each other essentially.
Now this is really cool because Fielder is it's not game over, even though we have a turn 1 Thoughtseize by Giuseppe here, because if we take the surgical, we still have the flute. If we take the flute, we still have the surgical.
Right.
What's the easiest card to play around for the Oops player here?
This is an extraordinary question. So first of all, it has to do with our sideboard plan. There's also which card do you think the opponent's going to name with flute? Do you think they're going to name one of the creatures, in which case it's a 50-50? Do you think they're going to name Dread Return, in which case now all I need is a dark ritual to cast a 3-mana Dread Return? It's a little bit of a mind game here, and I'm actually very happy that the flute is the card left over, because that leaves for the most interesting spectating experience.
Yes, indeed. We will maybe not be able to know what they name, but we will figure it out as soon as as we see how this game potentially finishes. Filetti is thinking for a while, maybe thinking about, do I want to cast a flute or just go for Wasteland?
It's a tough one. So if I have a third land available, I like trying to wasteland my opponent here. But if I don't, then it gets a little bit iffy.
Looks like we do have a third land, so
Okay.
let's see if Filetti agrees. You can see that that's exactly what he's thinking about. Do I want to wasteland or keep that flute? I honestly couldn't tell you.
No, it's a tough one.
What would you name with the flute?
So if I'm playing a blind flute out this turn,
We do wasteland.
Let's see. If I name Dread Return, the opponent cannot kill me. I should probably name Dread Return, yeah, because then I'm hedging against both combo pieces. And if my opponent has to pass the turn, well, that doesn't work, right? Because then you draw from an empty deck, and my wasteland can take over the game. So, in this spot, I like delaying the decision, actually.
Makes sense. Love the cat token. Pink Panther right there. It's been a long while since I've seen that one. Ooh, Cabal Therapy. That's a good one. Let's see if Fidelity has anything remaining in the hand after this. Just 2 lands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, double discard from the Oopsol player. That's perfect.
That is perfect in this spot where we had a close decision and decided to go for the wasteland. Because that's the difference maker here between therapy being incredible and therapy being, quite the opposite.
Yes, indeed. Now we have a fetch. Didn't quite catch what Fioletto he had, but it is a land, not a surveyor land. So maybe we are just we drew a 2-drop.
Yeah, it must be, right, because otherwise you would be looking to surveil. But here it looks like an actual card on curve that's going to shorten the game.
Maybe a Thoughtseize. Yes,
a
indeed.
copy
That's a
of
good one.
Thoughtseize.
I mean, he said he had 2 discard spells. It's only fair that Fiat has one of his own, right?
Yep.
Okay, what are we looking at, Andreas?
We're looking at the Balustrade Spy. We're looking at a Dark Ritual, and we're looking at the confirmation that Into the Floodmaw was indeed a reasonable sideboard card. And then there's a land. So this Thoughtseize was absolutely necessary, or Giuseppe would have simply won the game on his next turn, thanks to the Dark Ritual into one of the combo creatures.
And you can see the flute would not have done anything here because we have both of them in hand, both the creatures.
The flute, to be fair, could have named Dread Return, right?
That's fair.
And then we would be looking at a tough situation for the Oops player.
I do like the Into the Flood more here because even if there was the turn I want to combo off, we could have just bounced the flute if we wanted to.
Right. Then all of a sudden the flute is only a 1 blue mana tax rather than 3 extra mana for the Dread Return. The thing is the flute has flash, so if the opponent has 2 mana up, things get very, very complicated. So, yeah.
All right. Thoughtseize has resolved. We take that Dark Ritual, hoping that our opponent does not have enough mana to kill us here.
Exactly. Now this is perfect. So we're trying to attack the opponent's mana when we're not going to get there with the combo pieces because they have 2, right? So now it's time to attack the mana.
Yeah.
This reminds me of fighting against Mystic Forge. Sometimes you have to counter the Grim Monolith and hope they rot with 4 drops in hand. Sometimes you let them have as much mana as they can, and you fight over the threats.
Indeed, and keep track of that life total because Giuseppe is already at 9 lives, so this could be over before we actually see the Oops player winning.
Giuseppe needs to get to the combo before these cats finish the job. And let's see, 3 this turn, 4 next turn. So in theory, there's 2 draws to get there.
Andreas, I'm going to put you to the test again. Do
Yeah.
you know I love these cat tokens. What's that cat from? Do you know?
We're talking about the black one,
I already said the black, the
Pink
Pink
Panther?
Panther. So what's the other one
I
from?
want to say Simpsons, but
Yeah,
okay,
indeed. It's
okay.
from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Nice, good catch.
yeah,
I want to see as many cat tokens and see if we can guess where they are from. So
Sure.
I do hope that we
you
get a
should
couple
probably
more.
let me guess because
Yeah.
I think you know all of them. You're a bigger nerd than I am.
I'll let you know if I don't know what cat it is. So I'm curious. I'm trying to think of any cats that I would want to see. Well, Final Fantasy, but sure, that's easy. Anyway, let's go back to this game here. Surveil and getting rid of that creature. We have enough threats, so we are going to be slamming in, dealing some damage, and we're going to get a cat, right?
Yes,
So
but now we're
let's see
going to attack
which
for
one.
3 this turn, 4 next turn. So the Oops player has 2 draws unless something drastically changes to get to 4 mana and try and win.
Okay.
That should be doable, I will say.
What
now,
cat is that?
yeah, now I'm out.
I'm out too. Okay. I'm sure that people in chat will be guessing which cat this is. But let's go back to the game. Giuseppe did draw a card. Thinking about it, so this could mean a couple of things. Do you think Giuseppe is very happy with the card or absolutely not?
Well, I think if we can try and win, we should do it. Period. We cannot wait. Ooh,
Dorothy Voidwalker. How
Dorothy-
good or bad is this?
that card is close to irrelevant. We're losing the race. It can't block. It's not a combo piece. So I think with Voidwalker in the deck, does that confirm anything?
I think it was in the sideboard.
It was a couple of copies alongside a full place of Baragoyfs. So we have a plan B available to us, but I really don't think a 3/2 that can't block is the way to beat this Orsov energy deck.
Right, draw. It is a blocker at least. It's some no,
It's
because
not.
It's
That's
shadow,
the thing.
shadow, right?
That's the thing. It's only an attacker.
But we have seen a game where the opponent does not realize, so you never know. You might play it out. Okay, slamming in 2 life. Anything else that we are looking at? Let's take the cat guessing game again. I'm curious. We currently have 2 out of 3. Let's see if we can 3 out of 4. Okay, that's an easy one, right?
That's an easy one.
That's an easy
I'm
one.
a big Pokemon enthusiast. That's how my TCG journey started. Was the
Yes.
crushing sorry souls in Pokemon.
I dig it. We get a Meowth here. And yeah, it looks like the Oops player is just conceding. So,
Right.
wow. I was not expecting that after double discard. I actually figured that, yeah, the Oops player is going to take
Double
it home here.
discard with ritual land combo piece left in hand. So Fioletti needed to draw a piece of interaction there, drew a Thoughtseize, very clutch draw, and thus takes this to 3.
And you know, taking the risk, like I just need to take that dot ritual and see if that's enough.
Yes.
So all right, really
Absolutely.
cool here.
Forced play of trying to work on the mana and hope they lose with the 4 drops in hand.
Do you think we want to swap anything? I do see the Oops player going through the deck. We don't know if he's actually going to put it in, but
Sideboarding phase up like this, I think, is a bold move. Based on what just happened, I would guess Giuseppe is like, Dodgy Voidwalker against that deck might not gonna do it. Let me try and bolster my combo plan a little bit more instead.
let's see if we can see some of these cats. I just the Meowth there. Couldn't quite catch any. Yes, but maybe that should have been on the bingo card. 6 different cat tokens or something like in that order.
Right. So the thing is, nothing really changes here in Fioletti's seat, except being on the draw, it makes your opening hand, it has just higher demands where, let's say you have a Deafening Silence or a Thoughtseize. Well, that's not going to do you any good if Giuseppe sends you to the food trucks on turn 1.
And I imagine even if there is a reason for Fioletti to like try and make it seem like I'm going to sideboard something, like put 1 in and then just take it back out. But does that change all that much for Giuseppe?
I don't think it does here. It's mainly just going to be Giuseppe's deck will go for it if they have it. sometimes they can have a hand where they can choose between going in naked turn 1, or they can play a turn 1 discard spell and then try and win turn 2. The thing is, those hands are going to be good against hands with 1 piece of interaction, but they're going to look quite silly against hands with 2 pieces of interaction. So speed is going to be the name of the game here. So if Giuseppe has a turn 1 kill available, I expect that we will be going for it.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now, another thing that I want to note is that I do think it is really cool that we see these 2 decks.
Yes,
right? Because
of course.
they are. I think it was 8-2 and 8-1-1, I believe, if
I
I'm
actually
correct.
didn't look at the records. I just assume if they're brought to the feature match area, they're doing darn well.
Exactly. So again, a sign that we are having a huge
Oh yeah,
swing in Legacy. We are seeing so many different archetypes right now
Yeah.
because we are even seeing some new iterations that we've seen a couple, like the very aggressive blue-red deck from yesterday. Do you remember?
yeah, right. The
cutter deck?
7 bubble deck.
Yeah, and now
Yep.
this one, like we didn't even know the name. I said Death and Taxes, not really true. The
Yeah,
black,
it's
white.
not really energy either. It's like a mashup. But yeah, the whole point is we have archetypes, then even sub archetypes and different. So do you prefer 4-color control or 3-color control, 2-color control? And it's the same here. Do you prefer Mardu energy? Do you prefer Death and Taxes?
Sorry to interrupt you here because I should quickly explain here because I've had this happening to me as well. So
Oh yeah, take it
what's
away.
happening here is that if you just count the cards, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 8 cards. So what happened is that this is a bit unfortunate here for Giuseppe, but he drew 8 cards and put them into the hand. So this is a ruling that what happens now is that Fidelity actually gets to like the quote unquote Thoughtseize fix. So he can choose 1 card that gets Thoughtseized away, and then Giuseppe does get to play with these 7 if he wants to keep them, of course.
Oh right.
So that's what's happening here. So it might be, otherwise I can imagine that people at home are wondering what's happening
Yeah,
here.
yeah. No, this is perfect that you bring this up. So if you draw 8 cards, the opponent gets to pick whatever they think is the best one, and then we kind of move on from there.
What are you taking?
what are you taking with this turn 0 Thoughtseize?
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see here. Spirit Guide, Double Informer, Poxwalkers, Baragoyf, Voidwalker, and 2 lands. So yeah, it's really annoying that you can actually attack the opponent's mana base here. With,
Yeah, for sure.
this is a little bit absurd. I'm probably taking one of the lands.
Okay.
Ooh,
Baragoyf.
this is actually super cool because this tells us Fioletti is only focused on the combo
The
post
threat.
sideboard. So
Yeah.
what we talked about last round with Demir Tempo versus Doomsday, whether they are going to be combo or not, this is just that magnified, because now this deck can kill you on turn 1, or it can play big beaters like Baragoyf. So it's just the same interesting topic, just a bit more intense.
Has this ever happened to you? Like
No, I've never heard of
no?
this ruling.
No? Okay,
no.
it happened to me even before the London Mulligan rule, and I mulliganed to 6, and I just drew 7 again. I didn't even I looked at it and then was like, oh, unfortunate.
Right. We also got the word here that both players are 8-2.
Ooh, okay, yeah, cool.
So they're right there where they want to be, chasing promos of maybe shining or non-shining variety.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. Okay, so just a land here. I think it entered tapped, if I'm correct, and then probably just a passing of the turn. How backbreaking was this turn 0 Thoughtseize, do you think, for Giuseppe?
I'm not sure it's that backbreaking. It's mainly just you want everything to go smoothly. So
Sure.
I think maybe for Giuseppe it's backbreaking. I'm personally over it already.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh, we do see a wasteland here in Fioletti. So you want
So
to fire that off turn 1?
with the information about your opponent's hand, there is an argument to start going for the mana here. But we also had this argument before where if you go for the mana without a clock in play, what is the point? So I actually really like Fioletti has had now basically two stabs at this, where maybe lesser experienced players would have just fired Wasteland both times. But it actually looks to be serving him quite well to develop a board, then work on the mana.
All right, then let's see what the follow-up is. I imagine best thing we could be doing is something like a Thoughtseize or stuff like that. Cabal Therapy. Oh, that's probably the best turn 0 Thoughtseize that you can get.
How convenient.
Convenient.
Cabal Therapy
Indeed.
in this one.
Right, any change? What did they draw?
Double Undercity Informer hits the bin here, which we like. That's 2 combo pieces gone. And now I think we're basically battling the Voidwalker left over, but I should have paid better attention to
I think we drew just another one. I think
another
that was
Informer.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so now with the second land being a known entity in the Spirit Guide, we are currently 1 mana.
1 mana shield. Do you just play it out?
I think what we're gonna do now is play it out.
Yeah,
We
it
cannot
was the draw.
we cannot activate it. But now we're trying to put the clues together here. Our opponent made sure we lost our Baragoi from the pregame. That means
Oh, we top deck this sauce.
a lot of timing here.
Oh my
So
god.
allow me to talk about my point here. That means we have no Swords to Plowshares because we were weak to Baragoi just a second ago. And now Swords to Plowshares from the top of the deck. That is a huge top deck. If you don't draw that card, this game ends on the next turn.
Andrea, let me tell you one thing. If I could, like, this is almost scripted.
What do you
We've
mean?
had
If
some...
you wrote the script for this,
Don't tell them. This has been quite a situation of this player top decks, the other player top decks, and this is like,
yeah,
this is great. I
this
love
is
everything about
this is great. We have zero stake in this match, so we are allowed to simply sit here and enjoy the
man.
action.
Yeah, this is so cool, and I do hope that the people at home are enjoying it because this is
Exactly.
great to watch. This really is great to watch.
So now we have the same question of, are we working on our opponent's mana or are we starting to develop? And 3 times in a row now, Filet has prioritized developing. So I think that's huge respect.
Okay, help me out here. What's the name of the white creature here again?
Oh, Guide us Souls.
Guide us Souls, indeed. We have a Dorothy Voidwalker from Giuseppe.
So that Doughty Voidwalker is just going to be a glorified Delver of Secrets here that cannot block. So now it's up to Fioletta to race a Doughty Voidwalker, which is very, very doable. We do have the Wasteland still, and I think now that we know that Giuseppe's deck is full of Baragoyfs, we should probably start working on the mana base right about now.
I think it is. Did I see Undercity number 4 in hand? I think it was that.
That is possible. So the last card could be that card. This is Poxwalkers, which frequently is a card you only use when you're comboing, but you can also just pay it for 3 mana and get in the red zone with a 3/1.
Ooh, Cabal Therapy there for Fioletti. So we know about that card. So I imagine we just fire it off.
Yeah, let's see here. I love that. These two, Ocelot Pride and Guide of Souls, peanut butter and jelly moment here. You play that card, you gain a life and an energy, and how convenient that you gain a life. And then we will be looking at hopefully a different cat token for the end of turn trivia.
Yeah, and do you know what creature that is right there?
That looks like some Dragon Ball stuff.
Hey, you're a nerd as well. You know your stuff. I thought you said you were not a nerd.
Yeah, I mean, I have kids.
yeah, sure. Let's blame it on the kids for sure, for sure. Okay, I guess we're now gonna go for Cabal Therapy. Yes, indeed. Just gonna name, I guess, the Poxwalkers, and then we see Undercity number 4. Yeah, we have to get rid of that right now, I guess. Or to just risk.
The thing is, there's Doughty Voidwalker exiling the Cabal Therapy, so that is now into the void with the Wasteland.
Indeed. Now Giuseppe only on 1 mana currently.
Goes for the Meowth. So Dark Ritual is the absolute best draw here. Dark Ritual will make sure that the Informer gets played. Also, if we could get Doughty Voidwalker on the screen, that would be amazing. I think, but I'm not sure, that you can play a land off of the Voidwalker, which would then allow for casting the Balustrade Spy.
Yeah, I think
but I'm not sure.
It's play and not cast.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
I think it's that what it says. Okay, so we have 2 energy here. That's the token that you see on the bottom for Fioletti. We do have some of a cat token, and we have these threats. So I imagine we're just going to go with everything into the red zone.
Oh yeah, we want to get into the red zone, and we want to not play around here because we know about that Balustrade Spy.
Yeah.
And the opponent's on 2 lands.
Okay, we do have Flute in hand. That's a good one.
I mean, Disruptor Flute, Cabal Therapy.
Oh, that should not have happened, right?
Let's see. Was this a flashback therapy?
I think so.
But maybe if it was the one from turn 1.
Oh, okay, that's possible. Yeah. That's probably because we've already seen one, I think.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So no harm done here. Looks like we are going to be playing the. Let's see.
Deafening Silence Deafening Silence also hit the table here, which basically means we cannot ritual out and keep going. But it only comes from non-creatures. So in theory, this deck can beat the card by going Balustrade Spy. That's just a creature. Mill the whole deck and then dread return.
Use the energy here, make a creature bigger. So we are choosing not to play the Disruptor Flute, but I imagine we're just going to try and name it as soon as possible. Or we just wait until our opponent plays the creature and then we use the Disruptor Flute to stop like the payoff.
Yeah, I think you really want to play a little bit passive with this flute because there's no one card the opponent can just magically draw and crush us. So I actually think we have flexibility.
That does make sense. Okay, another threat here. We get another energy. So this is what the energy deck wants to do. I'm calling it an energy deck
Yeah,
now, but
sure.
it is kind of both.
Yep.
So we will be getting this game over with really quickly now with getting the cats, getting more creatures, which makes
Yep,
more energy.
absolutely.
Rinse, repeat.
Absolutely. And now Dodie Voidwalker, a couple of games in a row, looked a little bit supper. I understand why you want to go into a plan B, but the thing is, even the fair angle of your deck is just so inferior to your opponent's fair angle that Dottie Voidwalker, if it's not catching anything super juicy, I just don't see it getting the job done against Orshav Energy.
No, and I think we do have lethal next turn. Let's try if we can figure that out.
Yeah, with 3 energy in the bank, we can grow another creature further. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I counted right now.
Yeah, you're right. It is indeed 9.
But for now, that should be plenty. So right now is a window, right? When Disruptor Flute is not. But I guess we still need to bypass. Is there 1 card or 2 card in Giuseppe's hand? Because we still need to bypass the
I think it's
the
2.
deafening silence. If it's 2 cards, in theory, Spirit Guide and Combo Piece gets the job done.
It is a land, and it is the last Undercity Informer there. So, but the land, or was it? I think it was a land. I'm not sure.
But if that is a land, also, what are we trying to do with an untapped Voidwalker here? I'm a little bit interested in what's going on here.
Okay, let's see. Thoughtseize. Yeah, that's a good draw. We'll take it.
That is an absurdly good draw.
Dark Ritual in response.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Talk to me about this one.
So I would need this one on the screen. It's a
No.
1/4 with flash, and I believe you get to redirect either a spell or an ability when it enters.
And I think it's also a land, which is why I thought it was a land.
It is also a land. On the backside, it's a blue land.
All right, so it is really interesting that we get to Dark Ritual here, and then just in response, you can see it in response to the Thoughtseize, we just flash it in. So we're just playing this as a threat.
Well, more like a roadblock or a wall rather than.
Yeah, should I say threat? No.
Yeah,
probably not.
so
Like,
the thing is, now we can just slow down on the side of Fioletti and send your Ocelot Pride to the skies here.
whatever it is, the ability really is not relevant. We just have a flash creature here. That's what was played. So is there a reason not to attack with everything here for Fioletti?
We just have to get this over in 2 turns. I think we're still declaring it. Yeah, perfect. We're still declaring attackers. And we have the Guided Souls trigger here that can send Ocelot Pride to the skies. Which we're going to see here. A couple of counters. Put onto the cat here. So essentially, we're just trying to finish this game in 2 swings. And then if we're losing a creature or they get to block a little in the meantime, it's not that important.
Okay, meanwhile, we are getting 1,000,000 cats, putting the opponent down to 3. So regardless, we are going to be having just 1 more turn here for the opponent. And it's looking pretty good for Fioletti right now.
Yeah, to say the least. I think this game is a lock. And yeah, we see the handshake there, Sam.
Quick handshake. Just so we are very clear, it was a hydroelectric specimen, which is basically a 1/4 with flash. And when it enters the battlefield, you may change the target of instant or sorcery spell with a single target to hydroelectric specimen, which was not relevant at all.
Not relevant at all, but better than losing your hand to the timely discard spell. But yeah, that was just a kind of a good showcase of the power of the Upsal spells deck, but also the weakness of the Upsal spells deck. And I think if you play around too much and expect to get over the finish line with your fair plan, that is just, let's call it optimistic.
All right, well, looks like the black-white deck is taking it home here. I'm not going to lie, a bit unexpected for me, but that's what you see. You can even win the matchups that are maybe challenging for you. You always need to play it out, so congratulations to that player. We will take a short break and don't go anywhere because we will have the next round ready for you in a whiff.
And we are back here, live coverage of round 12 of the Legacy main event here in Eternal Weekend Europe. Beautiful Luca. I'm here with Callum Smith. My name is Julian Knapp. We're narrowing down the field further and further as the players drop out, no longer in contention for top 8. We're going to bring you an amazing match this round. But before we do that, Callum,
Yes.
I brought you a gift.
Thank you.
Three
I
of
want
them,
to give
actually.
all... Wait, what?
Yeah. See,
No.
yeah, you don't want the actual gift? Okay, we're going to make it a little bit harder. Okay,
I'm
so
scared now.
yeah, our friends over at Ultimate Guard, they helped me out. They were like, Callum looks like he's in need of maybe a new deck box. Like, look at this one. We got the Avatar one, we got these new deck lists, these new cards from the Avatars, actually making kind of like an impact in Legacy right now, maybe even Magic as a whole. We got 2 of those, so if you want like your second deck, when you realize your first one's bad, you can always like pick the second one.
I've got loads of bad decks though.
Yeah. Okay, in that case, we got this one over here, so you might need this one for all your 8 assorted bad decks.
It's perfect for like a battle box, right?
Production note, yeah, I was going to say,
Yep.
you can also put good decks in here, and I hear they might get even better once they do.
Super
But
powered.
you have to own those ones. You have
Okay.
to earn those ones first before you can own them.
How do I earn it?
I brought you like a little bit of a quiz.
Okay.
I'm going to give you like 3 pairs of superheroes. One of them is completely made up. The other one's real. They exist.
So it's not going to be something I know anything about because I have no idea about any superheroes.
Wait, I thought you were like the superhero guy to go to in the UK. You will be after this one.
Okay.
Okay, so here's our first set of superheroes. One of them is fake, one of them is real.
Chat, help me out here.
Yeah, chat, you can try to guess along, I guess. So the first superhero I got for you is Arm Fall Off Boy.
Arm fall off boy.
I think the ability kind of explains itself.
So
He's got
my
this.
arm falls off.
He's got this ability to have his 4 arms detach and fall off.
Okay.
That's the first one. And the other one, superhero of all the Twitch backseat gamers out there, Hindsight Lad. He's got the ability to know what you should have done.
That is one.
Which
So
one's real?
wait, one of them's real?
One of them is real.
No way.
Yeah, it exists. They exist in this DC universe. I worked on this like just half an hour ago.
You were right. This is hard. I'm gonna go with the arm detach boy.
Uh,
It's real.
you got it.
Yeah.
First deck box. Okay, I hope everybody in chat got it right as well. Here's the
Thank you,
next
chat.
one. Here's the next one for you. We got the man who can smell Monday. He's got the gift of telling the day of the week just by scent alone.
This is so gonna be real, isn't it? Yeah.
We will see. The other one, the other one is Dog Welder. He's got the ability to weld dogs to people.
What? Ah,
Which
my
one's real? The
God.
man who can smell Monday, he can tell the day of the week by scent alone, or Dog Welder who can weld dogs to people.
I'm gonna go with Smell Monday.
Wrong one. Okay, that one's for me. Okay, I got the deck box here.
Oh, damn it.
Dog Welder is a real superhero.
So his superpower is he welds dogs to people.
You gotta Google it. It's actually, I verified this. Like, he's actually real.
I think you're
Looks
lying.
hilarious. Okay.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Now the third one for all the marbles, for the big, what do they call it? The design to precisely fit 8 squares. They must have a better name for that.
Collector's
The
Collector's
edgy side
case.
of pop culture. Collector's case. Yeah, here, we got it. Ultimate
Nice.
Guard bringing you the DC collector's case. Either going your way or my way, we will see.
Okay.
So we got the over apologizer. Can calm literally any conflict by apologizing, even when no one was angry.
I'm sorry, I don't know this one.
And the other one is the Meta Eater Lad.
This
Can
is a
literally
magic.
eat
the
anything.
meta. Eat the meta.
Eat the Meta? Yeah.
Yeah.
Eater of days. The Meta Eater Lad can eat anything. Which one's real? Drum roll.
I mean, if the last dog welder thing was real, then anything could be real. This is insane. I'm gonna go with the over apologizer. Oh my
Got
God.
it. Meta Eater Lad is real.
I only got 1 out of 2.
You got only 1 of 2. You still have to stick with your bad deck. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
With that out of the way, we're gonna go straight into a next round. Production was kind enough to hook us up with yet one of the most beautiful blue-black tempo deck. No.
No. We heard Twitch loud and clear. We've been looking at Twitch chat. You want more blue black tempo mirrors, right?
Yeah,
I
that's
assume so. I
we-
do. I
we-
want to see Tammy play more.
well, we got to have some superhero in here because I stepped in and we said no more of that.
Damn
We're
it.
gonna have one of the most amazing, interesting players out there.
Interesting players indeed.
Yeah.
That is the perfect term for him.
So let's jump into the matchup that we got here today in round 12 of 14. On one side of the board, we are gonna have our friend, hero of the community, the man we all aspire to be.
The loudest man in the building.
Niklas Holtmann on his only 4-color Urim Bean decks. Dude, I remember Niklas
Yeah.
as the madman who would play a Legacy GP with a 5-color deck with Blood Moon in the sideboard.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
That
I
was
guess
during the Astrolabe crisis.
Astrolabe let that happen, but this is quite a normal reserve list for him, I'll be honest. 81 cards, of course. Just going to point that out. He loves his 81 cards. I think he's played 82 at some things, but this is like a proper soupy mid-range pile. We see 4 Tamios here. We see 4 Tamios in most decks, but Quantum Riddler is very cool. Like, this card has been taking Modern and Standard by storm, but I do believe it is Legacy power level. It is very powerful when you can consign to memory the trigger. So, like, it has Warp, where you play it for its Warp cost, and then you put it into exile at the end of the turn. So you can consign to memory that returns the exile trigger. And the same thing, if you want a Uro, the sacrifice trigger, or an endurance or solitude to stick around, consign to memory can cancel those things. At the same time, consign is an amazing card to have in the main deck sometimes. Counters Khans and the One Rings from these Cloud Post decks we're seeing, and from the Forge decks. So pretty cool metagame call. It's like similar to when Stifle Knot is good. You know, you want consign to memory be a good main deck card. Otherwise, it's going to be like fairly similar. The engine's similar to what we saw earlier with the Storm Chaser's Talent kind of Beans deck. We've got the Up the Beanstalk with Leyline Binding. But here we have like 2 Solitudes to trigger it as well as Force of Wheels, of course. And Rakshaka's Bargain, despite being like a black, a blue, and a green to cast, it has the old kind of hybrid cost where you can pay 2 instead of the one in the colors. So technically its CMC is 6. So it does trick Up the Beanstalk as well for just 3 mana. So
that's quite something. I think production will be working overtime, showing us some of the cards here during the match.
yes,
You said 82 cards.
81 here
Why are we doing that?
because Nicholas is.
I was expecting that answer. Okay, okay. So let's move on over to the other side of the board. Of course, we got Terrence, Sarah Marins, and is this the first time at least the 2 of us get to cast one of the supposedly best decks in the format right now, right?
Yeah, I pegged this as the deck to beat, but like by a very razor thin margin. We all knew that like blue red is going to be good with Corey Steelcutter. We knew blue black tempo would be good as well. The format has been like kind of dominated by blue black tempo, at least we've seen on stream, and there is a lot at the top tables as well. But I thought blue red Delver is like kind of the deck to beat going in, but it's not been played as highly as I expected. But this deck is just rock solid. It's very aggressive. Corey Steelcutter can do some incredible things just by killing turn 3 sometimes. It's really, really
Been on the
amazing.
receiving end of that. I couldn't believe it the
Yeah.
first time I played against it, but yeah, it actually makes it happen.
If you go like turn 2 Corey Steelcutter and play a Bauble, attack for 2, and the next turn you can trigger it again. Maybe play another Corey Steelcutter and then like another Bauble or 2 and a Bolt or 2. And
Couple of bolts in
just
there.
there.
Yeah.
We sometimes see Delver of Secrets in this deck rather than Tamiyo. This is one of the splits that players go between. Some Tamiyo is like not an aggressive card in the same way, but it's also such an incredible card as we've seen in other decks that this deck has a better late game, more grinding power. I think the inclusion of Unholy Heat as well is also a testament to not being able to go face. It's a testament to the deck trying to play this. It can go to the middle of the game quite easily as well, rather than just being pure aggression.
Okay, so let's see how that one's gonna work out. Blue-red, always like one of the more playable Delver archetypes, I'm gonna say,
Yeah,
in Legacy
I
metagame,
don't
right?
remember a format where you couldn't play blue-red. It's not always like the best deck. I think it is now currently one of the best decks, but you can always play blue-red Delver. It's just
I do
what it is.
remember, but that was the times of Mystic and Fortune and Fletchering Dragon, so
Yes,
long
yeah,
gone.
yeah.
So let's jump to the match as the players are getting ready here in the feature match area, of course.
Yep.
Both sitting at, I believe, a single loss only, I would guess.
Yep.
And they're both getting the thumbs up. You're ready to go. Our production manager here in the back, David, of course, of the Impact Returns crew, telling them, okay, Niklas, you're good to go.
So I think this matchup, both decks have very clearly defined roles. The Nicholas wants to just prolong the game, remove every single threat that Terrence plays. I think Corey Steelcutter especially is going to be hard to remove. But Nicholas doesn't care about his threats dying. Like I'd be surprised. I'm going to say it now, and he's going to do it. I'd be surprised if he fights over this. He just wants to trade cards because he's got such powerful late game engines to draw more cards and run away with the game. Terrence really has to be aggressive. He has to be the tempo deck. He needs to get. Corey Steelcutter is probably his premier threat because it's harder to deal with. So Nicholas just wants to survive.
Yeah, and Niklas sitting there actually at 2 losses each, both of those players. So that's kind of like an elimination match. If you want to have any shot at the top 8 left, then you gotta win this one. Even a draw might. It's gonna be tight, right? We can't really tell right now. But
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but my feeling is X2 probably sounds like somebody would make it in, but then anything worse than that is going to be a hard time. But let's not forget these players are playing for one of the amazing Tendrils of Agony promo cards. These things fetch a pretty high price, and it's, you only need one, right? You only need one, your old school Ant deck.
Basically covers your entire trip there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you always want to have one of those. Oh, yeah, that's you mentioned that earlier, right? The beauty of like having these one-offs, sometimes restricted cards, or just like one-off combo pieces that are required.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be like a stylish way to finish like a Tudor chain or
So
something.
much so.
And we talked about Corey Steelcutter enabling like very early kills. Terrence getting one down here on the second turn, not having anything for the first turn. Help me out again. How did the lightning bolt hit the bin here?
It hit a Tamio. So Nicholas played
Oh, yeah.
Tamio turn 1. It got bolted. Now this Corey Steel is on the stack, but I believe Nicholas wasn't fight over because it's the best card in the matchup, I'd say. And I'm pretty sure Terrence is going to force back here.
Yeah, Corey Steel Cutter, the kind of card that you really want against control decks. Like it produces a continuous stream of threats.
Notably, at least, making the force the second spell being cast, so that even if Terrence followed up with the Mishra's Bauble that is in his hand, it wouldn't have triggered the Corey Steel Cutter. So Nicholas at least getting a little bit out of that exchange, but the Corey Steel Cutter is in play now. So next turn, Terrence can go Bauble and then hopefully another spell to trigger the Corey Steel Cutter. But the force exchange there really does buy Nicholas a whole bunch of time. It's an attack for 2, it's another monk token, and I think Terrence's hand is a Daze, a Spell Pierce, and a Mishra's Bauble. So he doesn't actually have another proactive card to play next turn to trigger it. So
Spell Pierce and Mishra's Bauble, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. By the looks of things. I mean, he's not going to Daze his own bubble to get a token here. Is that something you do? Probably not this early in the game.
I'd be very surprised. Although Daze is very quickly becoming dead here, right?
Yeah, very much so. Couldn't really find a good spot for it. Would have needed it for the turn 1 Tamio.
Yeah.
But of course, him being on the draw, that wasn't an option to him.
He drew a land. I think he's not doing anything this turn.
Just passing on turn, yeah.
Yeah, really should. This is a play pattern you should be keeping in mind. It's not always correct, but like, if you have a removal spell for the Corey Steel Cutter, but you have a force to fight over it, and you're worried that they have a force back for your removal spell, fighting over the Corey Steel Cutter will make their force the second spell cast, and then delay.
So you're basically taking them from 1 to 3, so you skip 2 kind of for this Corey Steel Cutter.
Exactly. So it's really working out here for Nicholas.
That's one way to balance the power of the card, of course.
Yeah.
You can also equip it, right? It gives like +1/+1 and haste.
Exactly.
That's kind of interesting because I've seen situations where all of a sudden there's like an 8/8 Murktide Region coming in, crashing in for 9 out of the blue.
Fireball.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see whether we're going to see that later on.
Absolutely. So Tamio crashes in for 0 damage, creates a clue. And Nicholas maybe with a Quantum Riddler.
Never took Lignas for a man of lands before spells.
Oh, he loves to have like all 12 foreign black border jewels in front of all his creatures.
Look at what I got there. Okay, so the Quantum Riddler, what exactly is that one doing for us here on this turn?
So Quantum Riddler, it cycles or better, basically. So it's a 5 mana for a 4/6 flying. And then it has this warp ability for 1 and a blue, as we said. So with warp, it comes into play for its warp cost, and then at the end of the turn, it goes into exile, and you can cast it later in the game for its actual cost, which is 5. Now, Quantum Riddler has an ETB where it says draw a card, and then if you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand, you draw an additional card, I believe. Or whenever you draw a card, you draw an additional card, which it's such a powerful ability. The fact that you can just like do this, cycle it now, and late game play it as well is really what kind of Legacy you want. Sometimes you want to be able to cycle these late game engines, so it kind of fits in so well. And as we talked about, the consign to memory ability to keep it in play. A 4/6 flying is a huge roadblock in Legacy. Outstats most.
Oh, that's basically like kind of like what we used to do with Phyrexian Dreadnought, just on a smaller scale. When you say consign to memory, the ability.
Yes, exactly like that.
Okay, so Tamio flips here, courtesy of, I believe, a Brainstorm.
Because of the Quantum Riddler, right?
Oh, the Quantum Riddler. Oh, dude, enable so many. We can't handle these synergies.
Yes. Yeah,
but looks like Niklas can.
Cracking a clue as well. Oh, there could have been a Brainstorm.
Let me see in a moment here. Niklas also probably got his Yorion lined up somewhere that he's gonna be able to put it into his hand at any point.
Yeah. So
Terrence slowing the game down there. What's going on there? Oh yeah, Unholy Heating your Tamio. That's a good way to get rid of it.
So we see an artifact, an instant, a sorcery, and a land. So Delirium is on to kill the Tamio.
Niklas wants to do anything. Well, actually, Niklas got a grip full of untapped lands, so the Spell Pierce and the Daze being pretty much dead for most of the time now.
So I've seen in Nicholas' hand, I think there's a Leyline Binding. I think there's a Consign to Memory. And a
Ooh, can you get that one on stream, please, production?
Yeah, that's an easy Spell Pierce, though.
Yeah, Terrence is very happy to find a use for a Spell Pierce there.
So Rakshaka's Bargain is essentially a 3-mana draw 2. It's instant speed. You look at the top 4 cards, I believe, and you put 2 into your hand, 2 into your graveyard. So it can like find Uros as well.
Yeah, there it is. I think the beauty of that one is like the instant speed nature, because like 3 mana draw 2, we've seen that before in Legacy, right?
Yeah.
But being instant speed, yeah, that puts it over the top.
Also, very notably, doesn't draw the cards to play around Bowmasters.
Yeah, that's becoming even more of a bigger thing in post-ban Legacy.
It's a very, very real upside to a card when you can do that.
Yeah, loving it, loving it.
Yep. Also, Nicholas doesn't have any Force of Vigors, but if you are playing Force of Vigor, it's a nice card that can pitch to Force and Force of Will.
Yeah, great.
Cool.
So, Terrence, dude, it's about time oh yeah, I was gonna say it's about time we get some action going as Terrence rips Corey Cutter from the top, of course.
Yeah.
This is some unasked for outside assistance. That's yeah. He would probably be able to do without us anyway.
So, yeah, Euron goes to 10. Another thing. Oh, okay. We're gonna see a second conceal cut.
Ooh, no, that's gonna be
This
quick, right?
is gonna bring the beats. Yeah, very quick force here. Makes sense. So as we saw earlier, so Nicholas used a consign to memory on just one of the monk tokens triggering. Like he, again, really just wants to trade cards, stay alive, and rely on his engines and playing things later. Like he's got this Quantum Riddler in exile that he can cast for 5 mana next turn or 2. Although there are 2 dazes hanging out in Terrence's deck.
So yeah, that is actually interesting, right? Why are we doing this here?
So he's got 2 dazes in his hand. So he's going to use both dazes to counter this Force of Negation to get the second Chorus Silver Color through.
Yeah, this is kind of like build your own Force of Will.
Yeah. Like returning the lands to hand, he doesn't mind too much. The mana curves of the blue-red decks are very, very low. Really, Corey Steel Cutter is the highest, apart from Mozart, obviously. So yeah, he just like he values like Nicholas has pitched a blue card and used the Force of Negation, so it's 2 dazes for 2 cards, so it's kind of an okay trade.
True.
Yeah.
Tickers picks up I think that's a Dress Down, and then is it another Quantum Riddler?
Dress down the
Ooh.
Quantum Riddler.
He really likes that card. Couldn't you technically like do something like run out Dress Down, then Quantum Riddler and keep it around? But you miss out on the card draw, I would believe.
Yes. Just processing how this works. You has no abilities, but I think when you warp it,
We will see in a
oh no,
moment.
I think it's a delayed trigger, so maybe this does work.
If it's a late trigger, I think it would not work. But if it has like a trigger like at the end of, we will see. The judges or actually Nicholas probably knows this. I'd be surprised if he hasn't double checked this one before.
Yeah.
So how big is it going to be? Like a 5/6? You're saying flying?
Force it flying.
Oh yeah,
That's big enough to block these monk tokens.
for sure.
But the thing is, what's so amazing about Corey Steel Cutter is like making the monk tokens, they go so wide so fast, so you don't mind chump attacking one into it really.
Yeah.
Because it pushes through so much damage. You do need to be training some cantrips together. And we see Force of Will, Preordain, and 2 lands. So does Terrence, keep the blue cards in Force of Will, but then he's got just 2 lands on top of the library, which is really awkward and really not pressuring. So I think he does force. This is a tough decision. Forces they're like, I cast the Quantum Riddler first, and then you got to force the Dress Down here, I think.
Yeah. He's like, you got this one.
Yeah.
Also, it's going to be irrelevant. Like if the Dress Down comes down, any spell Terrence plays afterwards is not going to trigger any prowess because the prowess is not going to be there, right?
Yeah.
But any +1/+1 that was already granted would stick to the token, right? Yeah, okay.
I believe so.
Yeah. So as the players are working this one out, we're gonna force the Dress Down. The Quantum Riddler is definitely gonna go away at the end of turn there.
And because he's cast the Brainstorm into a Force, he gets some more monk tokens as well. So pretty powerful there. So Nicholas draws 2 cards because the Quantum Riddler says, if you have 1 or less cards in your hand, then you draw 2. Okay, he finds Uro and a Source of Flashes. That's kind of exactly what he wanted. He is under some real pressure now. He's hoping that Terrence doesn't have some action to follow up with it. And we know that Terrence just has 2 lands.
Yeah, Terrence drawing from the top here, being Hellbent.
Yeah.
But what does Terrence want to draw here? Is this like the old young Paraman situation where you just want to cantrip into cantrip?
Yes, you want to draw a Ponder here, really. But we know that actually there is a polluted Delta on top of his library because we saw from the Brainstorm there's 2 lands. So maybe he wanted to be drawing the fetch rather than the island to shuffle away. Okay. Here we're seeing Nicholas, did he cast a Wither Bloom command? He's just thinking about the second mode. So here we see why some of the blue-black decks we saw earlier, like Enrico's deck, he was splashing green for Wither Bloom command. This is so important to see the second mode. Destroy target non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Kills Corey Steel Cutter. So I believe we have 3 Wither Bloom commands in Nicholas's deck.
Dude, he loves the card.
Yeah, and return a land. It's just value.
He's returning land stuff. Couldn't he have killed one of the tokens? Or is he not done for that?
Yeah, he could have, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think because he's got 2 Quantum Riddlers in exile, he wants to hit this 5th land.
Oh, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so he can get those ones back.
And get a 3/4 endurance blocker in play as well. So I actually, despite the double Corey Steel Cutter and like looking a bit sketchy for Nicholas, I think he's might be about to turn the corner.
Looks like it, right? That's how they do it. Like when these bean stacks, they get to like 5-6 mana.
Yeah.
Unless they're like down to like 1 or 2 life or something.
Yeah, the creatures are pretty big. Like Euron did get pitched to the Force of Negation, but like Euron being a 4/5 as well, flying. Yeah.
He's definitely still out of bolt range. Turns would need something like 3 lightning bolts. So Nicholas feeling pretty safe there.
Yeah.
Maybe not go on the attack yet.
Yeah, I think we'll see Uro come down now though. Uro come down with access to Source of Plowshares next turn, and then gets 10 life, so it's way out of it. Thing is though, even with one Corey Steel Cutter, he can just go like Brainstorm into a bolt and like use the bolt to trade with endurance as one of the tokens. That's pushing through a ton of damage as well.
And Nicholas finds his sixth land, so he will eventually be able to get the Quantum Driller down, as we talked about earlier. Or just maybe he's just gonna escape the Euro next turn, helping him stabilize even more.
I think even though like the instinct is to be mana efficient and cast a higher CMC card, I think just Uro getting down and getting some life gain going, and then each turn attacking and gaining 3 and drawing a card, you know, it snowballs very fast, doesn't it?
Kind of funny, right? I think Uro used to be one of the most prominent cards in Legacy for like a year or two, and then kind of faded away along with the other 4-color and 5-color Yorion Bean decks. Of course, we banned a ton of cards out of that, but people like Nicholas, they still find ways to make it work.
Yeah. Okay, here's some damage pushing through though. The Mission's Bauble triggers the prowess, so I think he's probably just going to jump attack in. You know, the one with the Steel Cutter equipped to it can get blocked by the Endurance, and he pushes through some damage.
So
no,
4 points of damage that he would be pushing through.
Yeah, it would have been.
Make
but
that 2.
I think he's throw a Brainstorm off the top with the Mission's Bauble. So next turn, that's going to be able to maybe like make another monk and prowess them up even further. So waiting a little bit, probably going to be rewarded for that.
Interesting that Niklas saw that before attackers were declared. Is that because he wanted turns to gain like 1 less life? So he didn't respond to the
No, I think Terrence didn't attack.
Oh, he didn't
And then
attack in
did
the
it end
first
of
place.
turn.
Okay, yeah. Heads up play by Terrence, expecting like a remove a spell there, making like the Alpha Strike not very good anymore.
Yeah. Uro coming in though, gaining 3 life, going to 10 or 13 even.
Oh, there's another bargain hand for Niklas. It's ready to, well, not exactly fire that one off at the end of turn, but Uro holding back the fort. That's already like a win condition in itself.
He has a Force and a Sword. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's very quick to hit the Brainstorm.
This is a really good example again of Nicholas realizing that look, he's got these 2 Quantum Riddlers in exile. He just needs to not die, just stay alive. Uro's about to turn the corner from as well.
Ooh, that Lightning Bolt though.
Yeah,
Those tokens are already 3/3s. The Lightning Bolt is gonna make them 4/4s.
yeah. I think did Terrence miss the Corey Steelcutter's trigger?
No, he made one. He made one for the second Brainstorm. Oh yeah, that one's about to attack as well. So the 2 tokens at the bottoms are 3/3s.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one got swords. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So they do have an extra 2 power on them as well. But
and the other one is like a 1/1, but it's equipped, so it's a 2/2. So you got like a 2/2 and a. So the 2/2 is going to turn to a 3/3, and then he's going to have 2 4/4. That's a lot of damage. There.
Oh, he just concedes. Okay. Yeah.
Terrence just conceded.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think like so he had a bolt in hand, which he could have attacked with all 3, see where the blocks go, and then I think expectation to bolt the Uro. Because I think Nicholas is going to block with both creatures, which is absolutely correct. You bolt the Uro, and then if the Endurance blocks one of the non-Corey Steelcutter ones, then they become 4/4s as well.
Yeah.
Could have pushed through.
Thing is, maybe Terrence did the math.
Yeah.
Was a little bit quicker than us on that. Figured out, okay, even if that happens, there's no way for me to claw back into the game.
Yeah. Fair.
But yeah, fair enough.
The
So.
Quantum Riddlers hiding in exile just represent.
Oh, that one's very.
Represent an end game that he's not going to be able to fight through.
Made a short entrance, short appearance. Maybe we're going to see more of it in the next game here. As 3 copies are in the main deck, of course, for Niklas Holtmann.
Yeah.
Dude, such a big deck. What are we going to bring in from the sideboard?
Nicholas has some absolutely fantastic cards. First of all, 4 Carpet of Flowers is the fastest slam dunk I think you could ever do.
Oh, yes.
So as we saw, there's Spell Piercers, there's Dazes, there's Wastelands. So you just Carpet of Flowers. It's just like, it's a dark ritual for the band decks.
Yeah, kind of, right?
Yeah.
That's how you put it.
So the carpets are in, the Hydro Blast and the Blue Elemental Blast, absolutely in, because there's going to be bolts, there's going to be Pyroblast, there's going to be Dragon Rage channels, and most importantly, there'll be Corey Steelcutters to kill. I think he's probably looking at the Wrath of the Skies as well, sweep up the Corey Steelcutters again. We're just identifying how important Corey Steelcutter is. And again, we said we haven't seen many sweepers, but when we do see them, we keep thinking, wow, that could be really good, right? So
Yeah, every single time, right?
Yeah, so I love the Wrath of the
Maybe
Skies.
maybe they just put us on the feature matches where we see all these like
Yeah.
small little creature decks, kind of.
So
Yeah.
yeah, don't expect anything else, but those are what 4 to 8 exceptional cards to be honest. And then he'll probably just cut 3 Force Negation at least, I think. And then probably cut the dress down and maybe a couple of forces. Although, yeah, I probably keep the forces.
I wonder if he's going to touch Tamiya or something. But yeah, we will see.
Potentially.
Yeah. So, dude, there's a big sideboard card. One that we rarely get to see, but when we see it, it always has like a huge impact.
Yeah, I am such a sucker for a pop. And pop being price of progress. This is a card which, again, when Blue-Red hasn't been in the metagame too much recently, so kind of hasn't been played too much, but it came back with a vengeance to remind people to not play too many Ancient Tombs and Urza's Towers or Planar Nexuses. Price of Progress being the 1 red instant, each player takes 2 damage for each non-basic land in play. Nicholas has many, many non-basic lands. So I would say it's going to be on his radar. He's going to be aware of it. I don't think he really has the capability to play around it too much other than with a Blue Elemental Blast or a Force of Will. So yeah, it can be that could just decide the game. You know, a quick flurry of DRCs and Corey Steelcutters is attacking, bringing Nicholas down to like 10 life or so, and then a pop could just end the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a reasonable expectation for Price of Progress would be 10 life to.
Yeah, I think 8 to 12, that kind of range.
My 2-mana burn spell might just deal 8 damage. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll
So
see. Well, Terrence is gonna get the lower end of that. Like 12 would be insane, but
Yeah.
very much doable considering the amount of non-basic lands that Niklas is playing.
yeah, so we'll see that, and we'll see the Pyroblast coming in as well, and not too much else, I think.
Okay, Terrence leading on an aggressive start this time. Dragon Rage Channeler hitting the field.
Mhm.
Passing over to Niklas. He's got the Wineswap Teeth and just passing back.
Mhm.
Dragon Rage Channeler, in a way, it feels like it's the glue that keeps these kinds of decks together.
It just does everything. It fills the graveyard for the Murktide. It's a 1-mana 3/3 flying very often. It's all the surveilling, so much card selection. It's so incredible for the deck.
Yeah, I remember when it came out, there was a discussion whether it or Ragavan was better.
Yeah, which is amazing because you look at Ragavan, you're like, wow, this is the most pushed one. But there was a real argument. I think DRC is,
Mhm.
yeah,
And
it's
it
now.
clearly won out over Delver.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. See, I'm a big fan of Delver personally. I think.
You are?
Yeah, I think it's a
Get
good,
me out of here.
I think it's. I mean, it's still a good card, is what I say.
So good. We barely seen any of those.
Yeah,
decks.
no, me personally, I would play Delver over Tamiyo's and Blue Red Delver.
Mhm.
I think the deck just wants to be aggressive.
Okay, makes sense. So Niklas fetching that end of turn, is that just gonna be a surveillance, or is he gonna try to fight over the Tamio?
Yeah, if he has a Source of Pleasures, maybe, but he might just also be like a Ketrium, one of the Triomes.
Oh yeah, Triumph's like basically completely fixing your mana for
Yeah.
almost the rest of the game.
Yeah, but he goes for a Surveil Land. And I'm looking for some context clues of if when he fetches double white, that could give away a Wrath of the Skies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we saw him getting a Bayou earlier in the game 1 without access to Wrath of the Skies, but now that's the kind of card that could, really, get a 2-for-1.
How important is Carpet of Flowers? Like if you had it on first turn, would you run it in today's or just wait?
I would not.
You would not. It's
No,
that important.
It's that important, especially because look at Nicholas' deck. He's got so much late game. Well,
Speak of
you
the devil,
called it, you
yeah.
called it. Absolutely.
You get our mini Rite of Flame here, soon to be upgraded into something. What?
Yes.
Look at that face. Look at Niklas. Stone Cold Killer. Yeah, I got
Love it.
everything I ever wanted.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep it.
I think that face perfectly encapsulates what it feels like to have a couple of flowers resolve against Delver.
I love the card so much.
It's so powerful.
Yeah.
Again, look at what it's going to do. So, turn 2, it's just added 2 mana to cast a 3-drop in turn 2. And this is the first turn it's been in play. Every turn it's going to be adding 2+ mana.
At this point, we're looking like at a turn 3 or 4, like Quantum Riddler hardcast.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, like, very soon you can just be like, bring Yorion in your hand and hardcasting all of these huge things. So, he does need to not die here, which is a very good game plan in the matchup. But
so much, man. Like we're also like ramping us up there with the mindset piece. For a second, I was wondering why is that one hanging out there, but of course, Ura allowing you to put the extra land into play there.
Yep.
Which Niklas is happy to make use of.
Yep.
And like, look at that. Oh, I was gonna like say Days is so dead here. On the other hand, Price
pop.
of Progress, double pop,
double pop.
double Price of Progress.
This could be a fire.
Niklas Hartmann, you better have some answers here.
You know what? Tamiyo -3, triple pop.
Triple pop. Yeah, you're getting 3 life a turn, not gonna be good enough soon.
You know what? He doesn't even want to waste that, Nicholas.
Yeah, it's so awkward, right?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I guess I kind of want to, but then again, I don't.
I think it's the right decision, but it's funny with the access to all these price progress.
It would also be really weird to like run out the wasteland and then pass.
Yeah, it would give it away a bit.
Very much so.
So trying to look at Nicholas' hand, you've got a Tundra at the front. I've spotted 2 fiery cards, so there's a Force of Negation and a Force of Will hanging out. Looks like there may be a Ponder in the middle as well. Yeah, here comes the
By
Ponder.
the way, hear me out. Wasteland on yourself.
Yeah, this is it. We've seen this come up a lot. We've seen some, I can't remember the GPs it was, but sometimes, remember Wasteland Carl? So there was a time where like, yeah, there was a Wasteland to play and didn't Wasteland a deck, but that wasn't about price progress actually, I forgot it now. Here we see man versus nature is not a fair fight. This card is iconic and it is so powerful in the right matchups and in the right metagame, which it is here.
Dude, that card is just like making me feel things.
Yeah, yeah.
That Exodus uncommon over there.
Beautiful.
Amazing art. Richard Kane Ferguson. So let's see how much damage it's actually gonna deal here.
I think Nicholas has like just rightfully realized he can never play around it. It's just his deck runs off non-basics and it is what it is.
Yeah. Maybe he's actually going to be in a position to be like, okay, I'm going to try to gain as much life as I can. You never really expect the second Price of Progress, right? I think the first one is something you can take into account and take to the chin.
Oh, what is this? What is this on here? What are we doing, production team? Oh my god.
Are those like 5 threats?
Yeah.
At least they kept the iconic flavor text on that one.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we're getting trolled here.
Here we see another reason why With the Boom Command is so good in the format right now. It kills a flip Tamio. And the DRC, oh my god. I didn't see the DRC wasn't delirious. So it gave the DRC -3/-1, and it kills the non-creature permanent, which is the flip Tamio. Amazing use of With the Boom Command there from
Dude, is
Nicholas.
that another press progress? Did we just like put them out back for
He put it back with the brainstorm earlier.
Okay,
so it's the
okay.
third one still.
I was gonna say the third one would be a little iffy. Like if you see two in the deck list, like okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So here comes another replacement DRC. We're sitting on Price of Progress. Dude, is this like a burn deck? Like we got two Price of Progress and a Lightning Bolt and a DRC.
Yeah,
I think the next turn is gonna
Oh
be
my
huge
God.
fireworks for Terrence.
but you know what's coming? Second couple of flowers.
Oof. I remember times where like Omnitail decks used this to like just like straight up hardcast Griselbrand.
Yep, I've done that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You've
Hey.
done a lot of six things in this format, I
Yeah.
wanna say.
It's fun just doing silly stuff.
Yeah, that's what you would say.
Okay, Uro comes in and just off the carpets, just like that. And a beanstalk. It's just these carpets are producing so much mana. This game has been dictated by carpets. And look, the price of progress. Usually we guessed it would be around 10 damage, but actually Nicholas doesn't have the lands to play out. But I reckon he's probably on his mind. He isn't playing lands gonna
When
play
he's
any more
landed, he
lands
can
out.
have like enchantments.
Yeah. I mean he has access to 9 mana. With
Niklas also sitting on at least two forces that are gonna cantrip.
I think you know what? This Uro in play now is gonna be, Terrence doesn't have a power blast to kill it. The price of progress is gonna hurt him more.
It
Right?
actually is.
The Uro is gonna be winning the race.
He's gonna be taking 6 damage off that. Technically, you could like Daisy on Price of Progress to like reduce it by 2 life.
Yeah.
And then still pay for it.
Uro comes thumping in for 6 damage, gaining 3 life for Nicholas, going up to 25.
A lot. you could
Yeah.
say, Yeah.
So the price of progress is now actually, you know what? We pegged it as like the card that's going to win the matchup, but just the carpets are completely undoing it.
It's Carpet of Flowers up there in the running for one of the best sideboard cards. You remember when at the GPs they would have like the top 5 tournament defining cards?
Yep.
To me, at least if we do that for sideboard cards, Carpet would be up there.
I think so.
It's such a like huge swing whenever you get it down, especially early on. There's like just like straight up hardcast, Quantum Riddler, yeah, sure.
I feel like, they've had these alternate formats on like Magic Online and Arena where it's called Omniscience Draft, where you just have infinite mana. It feels like this is what Nicholas is playing. He's just putting all his spells into play. He just has so much mana off these carpets. He's like, yeah, just play a Quantum
Look
Riddler,
at this,
why
like he plays like a what's the card, like a 5 or 6 mana drop. Doesn't
Yep.
even tap his lands for that.
not? No, just
You are paying that.
and the Quantum Riddler draws a card off the Beanstalk as
Oh,
well.
You saw that slight hesitation before they're playing the Savannah. Maybe
Yeah.
he must be aware that Terrence is sitting on like at least one price of progress because he
Yeah.
has literally not done anything
At
with
the
it.
same time, we can see 3 forces in Nicholas' hand. He just doesn't.
He's like,
He can
yeah,
counter it.
finally a use for my mana.
Yeah.
Hardcast Force of Negation.
Yeah. And I like this. He's left in all the forces because he's probably realizing this is how he loses the game. Is some price of progress
Yeah.
or fast Corey Steel Cutters.
Lightning Bolt your face.
Lightning what you down to 22 feels bad.
You're really only doing that for the surveyor, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. He needs to find Steel Cutter into cantrip or something.
Like a couple of steel cutters, maybe, right? That's one
Yeah,
way to do
but,
it.
like, I don't know. Nicholas is attacking for 10 next turn.
I think once you hit like turn 7 or 8 or wherever you are right now, if your 4-color Yorion control player is sitting on 22, it's rough.
It
We
is.
picked
indeed.
Price of Progress as one way to do it because, of course, played around this very well.
He's on 22. He has access to 10 mana. He's not even put Yorion in his hand. He's got triple force in hand. Wow. That was a dominating performance from Nicholas Holman's 4-color Yorion Beans deck. He made it look amazing.
Yeah,
Really, truly.
gotta give it to him. Nicholas always known for playing a little bit off decks, I wanna say, like always
Yep.
like putting his own spin on decks as very much as he did right here. But navigating perfectly. I think there's a thing in not only Legacy, but in Magic where people want to play like their deck, like
Yeah,
they want to be like something
absolutely.
special. Nicholas is that kind of guy, but he also plays really well, so he's got something to
Yeah,
show for it.
Absolutely. He's always he likes these 4-color kind of soupy mid-range decks, but he always picks out the new cards that work well in it. I've seen him play Ophelia, the dog with flash. He played that when it just came out. He was playing White Plume Adventurer in his like 4-color Yorion decks when it had just come out as well, before the deck had really exploded on the scene as well. So he's always got his finger on the pulse of the meta as well, and putting these strong mid-range cards like Quantum Riddler in his decks and abusing Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah, he's a scary guy to go up against. He's still going to be live in competition for top 8, so I don't envy anyone who's going to go up against him in the next round.
Especially if they're trying to cast lightning bolts.
Yo, we
in
have
a tempo deck.
Definitely. So that's going to be it for round 12 for us today. We're going to go on a very small break. Then Sam and Andreas are going to step back in and bring you, well, the penultimate round of the Swiss here. There might already be some people able to draw into the top 8 if they remained undefeated. Other than that, there's going to be amazing matches coming up for the next 2 rounds. And then, of course, the top 8 here at Eternal Weekend, main event Legacy and beautiful Luca. Stay tuned. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Eternal Weekend Europe Legacy Champs in beautiful Lucca, Italy, hosted by Four Seasons and Booze. My name is Sam Dams, and with me here is Andreas Ecobaronen. Andreas, we are reaching the finish line. If you are into the booth right now, you're going to be watching some sweet games, but if you're a player, what are we thinking?
As a player getting featured in round 13, the penultimate Swiss round, remember we played 8 rounds yesterday and 6 rounds today before the cut to top 8. I am over the moon. This is right where I want to be. When I play competitive Magic, I book my flights to Lucca. This is exactly where I want to be. So I want to soak in the moment and just be calm and do my absolute best to punch that ticket to the top 8.
What if people ask you now if you want to be doing a feature match?
I will say yeah, for sure, and
For
then I'll
sure,
text
right?
my
For
mom,
sure,
tune
exactly.
into the Four
Yes,
Seasons Twitch.
everyone, come and watch me. This is my moment to shine. So we will
Yep.
give that player, these players, that moment. So let us dive into this matchup. If I'm correct, we will be playing Eldrazi aggro here versus Blue Green Omni Show. Let's talk about the aggro deck first.
The Eldrazi aggro deck that we featured earlier today as well. This deck is looking to put on pressure with hasty monsters. We're trying to shut down the opponent's ability to play the game with Chalice of the Void. And if they're super frisky and puts powerful creatures on the battlefield, we have cards like Wayscape Battle Mage and Eldrazi Obligator to flip the script. Kozilek's Command plus Glaring Fleshraker, powerful combo, and that will kind of solve these stalled out games. So yeah, this deck is very, very resilient, packs a ton of soul lands, and is looking to end the game early and often.
All right, that makes sense to me. And let's dive into the other deck list here. Blue Green Omni Show. I think we've already seen it yesterday once.
That is true. This is a show and tell strategy that is trying to put omniscience into play, and from there, the world's your oyster. So whether you already have your Emrakul, you have to cast a stock up, or you have to cast Intuition, or simply just some cantrips to go and get it, then you can finish the game off in one big swoop. The Cunning Wish in the deck can go and fetch Eladamri's Call in this version I see, which then is an avenue to go and get Emrakul and get the game over the finish line. The Green Splash facilitates Veil of Summer, which is very, very good against counter spells and discard spells, so not quite as useful in this matchup. You might even see the Green Splash be a liability.
Ooh, and I see Shifting Woodland here in the main deck. Is that relatively stock, or that seems to be a spicy card?
That
here?
is a spicy one. Nice catch here. I would assume this is when your Omniscience hits the bin and you're able to then turn your Shifting Woodlands into an Omniscience. So in games where, let's say, you resolve Intuition, or games where you have your Omniscience Thought Seized. Also, I believe that Moment of Truth is a card that can put a card into the graveyard. So a little bit of more resilience built into the cantrip suite even. I think this deck even foregoes Ponder to mitigate the effect of Chalice of the Void for 1.
Or maybe just dodge Bowmasters because you're not drawing the cards, right?
Great point. So, funnily enough, Moment of Truth is a well-positioned cantrip spell.
Yes, 2 mana, perfect. Perfect for Legacy right now. All right, let's dive in here. Which deck would you want to be playing?
I would love to be on the show and tell side of things. So it also looks like things can go a little bit wrong. Thought Not Seer, or a fast clock, or a game where we simply don't see a show and tell before it's too late. The Greenlands could also end up being a liability in the face of the Wasteland. So there's a slight nod in my analysis towards the show and tell strategy.
All right, let's see who takes it home here. I can only imagine these players must be a bit nervous. We talked about it in the RCN Antwerp. They actually had a heart rate monitor. I love that feature. What do you think this is right now for these players?
Oh yeah, this is going to be somewhat high, but now after seeing the player cams, they actually look somewut calm.
They
and
look really
collected.
calm. Wow.
So
I'm more nervous than them.
no, these guys are certified killers at the top table. So I also you cannot go wrong with the fact that during a day like this, if you keep winning and you're in the winners bracket, all of a sudden you feel a little bit invincible, and that's going to tell, and that's going to help you very, very much when the chips are down.
For sure, starting out with a 10-2 record, I feel great as well. Now we are on the off to the races here, so we just have a playing of a land here by the blue-green deck, and then passing the turn. The Eldrazi player took a long time to think about what they wanted to play. Probably think about, okay, how do I want to proceed here? My guess again, maybe they already know what they're up against, especially in like round 13. We are playing against like around the same table. So we are starting out here with a Chalice on 1, it seems. How do we feel about this?
Sacrificing Lotus Petal to play Chalice of the Void for 1 is a little bit of a commitment. I will say if the follow-up is either a single colored land alongside a 3-drop Eldrazi, the drawback is way smaller. If the follow-up is an additional soul land and a 4-drop Eldrazi, likewise. There's also the fact that Filippo did not play at 1-drop turn 1. So this Chalice of the Void is a little bit speculative, but overall I like it, and I assume that Patrizio has a follow-up lined up.
So you were correct here. I called out the Bowmasters, and you called out this this Chalice of the Void for the Moment of Truth. I think the name it was of the card.
Yeah.
So yeah, you won this one, Andreas. Good job.
Yeah, Chalice of the Void on one here, and then a little bit of a peculiar fetch here. The dreaded fetch to thin maneuver already, which is a little bit suspicious. But I guess with Brainstorm out of the mix, your shuffle effect is now not that great. So you're thinning your deck, so you have a higher density of show and tell, I guess.
Yeah, what this means to me is like we already have everything that we want in our hands, so we just definitely do not want an extra land. That's literally
Right.
the only
We're
thing I
doing
can
good
think
on
of.
lands, and we want to draw a key card. So thinning one card is not a nothing.
All right, and here we see the Eldrazi line breaker here coming in immediately. So this will deal damage immediately. Perfect for Patrizio, I think, if I remember correctly. Getting bigger, the more Eldrazi you have.
Yeah, correct. So this is now going to be a 4-powered attacker, starting the damage race already. I will say with Island and Ancient Tomb on the board for Filippo, this smells a little bit of, well, if it's Intuition, I think the game is going to be over soon. So I think Patricio is hoping this is a Cunning Wish.
Yes. Okay. Here we have it is Intuition indeed. All right. So if you're Filippo, how do you think the odds are for you?
Incredible, because now we're either going to get Show and Tell itself or the payoff for Show and Tell already in hand, and it looks to be the latter.
Okay, there's not all that much as Patrizio can do game one against these decks, right?
Right, exactly. So the Eldrazi deck is somewhat in trouble here, to say the least. When 3 Omniscience are searched here with Intuition, that essentially means Show and Tell is already in hand. So now Show and Tell Omniscience will grant Filippo the ability to simply cast everything for free. And since the Eldrazi's are not ETB effects, but rather cast triggers, that changes the equation to now a drawback compared to earlier where we saw the cast trigger being a huge benefit.
Yes, for sure. And I think we will probably see a show and tell here, maybe the finishing up of the game. It really feels to me like game one is heavily favored for the show and tell player, but of course we will see if we can turn that around. And here it is indeed, show and tell. Is anything that potentially Patrizio could put into play here that takes over the game?
I could just say no and then set myself up for potential failure. But yeah, I want to say I highly doubt it.
Okay, we'll see about that. So we have the Eye of Ugin here, we have Omniscience, and yeah, it now depends, like, if Filippo's hand is just full of blanks, then maybe we can get there, but
Absolutely.
if it was full of blanks, we're going to be drawing 3 cards here with the Lorien revealed, so I'm not sure if Patrizio will get another turn, or at least he may just scoop in concession. We will find out. Stock up here being cast.
The thing is, it's so unlikely we're bricking here after drawing the first 3. Sorry for cutting you off there. Go ahead, Sam.
No problem. I was just about to say that I haven't seen a payoff yet,
right.
if I'm correct. I think it was just a bunch of forces, blue cards. So I think that's what we're digging for.
We're digging for either a Cunning Wish or the actual Emrakul, and every card we're casting is basically the search for that. We're trying to get into a chain where we go Cunning Wish, Illidammri's Call, Emrakul, get our additional turn, attack for 15, and leave the Eldrazi player with 0 permanence.
Another stock of being cast here. And we are really seeing here how this deck does not care about that Chalice at all. I think I did not see a payoff. So digging so deep, but not a payoff found. That would be insane, right?
That
Another stock up there. Okay. It's not over yet.
All right,
okay.
Cunning Wish, we'll do it here. It's somewhat simple from here. We are playing this out simply to see what the opponent's endgame is. Illidammri's Call goes for any creature out of your deck. You play a single copy of Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. That card is a 0-mana spell because of Omniscience. And now all of a sudden, with the Time Walk trigger onto that Emrakul, the Eldrazi player will find himself with 0 permanence going into his next turn.
So I'm sure that will be game here soon. You can see Patrizio reaching over. He definitely knows what this card does, but I think you're in round 13, so you just want to make sure, is there anything I can do? Just read it. There's no shame in that, right? You never know what you might have missed. But here we see a trigger casting the Emrakul. Will there be a response from Patrizio?
The only response I can think about is shuffling up and looking at your sideboard.
That's a good response. We shall see. Yeah, producer is taking his time. So he's saying, yeah, sure. He's maybe just waiting it out and seeing. I want to see the most of your deck because you never know. Maybe Filippo is not feeling safe and just playing more stuff. This seems to
Right.
me like an information hunt. That's what I would think.
Right. And even in the midst of all of this, we could have played a land last turn, but decided to discard it into
Yeah.
cleanup. So there's a little bit of which turn is this of the game, but it doesn't matter at all here
No,
as
it doesn't
Emrakul
matter.
gets the job done here with 2 swings.
All right. Well, dominant performance here for the blue-green deck, but that's kind of what we anticipated game 1. It's going to be all about game 2 and game 3. Let's see if we can go to sideboarding. Looks like, yeah, here we go. What do we want to be doing if we are the Eldrazi aggro player?
Yeah, we really need to draw a copy of Disruptor Flute in this matchup. Also, Warping Whale has very nice crossover here. The card can counter a sorcery spell. With this Omniscience deck being just a show and tell deck with no sneak attacks in it, we actually just have to Disruptor Flute onto show and tell, thus making it a 6-drop. And then with the time bought, we need to finish the job with our hasty creatures here.
So not a whole lot to be swapping here.
Not a whole lot. We can add 4 cards to our deck, and we can hope that our aggro plus a piece of disruption is enough.
Makes sense to me. Let's dive into what the show and tell player wants to do.
It looks like this deck is built with a bunch of Cunning Wish targets, and then we have Carpet of Flowers for blue decks. We have Blue Elemental Blast for red decks, and then we have Consigned to Memory for colorless decks. So how convenient we can put Consigned to Memory into our deck. We can get rid of the Abysmal Veil of Summers. And it looks like we will have to add 1 more card to get rid of all of the veils, which I'm not quite sure of. This could be the Spectral Restitching, or it could be a Mindbreak Trap. So it's probably going to be the Spectral.
Can you tell me a bit about that card, the Spectral Restitching? Not some card that I really know very
pretty
well.
sure that's a card that blinks permanence, and then not quite sure. I think it could get rid of a permanent temporarily, and then you have to win in the meantime.
All right. Well,
Not entirely sure.
we'll check that out. I've never heard about that one before. Maybe we can get it on screen and we'll talk about it a bit more. But let's dive into the game here. I imagine if you're on the play, that's going to be very important here. And for the Eldrazi player, what's the best turn 1 that we can do?
The best turn 1 we can do is probably something a little bit out of a fairy tale, revolving multiple petals, Flesh Rakers, and kind of going crazy. But something like lead on a chalice on 1 and then have a potent Flesh Raker turn on turn 2 is probably pretty good. But to be honest, any somewhat aggressive hand with either a flute or a Warping Whale is going to be awesome.
Okay, now I remember why I didn't recognize the name, because it was like it is through the Omen parts here, but that's actually one from Spider-Man, so that's why I didn't really immediately recognize is that what was going on here.
Right.
That makes sense. Okay, so we are going to be playing here the Obligator, but currently we're just gonna try for beats because nothing we
This
can
is
steal.
this Eldrazi Obligator is simply just a 3/1 with haste here. So this looks like an aggro hand, and I don't. Let's see what the next turn holds before I start being too critical here. This could be super serviceable if Patricio follows up with a Soul Land and a Thought-Knot Seer, or it could be highly unimpressive if the next turn is not all that great.
All right, just a playing of the land, passing of the turn. Patricio must be very glad with that. So I think we're just gonna try and like get a Disruptor Flute going here. Do you keep a hand without any interaction as the Eldrazi player?
Yeah, I could see that, like super aggressive hand. Let's say you have something like a line breaker here. I think then you're lining up for at turn 3 kill. I would keep that one.
Okay, cool, that makes sense. I found the name that is actually named in paper. It's Hide on the Ceiling. That is the one that we are looking at. That was on the sideboard.
That makes a lot of sense with the different namings here. So also we can now rule out another hasty creature. So let's see what this actually is.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. I guess Flesh Raker. Yeah, not bad. Not
Clarence
bad.
Flesh Raker, this time uncounterable.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Now we're just passing the turn here. I would be a bit afraid if I was Patricio.
Oh yeah, Patricio is sitting there. Is my tournament gonna get prolonged, or is my tournament getting ended here? Or at least my top 8 hopes And this will be a somewhat crucial turn cycle.
All right, we shall see about that. We see the same as we saw last time, just, getting some lands out of the deck. We want to reduce the chances of us drawing a
This could
land.
be an insta brainstorm or an insta cycle of Aloran revealed.
It is a brainstorm, and then we can, in the upkeep, actually cycle away the potentially lands that we don't want to do.
Something I was doing all Thursday in Pauper when I played that same combination of cards.
Because I don't see another land in here currently, if I am correct. Nope. Meanwhile, I think we have a quick window here to read Hide on the Ceiling. X and a blue. It's an instant. Exile X target artifacts and or creatures. Return the exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. What do you think? Worth it?
It's worth it because Veil of Summer is essentially a blank Pokemon card in the context of the matchup. So yeah, I do like it, and it pitches to Force of Will. I would even
there we go.
I would even
Thank
sideboard
you.
in a blank blue card over the Veil of Summer.
All right, so keep in mind the spectral restitching that we saw is actually this one in paper. There's a big difference here, so that's important to note. We did find the land, excellent, playing it tapped. This is the Mist Rise Village, so all good stuff, and I'm thinking we're just going to be passing over to Patricio.
Very good news for Patricio, but also it should be a little bit of a foresight here saying, okay, if you didn't quote unquote nothing for 2 turns, your key card is show and tell.
For sure.
That card could be coming.
Uh-huh.
And if this brainstorm is able to hide your key card on top of the deck and you end up being awesome against Thought-Knot Seer, that would be the dream on the side of Filippo.
Makes sense to me. 2 damage here from the Ancient Doom. So let's see what the follow is. It perhaps a Reality Smasher? No, it's a Thought-Knot Seer. That's a good one. Get to take a peek at the hand. So what do we want to do here in response for Filippo?
We hopefully we thought about a potential Thought-Knot Seer and we put our best card on top of the deck when we cast Brainstorm. If that is not available, there's a spot where Consign to Memory can not counter the Thought-Knot Seer itself, but it can counter the Enter the Battlefield triggered ability of Thought-Knot Seer.
Okay, and if I'm correct, this should be uncounterable here with the Cavern of Souls.
It is uncounterable, but it is within Filippo's right to fight against it on the stack.
Sure, that's true. That's true. We will get a trigger here from the Raker. We'll see if that happens. But you can see Filippo thinking here.
I think that's exactly why Patricio is holding the token over there, because that actually resolves first.
Right.
So he's ready with build your own stack.
Hey, that's nice. That's nice. I dig it. I dig it. Okay, cool. Yeah, clear communication here. Well done. I like that. So now we'll see if Filippo will respond to the enter the battlefield trigger. We can still do that, of course. Looks like that's a consign to memory. Ooh, I love this. So we can actually, even though it's uncounterable, we can still prevent a trigger from happening because you can also counter that one. Maybe
Absolutely.
we can get it on screen. That would be interesting. This is one of those cards that has been printed, and ever since it was printed, it's been like at least a 2 of 3 of in every blue deck.
Huge impact, and I love that you bring this up. Consign has exactly been between a 2 of and a 4 of based on how big Mystic Forge was in the metagame, and now Eldrazi is even in the mix as the most played Stompy deck. So you could say that the stock of a Consign to Memory is up there.
Indeed, and this must be terrible for Patricio because that was my whole game plan. I wanted to see in your hand if you had the show and tell so I can pitch it off. But now Filippo is like, yeah, if I have show and tell, I'm just going to slam it down. And again, not much that Patricio can do against it.
Absolutely. So now it looks like Patricio is relegated to getting in there for a 5 damage attack step with the Fleshraker and the Obligator. Spawn and Thought-Knot Seer were added this turn, and getting Filippo to 8 is close but no cigar.
Indeed, and we are thinking here. Can't quite make out what are we thinking about in this situation.
So we do have 1 mana floating from casting the Thought-Knot Seer and having 5 mana available to us, and we have a Eldrazi spawn. So maybe it's just considering, do I have a play with these 2 mana?
Okay, makes sense. Let's just slam in here for 5 and put Filippo to 8. If I'm correct.
The reason to think about that is if you have a Waterscape Battle Mage, do I want to deploy a 2/2, or do I want counterplay versus exactly show and tell Emrakul past the turn?
All right. Looks like Filippo is already a bit lower in life totals here. Looks like at the end of turn of Patricio, we will find another island. Then we have 3 mana. We all know what that means, right?
We know what that means, but we also know that this is on the upkeep, so we would still need an Ancient Tomb to have 3 mana this turn.
Right, upkeep is very important here, so let's put that in the bin. And let's see if Filippo actually has an Ancient Tomb.
Oh. That is,
we did it.
That's what we like to see. So the perfect draw, because
it's important because they did not have the mana to actually go for it this turn.
Filippo already had an island. There would be no
Boom.
cycling. So this was one of the most clutch Ancient Tomb draws I've seen in a good while.
Really,
Wow.
what about last round we did?
What about last round? Last
We had a
round,
couple of those. Right?
couple of good predictions here.
Yeah.
We're simply just thinking out loud when it comes to wishful thinking. Look at this thought nuts here.
Ooh. Yeah.
2 pieces of action though.
That was actually really cool because Patricio being able to put the Thought Seer into play makes it so if there was only one like draw spell,
Yeah.
that might have been enough. So I really like that.
Easily. And with the trigger, this was an old trick back in the day when Omniscience first got spoiled. If you could put something into play like Vendilion Click, Venser, then there was a window to disenchant the Omniscience before the opponent got to Sorcerer Speed Emrakul.
I remember a point in time where everyone was playing the Archon Rider, exile a permanent. That was the way to do it back in
Oh,
the day,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah. The Ashen Rider. I remember. Yeah,
Ashen
yeah, yeah.
Rider, yeah. Archon Rider is Ashen Rider. Okay, now, of course, Filippo did have that Lorien revealed remaining, so it was a nice try for Patricio, but I'm afraid that this might just not be enough, although...
Wait a minute. This
wait a
looks like
minute.
5 bricks to me.
Yes, indeed. It's a show and tell and an Omniscience and 3 lands, so yeah, I think we got there.
Okay, so
Wow.
the full roller coaster here. Filippo, unable to play the game of Magic the Gathering, draws the clutch Ancient Tomb. Show and Tell's Omniscience. Patricio, with the second copy of Thought Seer, getting to pick off the stock up. Lorne revealed into the next stock up, which is a brick.
So the Thought Seer did actually get the job done.
It did, and we have a game 3 on our hands here.
Yes, indeed, which we do like as spectator. Of course, this is what we want to be seeing. Do you think these players will change any for game 3?
It looks like Filippo surely isn't. Filippo's just straight into, and this is simply because those Veil of Summers were absolute dead cards, and he added good cards to his deck. So it's just with any of these Cunning Wish, Burning Wish, Karn sideboards, you just have limited options. So he's not messing around here.
Yes, that does make sense. Now, of course, this time the show and tell player will be on the play. Very impactful indeed, but it will just be a playing of a Misty Rainforest and a passing of the land. So let's see what Patricio has as an answer here. What's the best thing that we can do turn 1?
Somewhat similar to last game, we want to put on pressure and then have one piece of disruption. So whether that's a Thought Seer, a Disruptor Flute, Warping Whale, the key thing is to put pressure onto the combo deck. They cannot get too much time to set up.
If you have the option of playing Disruptor Flute turn 1, would you just always fire it off?
So right now, if I have it and an Ancient Tomb, I really like passing the turn, letting my opponent fetch, and then pounce on them tapping out because of going down from consigned to memory. So I really like that time window, but I will also say Ancient Tomb Pass is very suspicious. So if Filippo sniffs that out and simply just says, well, sure, I'll take the turn, you can look a little silly. So I do like to getting busy here with the Fleshraker.
All right, so Ancient Tomb being tapped 2 damage, and we also have an extra red mana here to our disposal. So we are just going to play the Fleshraker and pass the turn.
It looks like it has to pass consigned to memory, the consigned to memory test first.
Yes, indeed. All right. So fetching. Do we see a consigned to memory in hand? I do not think so. So it is a Brainstorm. Let's draw a couple of cards. Okay. Do we have a finish? Let's try and deduce what we have in our hand here. I do think that's a fetch land. Is that a show and
a
tell?
copy of Moment of Truth as well. So now, if we have what we already need, we could, in theory, hide our best card as the second card down, draw a card next turn, and then keep that card hidden. But in a case of us wanting to shuffle away the worst card, we simply just have to put away the worst card and then shuffle it away.
Right, stock up, very powerful. I think this is when stock up got printed. I do believe that this deck just got a huge boost because that has been the best home for it in Legacy. That's what it feels to me.
Oh, absolutely. When you play stock up, it's kind of like when you played Vintage, you had a lot of spare, let's say spare mana. And this deck's version of that is the Ancient Tomb. And you have a combo finish. So now all of a sudden you're digging 5 cards deep. This is a very, very powerful version of Divination meets Dig Through Time.
Because before the most standard list I would say was with red, right? For sneak attack. But
you needed it for threat density.
Indeed, but we are seeing a shift towards more and more blue-green. That's what it feels to me.
Yeah, this deck gets to run Carpet of Flowers, a little bit better mana base. And some decks can actually beat the card Sneak Attack and you know, deactivate the opponent's Hydroblast across the metagame. there's some pros and cons to those two different variations. In short, I just love that both are viable, just
Yeah.
like the tempo decks.
Exactly, exactly. That's a sign of a good variance. We do
Yep.
enjoy that. Meanwhile, Kevin is still being played here. I can only imagine we are going to be naming Eldrazi with this one.
Yeah.
And Patricio is thinking a bit about what he is about to play. It makes sense because you might not get another turn, so you really want to make the best out of this turn if you can.
Yeah, great point here. The sense of urgency is through the roof after stock up being resolved in a show and tell deck. So now it's all about, well, if you can interact with that plan, you should, and if you can't, you simply just have to turn up the heat on the aggression and cross your fingers.
Yes, indeed, because you do need to kill as quickly as possible. Now, luckily, Eldrazi are very powerful, so they can kill relatively quickly, but they do need chance to be able to do that. But because if we have the more powerful Eldrazi in the form of Emrakul, we're not going to win a battle against that one.
Right. We could have gone in the pregame. Oh, I think we have an Eldrazi mirror on our hands here.
Technically not incorrect. All right, let's see what the follow-up is. Take 2 here from this Ancient Tomb. We have 3 mana. So what are we looking at? Another Flesh Raker, it seems.
So uncounterable Fleshraker here, creating the first spawn.
Nice.
If there's a slow rolled petal, this could be a very, very
Yes.
interesting turn.
Gain a bunch of mana. Is there a way how we can really snowball here in this turn from Patricio's
Yeah,
side?
I think if there's a petal here and we get 2 more spawns with 2 more pings, a card like Kozilek's Command gets the job done super quickly.
Lovely stuff. Okay, so let's see. Just going to be slamming in here. Doesn't look like we have a follow-up. Putting Filippo to 14. Maybe we can also, if we have like a petal, we could also try for Warping Whale. That would also be interesting.
That would be amazing. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Then hold up Warping Rail, but no such luck here.
Unfortunately, no such luck. So yeah, shields down, it feels to me. So Filippo, yeah, we're going to go for it if we can, would be my guess.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're okay.
Ooh, we don't have
Great
it yet.
news for Patricio.
Yes, phew, sigh of relief,
Mhm.
probably from Patricio.
So this is essentially the issue with the Omni deck, that you only have 4 copies of Show and Tell, and you're not winning the game unless you resolve that card.
Huh.
A lot of the time. I realize there are some shifting woodland shenanigans going on here, but mainly you need to find your key card. So this has been a thing for ages out of Oath of Druids decks in Vintage, Doomsday decks in Legacy. If you don't find your namesake card, you're simply just not winning the game.
Oh, cool interaction here. We actually have 2 mana at our disposal because what's the name of the mana in the graveyard? That one that makes the
Simian
red?
Spirit Guide?
Yeah, we actually have that in hand. So if Filippo would have gone for it, we could have caught him off guard with a potential Warping Whale. I do like that. So that's why we see a pause here, because we may be thinking like, okay, do we want to maybe Warping Whale this one? Stock up.
Yes, for sure. Because if the opponent had a show and tell, they would have cast it. And this is the avenue to show and tell and something else. So absolutely, I'm interested in warping railing this card.
Okay.
We know that there's a Force Will waiting for it, but I love this.
Yeah, there we go. Excellent. I love this. And if you're Filippo, do you fight over this? Yes, indeed. I think you
Absolutely.
just have to.
The
if you don't
alternative
have
is to
Show and
lose the
Tell.
game. Now I'm interested in whether the Fleshbreaker triggers are incoming.
Yes, because it may be, since we fought off that force well, that maybe missed triggers. We'll find out soon. That would be very unfortunate. There we see. Okay, so I think we do have that figured out. Maybe it's a missed trigger. We'll find out soon. But for Filippo's side, I mean, is there a different card we're looking for than Show and Tell?
Absolutely not. At this point, it's all about show and tell, omniscience, try and win the game. But this is going to be a crucial one. I think currently we have judges sorting this one out when we have this kind of out of order situation. We are not supposed to be judges here, so we're just going to wait for the conclusion of this one.
Exactly.
I will just say this will be highly, highly relevant with regards to the outcome of this game.
For sure. Keep in mind, this is round number 13, and what happened here is that Warping Whale was cast, and we immediately flashed that Force Wheel, right? So, of course, that makes it a bit difficult in the mix. So we'll get that sorted out, but, I mean, these players have been playing for a lot of Magic. Round 13, there's a lot at stake. So, if I was in Filippo shoot, I would just fire off the Force Wheel immediately as well.
Oh, of course.
I can see it happening.
It's
for sure.
it's mainly just a matter of what are the rules. Are we able to go back? Are we able to say, well, since the Force Will hits the graveyard is already resolved, have we moved past that? And that's for the judges to. But I really like that you're highlighting here. These players have been playing a lot of high level Magic this weekend, not just jamming with your friends with no stakes.
Mhm.
This is also under the bright lights. We have experts like Sam Dams in the booth, eagle-eyeing them. This is high pressure.
Yes, we could say we have a master and the Padawan. I'll be the Padawan, I think, for generally. But regardless, we are doing our best. That's for sure. But I've been there. I can tell you that one. I have made mistakes as well during high stakes Magic, and probably especially during high stakes Magic, because then
Incredible.
you start making
Yep.
start making mistakes.
It's essentially when you care a lot about something. Imagine you didn't care at all, then you're less likely to get caught up in this. But these players, this is their absolute passion. They're right where they dreamed of being when they traveled here. This is the dream.
Exactly. How about a quick story? Can you remember one of the huge, silly things you've done
Yeah,
when playing
I
Paper
can.
Magic?
2 or 3 weeks ago, I was playing in the Magic Online Showcase Challenge, and in a blue-black mirror, I force-willed my own spell in a counter war. Just simply clicked the wrong spell on the stack, force-willed my own removal spell, died to my opponent's Murktide Regent, and yeah.
Oh, I feel you. I have one as well. Andreas, have you ever Flusterstormed the Flusterstorm before on Magic Online?
I have, but I'm using the ugliest promo I could find, so I'm actually getting around that problem
Okay.
by using a proper version. So what did you do?
Well, recently they changed how Flusterstorm works on Magic Online, because in the previously you had to click on the Flusterstorm you're using and then click on the one that you are targeting from
Sure.
the opponent. But now you can just click.
Start
You don't
clicking on the target.
exactly, and I
Yeah.
didn't realize that yet. So I had suddenly I could not click them anymore, and it was a mess. So I just lost on the spot.
Yeah.
But that's the thing where Flusterstorm in Paper Magic is also awkward, because Flusterstorm on Flusterstorm, and you have so many
Yeah.
of these
Yeah.
like copies. It's difficult.
Absolutely. That is you can find yourself flustered in that situation.
Yeah, I see what you did there. Nice. Okay, so we got that sorted out. Looks like we will not be getting those tokens. Stock up is being cast, and we have 2 cards here, but we are still going to be passing the turn, it seems. But
We are.
we have land. Okay, at least we have something to do. Passing of the turn.
So now with double Fleshraker and no pings and no extra tokens, we're a little bit behind on mana. I guess this Ancient Tomb solves that equation. So now it's all about, do we have enough to get over the finish line?
Nice. And if Philippe is at 11, this is possible, right?
This is very possible. Kozilek's command ends the game on the spot if it resolves. I believe Eldrazi Linebreaker is very close to it. So
Ooh, yes.
now it's time to do a little bit of math. Double Fleshraker trigger here. That will each make a token
Indeed.
and will each ping for both of the tokens and the Linebreaker. So this is
So
6 pings.
6 pings, indeed. And then we have 3 Eldrazi. That should be enough.
Is that 6 pings?
Or is it 4?
Let's see. We play the Linebreaker. That triggers both of the Fleshrakers. They both make a token each. And it's 2 damage per token. So
Yes.
I actually think I'm right with the 6.
Yeah, I think you got it. So that means we're going to go down to 5.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah,
that's
that should
easily,
be it.
easily
That should
enough.
be it.
And it's uncounterable.
Yes.
So not even consigned to memory. Consigned to memory can stifle, quote unquote, stifle one of these triggers.
Okay, so that's 1. You can see them pointing. Ping. There we have the die.
So double Fleshraker escalates quickly.
Yes.
Let me put it that way.
Yes, indeed.
I think a lot of people have been caught off guard, especially if they played a lot of Mystic Forge, because with Mystic Forge, you're generally not casting creatures, so you only get the 1 ping, right? But here you're actually casting creatures that then will also trigger the Rakers when that enters.
Mhm.
So not only when you kickstart the Rakers, you will also get the bonus from the Eldrazi Linebreaker entering.
All right.
So
So it looks like we did not need the tokens last turn. Looks like players are figuring this out here, if everything is working out correctly. There we go. And slamming in, and yeah, that's lethal.
Yes,
Shake,
that does it.
handshake. Woo. Wow, Eldrazi player here taking it home. So it's basically here that I still think that the show and tell player is favored, but you just can't stumble. And that's what we saw happening here a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you stumble, you're just going to get annihilated by
Yep.
these Eldrazi.
the Eldrazi player, let's say, got away with it here because when the opponents have 3 mana with their show and tell deck and it's a stock up even for the second time,
yeah.
that's when you really know that was clutch.
Mhm. And we've
Yeah,
talked about it before. We need to find a show and tell. We only have 4,
Yep.
which and sure, we do get to dig very deep with our search spells, but even then, we can't just mulligan until we find it, because we do need a threat to go with it.
absolutely. We need to trust our cantrips and especially a card like stock up. But if we brick then it can be game over. And now the show and tell player relegated to a 10-3 score, while the Eldrazi player advances to 11-2.
11-2.
With
Well,
just one round left to go of the Swiss portion, I'm on the
exactly.
edge of my seat.
Yes, indeed. We don't know what that means mathematically because that's not our job. But and again, I'm very happy with that. So let's see if we can go for the following round here very quickly. But that will not be for us. So we will have a short break and don't go anywhere because we will be back soon.
Oh, for a second, I was like, how we came back?
Oh, they just.
They show something apparently. Welcome back. It's time for the winning in here at Eternal
Yes.
Weekend. Beautiful Luca bringing you the legacy main event with Julian Knapp, Callum Smith. We got Andreas Peterson and Sam Dams over who we're gonna take over for the quarterfinals later on. Callum, 13 rounds of legacy in the books. That's a lot of legacy to play.
It is a ton of legacy, and the momentum been building and building, buzzing. The top tables has had like so many people around, just seeing what's going to do well.
Oh yeah.
It's just been so exciting here.
There's like a huge wall of players you have to go through to
Yep.
even get to the feature match area at this point, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So before we get into that, there's going to be one more match, actually a couple more matches. Players trying to squeeze into that coveted top 8 to get not only the promo, but the foil promo Tendrils of Agony.
Yes.
You know, that's the next step up.
It is the most swag you can ever do if you're playing a Storm deck and you just put this foil promo Tender Dragon in the stack.
Certainly one of the greatest ideas ever to
I think as
have
Storm
that-
2, every spell you cast, it gets 2 copies.
Oh yeah, that's
special.
the thing, right? Some people say it's play to win. No, it's here win to win.
Yeah, win to win,
Win to
exactly.
win. That's
Yeah.
that's how we do it. So let's see which players we got here for the feature match in round 14 who are trying to get into the top 8. We brought 2 amazing matches out there. Spoiler alert, unfortunately, we were not able to find any blue-black Delver decks.
We didn't even manage the last couple of rounds. Last round we saw Omnitel and
We let you
Eldrazi.
down, right?
I know, and before.
Yeah. So on this side, we got Patrizio Golaya playing Eldrazi aggro. I want to say this is one of the decks that had not exactly a breakout performance because, I mean, Eldrazi has been around in Legacy, but coming back in this style, playing Reality Smasher and like going all out aggro, that's not something Eldrazi used to do for the last couple of years.
No, I'd say it's definitely taken the tournament by storm in like small numbers. The deck was just basically non-existent since the banning of Sowing Microspawn, and I think it had a very bad reanimated matchup generally. It just couldn't really beat an Archon of Cruelty or anything. So it's very cool to see it back. It's a true aggro deck in the best sense of the word. And you know what? It's a win-in. I've seen tons of it at the top tables. Looking around, it's done incredibly well. So I'm looking forward to seeing the numbers as well. But this is a real deck back in force.
It also looks pretty teched out, right? I feel like all of them are going to be on the same build, which is going to feature the Eldrazi Obligate and the Eldrazi Line Breaker. By the way,
Yeah.
Eldrazi Line Breaker, it's not only hard to pronounce, it's also incredibly hard to cast. Like, that's one of the most confusing mana costs I've ever seen.
Yeah, one colorless red. It's like I've seen some judge calls saying like, can I just pay a red to play it with an Eye of Ugin in play, which I don't believe you can.
Yeah, you cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need that waste mana out there.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's going to be reduced is the 2 generic mana. But yeah, we're going to see how players are going to manage to cast it. Like, at this point, Simeon's Burger is not only acceleration, but it's also active mana fixing.
Yes.
So let's see who Tommaso Patrizio is actually going to go up against here. And of course, that player is going to be Tommaso Ciampolini playing, well, we call it A-cast, right? But it's got a twist. It's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, this is not Acast. despite the
Oh,
name.
you're right. You're right. It's actually missing all of
this
the
is-
8 casts.
This is zero cast, as we call it.
Do we have a special name for this one?
I've been calling it Affinity. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
Infinity,
standard.
that's a pretty fair name to go by.
Yeah. So this is my deck of choice. I would have played this if I came to this tournament. If I was able to play, I love it. The addition of Pinnacle Emissary has just turbo-powered this deck. Now, you would think the Pinnacle Emissary, it does work really well with the Thought Cast, with the Thought Monitors, but it works so well with Kappa Cannoneer that we just see the full 4 playset. I remember when Kappa Cannoneer came out, it was like Slam 4. Then people realized, actually, it's like a slower card. So we went 2 or 3 of. But with the addition of Pinnacle Emissary, now you can play on like turn 1 and turn 2 sometimes. And it just closes out the game so fast with Pinnacle Emissary, like doubling your artifact effects. So,
Yeah.
and Petric Automaton as well, working so well with Pinnacle Emissary.
You like putting the pressure on the opponent, right? Who needs card draw when you can just like attack the life total?
Yeah, so this deck I think is phenomenal. And it's been very, very like lowly represented. I think there's not been many people playing it. So I'm really happy to see it having a win in here.
Awesome. I want to see it in action. Okay, let's move on into the match here. Both players are ready. I was gonna say, like, maybe there's a chance that people will like misjudge the deck as they go up against it because they expect it to be 8 cast, but then they're gonna learn better very quickly, I would say.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Let's see whether they're gonna be happy with their opening hand there. That's a lot of pressure in this kind of situation where your entire weekend is on the line. This could be the end, or you could be playing for up to 3 more rounds from here on out.
Yeah, I think this matchup's gonna be. I think do the players know what each other's on? Probably they're playing the top tables again. You just see who's around you. So I think it's gonna be. I hate to say really like hand dependent, but something like Eldrazi aggro having Chalice of the Void, if they could just get to play it out on 0 turn 1, it can really shut down a ton of the deck. All the baubles, the Mox Opal, the Lotus Petals, that can neuter the deck so much.
Yeah. Oh, and we got the Petric Automaton out there, but just a pass, so not growing it quite yet. Maybe we can get that one on. Oh, no,
No.
not passing.
So
Okay.
here we see a Mox Opal.
Maybe we can get the Petric Automaton on screen because that's actually a pretty nasty card to deal with.
It's fantastic.
Every
this
time I
card.
play a blue deck and the opponent has that one for the first time, I feel like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that scary, but then it goes out of control really quickly. You
grows so-
feel
look
it's
at it.
so punished for
The
not dealing
4/4
with it.
already. Amazing. So Eldrazi is a deck that really relies on having bigger creatures than anything your opponent's doing. And that's generally true. Like 4/4 for the Thornot Seer, 5 for Reality Smasher. But this Patriarch Automaton already a 4/4, and it's just going to keep growing in this game. So this is going to put Patricio under so much pressure, actually, despite him being the aggro deck.
And it's so annoying to deal with. Like, it's got Ward too. I think one way to maybe steal it would be like an Eldrazi Obligator, but then
Yeah.
not only do you have to pay like the kicker cost on the Obligator, but you also have to pay the 2 extra, otherwise the ability gets countered, I believe.
Yeah. So this cool 8 cast, this Affinity deck really punishes mana because you've got the Kappa Cannoneer's ward cost as well, and the Patriarch Automaton. So the threats are hard to deal with, especially if there's multiple out there. Oh, we see the Emery as well. What a turn 1 from Tommaso. This is so powerful.
Couldn't have drawn it up better for the
No.
win in here.
Because already, even like Tommaso would love to hit something like a Kappa Cannoneer here, but even without a Kappa Cannoneer, you can hit the Urza's Ball that's in the graveyard or anything like that.
Yeah, well, let's see what Eldrazi is going to bring to the beats here, because Eldrazi no stranger to quick openings there as well.
So finds another Patriarch Automaton. So probably looking to cast the next turn, but could also, cast either of the baubles. There's a Mishra's Bauble and an Urza's Bauble hanging out in the graveyard. So Patricio under a ton of pressure already, not from just the 4/4 ward Automaton, but the Emery threatening to either draw up to 2 cards a turn here for Tommaso with his draw step, or just getting more power onto the board, which I think is probably what he's looking to do.
Also kind of funny, like both decks, really aggressive nature, both
Yeah,
starting out on Ancient Tomb.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think they're going to deal something like 6 to 8 damage to themselves
Absolutely.
just off the tombs.
Price of progress at home because it's your own home.
They've got this like agreement, okay, let's have all the mana in the world, but we're going to half of our life total.
Yeah. Yeah. So Patricio, like, obviously not with a great start either. It's just a 1 mana, quote unquote, for a 2/2. Maybe it says that there's a second Wastegate Battle Mage hanging out in hand.
Might, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's got like his next couple of turns lined up, mana curve wise, so he really wants to get that one out there.
Yeah.
Not just some extra beats.
I mean, you got to think about this. Like the Eldrazi deck is just purely an aggro deck. It's a stompy kind of deck, so you want pressure. So even if there is only the only one, and you think the extra cast abilities of this card is relevant in this matchup so much because the green and a 1 exiles an artifact or enchantment, so very relevant against the artifacts deck. And for 1 blue, you can bounce a creature, very relevant against big artifact creatures, especially like a construct from Urza's Saga, for example.
Can you actually do both?
You can do both. Yeah.
So you pay both kicker costs for a total of infinite mana?
6 mana. You can exile an artifact or enchantment and bounce a creature back to its own hand. But I think Patricio recognizing that he is playing an aggro deck, you need to get creatures into play. So getting it down turn 1.
Kind of funny how the Petrock automaton's already almost outgrown all the Eldrazi's that Patrizia could muster there on the other side of the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah, it's worrying, isn't it, for
It's
Patricio?
only ever gonna get bigger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how hard this would have been to fight this on the draw? I don't know,
Yeah,
like
God.
these 8 cards. If we see 8 cards, it's more like you call it affinity. That's an up name. Some of these openings are near unbeatable at times.
Fleshraker is a really, really good follow-up here because it's a way to deal a ton of damage without even using the red zone, without using combat.
Mm.
So part of this Eldrazi aggro deck, it definitely is an aggro deck, but say you have like 2 glaring Fleshrakers in play, you can use Kozilek's commands to just do obscene amounts of damage with that.
Didn't we like call it like the Eldrazi fireball or something?
Yeah, like it's just Splinter Twin.
Yeah.
Colorless Splinter Twin.
Colorless Splinter Twin certainly good enough for Legacy here.
Yeah.
I mean, some people have tried Splinter Twin Legacy.
Yeah.
We haven't heard much of them ever
No,
since.
they
but,
had good fun, I'm sure.
Okay, so we get Urza Saga on there on Tomaso's side of the board, looking to add even more artifacts and pressure to his army there.
Yeah, this is threatening to just make huge constructs, and we see in his hand a Seat of the Synod, a Swift Spear, Swift Something Boots, and a Kappa Cannoneer.
Dude, the Kappa Cannoneer, are we already able to cast that one?
I think so.
And it has affinity for artifacts, I believe, right?
It's got Improvise. So
Improvise.
it's close. So basically, rather than each artifact is going to reduce its cost by 1, but you need to tap it.
Okay, so pretty happy to tap your equipment there, I would guess. So
yeah, absolutely.
The boots are probably free at this point.
Yeah. So Tommaso was like going to be happy to cast the second automaton from the graveyard, but because of the Kappa Cannoneer, he's going to bring him back a Bauble. So he goes 1, 2, 3, 2 from the Ancient Tomb, Mox Opal, Lowe's Pedal, and then the Bauble and the boots is 6 for the Kappa
Is there
Cannoneer.
any way that we can actually equip the boots to the Kappa Cannoneer and go straight to town?
You could have equipped the boots if you tap the Patchwork Automaton.
Ah, by the way, that's so funny to me. Lotus Petal, yeah, makes mana, but we don't even need to sacrifice it. That's so much better. It's basically a Mox.
It is. There's a funny thing where, so you can use the Lotus Pedal to use affinity for like Thoughtcast, for example. So you can sacrifice it as part of the cost, so it can reduce it by 1 and then sacrifice it for blue. But it doesn't work with Improvise, interestingly enough.
But that sounds like cheating if you could actually do that.
Yeah, you can do it half of them.
Like, you need to trust, like, it's basically about the timing of the casting and everything.
Yeah. Because with Thoughtcast, it's like, paying part of the cost. But Kappa Cannoneer coming in, for some reason, it still triggers itself to everyone's great mystery. But
it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah.
Gotta be in the know. But dude, come on. How's Patrizia gonna keep up with this? Is he gonna, like, I don't know, Eldrazi up? Actually, can you Eldrazi up to get the Kappa Cannoneer? I think it also has like ward.
It has ward 4.
Oh my god, how are you ever gonna pay for that?
It's functionally hexproof.
Functionally, right? Yeah, he's looking it up right now. Wait,
Patrice, you're getting the bad news here, I believe.
but he's like, why is this growing on itself? Couldn't it just come in as a bigger creature?
Yeah, I think so. And so, yeah, Tommaso made a decision here. He could have used the automaton to improvise out the Kappa Cannoneer without using like the Mox Opal or one of the mana from the Ancient Tomb. And the Kappa Cannoneer would have been unblockable because it saw itself enter. But he's choosing to attack with a 7/7 and offer a chump block rather than getting the 5 damage in, which they both seem like good options, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, kind of cool, the Kappa Cannoneer can become unblockable, so it's going to be able to squeeze past any tokens that the Fleshraker could squeeze out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Patricio is just never going to win this game with combat damage anymore. Tommaso's threatening way too much power, way too fast. But the way to win is if he has like a second Glaring Fleshraker and then can use like Kozilek's command to make a ton of tokens, then use the Scribe ability to find a second Kozilek's command and kind of combo kill. So that's what I think Patricio is probably looking as his way to win
All of
the
a
game.
sudden, we're talking about a Storm deck?
Kind
It
of.
feels like, right?
It's a combo flare finish, but really depends what he's got in his hand. But this is going to be some brutally fast damage. This is turn 2, and he has what, a 7/7 automaton, 5/5 Kappa Cannoneer, threatening so much more damage. Like the other Saga next turn could make a construct and then just put the boots on it.
Didn't you mention a Petrock automaton that's hanging out in the graveyard there?
Yep,
Couldn't
absolutely.
that one also come in like right away next turn, courtesy of the Lava Spur boots?
It could, but it'll be smaller than a Saga token.
That is true. Oh, dude, the Saga token is gonna be giant.
Yeah, right now it would be a 6/6, 7/7 because it counts itself, and then with the +1/+0 it'd be 8/7 from the haste. That's before Tommaso even cast anything else.
Yeah, he's gonna get something from the graveyard as well. Probably
Yeah.
has something in hand. He's basically presenting lethal damage as soon as turn 3.
Pretty
Come
much,
on,
pretty much.
Legacy.
I think Patricio is also on 11 life because he took 7 from the automaton.
Talk about not having proper aggro decks in Legacy anymore. Yeah, this tournament has told us otherwise for sure.
Yeah, return of the aggro decks. I think these decks could struggle with the Entomb build of Reanimator, and now we're seeing a really, really different metagame coming out. These
That's
aggro decks.
story, right? Yeah, we used to
Yeah.
complain about, oh, there's so much combo, and I mean, Nadu and two, like some of the premier combo enablers in the format.
Yeah.
There again.
You're right. I think Nadu especially just punished anything trying to just win with combat damage because it could combo and so fast and just produce a huge board state.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So Patrizio looking to cast his third spell of the game.
Yeah.
Tommaso already like did 4 in the first term, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So look at his hand. He's got 4 different Eldrazi. He's got a Line Breaker. He's got an Obligator. He's got a Reality Smash and a Thought Not Seer. None of them seem particularly good, to be honest.
He found the mana to make the line breaker there.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a ton of damage. Like in any other matchup, like this would be a very formidable army to send into combat.
Yeah.
But here Tommaso's just gonna be like, yeah, I'll take it, I guess.
Yeah, the trample's relevant, and what's cool is that the Glaring Fleshraker making tokens adds to the Line Breakers +X+O. So if he does, I think again he really wants to find like a Cosets command, and if he had some more mana as well, he'd be able to like make loads of tokens and give something +X+O. But I don't. Only with the Ancient Tomb and the Cavern of Souls, and then 1 Scion token, I don't think he's got the time to even find any more.
I think Patrizio should be down to 16 here, having used the Ancient Tomb a second time. So let's keep that in mind for a moment there.
I think he should be at 9 now.
He should be at 9 now, so we
Yeah.
didn't like keep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he already took a bunch of damage from the automaton as well. Yeah.
Tomb twice down to 16.
Good
and
thing
he's
the
taken
one
7
person's
from the
keeping track of the
automaton
life
down to
totals there.
9. Yeah. And honestly, like the Emery's representing the Emery and the Urza Saga are representing guaranteed ways to get an artifact into play for the Capicaneer. So that is 7 damage unblockable. Just from the Capicaneer, because you can make a contract token and okay, well here's now
That should be a
8
quick one.
damage. If the last card in Tommaso's hand is an artifact, which it absolutely is, this is lethal just with the Capicaneer already. Actually, you know what? Before the Critical Emissary is lethal anyway, because you can equip the Swift Foot Boots to the Capicaneer, make a construct token from the Urza Saga, and Emery can recast a Bauble, and that was going to be the 9 damage from the Capicaneer on its own. So, wow.
Turn 3 on the draw, enough damage to take down a
Wow.
player and maybe another one as well.
You know, we talked about Pinnacle Emissary turboing out the Capicaneer, but didn't even need it there.
Yeah.
Just turn 2 Capicaneer.
It's one of those turbocharging cards, but turns out like I mean Petrock Automaton itself did how much? Like 7 damage, 8
7.
damage?
7
yeah,
damage
that's just like crazy.
Attacking,
We played that on the
turn
first
2 for 7.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Patrizio, of course, gonna try to turn things around the second game here. What does he have to work with?
Right. 2 Null Rods is the card. It's almost like it's for this. There'll be some 1 Rings and Forge decks, but Null Rod is just a slam dunk. If the card is so powerful, he might just be mulligan like very aggressively down to 5 cards for the Null Rod. I think Warping Whale, not great. It connects on Emery. I don't think it's gonna come in for that. Disruptive Fruit potentially, but I think it's a bit too slow as well. I'm really worried about Pinnacle Emissary and Capicaneer at most out of the deck. Could also name Urza Saga, but you do have 4 wastelands for them as well. I think Dismembers can come in. It's tough against the ward effects, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm also looking at like the Eldrazi Obligator as a way to like something to side out almost.
Yeah, potentially. So I think it's just the Null Rods and maybe some Dismembers and not much else.
Yeah. Okay. So on Tommaso's side of the board here, having made one of the most impressive intros to the first couple of turns of Legacy in this whole tournament, he's got other things to work with. Is there anything that jumps out at you that you really want for the matchup?
Yeah, look at this 4 Consigned to Memory.
Ooh.
Against the all colorless deck.
The 1-mana counter spell.
Yeah. It doesn't counter things through Cavern of Souls, so Cavern of Souls would be excellent here, but I think the 4 Consigns are slam dunks. If a spell bomb probably comes in, getting Eldrazi off the table can be pretty relevant. And then the Disruptive Flutes or Dismembers, potentially. I don't think you want the Disruptive Flutes, but the Dismembers do kill most of the things in the Eldrazi deck. So that's a lot of cards that Tommaso can bring in here. 4 Consigns, 3 Dismembers, and maybe the spell bomb. I think he can cut the Pithy Needle.
Does he have any way of dealing with the Null Rods?
Forces, really. So maybe he wants to bring in the 2 Force Negation as well.
He looks to be pretty light on blue cards, but that was just like a rough glance from me. Maybe he's gonna get more there.
Consign can counter it as well, so I think it's really on the stack. So this is interesting. They're both Chalice decks, but Tommaso is going to be taking the Chalice out because he doesn't want to Chalice Eldrazi, whereas Patrizio is probably one of his best cards, putting on 0 as here.
That could stop Tomas dead in the tracks there, depending on which opening handicap. Like imagine he had that for the first game where he played something like 4 0-mana artifacts, of course.
It would have determined the game because he couldn't have played all the zeros to get the Capicaneer out.
Would have made all the difference in the world there. Oh, look at Tommaso. Like usually like your first turn, once you keep your hand, you probably know what your first turn is going to be, but now taking a huge break to figure out what he wants to do. Oh, yeah.
Shout out the player to Tommaso's right is Delpha, very well-known online grinder. A lot of people know.
Ooh, I played against him many times.
Yeah, and usually lose probably.
Might.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, just another saga. So this kind of says, you know what, he probably did have a lot of zeros, and he maybe has an ancient tomb to follow up the saga.
It's a very classic opening, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
we do that a lot in Paint as well.
Or maybe look, Patricio opened with a wasteland, and so maybe this is just bait. Or maybe it's Master who's like, you know, I need an ancient tomb. I need blue off Sea of the
Oh,
Sign.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
if you run it out there and then into an open wasteland, usually the bait is to wasteland you before you get the mana producing ability, right?
Yeah. Wow. Here comes
Oh,
Null Brutal, brutal, brutal.
Patrizio not interested in using his wasteland at all anyway. He's
No.
like, how about not only turning off your land, but turning off your entire deck for good measure?
Yeah. Here's the ancient tomb, so he can make a construct. Gonna make a 1/1, and then the saga probably gets wastelanded, so not really powerful.
Is he gonna like double wasteland him? What do you think?
You could also just
I totally
wasteland
would
the
do
ancient
that.
tomb, but yeah, double wasteland looks pretty enticing. But yeah, with the null rod in play, I don't think there's anything that Tomas can get off the Urza saga that's actually relevant. So I really like just wasting the ancient tomb here.
Ooh, that's even smarter, right? So
Yeah.
you can also keep it around for any other mana producing lands that you might have.
Exactly, and then hit Tomas's next like mana producing land, a second ancient tomb potentially. So we'll see if he sniffs that out.
Patricia's probably thinking about the same, right? So the only thing you don't really want to do is waste the saga. Yeah, he's going for the ancient tube as he predicted.
Love it.
Gonna make a token. It's only gonna be a 1/1, but probably gonna turn into a 2/2 in the next turn.
Yeah.
Unless Tommaso has like the 2 Spirit Guides.
yeah.
Nah,
yeah.
not in this deck though. That's the Eldrazi
That is
deck.
the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a start from Patricio here. Chalice on 0 and Null Rod are two of probably the best cards in the matchup, honestly.
Very much so. Probably was very happy when Tommaso passed on like a non-blue mana there, so he knew he could only get Force of Will on that
Yeah,
Narod.
no consign. Absolutely. So he'd really love to follow up with a creature here, I think. A Glaring Fleshray could probably be perfect.
Eldrazi temp be able to produce 2 mana, of course, but Patricio just passing over.
Yeah.
He probably kept the hand on the back of Nylrod. Who can blame him
Oh,
for
of course.
that, right?
Yeah, yeah. It could even be 3 or 4 more lands in his hand. It's still a great keep. I reckon there's a chance he has like a Kozilek's Command. He's going to fire off at the end of the turn to do it for 1, make a Scion, scry 1, draw a card afterwards. Is my guess here.
Yeah, good point, good point. Curious what Tommaso's actually going to get here. As you mentioned, there's nothing that jumps out at you that actually being good.
Could be a Pithing Needle's name. Okay, here I might.
Oh, yeah, it's a creature, right? At
Yeah.
least, at the very least.
At least it's a creature. So it is an artifact with an activated ability, so it can't actually kill the Null Rod, even if Tomas had a way to, produce green mana, which I don't think there is with a Null Rod in play. Null Rod is just an absolute kick in the teeth. You have to answer on the stack.
Always has been. Ever
Yeah.
since I got into Legacy, this has been one of the most potent sideboard cards in
Yeah.
years. We used to have this against like all the Storm decks, right? That used to be a big thing. Now we're trying to fight like the One Ring, the 8-cast deck, the Affinity deck. It's got so many uses.
Absolutely does.
Such a good thing for a card that actually practically does nothing.
Yes.
Doesn't do anything.
Doesn't do anything, but it does nothing.
Get that one out of the way.
Yes.
Okay.
And a Sea of the Synod, ouch.
Oh.
And Chalice is countered. Chalice counters the Mishra's Bauble. Urza's Bauble. And attack in for 1.
I guess one way for Tommaso to get around Chalice is like a Patchwork Automaton, and then you still care whether your 0 drops get countered. Oh yeah, but it only triggers on when they come into play, right?
It triggers the Automaton. Automaton is cast.
On cast, okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that's different.
Kapakani is on ETB.
Ah, okay.
Just to confuse us.
So Kapakani is naturally bigger, but Automaton has the potential to outgrow it through the Chalice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
got it.
Despite the Seat of Synod not making mana, he does have a 3/3 construct now from the saga. So if there was a Kozilek's Command, I probably would have expected it to hit it, but so this reads no, because he could have just like even cast it for 0. So he wastelands here just to grow to shrink the construct, I think. Because the Seat of the Synod doesn't even tap for mana, but he just wants to keep it under control. I like that. It's just recognizing like Thornos here comes down, takes anything relevant, which is probably not much. And yeah, he's probably just worried that it would grow out of control. Right.
Okay, interesting. So we see another Ancient Tomb over there. We see a Force of Negation, which has probably only been picked up now.
Yeah.
Pinnacle Emissary, a couple of Emeries that we are very far away from ever casting in this game. Also like the Emissary. Basically, what are our sources of blue mana? Do you see
So
anything?
Through Null Rod, they're gonna be.
We're gonna get that one figured out quickly. For now, we're gonna get rid of the Dismember, one of the few cards that we're actually able to cast through the Nylrod. God, that card has been dominating the game like nothing else.
Well, he has tons actually. He has a single basic island.
Is that tons?
Just a single basic island.
Oh yeah, dude, it's easy as that, right?
Yeah, just draw it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the Tender stacks always do it.
yes, it's true. It's true. So this was a very easy dismember, I think. With the Ancient Tomb able to cast it and just take out the Thornos here, could draw into that basic island off the draw effect from Thought still leaving the battlefield. But now Tommaso just not without any play. Yeah. Got a 2-2 construct and a 1-1 facing down the 4-4 from Patricio here.
Yeah, at this point, Patricio is really only just looking for a way to close out the game. You know what I would be excited for? To see a reality smash. I think I haven't seen one in Legacy, like a premier tournament in something like 7 years or something.
It's been a while. It's the classic curve, isn't it?
Yeah,
Thornosy into Reality Smasher.
it's a card that used to dominate Legacy for like the Eldrazi Winter, as we called it back then.
Oh god, it was so powerful.
It was always the card where you felt like you had stabilized, but then all of a sudden there's like 5/5 haste trample. You're like, not that one again.
Yeah. Triple Wasteland from Patricio here.
Easy as that.
Yep. And just Tommaso drawing pretty thin. I think he's really drawing to the basic island.
He's getting that memo right now. He's like, oh yeah, basic island. That would be a good one. Let's pick that.
Apologies. He does have 4 Sinking Stupor in the deck as well.
Oh, okay. So,
so 5 outs. 5 outs. Sinking the Stupor is the double face card. You have to pay 3 life when it enters the battlefield. But
it's so tricky. It's not listed on the lands, right?
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha on that one. Okay, you got the line breaker coming in, and now it's only a matter of like
now it's
1 or 2
time.
turns, to just close this one out. Oh, we're forcing it though. Okay. Tommaso picked up a force there.
Yep.
Just getting in for 4 damage here, taking him down to 9, I believe. Yeah.
What do you think of this? The duel of the fates of Tommaso tapping to the right, Patricio tapping to the left.
There's only one right way to do it.
So, but they're all facing upwards on the screen. It's nice for us.
You know what's the really weird one? Tapping half of your cards to the left and the other half to the right. Some people do that.
Or like 45 degrees.
45, dude, I'm a 45-degree guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. You know, our co-host on Everyday Eternal, Kaiser Vatari, he sometimes spends time at home practicing how to most stylishly tap his cards.
God, what a
Shout outs to Kai, we love you.
What a nerd.
Yeah, sign up to its Patreon if you want to learn how to properly tap your lands. Okay, so what you got going on here? It's back to Patricio, of course. And he was looking like, okay, how do I want to close out this game? I guess I'm just gonna get into that for a couple more damage.
Reality Smasher is just the perfect card he would have here because it'd be lethal.
We want it so badly.
Yeah, the Haywire might can block and then gain 2 life when it dies, but yeah, Tommaso really on the ropes. The Chalice just was brutal to stop his opening, and Nullroids just locked him out of the game basically.
Yeah, Tommaso not looking like the player who thinks he's still got a chance in this game, but I mean, you might as well try, right?
Yeah, it's a win then. You'll fight to the death.
Yeah, very much so. Maybe you can also like collect some more information.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Patricio wants to play around something like a bounce spell that he doesn't know about, so he plays out a second Nullroid. Then we have the information that he has 2. Yeah, all these little things really add up and matter in these matches, especially when they're at high stakes like a win. And
okay, you got an Ancient Tomb over there. Tons of mana, basically able to cast all the Eldrazi's in the world. Oh, Obligator. Okay, now maybe we can get that one on screen as well. Eldrazi Obligator. It didn't used to be like a mainstay card in Eldrazi, like back the first time I hit Legacy, but now we see it across all the decks in the day 2 here.
Yeah, it's amazing that they've all been the same kind of build, right? Amazing, yeah.
Okay. I wonder if there's somebody out there who actually put out like a Patreon or like a guide, like a primer, and everybody signed up to it.
It feels like there is, right? The fact that they're all in the same thing with the red.
Or maybe there was like somebody like winning a Legacy challenge, and then everybody jumped onto it and realized, oh, this is the god build.
Yeah. Because since Microspawn was banned, the deck's been around, but just like because it was base green back then, right? And now it's base red. The Elvish Spirit Guide became the Simian Spirit Guide.
Yeah, elves turn into apes.
So from Tommaso's side, have you seen anything different from Patricio's deck that makes you sideboard differently?
I mean, you might have not known that there was a Nyrod, but we already mentioned there's like not too many ways in the sideboard that he would be able to deal with it.
Yeah. So he has I'm just checking, like he brought in 2 Force Negation. We saw a Force Negation in his hand. So I think he's brought them in knowing about Chalice and Nullroid.
But that's I was gonna say, like, if you bring in Force of Negation against the Eldrazi aggro deck, you know exactly what you're doing it for, and that is Chalice and Zero to play, of course, especially as well as Nyrod, which is always gonna be the
exactly. So I think that just says Tommaso has the hate cards already on his radar, and he probably just doesn't really change sideboarding too much, if anything at all. We see them rechecking, play draw. I don't think changes their plans too much here. Just being on the play is such an advantage in these kind of aggressive matchups.
How does it usually go? Like, it's kind of hard to make out like who's supposed to be like the beatdown deck. Shout out to Mike Flores, and who's going to be the control deck. It's kind of rough to say, right? Because play draw matters so much, as you just said.
Yeah, I feel like the Affinity deck is the beatdown.
the Affinity deck is the leader.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Like my gut feeling would have been the Affinity deck having like inevitability through Kappa Cannoneer and stuff.
Potentially, but like at the same time, the Eldrazi deck has obligated to steal things if you get more mana out.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, we're Tommaso back to what he was doing in the
Yeah.
first game. Like, this worked so well, let's do that again.
Oh, look
This
at
is
this.
almost the same opening here.
Summon Automaton with Mox Opal up to play Consigned to Memory and a Forcible in hand as well.
Looking pretty good there.
Absolutely.
Already sitting on a 3-3. Interesting, he didn't crack the bauble. Okay, I guess he wants to turn on the Mox Opal.
Yeah, because he's got Consigned to Memory in hand.
Oh, good point, good point.
Yeah, so he'll probably be happy to crack the bauble if Patricio doesn't play anything he needs to consign. And he does have a force, and he does have a swift. I can't remember the name of the card. The boots.
Lava Spur Boots.
Lava Spit Boots. That's
the one.
I keep saying Swift Spit Boots.
Yeah, I think that one's been outclassed ever since.
Yes, indeed. So he's got the boots to play next turn to summon the Mox Opal again. So he's happy to crack the bauble after producing mana from the Mox Opal, I think.
Yeah, that sounds good. So Patrizio still trying to figure out what exactly he wants to do. I wonder if it's okay. Let's see. Maybe we can make out. I see a Flash Raker in there. Some of the lands.
I think an Ancient Tomb at the front.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is one way. Like, why would you do that? Why would you wasteland after your opponent already had like a pretty aggressive start?
I think you might just think, you know what, based on that start, I'm going to be a little bit behind. And so I'm going to try and cheese a win here.
Yeah. That's probably the most common way, right?
Yeah.
Classic is like turn one Delver, and then you untap and wasteland them, and everybody's like, why would you do that? But actually, there are reasons to do that.
Absolutely.
Same principle here.
Yep.
We got the boots coming down, drawing the automaton even further, but not able to equip it yet. Dude, if Tommaso doesn't have another land here, that could become dicey.
He doesn't. I really like his decision here to tap out from blue mana for the consign, thinking, right, if he plays something that I have to counter, he's got the Forcible pitching consign if that's necessary. If not, he instead like got the boots down to grow the automaton bigger, to get the clock faster, and then he gets to crack the bauble as well.
Yeah, he's all in on that automaton for now. He's
Yeah.
got 2 cards to protect it, I believe. Is that a second force? I can only make up one. Yeah, there's only a single force.
Single force, consign, another automaton, and another bauble.
Could be.
Force.
Well, probably would have played to grow the automaton
He drew it in Patricio's
Oh,
upkeep from
yeah.
the other bauble. Yeah.
of the USS bubble. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then in Patricio's hand, I think we've spied quite a few lands, like a basic mountain. There's a Dismember, there's 2 Glaring Flesh Rakers, and then I think another land at least. So not a particularly fast or interesting hand here. This automaton could just back in a bunch of times and go all the distance, honestly.
Honestly, like Tommaso is something like 2 attack steps almost away, depending on what he draws from just taking the game here.
Yeah.
And sitting behind 1 Force of War, which is great. I mean, what Patrizio really needs is like a Cavern of Souls, right?
Yes,
Cavern of
absolutely.
Souls and a way to deal, like to outclass at least the automaton. But soon the automaton is going to be bigger than every other
Well, here
Eldrazi.
comes a second automaton. So it's a 6/6 now, and I think he
Brutal.
has another bauble in hand as well. Yeah, these.
Oh, that's so
these-
unfair. I see
so
why you were going to
fast.
play this deck.
Yeah, it's so powerful, I think.
I want to play this deck.
Yes, yeah.
I always want to play these decks when we see them on the screen. Of course, this is the Eternal Weekend Legacy main event. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do.
But you're seeing the power of this, the aggressive Slan and the automatons, right? So in these slots, otherwise you could be playing forecasts or thought monitors. And does that excite you in these spots? Not really, does it?
I think Patrizio, is he going to play like a single spell?
I mean,
By the end of
he's
this game?
dead on board.
Yeah, that's... Okay, Callum, I'm going to make an exception for you. You get a free demonic tutor on Patrizio's turn. What do you do?
Terminus plus White Spirit Guide.
Put it into your hand? Okay, you want a vampiric
Yeah,
tutor. I
I'm
see it. I
choosing
see it.
to. I'm
Yeah,
choosing
okay,
to.
okay.
I'm choosing 2 cards and one's not even a real
Thing
card.
is, that's still not going to win the game.
Yeah.
Through the force of will.
No,
I think Patrizio is just like completely dead on board based on like the whole catalog of Magic cards.
I think so.
That's going to be a rough one. Like losing the 3rd deciding game in round 14 for the win and in for top 8 without ever getting to cast a spell, that's rough.
Yeah.
But it's a testament to the power of the Affinity aggro deck.
Absolutely. The automaton is just so aggressive, especially on the play. Again, the play draw here has really mattered because Patricio's keep was like a Dismember, 2 Glaring Flesh Rakers, a Wasteland, or some utility. Maybe Tommaso kept like an Urza's Saga hand or something. But he even has an Ancient Tomb and Ayavugan here, so he could have played like turn 2 Flesh Rakers and things. So if he had a Cavern of Souls, he could have like played this uncounterable. But I think Tommaso just snap forces this and says, "I'm going to attack you and kill you."
That's going to be it, right?
I think this is it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Wow.
Whoa, Tommaso Ciampoli moving on to 12 and 2, which is gonna be enough to make it into top 8. We
Incredible
believe,
show.
right? From
Yeah.
what we believe, like,
Yeah.
we're gonna say it now, but it looks like 12 and 2 is surely gonna be able to make it into top 8 here.
Yeah.
1,000 players. We got 8 ones left. Still a lot of Magic to play here.
Yep. So we'll see the winnings. We're not sure on how it breaks down and things. So we will get Tommaso in for a deck tech.
Yeah.
Yep. Exciting stuff. So a little backstory. I believe this is for Tommaso here. So yesterday, playing in for day 2, he used to be 6-2 to make day 2. In the last round, he's playing against Oscar Christensen. Some of you may know him from playing on the Pro Tour. Killer player. Oscar really wants to play Modern today. So rather than Dream Crush, he let Tommaso win, gave him the win, and now Tommaso just won out the rest of the day and probably making top 8 off the back of this very kind concession. So shout out to Oscar Christensen from Tommaso, basically.
So Oscar basically sent Tommaso on a mission. He was like, my friend,
Yes.
you are going to make it day 2, but you
Yep.
better win out now.
Yep.
Like Tommaso, okay, I'm down.
So are we spoiling that he's just won the tournament because he's got the gift?
Yeah.
He's going all the way.
He's got the gift, right? He took his power, sure. So amazing sportsmanship there from Oscar Christensen, who knew he was not going to be able to play. And of course, amazing gamemanship, or whatever you would call that, from Tommaso to make it all the way into the top 8 here.
Absolutely.
We're going to have a top 8 a deck tech with him. Will Hall is going to come to you with that. Stay tuned. After that, there's going to be a very short break, and then we're going to continue with the quarterfinals of the Legacy main event here.
Exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to see what's in the top 8.
Welcome back to Deck Techs with me, Bailey Sherwin. I am joined by our top 8er.
With Tommaso Ciampolini.
And, you've done it. You're in the top 8. You've locked it, and you've done it with mono blue artifacts, affinity, for some would call it. Why have you bought this weekend?
Actually, because I play Modern 2.
Okay.
So the main shell is the same one. So yeah, I just had to find the Ancient Tome for today, and the other I already had. So
Well,
it was a cheap choice.
A cheap equivalent. You play it in modern, you just got to find a few Force of Wills and a couple of ancient tombs, and you're golden. You got yourself a legacy
I'm
deck.
settled. Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of the key cards. We were talking before, you said Chalice of the Void has overperformed for you this weekend.
Yes, very
I'm going to guess why. There's a lot of one-drops in the room, but tell me why. Tell me some good stories about it.
Actually, because some of the ends were Ancient Tomb, Chalice, Patchwork, and a Bubble. So knowing with the bubble what the opponent is playing and decided what if you want to go aggro, you want to go a little bit slower. And most of the time I saw a Brainstorm or a Ponder or any drop 1. So I decided to go Ancient Tomb Chalice on 1 and stop the opponent from playing.
That's interesting. That's really, it's nice doing that, because a lot of people will play Patchwork first and then do the bubble to get the
Exactly,
trigger.
but
you're doing it the other way around. You're seeing what you're against and working out which one is best to play onto with the power of something like Ancient
I
Tomb.
prefer to lose the counter on this, but I want to check first, of course.
Yeah, either locking your opponent out of the game or one or +1 counter is probably better to go locking them out of the
yes,
game.
Exactly.
Okay, another card that's performed well for you, stapled in a lot of Infinity decks, Emery. Tell me about it. Why has it been so good for you this weekend?
It's good because if it's unchecked and it resolves and it stays just a couple of turns to cycle the bubbles, you get too much value. It can also help you, if they counter a Kappa Cannoneer and you can play the next turn, so you don't have to sack anything necessarily. Or just with the Patchwork, you can also do Ancient Tomb Patchwork, just a Lotus Petal, Emery, and every turn it just keep it growing. So
How often are you casting this turn 1?
not always, but
Quite a lot?
Quite a lot, yes.
You're doing what Affinity does, right? You put it all on the board and just
I
hope your
have to do
opponent gets the
something
answer.
turn 1 that is 1 of 3. So
The third card that you said is basically absolutely outperforming this weekend is the Patchwork Automaton.
Yes.
You're saying that this is actually better than the Cannoneer this weekend for you. So let's talk to why has this been better than the Cannoneer?
has been better because with the Ancient Tomb you just put too much pressure onto 1.
We got the top 8 being announced over there, which your name is going to be part of it, but it doesn't matter. We'll keep going.
Sorry, I was saying
Patchwork, why is it so good?
Because with any mono red, it's a Delver or a Dimir Tempo. If you just resolve this turn 1, you just put too much pressure. If it gets a Force of Will, you just say that's fine.
Sure, yeah.
Why not? Because this is like a bait. The main is to keep Emery alive. So if it's unchecked, he goes like.
So you're valuing Emery more than the Patchwork?
Emery is just
Every time.
Yes.
This is your value entry and this is just a threat.
And the Kappa, it's on paper is the best kind of deck. I love this. You can see I have Jab Foil.
Yeah, very beautiful foil deck, I might add.
Thank you. But I only cast turn 1 once.
Oh, only turn 1 once? Oh no. My heart bleeds for you.
And sometimes on turn 2. But the main was to pitch Force of Will because you want to put pressure with the drones or with the Patchwork at all.
You did say that when we were talking before we went live that the Cannoneer is basically just a blue card for Force of Will, and that's all it's done for you all day.
Actually, yes, because I don't play the package of Memory Guardian.
Okay.
That is usually that one is the blue pitch for Force. So it was for Chalice or for Memory Guardian. I decided to play
And
Chalice.
Chalice has got you into today's top 8, which we can hear the rest of the room is super happy as they're announced the top 8. So I'm going to congratulate you on the top 8. Hopefully you take away the championship this weekend. First time though in the top 8 this weekend. Congratulations. We'll pass it back to the booth.
Hello and welcome, everyone. We are back for Eternal Weekend Europe, the showdown of the Legacy Championship here in Lucca, Italy, hosted by Four Seasons and Boozy. This is it, Andreas. We are finally here. We have started out with almost 1,000 players, and we have reduced this to the top 8, the cream of the crop. Are you curious to see what made it?
I can't wait. As you alluded to, almost 1,000 hopeful Legacy players turned up yesterday, and now it's down to the final 8. They can smell the trophy.
All right, lovely. I do think we have that at the ready, and I'm just as curious as you are, because as we predicted, we may have a completely open field here, and I am very, very interested to see if we had that. So let's dive in. Andreas, talk to me.
So let's take it from top to bottom. We have in first seed Affinity. I would guess that is a version with Kappa Cannoneer. Powering out Kappa Cannoneer fast. And then in the second seed, it looks like, oh, let's just take it from top to bottom. So his opponent in the quarterfinals is going to be the Epic Storm, a deck we've seen on camera today already, Blazing Fast Dark Ritual combo deck. Then I believe the next one is going to be the black and white deck that is named a little bit alternatively here. The black-white energy deck that took down Oops All Spells in one of our previous
The
feature
one I
matches.
called Death in Texas, that's not really Death in Texas.
Right. Then we have a version of Demir Tempo, a player we also featured today, won a very close one against, I believe, Eldrazi. Then we have 4 to 5 color control. I'm very interested in the particular list. Not quite sure about that one. Eldrazi Aggro made top 8. Cephalid Breakfast made top 8, a deck that was in jeopardy after Nadu getting banned, but that deck recovered nicely, it looks like. And then a second copy of Demir Tempo. So all in all, 7 different archetypes. Legacy is wide open.
Wow. And do you remember when I said that Italy was the hub of Eternal Magic? Look at the nationalities. 5 Italians here.
Ooh,
This is a home run for Italy.
hometown domination
Yes.
here. And my favorite horse in the race is a Tempo, nowhere to be found. I guess
Indeed.
that is something I should be the first one to point out here. It looks like Big Brother Demir Tempo is taking the spotlight for the time being.
I guess I want that one because there's 4 or 5 color control. So is control back?
Control is certainly back if Tempo is back. You always need a Tempo deck in the top of the field for Control to even be viable. So let's just say that that Alex is holding the flag high for Control enjoyers across the world.
You love to see it. So let's dive into this game. We are off here for the quarterfinals. I hope you are all ready at home. I know we are. And let's just dive in. I hope you, if you have time, quickly grab a snack, maybe get something to drink because we are diving in here. Let's see what we are going to be watching. Cephalid Breakfast, first time for us.
First time for us, but this deck has been around ever since Javier Dominguez, way back when you were in kindergarten, decided this deck was going to be viable and extended, and it has survived decades. And now we're here in 2025 playing a blue-white version with a slight black splash. This deck is trying to combine Nomad's Encore with Cephalid Illusionist, mill over the entire deck, maybe clear the way with Cabal Therapy, and then end the game with a lethal Dread Return targeted Thassa's Oracle after sacrificing a small handful of Narcomoebas.
Yes. Seems to me like we are going back like before Nadu was printed.
Right, this is essentially the old version. I do love myself a little bit of Orm's Chant, a blast from the past to clear the way. I do love Plan B being Murktide Regent in this list rather than Stoneforge Mystic. That could be very, very clutch and come up. But yeah, Cephalid Breakfast is here to stay, and it gives hope to a lot of. It's a fan favorite deck. That's why I'm extra excited to see it.
I'm sure many people will be happy that this made top 8. I'm sure about that. So let's see what we are up against when we are playing Cephalid Breakfast and who is favored in this quarterfinals here. I'm very curious how this will turn out. So we have blue-black Tempo, the Menace.
I mean, yes, you can call this the Menace. This could be the new default deck to beat in Legacy after a dominating weekend here. We see this version with Hymn to Torg in the flex slots, and I think those are going to be awesome in this matchup we have on our hands here. This deck is all about bread and butter, solid magic cards up the curve with generic disruption to back it up. Force of Will, Thought Seizes, and Wastelands with Days. You can never go wrong with those. And in this matchup, Orcish Bowmasters is normally your hit or miss card, but that is actually going to shine in this matchup with tons of both cantrips and toughness 1 creatures on the other side of the table.
And if I remember correctly, we have seen Samuele before because look at these 3 Hymn to Torax.
That could very well be it. If that is the same player who handed in the paper deck list, we know this list will be slightly different. 2 Barrographs in the main deck is the one I remember.
Indeed,
So,
yeah.
but we're looking at the blue-black Tempo archetype featuring him to Torak.
We could be wrong about that, but it's interesting to point out. So let's just see what happens here. Are you ready for the quarterfinals, Andreas?
I am super ready. I was about to say I was born ready, but that would be overdoing it. But I've been ready for this.
Oh, you said I was in kindergarten just a second ago.
That's when the deck was good and extended, and it's still going strong in
Oh,
Legacy here.
Let's see. So it should be important to note that if I am correct here, the person who is on the highest seat gets to decide if he is on the play or on the draw, and I imagine you just always want to play.
You always want to play first, and now I want to point out another thing that's going to be unique to playoff matches here. Now it's going to be open deck lists. That means you're not going to get caught off guard by a daze you didn't expect to be in the opponent's deck. You're not going to get caught off a guard by some sideboard cards. That's going to be imaginary ghosts. It's going to be actual ghosts, and let's see how these players can leverage that information.
What's that thing on the bottom, the pig? Is that like a token? That would be the most cool token I've ever seen.
Yeah, this could be something like a stuffed teddy bear. Essentially, you're bringing to the event as a good luck charm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. I do. I mean, it worked for him, so excellent. Fetch here, getting a basic island here. There's nothing. Ooh, good start here. Tamio, always what you want to be doing in this matchup, I think.
Absolutely. Turn one Tamio. What I want to highlight about this card is Tamio's taking a lot of heat, so that if that card gets killed by a removal spell, well, that's just one less removal spell to fight my actual combo. So this is more like a smokescreen card that can even run away with the game.
Nice. Thoughts here for Samuele. What do you want to pick?
So immediately I spot that my opponent has Force with an additional Tamio. That's an easy Force blue card. The Narco maybe is not a threat. So I would just assume we're looking at either Force of Will or Source of Plowshares here any day of the week.
Is there maybe a thing where you would want to take the other Tamio if you have him on a removal spell?
Well, that would be the exception to that rule for sure, but I think we would have cast turn one Fatal Push if we had it at this point. But you're right, if you do have a removal spell, you can choose to say, well, I have to deal with two Tamios one way or the other, and it starts with this Thoughtseize.
Makes sense to me. Thank you very much, Olivier, there for just keeping these cards in hand open so we can see them. I can appreciate it very much.
Oh yeah, great sportsmanship as well.
Yes, indeed. That's just lovely. I mean, of course, if there is a brainstorm in the mix, we will pick those up. But as long as there is not, this is all good for us. We get basics here. That's very smart.
So a play I would really like to see here, unless the last card in hand is going to be relevant, is to crack a clue right now. And I think that's exactly what we see. And the reason for that is, of course, my opponent has Orcus Bowmasters in their deck, and I don't want to force a will that card.
You can see Samuel here does have a wasteland, so getting that basic is very, very important. I imagine we may be interested in shuffling the wasteland away here with the brainstorm and the fetch.
Absolutely. So heads up play here, using the open deck list to learn about wasteland, then using your fetches to have a stable mana base, and then as a reaction to that adjustment, Samuela can now deprioritize it when brainstorming, as you're alluding to.
Okay.
So
Makes
absolutely.
sense. Now, we did find even more land, so we would rather, if we have to keep a land, we'd rather have a different land to be put away here, because the wasteland may have other uses, and we are going to play a Tamio of our own.
Yeah, Tamio hits the battlefield here. So that is, in theory, a big threat, but Daze is also 4 in my opponent's deck, so I'm not interested in firing off Force of Will here. It's simply too high of a risk.
Okay, passing of the turn, and we will try to remove that Tamio here. Now, of course, somebody knew about this one, so we might have something at the ready, right?
The first Swords to Plowshares was already Thoughtseize, so this was actually a freshly drawn Swords to Plowshares, a second copy. So yeah, just a very, very fortunate draw here for Olivier to make sure that his Tamio is dictating the pace of this game.
Indeed, and we will be slamming in, getting a clue here. So, all right, off to a good start. At this point, if you have a clue, you're going to crack it again, I guess.
You can certainly think about it. It depends on the last card in Nicolo's hand here, but yeah, cracking the clue here is a bread and butter play. And it's when we see high level stuff like this, it seems so simple, but it really isn't. It's super high level to crack a clue on your own turn, being shields down, not representing anything. But it's just so good to mitigate the effect of Orcus Bowmasters.
Yep, that does make sense. So we will see what happens here in just a second. How important do you think Orcish Bowmasters is in this matchup?
It's incredibly important, because not only is that deck filled with card draw like Brainstorm, Ponder, and Tamio clues, it's also filled with 1 toughness creatures like Nomads and Core and Cephalid Illusionist.
All right, him to Turok being hit here. We've talked about this card before. Now we'll see this in action. Yeah, just an all-star at this point. Of course, Olivier has already been able to draw some extra cards, so maybe not extremely impactful.
Well, this is the thing about him to Torag. If you're behind on board, it's not the best. If you're even on board or ahead, it's amazing. So at this point, it's very recoverable for Olivier, especially with those clues that you're talking about here.
All right, let's see what the hits were. Looks like an alchemy, but that's actually funny. And we also had the illusionist here. Okay, are we happy with this?
So from the side of Samuel, you now know that the Force Will is still left in hand, which is a little bit annoying because it's a layer of defense you have to get through eventually. And I think Olivier is perfectly happy as well. This game is about a lot more than just losing out on a Cephalid Illusionist. Tamio is your one-card combo.
Makes sense to me. We slam in, we crack the clue immediately. Doesn't look like Samuel is drawing very hot. I just see double blue card, and I think it's double Wasteland as well. And we can see all these basics on the other side, so not doing all that much.
Yeah, Wasteland not exactly looking too hot. When you're already behind against a Tamio on board, Force Will is not exciting either. And I think you basically mentioned on turn 2 that we're keeping the Wastelands not because they're amazing, but because we simply had even more lands. So just in general, a very bad land spell ratio for Samuel to work with this game.
Indeed. Surveillant, let's see what is on top. Ooh, Force Will, not bad. I do think I see another Illusionist in hand for Olivier.
I love keeping this Force of Will because if my opponent had a Fatal Push or Bitter Triumph or what have you in the removal slot, that wouldn't gotten cast ages ago. So now I'm just going to simply try and protect the Tamio and win with what I would call, let's call it a poor man's Psychic Frog. Drawing an extra card every turn, costs a little bit more mana, but it's good enough.
For sure. Psychic Frog at home.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed. So I think the hand is Force, Daze, Illusionist, if I'm correct.
Yeah, but it's even double force.
Yeah, makes sense.
So double force with double blue card while, holding the fort with that Tamio, grinding away with the clues. This is slowly but surely looking grim for the side of blue-black tempo.
Okay, Samuel here getting a Surveillant. He was happy with that, so keep it on top. Let's see what happens now. Okay, cracking the clue. Makes sense.
Yeah, the upkeep because Orcish Bowmasters could be the top card.
Did you get a glimpse at the card that Olivier drew? I wasn't sure.
I did not.
Okay, we'll find out soon. Brainstorm here, looking to get rid of some of these bad cards. I do think that's a Kaito and a Ponder being drawn. We could shuffle away both of these Wastelands, but now, of course, our opponent does have wastable sources, but is that worth it at this point of the game?
I would love to keep one Wasteland because Urza Saga exists, but the second copy I'm not too interested in.
So what are you looking to get rid of?
At the meantime, I need to make sure that I have a shuffle effect. So now if I put back Wasteland Fetch Land, I would need to use my Ponder for the shuffle effect. And it looks like that was too much. So we actually make sure the Fetch Land is going to be the shuffle effect so that Ponder sees 3 new cards rather than 2 of the same cards.
And I do think that somebody decided to get rid of both Wastelands.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a reasonable disposition at this point. No Urza Saga in sight.
Just get rid of as much lands that you want. You want to find action here. That must be the reason why we do this. And we might be looking at hard casting that Kaito, but no, Ponder it is. Let's see what we find.
The dynamic is that the opponent is also a Daze deck, so casting Kaito there is just asking for trouble so late in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. You don't want to have that one. I think that Ponder was just land, and I think it was Baragoyf. Is that possible? That's what it seemed to me.
It is, and then that's another card that just gets, killed by Daze, killed by Sword Supplyers on the spot. So I actually do like to shuffle here, especially because the price for drawing that Baragoyf is now drawing some useless lands after it.
All right, indeed. We are going to be slamming in. We're probably just going to be drawing cards each turn for as long as we can. But we do have to respect that at any given point, Bowmasters might hit the battlefield.
Bowmasters might arrive, but we have a pretty good idea it's not there. The opponent has not played it on the previous upkeep, and now we only drew a random card off the Ponder. So not too likely.
Interesting here. We decide to not crack the clue this time. Are we looking for a flip?
This is a great point. So Olivier has been grinding with the clues for a long time. And I think this turn was about holding up the flexibility of a hardcast Force Will potentially, but it looks like with the Ponder getting cast, that now is the time for Olivier to basically prevent Bowmasters in the top 3 here being impactful.
I do like it. You can see that Olivier is thinking about every single turn, when is the best time to crack this clue.
Absolutely.
And that's very impactful.
Absolutely.
But we have another Tamio here from Samuel. Let's see if it resolves, because I see, looks like we are setting up for a Force Will war. Do you think it's going to happen?
Well, Tamio, the thing is, right now, as long as we are the only player with a Tamio, we like that spot. So the opponent playing a Tamio could complicate things. So yeah, I think we could see a firefight here.
Okay, Force number 1. Will we get 4 on the stack again?
I think it's going to end at 3 this time.
All right.
But
no, different here. Just saying, yeah, fine. I guess Samuel thinks I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to win that more, or I just want to protect this creature here.
Right, especially because since since my opponent fought over Tammo with Force of Will, I don't think they have Swords to Plowshares, right? That's a pretty
That
good.
makes sense. Yeah.
And now,
good
wait a
analysis.
minute. I'm smelling blood in the water here. If I play a big Murktide, I can Force a Will and keep it on the battlefield here. And all of a sudden, the tables could really turn here.
Yeah, nice. I like that play indeed. Very well put. So it should get 5 counters. So it just putting it next to the creature because it may not hit the battlefield. And we force back. Yeah, I can.
And
I
look
dig
at
it.
and look at this play, Sam. We had the choice between pitching Kaito or pitching a second copy of Force of Will. This looks to me, Samuel is all in on this Murktide, wants to untap and have hardcast Force of Will available rather than a 4-mana powerful Planeswalker.
Yeah, I think I agree. Let's see what the response is. Brainstorming response. That's really good. That's really powerful. So
Right.
that will flip. And what are we looking at for Olivier now? What do we want?
We either want to present our combo or we want an answer from Murktide Regent.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Did we find one? I see Orim's Chant. That's the Urza Saga you were talking about. Anything else spicy in here? Can't quite make it out.
Yeah, great point. I'm just gonna await the action here. So Orm's Chant, interestingly, can clear the way for your combo, but can also make the opponent skip their attack step. So you can use it as a glorified time walk, I guess, on the opponent's upkeep, and that's where the hardcast Force Will could come into the picture. So let's say we put back days here with our Tameo, and we actually end up getting our Arms Chant forced, then this game could be super interesting.
All right. Let's see. We plus immediately. We were always going to do that, but now if we have to pass the turn, somebody can just kill the Tamio here. Or do you think we just go phase? Because yeah, I just want to win as soon as possible. That's also an option.
Absolutely, but it looks like we'll be seeing a Murktide on Murktide standoff here.
We've seen that before.
And now the decision to pitch Kaito rather than the second Force of Will could come back to haunt Samuel.
Yeah. Okay. So that resolves. Sure. We see the thumbs up, and now we'll see a passing of the turn. Oh no, no, not yet. Play a land. Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah. So no upkeep Orm's Chant for kicker here, and this is going to be pretty cool. So because of the Tameo +2 and attacking Murktide on the side of Samuel is only a 7/8. So that is pretty convenient when you're holding the fort with an 8/8.
Yeah, indeed. So interesting here is also we because we wanted to have an 8/8, we needed to get rid of the Swords to Plowshares in the graveyard, so we cannot bring that back with Tameo. That's also maybe something we could have considered, but we don't want to block it, right? If with a 7/7.
So no, exactly. Then we need to make an 8/8. What we could have done was fetch for a Surveillant before playing the Murktide. Now imagine you hit something like a Ponder. You could flip that over, keep the plow in the graveyard, and still have the same size Murktide.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. That would have been amazing. All right, I think we saw another Murktide on top though. That's not bad.
That is really strong. Also note that the -3 on Tameo, in case it's able to put an instant or sorcery back into the hand, will actually grow the Murktide in play to a 9/9.
Okay, looks like we do get rid of the Murktide. We do not want that. Let's just draw a card here. Didn't quite catch what it was, but we are going to be passing the turn. Sorry, we'll be taking the turn here. Lots of lands.
So now we could, in theory, start using Tameo as Orm's Chant recursion. Maybe it's not time for that yet. Maybe you need to...
Ooh, just passing by Olivier and then somebody drawing a card, passing it back.
So I'm trying
This is a standoff.
Yeah, this is a standoff, and Tameo is taking closer to 8 very quickly. So maybe the plan is now to use Orm's Chant to basically block the opponent's ability to flash in Orcish Bowmasters. So we know if we can safely -7.
Oh, just concession. Yes, I'm really thinking I'm not going to get out of here. Yeah, wow, interesting. I saw a draw. Somebody drew the Cabal Therapy. Maybe we could have cast that just to get information and then concede.
So drawing the Cabal Therapy, that was a hint to Torque.
Oh,
it was on the side of the tempo player.
Okay.
So yeah, there is a little bit more magic to be played here, but since they don't have Bowmasters and no way to, actually kill the Tameo, they're just going to assume the opponent's going to -7. I think there is actually a non-zero bluff equity here with Bowmasters in the mix,
for sure.
but we can cover that a little bit later.
All right, let's dive into sideboarding here. What do you want to do as the breakfast player?
So let's have a look at the sideboard here. We actually have a ton of removal spells. I want the top 4 cards in my deck, and I think that's going to be it. And then I want to remove counter spells from my deck, maybe trim a little bit on my combo, and expect the game to be a little bit similar to what we just saw. which was essentially Tameo, Murktide, Ursa Saga, that type of plan B, and then hope the opponent is a little bit over prepared for the combo. But yeah, this is on paper certainly not favorable for breakfast. So I actually do love that it's up a game because I expect Demir to be in the driver's seat.
All right, and let's see what Demir has at the ready here in the sideboard and what we are interested in doing for game number 2. Of course, we're going to be on the play, so very important. Okay, Andreas, talk to me.
Yeah, this sideboard has Snuff Out, which is incredible. It has Doughty Voidwalker, which is very reasonable because it's a 3/2 that disrupts the opponent's development to Murktide and disrupts the combo. Now the question is, are we willing to go quote unquote overboard and have Consigns or Fairy Macabre in our deck with the hopes of disrupting the combo, or do we think this is going to be somewhat of a fair fist fight? And I think that is going to tell us a lot about how Samuel views the matchup. But yeah, tons of tools available, very similar to the Doomsday matchup we had earlier today, where yeah, you can load up on anti-Doomsday cards and then be weak to Baragoyf. So yeah, let's see if he goes for really focusing on the combo or maybe ignoring it altogether.
I'd also be looking at engineered explosives because that's the way how we can actually get rid of Tamayo in both sides. So is that something we're interested in?
Potentially, but you also touched on it here that, well, we also play Tameo in our deck, so it's a little bit less interesting. However, we are the version without Nethergoyf, so it's actually a little bit less of a liability. And with the other deck playing Shuko and Nomads in core, yeah, who knows? There might be an explosives in the mix here.
Okay, cool. We'll see what these players decide to put into the deck and swap around. Again, Samuel is going to be on the play here. Is going to be very important here, as we've seen that being the case in a lot of games. Yeah, in this case, you said you think the blue-black deck is favored.
Right.
And what's the best start for that deck?
The best start for that deck is probably Thought Seizing so that you can sculpt your game plan. And then you want a little bit of a clock going. So Orcish Bowmasters, that is a must kill. So if that can disrupt a little bit of cantrips, that will be awesome. There's also just the fact that Breakfast changed a little bit. It used to be super weak to Wasteland, but in these days, you can play 3 basics in your deck and basically make Wasteland a kill target Ursa Saga, but not, disrupt your mana development.
Exactly. We saw that last game. Somebody had double Wasteland and they were just shuffled away.
Yeah, they ended up doing nothing over the course of a super long game. Yeah, that was very, very. It was just a good illustration of now the Breakfast deck's mana base is not its weak point anymore.
Indeed. So Samuel just plays land, passes the turn. I did catch in Samuel's hand double Bowmasters, double Wasteland. So okay, we maybe if we get lucky, we can still get rid of some lands here from an opponent if they're not able to fetch up basics. But that's what Olga is going to be doing, and we have a Ponder.
Turn 1 Ponder here is the least scary turn 1. If it's Nomads and Core, you have to be on your toes. If it's the Tameo, it's a must kill. So just like with Delver decks, you're always happy when your Breakfast opponent leads on Ponder.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was an Island, Tameo, and Swords in there. Looks like we are going to be keeping.
So with the Swords of Plowshares, obviously, I'm not aware of Olivier's full sideboard plan, but I expect this to be a fair fight, kind of like the last game where we're battling for Tameo superiority, Murktide superiority, and then we're trying to, get through the cracks.
Okay, Surveyor land here for Samuele. Let's see what's on top here. Anything specific we're looking for at this point?
Well, it looked like we were doing pretty well in the mana department, so putting Tameo into the graveyard here, that is a little bit telling. And here we have confirmation about the engineered explosives.
Okay, yeah, started to bring that in. Maybe since we drew the engineered explosives, right?
Correct.
Okay, never mind then. Tameo here, Bowmasters. Is that going to be a response?
That is going to be in response because of Brainstorm, I would believe. So let's say there is a Brainstorm in response. It does not flip the Tameo. So just awesome timing. It's no coincidence that Samuel is playing in this top 8.
No, that makes sense to me. All right, we just draw another one. Nice. Are we going to play it? Are we going to Fatal Push here? Yeah, I like this play. This is smart because it also makes so the opponent can't really brainstorm, even though you really want to.
Go ahead, buddy. Go for the brainstorm. Grow my Arc Army, then lose to Planeswalker afterwards.
Yeah, indeed.
Kind of a forced play.
Go ahead, my friend. I'm okay with that. We are going to be playing a land here. And do you think we will see swords here?
Well, first of all, I want to mention the fact that Flood's Drain is an avenue to go get planes, and then again, Olivier is making Wasteland look like a bad joke. So that's a good start. But yeah, we probably have to kill the Bowmasters at some point because of our, we have a deck full of Ponders, Brainstorms, and Tameos. But the question is if it's go time now.
Okay, we'll find out in just a second. Indeed, the plane is getting searched up. We'll be passing here the deck to Samuele. Looks like that is a white mana. Indeed, we will see swords on Bowmasters. So we call that correctly. Let's see what the follow-up is for Olivier. Okay, another Tamio. This has been a Tamio battle all day, all match long.
Right. Yeah, both decks sporting the full playset, I think. Yeah, they probably are. That card is just so good. We have talked about it numerous times during the weekend that a Tameo that sticks in play has a very, very high impact on the game.
Exactly. We are passing the turn because we have Bowmasters up, so we want to be able to cash in some of these draws and swap them for the Bowmasters triggers. That would be really cool. Playing the land. Do you think Olivier is going to crack that clue here, or is he maybe anticipating a Bowmasters?
Well, doing it on the opponent's upkeep is probably the right move here, because then at least if there is a Bowmaster, it's going to steal colored mana away for the turn.
Okay, yeah, indeed. Stopping the upkeep. Looks like you nailed it here. Let's see what we are going to be doing. Okay, yeah, cracking the clue in response. Bowmasters, nice call. And what does this do now?
Well, this does the Bowmasters enters the field, pings on upon entering, but also another one from the draw here from the clue. So growing the Arc Army and increasing the clock is the best answer I can give to that question.
Okay, makes sense to me. So looks like we're just gonna be slamming in here for 3. Olivier's life levels go down to 9 already. So yeah, it's looking a bit scary already.
Orcish Bowmaster is so good against Breakfast because it's just this threat of killing your combo pieces, but also punishing your cantrips, and that's essentially all the deck wants to do, aside from the couple of Murktides that Olivier decided to tech in the deck.
Okay, Prismatic ending on Bowmasters. Life total is still 12. They already put that down. Excuse me, that's my mistake here. Getting another clue. Let's see what the follow-up is. Brainstorm it is. Yeah, that's the correct timing to do so because that will flip. And there's no more Bowmasters. So nice. We have the Planeswalker.
Absolutely. Tamio getting flipped here is incredible. Bowmasters off the field. And also you notice that Samuel decided to slow roll the Force of Will rather than protect the Bowmasters. And this is all because he's playing against a potent A+B combo deck. If he's playing against a fair deck, he is going to fight over that Bowmaster any day of the week. But because there's this Nomads and Core Cephalid Illusionist combo looming, he's going to hang on to the Force.
We also have Engineered Explosives, so we know we have a way to get rid of the Planeswalker. Now, of course, currently, it's not easy with the Wastelands, right?
You can play Engineered Explosives tapping the Undercity Sewers, and you have 2 mana left over to crack it. So I actually think that is going to be a pretty cool play that would tap out Samuel and then reintroduce Daze into his life. Not something he's too interested in.
Indeed. That could not have happened faster. As the saga being played, immediately gets the Wasteland. Yeah, that does make sense.
A classic responding to the chapter 1, them gaining the mana ability. So you essentially cut off your opponent's mana there. But now, Engineered Explosives is going to be very, very mana intensive.
Yes. Okay, Thoughtseize it is. Currently, Samueli is a bit locked on mana. He has a bit of mana
That
issues
is
here.
putting it lightly.
Wow,
so
look at this hand.
This is redundancy. So now that Force of Will is certainly going to be needed for this game to go longer.
Sure. Okay, we will take the Illusionist here. Put this one down to 2, indeed. Remember the trigger of the attacks. That's all good.
So I really like taking the Illusionist here because now Samuel makes sure that Force of Will is not going to kill him off the top of Olivier's deck. Just imagine you surveil into Force of Will, but you left them with 2 Illusionists and 1 Nomad instead. So just the color of the card being super relevant here.
And I'm interested here on the side of Olivier. I'm almost want to fetch up a Jewel just to maybe bait out that Wasteland because you have all the mana you need. Is that an option?
Absolutely. Go get that Meticulous Archive and say, waste me, buddy. If you think that's going to higher your chances, I'm here for it. I at least want to manipulate my next draw step and make it slightly more likely that it's an impactful card.
At least Samuele is being able to keep that Planeswalker under control currently because he's being able to always -2 it where it pluses for 2, so it's something.
Absolutely. Shuka hits the graveyard because it's a redundant combo piece to Nomads, which we already have 2 copies of.
Okay, we do not want that. Let's see, 2 mana. I assume we are just going to crack a clue here. Indeed, was that a Force of Will? I think I saw a Force of Will there.
All right.
So if we drew another blue card, we actually have protection for the combo?
We don't have protection because our only blue card is the B part of the combo. So this is why the Thoughtseize decision last turn from Samuel was next level.
No, I mean, we'd have 2 cards now in hand, so it could be Force plus blue card.
Absolutely. Yes. we don't have the combo with backup unless there's a blue card, but the door is certainly open for that.
For sure. Let's see what's up here. Looks like Samantha was thinking about playing the engineered
And
explosive.
drawing a land here is crucial, Sam, because
For
now
sure.
we can say, oh, nice nomad you have there. It would be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Yes, indeed. Well put. Well put. All right, let's see if we're going to fire that one off. I mean, I imagine I just want to try and do that.
Because if you don't, and you just pass the turn, you're going to let your opponent -3 Tameo and get free value, right?
Mhm.
So this is a little bit of a forced spot, but it's also tough because the card Daze exists.
Yeah.
So if you tap out now and you have your Forcible dazed, that means your tournament is over.
Indeed. In this spot, I really like the showing of engineers explosives. Like taking care of two things here, that's really powerful.
It really is in a vacuum, but now Samuel is asking himself, do I want to go back, watch the VOD, and then see Days End My Dreams? Is that really what I want?
Okay, well put over there. So yeah, and that's probably why you saw Samili tapping the man and then like, oh, I'm not
yeah.
sure. I'm not sure.
This is potentially a tournament-ending move.
Yes.
But if you
yes.
pass the turn, you give your opponent...
Could also potentially be...
Look at this, Sam. A little bit of a change here. So I'm trying to make sense of it. I really loved... The Indian Explosive just educates Olivier here, so he goes for the chump block.
Okay.
Which, let's say that it wasn't played and we attack the Tameo. Tameo probably just ticks down to 2. But maybe that's the same. That's going to be end up with the same here. It looks like the short version of that is Samuel have now said -3 on Tameo is a fine price to pay to, prolong my tournament instead of losing to Days on the spot.
Okay, yeah, I dig it. We will see what the follow-up is here. You can see Olivier going to the graveyard. So he's indeed thinking, I'm going to lose this anyway. So, yeah, but that does mean that Samueli is actually able to just keep this engineered explosive around for maybe in the future.
Also that, but that is going to be so mana intensive. You need 2 mana up at any time, which is just... this is a tough one.
This is indeed a tough spot. Okay, that will resolve, it seems. Now we will play this here. I can only imagine that Samueli wants to use that Force Will.
Right, because with sequencing the Cephalid Illusionist first, then that prevents the, the effect of engineered explosives here, essentially.
Indeed, we see that happening. So Force pitching Tameo.
And now it's closing time. Does Olivier has the blue card?
He does. Does Samueli have another Force Will?
I think he's down to 1 card here.
That resolves. And I like this. Like actually, we know that we could go for the combo here, but you never know what the opponents may have in hand.
Correct.
It's possible that you just can't win from here.
Imagine the last card in Samuel's hand is one of those Ferromacabres or Consign to Memory. That is very, very real here. So
yeah, concession.
Wow.
He's seen enough. Whoa.
Did not want to make him sweat here, but there was the sub game going on here where maybe Cabal Therapy was needed to clear potential consigned memory, and then we can go off. But yeah.
Cephalid Breakfast takes it here. The deck, do not get rid of your illusionists. People, after watching this, Cephalid Breakfast is still very much alive, and this has been very cool, right? I really love the games, and even though we thought that Blue-Black might have been favored,
right?
It was a dominant performance by the Breakfast deck.
Yeah, it sure was. Breakfast got the job done in 2 and advances to the top 4, and yeah. It's time to keep on going if you're the Breakfast player.
It's time for the semifinals. We will take a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere because we will be back straight away.
Welcome back. Very short turnaround here. We are ready for the semi-finals of the Legacy main event here, bringing you live coverage, of course, from beautiful Lucca in Italy. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. And dude, we got something lined up that at least the two of us haven't been able to cast yet. We're going to cast Nicolo Olivieri on Cephalid Breakfast up against Clément Riton. Well, Eldrazi Agro we saw before, right?
We did. Amazing semi-finals here, though. Like,
Yeah.
People kind of counted Cephalid Breakfast out. I rated the deck. I think it's pretty good. We didn't see very many people playing it at all in the tournament, I think.
3%, I heard.
3%, yeah, you're absolutely right. And we see one coming all the way to semi-finals. There was a couple on the top tables as well. So the deck still has legs even without Nadu, which I think people expected. And it's an expert build, I guess. So we'll see.
Okay, it's cool. So let's have a quick look at the deck lists right here to see what the players are fighting with. Yeah, on the other side of the board, by the way, we got Tommaso Ciampolini on Affinity going up against Nicolo Fioletti on black-white tokens. They
I
call
did not
it
see this coming.
Picoletti. Yeah, I don't hate that. Yeah.
There's like Picula.
Yeah, I looked Nicolo up, and he was actually playing a lot of Death and Taxes, as well as the 5-color human stacks.
Nice.
And Picula in the past. So yeah, no
makes
stranger
sense.
to creature decks. Yeah, let's jump into that. We're gonna see who's gonna get a shot at becoming the champion here. Of course, like we used to call them the world champions. I guess they're at the very least now the European champions. And dude, that's a blast from the past. Orm's Chant, we haven't seen that one dedicated to combo lists in a long time, right?
Yeah, so this is like the builds that we saw a couple of years ago before Nado was incorporated into the deck, except for this 4 Tamiyo Inquisitive Student. Tamiyo has been in every single blue deck, I think. Maybe not like the Cloud Post decks if you count them as blue, but Tamiyo being like a removal magnet here. It's used differently. In the blue black decks, you'd like be looking to protect it, but here you kind of want it to die, so your Nomads and your Cephalid Illusionist combo can get through. This deck just has some of the most powerful like potential draws in the format. Turn 1 Nomads and Core, turn 2 Cephalid Illusionist with potential Forcible and Days backup to give you a turn 2 kill.
Give me a break around on what exactly are we doing with these creatures?
Yeah, so Cephalid Illusionist is one of the key combo pieces. It's the 2-mana 1/1. It says whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability, put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. It does have a second ability, but it doesn't really matter here for the combo. Then you have Nomads and Core or Shuko, the equipment. Both of them have the ability to target your own creatures for 0 mana. Nomads has a redirect 1 damage. The redirecting doesn't actually matter, but the ability is it's 0 mana and it can target multiple times. The Shuko is equipped for 0, meaning you can just keep equipping the same creature. Now what this does is Cephalid Illusionist will then mill 3 cards with each iteration of equipping or targeting. Essentially, you put your whole your whole library in your graveyard. That's going to trigger 3 Narcomoebas that say when they put into your graveyard from a library, they put them into play. Then you have Dread Return, which you can flashback.
A lot of stuff, by the way.
You have Dread Return, which you can sacrifice 3 creatures to return target creature card from your graveyard to play. You'll target Thassa's Oracle, which has when it ETBs, you win the game if your devotion to blue is equal to your. If you win the game if your devotion to blue is equal to your.
Greater than the number, equal or the great number of cards in the library. Yeah. So basically, that's how you win the game. It looks kind of fragile, right, when you think about it, but somehow it makes it work. Also, one of the oldest decks in Legacy. Like this, when I started playing 2006 around, this was already like a very established deck.
Made by Javier Dominguez, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah, 2-time Sword Champion at this point, right?
Yeah.
And runner-up of the Legacy Premier League. Shout out.
Yes.
So we got Clément Riton on the other side of the board, of course, playing Eldrazi Aggro. That's one of the breakout decks of the tournament at this point, I want to say.
This is very, very similar to what we've seen before. I think the last one we saw had like 2 Obligators, and we see a Grim Monolith here, which was like one single Grim Monolith we didn't see before. The sideboard is a bit more compact, lots of 3-ofs, all 3-ofs actually, whereas before we had like 2 Null-Rods, for example, a bit more variation, but otherwise a very, very similar build.
Okay, so let's see whether Clément is going to be able to race before Nicolo is going to be able to pull off his combo. Both players are ready here in the feature match area. We're going to see who's going to clinch one of the spots in the finals here. The Legacy main event of almost 1,000 players, dude.
Amazing.
This is just something else. Legacy at the highest level, highest stakes. It doesn't get much better than this.
We've been told that Clément didn't pick up the deck until like Friday evening.
Yeah, that's something else, right?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to take this. I'm going to win the tournament. Easy as that.
Yep, it's that easy.
Loving it.
So Cephalid Breakfast on the play. I think the play draw for this matchup must be very important, right? You both like Olivier is threatening a turn 2 kill potentially, not with this draw now, and Eldrazi is just looking to disrupt it as much as possible, either with like a Chalice. But now that the Shuko's in play, the Chalice needs to be on 2 to stop the combo.
Yeah, very much so. Olivier passes over already. Establishing 15% of the combo. Like, it's a very complicated combo, but actually it's just like an A plus B combo here, right?
Yeah, realistically, it's Shuko or Nomads and Core plus Cephalid Illusionist. After you do that, you have also like other pieces of interaction like the Days and the Force of Wills. And when you put your library into your graveyard, you do have a Cabal Therapy. You can flashback as well if you're scared of some graveyard hate.
Awesome. Okay, so Chalice of the Void, kind of like a turn too late here, really, right? To stop one of the combo pieces.
Yeah, ideally you'd be on the play and have it turn 1 to stop the Shuka coming down.
Somebody
So
should have took Clement.
yeah, I mean, just huge misplay already. What
Yeah.
is he? Yeah. At the same time, this turns off ponders and brainstorms, which is very, very relevant if Olivia hasn't found Steph the Illusionist yet. Like he might have another brainstorm or a ponder in hand. Probably not a brainstorm because he might cast it in response to the chalice, but yeah, he's looking to like not have the 1-drops. I think there's a Cabal Therapy on top of the library he's gonna put in the graveyard. Because it's gonna get countered by chalice either way.
It's actually kind of interesting when Cabal Therapy, like one of the reasons Cabal Therapy, of course, is there is to stop some kind of like hate that the other player might hate, but it's also there to target yourself, right? At times.
Absolutely right. Sometimes you're going to draw the Dread Return or the Fast Oracle, and you're not going to have like the 2 blue mana to cast the Fast Oracle or something. So if you do have the combo, you're going to like go through the process that we discussed, but then the Narcomies will come into play and you can Cabal Therapy targeting yourself to discard the Dread Return.
So let me create a scenario here. There's a chalice on 1. You draw the Dread Return. You also can't put it back because the brainstorm is not going to resolve.
Yes.
Are you going to go like 8-card discard or something?
That is an option. I believe Olivia probably has a couple of black sources. I'm just going to look up the deck list.
Oh, you're saying like you can still try to hardcast it, right?
You can so hard.
That would be a way to do it. Yeah, if
Yeah.
you do happen to have the black mana available in your deck, which
So
you might actually have, right?
we
There's a Cabal
see
Therapy.
1 Undercity Sewers and 1 Underground Sea in his deck list. So you can hardcast the Dread Return if needed.
Like in a pinch, you could also like use the single Underground Seal for days to do it. There are some tricks that
So
they put up in
talking about
Legacy.
combos, Mozart Regent plus Shuko, was that on your bingo card?
Dude, Murktide Regent, I've been seeing so much of this card. This card has been the bane of me when I was playing Elves back in the day. But yeah, sometimes all you need is like a big dragon and putting an equipment on it, even though it's like one of the least powerful ones that we got available in
Yeah.
Legacy.
Murktide just is able to solo games. As we saw, like the thing that struck out to me most was the 4-color Beans deck on stream earlier against Blueback Tempo. He just played a Murktide and it just closed the game out in a couple of turns. And this could be happening as well for Olivia. Murktide, one of the best cards against Eldrazi, dare I say.
Yeah. One of the few ways to actually outgrow the Eldrazi and create some what we call like hashtag virtual card advantage.
Yeah.
I guess that's where Eldrazi Obligator comes in.
Yes, yeah, Obligator is insane against Murktide. It can be just a huge chunk of damage coming through. That could be the way Clement takes this game out, actually.
Okay, so let's see what Clement's up to here. Still figuring out. He's got the secluded courtyard, and what's the first card here? Is that Cavern of Souls?
That's a Wasteland he's just played.
Dude, the kid's got way too many Wasteland printings now.
So Thought Not Seer, very good. I think the Murktide has 3 counters because there's a Cabal Therapy, a Daze, and a Brainstorm hit the graveyard. So it's a 7/6 right now, which is
Yeah. So we see an Urza Saga, we see an Ormschan, and of course a Forcerful without a pitch card. What exactly are we doing with your Ormschan? I think most of the time it's there to protect the combo, but it also has like a hidden second mode, right?
Yeah, honestly, most of the time it is to protect the combo. You're going to like cast the Ormschan and then go Nomads into Cephalid Illusionist. But you could use it as a time lock, essentially. Just like 1 white target player can't cast spells this turn, and then for additional white, they can't attack with creatures as well. So it could be pretty relevant here.
Yeah. So it's a Saga coming down here, most likely after the attack with the big dragon.
Crunching for 7. Ouch.
Oh, that's a big one.
And the Saga's going to be good here as well, making creatures. Or I guess the Wasteland from Clement will take care of that.
And he's got another Wasteland in hand. Like
Yeah, okay.
Olivier is soon gonna be like, I don't want to say like all in on the dragon.
Yeah.
But from what we've seen in his hand, there's really nothing much else going on there.
You can see the players joking about like, does he play the Saga into the Wasteland or does he play the Archive to try and filter something? So yeah, I think he wants to try and find another relevant card. A blue card for Force Will, probably. I might read that as, the unknown card he's drawn for the turn. Well, there it is.
That's exactly what we just talked about,
Yep.
right?
Yep. A kind of pseudo time walk.
Not only, yeah, I remember back then we used to do something like Abeyance,
Yes.
but
yeah,
that's a long time ago. Like this was the very beginning of Legacy. People tried Abeyance, but Ormschan's just like an upgrade in so many levels.
Mhm.
Clement checking out, okay, what exactly can I not do? You cannot play spells, and if it was kicked, which it looks like it did, you can also not attack.
Yeah.
There's what else? I guess he can still use his Wastelands, which actually is something Abeyance would forbid.
Yeah, true.
And he's got 2 Wastelands, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
But the question is, he's behind on board. He's losing to this Murktide, so can you even afford to Wasteland? Do you want to play something else?
yeah, right.
Obviously not this turn because of the Ormschan.
He's got a Chalice that's not really going to help him. He
Yep.
is probably looking for that Obligator, right? He's got a
He
Cosmic
has an Obligator
Command.
in hand at the back. So there's a Cosmic Command, there's a Line Breaker, there's a Chalice, and there's a Obligator in hand. Like there's one more card I've not been able to spot.
Oh, yeah. Olivier very quick to just attack again. Get you down to 6. Put you dead on board. Or the Saga, I don't care if you waste that one.
Yep.
Yes, I get the counter. Okay,
So
cool.
the Obligator is threatening 3 + 4 from Thought Seer, so 7 into another 7 from the Murktide. Oh my god.
Good enough?
Wait. Is there a line where you can use the Cosmic's command to exile the Orm's Chance to grow the Murktide, and then the Obligator takes it and turns it
Whoa,
for a
dude,
huge
no,
lethal?
no, don't tell me we're doing this. I mean, this is the semifinals. Oh, too
Okay,
bad.
can
I
we see
would
the
love
floors?
to see that one.
I hadn't added it up, but that would have been insane because the Murktide is 7 power, would have grown 2 more to be 9 power.
Could
Thought
you
that seems
imagine like
17.
Olivier's face if we were actually going for the place, for the
Yeah,
play?
That would have been insane. That would have been 16 damage. So almost. But
Oh
yeah.
my god, too bad, too bad.
But Clemon needs an answer to this Murktide now. Otherwise, is it just going to fly over and be lethal next turn?
Is there any way for the Eldrazi tech to sacrifice the Murktide? Maybe that's what we used to do, right? When we
Yeah.
threaten creatures, we had like some kind of
Yeah.
sack effect.
I don't think so.
There's no right. Yeah, I can't imagine either.
Yeah, we see the Obligator and the Chalice in his hand there at the back now.
Also, Eldrazi not exactly known for their flying creatures, at the very least in Legacy. I mean, okay, I'll take the back Emrakul. Okay, Emrakul's a thing.
Emrakul does fly. There's also a bunch with Reach. There's World Breaker.
Oh, I remember that one.
Mhm.
What a sweet card that was.
I'm struggling to see a way Clemon gets out of this. We've got another Eldrazi Temple here.
Yeah, Chen is not doing anything for him. I think we might be headed for the second game already.
Yeah. He's
Trying
adding
to
up
add
to
it
1,
up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. The Obligator is a 3/1 haste from what I remember. Oh, he's got the Line Breaker as well. So he's 5 for the Obligator. So he's 1 off playing both. Because then the pump from the Line Breaker would actually get there.
Wait, are we that close still?
I think he's 1 mana off.
Oh my god. This is like where you want like the Spirit Guide to make it right. So
Yeah.
walk me through it. So what exactly would he be doing if he had 1 more mana?
So if he had 1 more mana, he can have essentially have 8 mana total because he's got 2 Eldrazi Temples, which are 2 each, and then he's got Secluded Courtyard and 2 Wastelands, so it's 7. With the Obligator, it's a 3/1 haste, and he takes the Murktide, which is 7 power, and then the Line Breaker is okay. He's got a Flesh Breaker, I said the guy, and the Line Breaker would give a creature +X+O and haste, where X is the number of Eldrazi you have in play, which would be +3/+O. So Glaring Flesh Breaker, though, I haven't looked at the maths here. This could.
You think that's still good enough? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, that's what you need to bring if you want to play in the semifinals of the biggest Legacy tournament of the year thus far.
I don't see it here. I don't see it. I think you need like Glaring Flesh Breaker into a couple of Kozilek's commands to get there.
Oh, that one's really only kind of like a pump spell, a ramp
Chalice
spell.
for 0 being a pseudo Lotus Pedal.
Yeah. Initially designed to stop the Lotus Pedal.
Wait. So now, because of the Glaring Flesh Raker, the other Eldrazi in his hand essentially costs 1 less. So now he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana in play. He plays the Line Breaker for 2 essentially, which leaves 3. Then he plays the Obligator for the last 3, makes a Scion off the Glaring Flesh Raker, but I think he's then 1
And pings the opponent for 1 more damage.
They will each ping, but I think he's then 1 mana off the threaten effect from the Scion.
Oh, so Clement is probably asking, does the equipment stay on if I steal a creature? And as far as I believe it does.
Does indeed, absolutely.
Oh, slow down. Is this actually happening? Like, I saw no way for Clement to actually do this. You are doing a couple of math on that.
This is 4 mana being added to the pool here.
He's counting it out right now. He's got, yes, second
5.
Scion token. I got 5 mana. I'm
He's
going
starting
to steal
to
a
move
dragon.
fast. He's doing it. I think.
Oh, he's shaking. Can you see that?
Oh my god.
Oh, he's absolutely
Is this
shaking.
it?
He's like, is this what we're doing?
Oh, you take 2 from the Flesh Raker here.
You might be doing it, right?
Wait, I thought the threaten effect costs an extra 2 mana. But I think he's doing it.
He's doing. Is that good enough? Is that
Folding.
exactly 14 damage? He's got like 3 plus
It is exactly
6,
14
7.
damage.
Oh my god!
Holy moly.
More retort. Like, look at that guy. Like a stone-faced killer once again. No emotion. He's just like, yeah, nodding his head. This is what I came to do for. Oh my god. This is completely something else.
That was insane. Yeah, so the Obligator it costs 2 mana to use the ability when you cast it, but he had added 5 mana from the land, so I was forgetting that bit. Wow.
Whoa, okay. If I was smoking, I would need a cigarette now.
yeah.
Okay. So Nicolo Olivieri probably thought he had it, right? There wasn't really much that the deck could do, but the one line that existed, Olivier went through it, he figured it out, and yeah, Clement, I mean. So how do we recover from this? That was quite the beating.
Murktide gets sided out because it kills you.
Apparently, like, take
I
out all
didn't-
of your best creatures.
Okay, jokes aside, Nicola has some great sideboard cards. Source of Plowshares, fantastic. Consigned to Mary, fantastic. And probably brings the Prismatic Ending as well to take out like a Chalice of the Void or something like that. Maybe you bring in Forced Negation, kind of expecting Chalice of the Voids, for example, because that can really be backbreaking against your combo pieces.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can see that very
I
much.
think so, because I think you can take out the Orm's Chance. I think they're really for kind of
Orange Chant was being amazing here, though.
It would have, but at the same time, I think it's really more for protecting like instant speed removal spells. Like,
But the time walk effect, though, Doc, I'm so sold on the Orange Chance there as the fog effect. But maybe, yeah, I mean, I'll take you out on that. I mean, you have to take out something. I guess that's right.
yeah, I think
yeah,
that
yeah.
Tamiyo's can also come out. This is not the time
Yeah,
matchup
this
for
is
them.
not a time your game. That's
Yeah.
true. You know, one thing that I noticed, Orange Chant doesn't actually stop everything.
No.
There's one thing that Orange Chant doesn't stop that a lot of players walk into when they play against, like when they play their graveyard combo deck against another deck, and that is Fairy Macabre.
Yes.
And I believe, didn't we see some on the Eldrazi
I
side?
think there could be 3 in Clem on side.
Okay, let's switch over to the Eldrazi deck. We want to check that out.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I remember that from the survival days when like the Epic Storm used to like, Arms chant you and they'd be like, okay, there's no way you can do anything. And
Yeah.
then you survival up here on Fairy Macabre.
And then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So let's go over and see that there's actually going to be any fairies. Because ever since the deck changed, right? It's not a Nado deck anymore.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more susceptible to graveyard hate, right? Because
Yeah,
it's so much
absolutely.
more all in on the combo. Oh,
Yeah.
and there are 3 copies of the Fairy Macabre, dude.
Yeah.
I guess in the end that's all the more reason to take out the Arms chance. Unfortunately,
I think so.
I
So-
like the card.
I'm struggling to see how Clement, like, what he's going to take out. So the Fairy Macabres are good. The Dismembers are good. I think the Disruptor Flutes are good because you can name either Shuko or the Nomads and Core. And like, there's also an argument for Nullroad to stop the Shukos, but probably not if you're going to bring the Flutes. So I think we're looking at like 9 cards that could potentially come in with
So
the
not-
Flutes, Dismembers, and Macabres.
What about the Battle Mage?
Yeah, Battle Mage can come out. It's pretty good against Urza's Saga because with the green ability, for 1 green, you can exile and ask for enchantment.
How are all of these cards good?
Yeah, they all are pretty good.
Honestly, like let's be real. The Linebreaker, the Obligator was an amazing play, but it's probably not always going to work out
Yeah,
that way.
it's only against the Murktide that's good. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if Murktides. No, they probably don't come out because it's just a good blocker as well. But I could see taking out the Obligators despite it winning the game there. As weird as that is to say.
It's like when you get your star football player on the first leg of the clash there, they're like, oh yeah, they scored a 90-minute goal, everything's great. Then
Yeah.
sorry, you're not in the squad for the second game. Okay,
Yeah.
what can you do? Okay, so Clement on the play here. Let's see how he managed to get all of these amazing cards that he got in the sideboard into his main deck here.
Mhm.
And Olivier, of course, starting out on that Flooded Strand to what will most likely be a Tundra. Small chance of an underground here, I would guess. And a turn 1 play. Turn 1 play could, of course, be a Nomads and Core threatening the turn 2 kill. Could
Yeah.
be a Shuko doing the same. Could be a Ponder, not that exciting, of course. Oh, and the basic planes. Okay, that makes it all much easier. Probably going to be a Nomads and Core there.
Feels like it does. It could be a Shuko as well.
By the way, great artwork on the planes. Always got to congratulate players on making the
Absolutely.
right choice.
So the Zebra Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Mirage is an amazing set. We should kind of go back to that.
Yeah, Nomad's coming down. I would be terrified if I was in Clement's seat.
Very much so, because there's really only so much he can do.
Yeah.
Especially like, let's say he taps out for a Chalice here, which would still be like a goodish play.
Yeah.
Then you could just be straight dead.
Could have Fairy
Unless you
Macabre.
have a Fairy Macabre. Ooh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And he does have the Ancient Tomb. Always a
it's-
good thing.
Because we've often seen the Cephalid decks have a Pithing Needle to grab off Urza's Saga to name Fairy Macabre. Because despite Fairy Macabre not being a spell, that means it's an activated ability. You can name it with like Pithing Needle or Disruptor Flute.
True, very much true, yeah.
Additionally, another piece of hate here now that Clement has available to him with 3 mana is Kozilek's Command. Kozilek's Command, another ability on it is target player exiles X cards from their graveyard. So you could target the Thassa's Oracle if Olivia went for a combo here. Could also use it as a removal spell to
I
exile
was
the
going to say,
Nomads.
right?
Yeah.
But you would need to do it with the Cephalid Breakfast, the Cephalid Illusionist on stack, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we get the Urza Saga over there, and then probably just passing back. It's not like we're casting Stoneforge Mystic in Legacy anymore these days.
Clement really thinking. I mean, he knows how to do the maths, as we saw from last game.
Oh yeah. Does he do?
There's a Thornal Seer potentially.
Most likely, right? I mean, he could run out like a Reality Smasher, but that doesn't seem like a great play.
Yeah.
Oh,
Flesh
Flash
Raker,
Raker, yeah,
okay.
always a good way to build your board.
So 1 mana floating here now. From the Flesh Raker as well.
Oh yeah, getting the discount there on the IF Ugin, of course.
Can he cast something else and then
But second Flash Raker!
this could be insane.
Whoa!
Okay, swords on the first one, but like 2 Flesh Rakers just goes insane.
Two
Goes
Flash
nuts.
Rakers sometimes even just kills you in the very next turn.
Yeah, I think very often when you're adding up how much damage Flesh Rakers do, your opponent is dead before you finished working out the numbers and stuff. You're just like, oh yeah, you died like 3 triggers ago.
It's like on Magic Online, right? You just put it all in the stack, press F6, and
Yeah.
then the opponent's about to figure it out.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this one apparently still on the stack.
Yeah, and if it resolves, he can cast Thornus here as well.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can because you got the 1 mana floating, right?
Yeah. Yeah. This deck is so explosive. Wow.
I mean, there's not so much LEV can do other than counter spell it here at this point.
I think you absolutely slam the Thornus here as well.
Let's find out what's going on there on the other side of the table. You've
Let's-
kind of taking it for a given that there's a thought that's here.
I have spied it. I
Oh,
can
you've
see
spied it.
it.
Okay.
But the other 2 cards I can't see quite yet, so could be something else.
By the way, Clement actually top 8 Eternal Mania and Hustled earlier this year.
Oh, really?
Did you know what he played?
Breakfast?
Yes.
I may have been told this before, but that's cool. So he knows this deck inside out, right?
Yeah, very much
That
so.
would have been with Nardu, I assume, but still, you know the ins and outs of the deck, so he's very familiar with what's a Fairy Macabre, for example.
Yeah.
And what's sideboard in.
Nicolo Oliviero, by the way, on the other side, I tried looking him up. This
Mhm.
guy has top 8s all across Italy.
Wow.
Like tons of local and regional events, playing in the Law League, of course, which is like one of the most famous leagues here in Italy.
Awesome.
He's kind of fond of like little small creatures. He's played a lot of elves, breakfast, and
Nice.
breakfast elves.
Breakfast elves.
Yeah, that
Breakfast
was the one.
elves.
Yeah, Nado elves, kind of.
Okay, got
you
it.
get the
Yeah,
idea. Yeah. So yeah, and here they are, both sitting in the semifinals
Cool.
of the biggest legacy event of the year, trying to get ever so closer to that title.
Okay. Here's the Thornus here we were expecting, but meets a quick force of will. I think, yeah.
But yeah, Olivier now down to, I think, a single card in hand is that?
Yeah.
Oof.
Which looks to be.
I mean, that's sometimes all you need if you're playing stuff like Breakfast.
yeah, couple of lands.
Oh, and that was a very quick crack on the fetch land. Dude, I'd be sweating if I wasn't Clement
Yeah,
side in
is
the
this a maybe if it okay, what he's doing here, really heads up play, is because he knows the opponent plays Wasteland. What he's doing is cracking Scalding Tarn so that in case Clement then played a Wasteland, he could then Wasteland the other side in response to the Scalding Tarn being fetched. So he's really playing around a heads up Wasteland play here.
Oh, very heads up play there. Yeah, that could have actually been devastating, right?
Yeah.
If you were not able to use your Saga at all because of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Really.
tiny
And
little small
there's the
things.
Wasteland.
Dude,
Olivia rewarded for a really tight play. Love to see it.
I wonder how many people have been doing that wrong all day long.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So if he didn't do that, he would have lost out on creating a token here.
Okay, so getting one of those tokens. Now picking up a
it's
Seven Illusionist.
Illusionist off the top.
Perfect draw from the top, dude.
Wow.
Are you ready to just go? I mean, you play the deck to go for it here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, what are you drawing to?
Also, you're not being Fairy Macabre anytime soon. You can't force a fill it. You can't.
Yeah.
You don't have discard.
Yeah.
There's maybe some ways to play around Fairy Macabre, of course, but I don't see it right now.
You do have a pin needle on the sideboard, so he probably I think we missed that while talking about it. He probably did slide in a pin needle to get off the Urza Saga ideally, and then name Fairy Macabre. But I think given he's got the 1 card in hand, the Glaring Flesh Raken play is threatening to do a lot of things. My gut says go for this.
You know what he could do? He could just like start milling himself until he finds a cable therapy and hope that there's not an Oracle in the graveyard. Well,
So yeah, you're absolutely right. If the Oracle is below the Cabal Therapy and he hits an Alchemy, but very often you can then flash back the Cabal Therapy and name it first. But he hits the Oracle off the first thing. So I think if Clement has the Fairy Macabre, he can just.
and he
there's
finds the
Cabal
cable
Therapy
therapy.
now.
So I mean, do you still name Fairy Macabre here? It's kind of an awkward
depends
spot,
if
right?
Clement uses one. I think you do, even if he does or doesn't.
Yeah, I think you just have to, because there's no reason for Clement not to use it, right? But if
Yeah.
for some reason he didn't, you still name it.
Yeah.
I mean, technically Mindbreak Trap, I guess, but not really.
He's only cast 2 spells so
Yeah,
far
but
as well.
like if you didn't name it, then
yeah,
you,
true, very true. And it is the only Cabal Therapy in the deck, so you need to hit it here.
Dude, look at Olivier, he's so deep in the
I
tank.
love it. I
Like-
think Clement said sure.
Crossed his arms. It's like, is it gonna be for? Oh, that's a little bit of a longer conversation there.
I think there's no way he can have a.
Oh, he's got nothing.
He's got nothing. Okay.
Oh, it looks like we had it for a third game then.
Yeah. He's
It's like, okay,
"Show
just
me
show
your
me the
deck."
rest of the game,
Yeah.
of the deck.
Yeah, we are heading to the third game. I think if there's a fairy, you just do it because if you're trying to bluff it, you're gonna see the fairy anyway. So then you just don't go for the combo and
By
the
the way,
fast circle's getting
He
extra.
kept all the Tamias. He's like, oh,
Okay.
needle? Why not needle? Why not needle? I was like, yeah, I didn't draw it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
He's like, yep, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, the needle must be Fairy Macabre. This is open decklist, by the way. They are showing decklist ahead of time, so he's gonna know there are Fairy Macabres.
Did you notice he kept the Tamias?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should
Okay.
have looked. What did he cut? Maybe.
Well, he did
some
cut
of the
the
removal.
arms chant. I didn't see any of those.
Yeah, okay,
Unfortunately,
okay.
would have loved to see those in action.
And we're going to a game 3.
Whoa. High octane magic being played here, of course.
Cephalon Illusionist from the top rope.
Yeah. Not exactly the kind of wrestler I imagined when I was watching.
He's squid.
Oh.
All right, so we see in Olivia's hand, I see a prismatic ending. I see a fetch land, I think a Misty Rainforest. We see an illusionist. We see a force, a ponder, and a brainstorm. So only a one lander from Olivia, but it is a fetch land that can get basic island and some cantrips, so not
Yeah.
bad.
Picks up a ponder, also on the draw, of course, giving him another look at the top card.
Yep. And the Clemon side hand, we see an Iogun at the front, I think. Maybe there's a dismember behind it.
Yeah. Could be.
Can't quite work out the rest.
So we got the basic island here.
My favorite basic artwork in the whole game right there.
That one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one's very
absolutely
much up
beautiful.
there.
Yeah. Love it.
I think your cube also has a ton of these, right?
It does indeed.
So-
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the ponder here, trying to probably find another land, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a land, there's a force, there's a ponder. We're probably going to draw the force.
Yeah, like you would like
Oh,
to
we're
have.
not drawing the force, by the way.
We'll think about it. Maybe. You would like a different land, like you would love a flooded strand so you can get your basic planes, I think.
Okay,
but-
not drawing the force because I already got one in hand.
Yeah, sure. Makes sense. Oh, he's probably gonna next turn he can surveil it into the graveyard because you don't want to cast a second force. There's a Cavern of Souls from Clemon over there, so I think we're
Smart.
Yeah.
I mean, Chalice of the Void, at least we can still fight about.
Yep.
Also, not exactly the most exciting stuff from Clemon there, right?
No, not at all. I think. Oh, do you let this go? So this is tough call because he has a prismatic ending in hand because White Source enters battlefield tapped.
Oh, but
If it gets Wasteland, it's pretty
I was
brutal.
gonna say he gets so punished for Wasteland. He hasn't presented any opportunity for Clemon to Wasteland yet.
Yeah, and he also has this Ponder and Brainstorm in hand.
I think you have to force this one, right?
I think you do because of the cavern over there. Imagine you play your meticulous archive, comes to be tapped. Clemon could just then play a Thorn Seer, uncounterable, and take the prismatic ending. So I think you're looking to force pitching one of the cantrips.
Might actually pitch one of the brainstorms. The brainstorm.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to say. He's got Cephalon Illusionist in hand. Yeah, so he's pitching brainstorm there. No Chalice of the Void for you, sir.
Yep.
As he untaps, probably draws the meticulous archive, putting the force in the graveyard. Already
Yep.
knows what he's about to do. Oh yeah, okay. I guess you can go Leon Ponder, makes sense. Okay.
I think part of the thinking here, he loves the lands. Okay. Part of the thinking was if he hadn't used the force, then he's probably happy to go the archive first to get rid of the second force because he still has the first one that he doesn't need to use yet. But because he had to use it, he wants to, prolong the game and in case he needs it for another chalice or something like that.
Yeah, look at LV. Starved on mana, now actually putting a land to graveyard on the survival. Like,
Yeah.
I get all the mana in the world.
Because he knows there's another flood strand on top.
Exactly. And
Okay.
now we don't really care all that much about the Wasteland, right? I guess Thought Knots here would be kind of annoying still, but
Yeah.
I
It's honestly
will
be incredibly good here because it can take the Cephalon Illusionist.
instead we do lead on the Flash Raker again. But I guess technically there's still a way to make a Thought Knots here, right?
So interestingly enough, despite tapping the Cavern of Souls here, this Glaring Flesh Raker was counterable if Olivia wanted to because he used the
explain
colored
to me
mana.
why.
So because the Glaring Flesh Raker's mana cost is 2 colorless, and then one of the special Eldrazi colored mana, so you have to use the
waste mana,
waste.
basically.
The waste. That's what I was looking for. You have to use the waste mana because it's reduced by the Eye of Ugin by 2. But
So you can't use the colored mana that comes out of the Cavern of Souls, right?
exactly.
So there was a window for Olivier to actually force of will that.
Yeah, maybe he wanted to. I'm not sure, but I think he's okay not.
Okay.
So he really needs to find a Shuko, Nomads, and Core next. This is what he's looking for.
I wonder if if he feels like he's got enough time to also try to find the Pithing Needle. Then again, the most likely scenario for him is to find that off. Oh, he's got the cable therapy there though.
Yeah.
So that's one way to try to make sure there's not going to be any fairy macabres.
Yeah, and the Flooded Strand can get Underground Sea.
Yeah. Still missing the second combo piece, but he's got protection. He's got one of the combo pieces. He's got a force on top if he should need it.
He's got the Force in hand now, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
on top of what he
Oh, I
already
got
has.
it. Yeah.
So I think he's like in a pretty good position.
Yeah, as long as he finds the combo piece. Glaring Flesh Raker can get out of control.
Well, you don't come into the semifinals to not find what you need.
No, that's a very fair point. Why would you not?
It's like, nah,
Yeah.
easy. Okay, so over to Clement again, picking up another card.
So
By the way, I love that we keep the face cams on these players on because these are such intense games, right?
absolutely. Yeah. I love seeing the facial expression from Olivia last time. Like when he hit the Oracle first, he was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
You have the Fairy Macabre. That could be it.
that's great.
So we see a Dismember. Nice. So the Dismember is probably going to be met by the Force of Will if Olivia finds the combo pieces. He's also not fetching, meaning he wants that Cabal Therapy, I believe. So he's got Fairy Macabre really on his mind here. He's got the Brainstorm that he found with the Ponder last turn as well to kind of get through some things.
This is
There we
intense.
go.
Okay, there's a brainstorm.
Yeah.
Like you got that. Oh, he picks up the pithing needle.
And the dread return. So luckily this is a brainstorm to put the dread return back.
We are so lucky this is not ancestral recall, you're saying?
Yeah, it's better. Absolutely.
In some ways, yeah, sure. Okay, so figuring out what we're gonna put back here. Still looking for that second combo piece is Olivier.
Yeah, I think because he's found the pivot needle, he could probably put back the Cabal Therapy.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. What do you read Clement on? Like he has so much mana, but he hasn't cast anything last turn.
Yeah, it's got to be like Fairy Macabre and or Dismember.
Yeah.
And maybe Cosmic Command, but I think he would have cast Cosmic Command.
Yeah. When I'm sitting in Clement's side, I'm very aware of like I have very much transmitted that I have Fairy Macabre in hand, I would
Probably,
guess. And I would not feel good about it.
No.
But like one of the best ways to basically like you force your opponent to play into your hate cards is to just put them under so much pressure
Yeah.
that they don't have the time to try to play around
Yeah, he
them.
would love to have like a Reality Smasher on top of this Glen of Fresh Record to put Olivia under so much pressure that you can't play around these cards. That's the way to do it, ideally.
Olivier is putting another land to play. Gets some mana here. It's
One
probably
mana.
going to be another
Pithing
cantrip.
Needle?
Oh yeah, Pithing Needle naming Fairy Macabre would be the most likely
Probably.
thing. Yeah.
We see the Cephalid Illusionist in hand that he's had from the beginning. Oh, he has a Westgate Battle Mage.
I
Okay.
was going to ask about that. Like, do you
Yeah.
want to do it preemptively? Because now you're exposing it to it.
Wow, really tight play from Clement to say like, nope, I don't need this 2/2 yet. I think it's gonna be more relevant against like a Urza Saga or this Pithing Needle because he saw after the sideboard he saw the Serenity and Pithing Needle when he got to look through Olivier's deck.
True.
So I wonder if he sided them out first and then brought them back in after seeing it, or maybe he kept a couple in.
So is there a way to custom do the Wastegate Battle Mage thing uncounterable?
You can make well, so basically they're cast triggers. So you can use Cavernous Souls to make the actual 2/2 body uncounterable.
Oh, so
then-
even better.
Yeah, and then the other things you can counter with Consign to Memory, but it is technically uncounterable.
Yeah, so yeah, he's counting again. Of
Mhm.
course, there's going to be a discount for the IFWin over there.
Mhm.
So we're looking to pay something like 3 mana, I believe, including the kicker. Always can't remember like which one's like 2 mana, which one's
It's just 1 green, so I think he needs to just cast 1 green text.
even better. Okay.
Yeah.
Now Clement's actually putting something together here. Like he's slowly building like a really good army there.
Yep.
He's gonna get the trigger of the Flash Raker. Yeah, 1 more damage to you. Getting another Cyan token, and then you take 1 more damage, of course, of the Battle Mage coming into play, and 3 more of the Flash Raker here. So you're now down to 10, I believe, 11, as this says. Okay, gonna trust you on that. Now down to 10 of the fetch lands. Woo.
It's getting there.
There is a world where Clement wins in the next turn here.
Yeah. Like even like a Cosmic Command could do it.
Yeah, and I think he got one, right?
Does he? I haven't been able to see.
I feel like they always got one.
Yeah, there's always just a Cosmic Command hiding.
At the very worst, there's gonna be like 1 resting on the top of the deck there.
Yeah.
And is it these viewers? Okay.
Or
Niccolo
like
smiling.
or a Reality Smasher or Line Breaker is lethal.
There's just
through
so many
the
things.
cavern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even like just picking up a Fairy Macabre, right?
Would
I
be
want to
very
say
good.
there's like 12 cards in this deck that you could top deck that would be like really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Planes, absolutely not what you want right here. He really needs the second combo piece.
And is that gonna be it? It's now or never, Olivier.
He may have 1 more turn, depending what's in Clement's hand.
It's 3 mana. Dude, Nado is not allowed anymore. Oh, prismatic. And oh yeah, that works. Yeah, you got the black mana. Sure, yeah.
Nice.
Taking out the Flash Striker. That's surely gonna buy you another, most likely gonna buy you another turn.
Absolutely. Now there's only 2 power in play. So Clement draws. I'm looking at like, how far off activating Eye of Ugin is he?
Is that 7 mana to
7
activate?
mana indeed. So he can do it on board right now. And I think I spied an Ancient Tomb drawn for the turn. Yeah, there we go. So he can activate it. So with the basically Battle Mage attacking for 2, Olivier down to 8. If he activates Eye of Ugin end of the turn, so this is the next turn to play it, get a Reality Smasher, then you attack for 7 next turn. So if Olivier cracks that Flooded Strand, Clement can threaten lethal next turn.
Tense situation there as Clement is working out the math on this turn and once more.
Yeah.
Last time he did, he pulled a head out of the other way around. The head.
Rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, that's the PG version.
The hat out of the rabbit.
Yeah. Okay. So here we are. All the mana in the world has Clement, and 2 cards, potentially 3 is the Eye of Ugin. So Dismember, yeah, I think you said you spied a Dismember, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, a Dismember is another piece of hate that Olivier has to fight through. I think there's a way. No, there's actually no way I guess if you use Shuko and Cephalate Illusionist.
Yeah.
Oh no, but that still doesn't work because the Shuko equip is sorcery speed.
Yeah, so Dismember can stop the Shuko plus Illusionist kind of part of the combo, but not the Illusionist. Illusionist can keep going in response. But here is activating now, so it's going to have 3 mana at the end of it. So maybe he gets a Line Breaker.
Could be.
That's going to represent 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's going to represent 7 attack power with the Line Breaker, I
Yeah.
believe.
But I guess Dismember also stops the other combo because no matter which way you order your creatures, you just kill the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. We're getting it.
Okay, so is that
Oh,
an activation of Eye of Ugin, as you said?
Oh, of course he can Thought Seer. This is so good. Of course, because I forgot about the Eye of Ugin in play. So he can Thought Seer with Dismember up as well.
That's
This is so strong.
You can actually taste the finals at this point now.
Yeah, I think so. 'Cause Olivia with 2 cards in hand, we know one of them is going to be the Cephalid Illusionist, which the Thought Seer feels like it's going to take, right?
Yeah, very much so. And then at that point, there's only one card left that can actually help you. I would say that's Brainstorm.
Yeah, Brainstorm is 2 combo pieces.
You need like 2 combo pieces and a Force Protector against the Dismember, and I'm not even sure if Olivier has enough cards for that.
Yep.
Does he have like a... Well, Cabal Therapy doesn't do it, right? Because you need to flashback a creature.
Yeah. So Clement making a decision here to use Coven of Souls and tap out the Dismember, just to make sure it's not getting countered by a force or something.
But
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Taking what's definitely Illusionist.
Ooh, this is tough.
Serenity and Cabal Therapy, not good
Yeah.
enough. It
Yeah.
needs to be a Brainstorm from the top.
It has to be, doesn't it?
And it is something that at least makes Olivier think. Down to 8 life, yes. Well, right now he's only facing 6 points of damage, right?
Yeah. And I don't think Clement's going to have the mana to like activate Eye and get a Reality Smasher in play or a Line Breaker or
Well,
something.
you say that no.
I mean, we keep saying that, and he's done the math, and it's worked out.
I mean,
So-
right now he just is gonna Thought Seer every single turn now. I mean, that's kind of rough for him.
Yeah. I don't know if he has the mana.
Does he not?
Mm,
Oh, because you used the
Used the sign and
giant.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Can't reuse those.
Okay. Well, is there a hate off the top? Could be.
Got a second copy of Eye of Ugin. Of course, that one's not gonna do it.
Re-
Oh, he's counting again. Dude. No. I need to happen. He's counting like I'm
Yeah.
getting scared.
Yep.
Stop the count on that one. Okay, just go
Still-
for the attack.
Serenity in hand doing absolutely nothing. One unknown card. Needs to be, well, the 2 combo pieces, but there is the Dismember as well. So needs to be Brainstorm into multiple pieces, doesn't it? Flesh Raker coming down.
Is that gonna be? Doesn't really do anything. But
No,
basically, he's dead on board next turn.
pretty
Olivier
much.
picking up another card, laughing.
Wait, so, okay. If he had one more Surveil land, the way to do it would be to like Surveil into an Archamoeba to get a creature in play to flashback the Cabal Therapy named Dismember.
Oh, no.
No,
Not working out. Clement
come
return
on.
with an amazing, one of the best game ones that we've seen all tournament long. Like,
Yeah.
if you haven't seen that one, go back, check this one out, send it to your friends because that was amazing.
So impressed by his play there, working it out. It was exactly lethal to the point. 16, 17 or 18 damage out of nowhere, thanks to the 7 power Murktide. Just crossed the line barely. We were struggling to work it out. We're like one off, maybe one off here.
Yeah.
But he did the numbers, and
Okay.
that's why he's in the semifinals.
So, Callum, that's actually going to be it from us for this entire weekend. It was a blast to cast with you.
Yep.
Always happy to come back here. We were treated very well. We saw so many amazing players.
Absolutely.
We talked to a lot of people, right? Everybody was so happy about this tournament.
Yes.
Oh, it was
I
such a great time.
Buzzing's come back.
Yeah.
And you've shown everyone that I know nothing about superheroes.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Well, that's why I got these. Shout out to Ultimate Guard.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, that's it from us today. If you want to check us out, I guess the best way to check us out is like everydayeternal.com.
Yep, our podcast.
Yeah, our podcast. Check us out. And yeah, everybody stay tuned. We're going to be right back with Andreas and Sam for the Legacy Finals
And
here
we're
in
going to
Lucca.
run and watch the final ourselves.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, we're
care,
out of here. See ya.
Let's go.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Welcome, everyone. It is time to crown the European Legacy Champion of this year's Eternal Weekend. I'm hyped. How are you feeling?
I'm super hyped. I mean, we have front row seats to the grand finals here.
That's true.
These
That's
players
true.
are super excited. The room is boiling here, and the two of us, we're just smiling like happy campers.
Let's just dive into the bracket. Let's see how this top 8 turned out, and let's see what decks we have been seeing in the finals. All right, Andreas, take it away.
It looks like on the upper side of the bracket, Tommaso and his dangerously fast Affinity deck has been tearing through, first beating the Epic Storm, then beating the Orzhov deck, and now is ready in the finals. On the other side of the bracket, we saw Eldrazi took down the Control deck in the quarterfinals, and then took down the match we spectated, the winner of the match we spectated, rather, in the quarterfinals, the Breakfast Pilot, and is now in the finals. So we have two Ancient Tomb decks squaring off in the finals, and the top seed is the Affinity player who will be playing first.
Andreas, Affinity versus Eldrazi aggro as the finals. I could have not predicted this.
No, not at all. Eldrazi aggro with a copy in the top 8 is predictable, but Affinity certainly not.
Amazing. Let's dive into the deck list. 8cast, talk to me about this.
Right.
One.
So this Affinity deck wants to use Pinnacle Emissary for explosive openings. Then it wants to play Kappa Cannoneer and finish the game swiftly. It also plays Patchwork Automaton. And then it has some grindy elements with Emery and, of course, Ursa Saga, making for huge constructs. Note the Chalice of the Void is in this deck compared to other versions.
Quickly, one thing I want to say here is that this player was actually not able to make it to day 2. His opponent actually scooped for them, and that made him to day 2. And they actually are now in the finals.
That is
That
the
must be the
dream.
best
So from
feeling
a
in the world.
friendly concession all the way to the grand finals. Great
Insane.
storyline. So here we
Insane.
have the Eldrazi aggro deck of the red flavor. This deck is looking to put on a lot of pressure with hasty creatures. It will get a lot of mileage out of Waterscape Battle Mage in this artifact matchup, and then maybe finish the job with dangerously fast Fleshraker pings. So two very
Amazing.
aggressive decks.
Amazing. Enough talk. Let's dive into this battle and crown the winner of this year's Legacy Eternal Weekend. So, who do you think is favored?
Well, being on the play here in this Ancient Tomb matchup, I want to go with the Affinity deck. I believe that deck can have the most explosive starts. And on top of that, that deck also plays Force of Will, so you can even take the top of some of your opponent's best draws. So being on the play and having the forces, that's where I want to be here.
All right, that makes sense to me. So I'm not sure who was first seed or who has the player or who has the draw. Didn't quite catch
Affinity
that.
plays first. Affinity
Okay.
player looks to have had the first seed going into the top 8, which is incredibly unlikely given the 5-2 being on the bubble and then needing the concession to even make day 2. And then just ran the tables today.
All right, and we talked about heart rates before. Must be 1 million, something like that.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, the heart rates of these players.
Oh,
must
yeah,
be
the
about
heart
1
rate.
million.
Absolutely. That is not going to be for anybody too sensitive here. The first turn, Eldrazi Linebreaker with a cracked Lotus Petal.
All right, so off to an aggressive start. Now, this is not going to be the biggest line breaker, but still, I mean, it's still 4 damage to the face immediately.
Yeah, it is a 4-powered haster here just on its own. And I think Tommaso's thinking here, is this a card I can reasonably beat? Or is there a bigger fish to fry, so to speak, in my future?
What would we have here possibly as a response from the Affinity player?
Yeah, this could be Force of Will, and then trying to ask himself 2 questions. The first one being, is this card beatable? The second being, what is the next spell going to be, and is that card beatable? And then maybe there's a situation where the blue card that he's pitching is something that's part of his proactive game plan that makes it even harder.
Okay, we'll see about that. I do see a Force of Will there. I think it's the second card from top, but you can see Tommaso really thinking about this. Like, this is your moment. You don't want to make a mistake. So take your time. This is untimed. So take all the time you need and try and find the best way. But we do go for it here. We do want to get that out of the way. We are pitching Pinnacle Emissary. I'm sure we'll see that coming up later again, and we pass the turn.
Also note that when we have turn 1 Pinnacle Emissary warped available, but did not go for it, that means we don't have a ton of 0 drops in hand for Tommaso.
All right, and talk to me about this card here from the Affinity player.
Patchwork Automaton is this, well, on the surface, somewhat innocent 2-drop, but it will scale here for every artifact entering the battlefield in the future.
How impactful is this Chalice of the Void from Clement?
Well, Chalice of the Void for 0 is very potent on on the drawing board versus Affinity. But with this kind of draw, it looks like it's not all that interesting.
All right, this is pretty cool. Pinnacle Emissary. Maybe we can get it on the screen, but otherwise, talk to me about this one, Andreas.
So this one getting warped now for the remainder of this turn gives Tommaso a bonus of a 1/1 flying Thopter token every time an artifact spell is cast. So this is a reason to slow roll 0-drops and thus making the opposing Chalice of the Void all of a sudden go from a somewhat unexciting card to super good.
I like it. Did you see my favorite play there from Tommaso? Did you see what he did?
The favorite play was trying to check if, well, to be honest here, with the Pinnacle Emissary on Warp, you simply just want to go for these 0-drops regardless. But I do like, you want to get a little bit sneaky in there, Sam.
Yeah, indeed. So we get this Lotus Petal here. We play this Chalice of the Void. We play the Bauble. It doesn't matter. We just want to crack everything into this Chalice because we want to get as many of these triggers from the Pinnacle as we possibly can.
Exactly. We now have 3 flyers, but we also grew our Patchwork Automaton to a 4/4.
Yeah, this is a beatdown. They're just 2 aggro decks that want to kill each other as fast as possible, and I don't know who's going to be able to pull this one off, but this is a nice one. We have Line Breaker again. Is that going to be good enough?
Linebreaker here as a 4/3 trampling attacker is not going to do the job against the clock on the side of Tommaso, who's swinging for 7 here. So very conveniently, with Clement being at 7, Tommaso is very excited about that attack.
How impactful is this Emery here? Is that very important at this stage of the game?
Emery is primarily a grinding tool. So now if you mill over good stuff, that could be, imagine a Kappa Cannoneer, imagine some powerful equipment, and then all of a sudden that will grow the automaton, and things can get a little bit out of hand. But in general, that card is better in longer games rather than super tight creature races.
Right, right. And see, Clement, thinking about this list, this must be like doing the math, right? How can I possibly do more damage than my opponent here? Is there a way out?
There is potentially a way out if we can stall the board a little bit, or even, I guess no green mana available. That is a mountain hanging out there. So this is a mere colorless Grizzly Bear.
Okay, but I mean, we have to try, right? We have to get as much damage in as possible.
And it does count as an Eldrazi, pre-combat, getting in for 5, holding the fort with a 2/2, ready to block the 4/4 on the side of Tommaso.
And now we may see a barrage here. Are we going to be able to survive the barrage here coming from Tommaso? What do you think?
It looks like Clement is fine here on the surface. The flyers are going to be very, very good. So it's a matter of stabilizing on the ground. Let's see here. What happens if we send every creature to the red zone here? Then we prompt a chump block onto the Patchwork Automaton, and then we're going to take 4 damage down to 3, which means the flyers can finish the job next turn. So this could be one of these 1 in a million cases where Emery is actually on attack duty rather than, recurring stuff from the graveyard.
It's aggro versus aggro. We're going to try and kill each other as soon as possible, so we may see that happen. You can see Tommaso taking his time, doing the combat math inside of his head and just slamming in here, but we are... Ooh! Okay, talk to me about this card.
Instead of attacking, we're now developing Kappa Cannoneer. This is a very, very potent threat that attacks is unblockable when it attacks if you have had an artifact enter, which Emery is currently the guarantee for next turn.
So my guess is we are thinking I'm not going to be able to win this turn. I'm just going to be able to win next turn if this one slams down. So I'm just going to go for that route.
Absolutely, the question that you're absolutely right here about that Kappa Cannoneer on the screen here is super potent, and Emery is our guarantee that we get to trigger it on the next turn, making it a 6/6 unblockable. And it looks like
so that's round number 1. Tommaso is looked like they're going to be able to take it down. Clement clearly analyzed that we are not going to be able to win here, so we are going to go to game 2 quickly to sideboarding here. Talk to me, Andreas.
Let's see what Affinity has to do here. The Affinity deck has 4 concise. It also has Dismembers. This looks like a lot of cards though. We probably don't have those wide cards available, but who knows? This deck has some Dismembers to upgrade with for sure, and then maybe some number of Consigned Memory, but I'm not quite sure about the actual deck list here.
Yeah, no, it looks to be too many cards in a sideboard, but I'm sure we'll get that figured out. Dismember is just, we can be guaranteed about that.
Dismember is a shoe-in here in your, monocolored Ancient Tomb deck, and that will be valuable interaction, taking care of something like Linebreaker or Thought-Knot Seer on the other side of the table, and thus keep the table clear and try and win the race.
So I expect to see just members and consigned to memories. That's what I would be looking forwards. And we shall now be watching at what the Eldrazi player wants to be boarding in here in this matchup. I think it's just creature removal for both decks.
Right. So I'm not sure about the null rod count here. Okay, we actually see 3 copies null rods. So I love my null rods. I love my dismembers, but we also have to make room for those. We're looking at Chalice of the Void being a little bit hit or miss, but it is pretty darn juicy to play for 0. I could see some top end like Thought Not Seer and Reality Smasher getting trimmed, and actually Eldrazi Obligator is not that exciting against creatures with Ward. Of course talking about Kappa Cannoneer and the Patchwork Automaton.
Okay, let's dive in. Let's see if we have a winner here, or are we going to go to a game 3? Who do you think is now favored?
Ooh, I mean, up a game, it's hard to discount the advantage on the affinity side of things. I will say the Eldrazi deck has a darn good shot at leveling things up here in game 2, and that's of course what we want. If we have the choice between more magic or less magic, we're always going to pick the more side.
Right. We're starting off here with a Chalice and Void on 0. If you see a smile, you see that smile from Tommaso. He's like,
no, they were certainly getting a little bit of eye contact here, a little bit of a bromance moment here.
That's really funny.
Over that
like,
Chalice.
You don't see Chalice on 0 all that much in Legacy. That's more of a vintage play, right?
Right. Totally agree. And then when you play against the deck with 16 to 20 0 drops, that is the exception to that rule. So sometimes your 0 mana spell prompts a Force Will.
For sure. And I think that's what Tommaso is thinking about. Otherwise, Clement will just proceed. So Tommaso is thinking like, yeah, how impactful is this Chalice of the Void going to be against my hand? But we saw last time that, yeah, it's a nuisance, but you can just fire them all off into the Chalice and still win. If we decide to force this time.
Yeah, this time we decide to force, which is oftentimes just biting the sour apple and moving along with your day. It doesn't feel good on the side of Tommaso, and but on the other hand, every 0 drop in the hand and in the future couple of turns will be live.
How unhappy is Clement that this got forced? Because they do get 2 cards out of the hand.
Right, we are essentially working with 0 mana Hymn to Torque here, which is pretty darn efficient. So I think he's reasonably happy, but I think he would obviously prefer the Chalice to be in play, and then Tommaso sitting over there and being a little bit discouraged with the tons of 0s in hand.
Right, so Clement just passes the turn. Meanwhile, they get from Tommaso Ancient Tomb here, probably thinking about which threat is the best one to slam down here. I mean, what are we looking at? Maybe just a Patchwork Automaton? Indeed it is.
Patchwork Automaton to play, and what I really love about this card is you have no idea if that card is going to grow massively on the next turn, or it's going to be, somewhat small. So I really like that card.
Lotus Petal here entering the battlefield, and that's going to put a counter on the Automaton. Let's see how many 0 drops we can play here. If there's going to be a bunch, I mean, then the Force definitely makes sense. Cracking this pedal. Ooh.
Oh, and this
sequence
is a little bit peculiar because we could have done it in the other way around and gotten more 1/1 creatures instead of growing the Automaton. But I think Tommaso has figured out that a combination of a little bit of flying prowess, but also growing the ground creature is the way to go.
Okay, so now we have 1 card left, and we're going to be passing the turn. Let's see what the Eldrazi deck can do. Ooh, just a passing of the turn. Not ideal here, I'd say.
Really not. So this turn is going to be crucial. If Tommaso can keep up the damage here with a follow-up play, I really like his chances. But if he also slows down, there's room for Clement to get back into this game.
Yeah, as a Saga being playing, just slamming in here for Tommaso. It's possible that Clement thought that maybe this challenge is just good enough, and that's what we keep.
Yeah, and this Urza Saga will keep Clement off balance because if you play a land in order to develop a threat, that means you cannot deal with the Saga. So now you have to choose between wastelanding and taking more chip damage or leaving the Urza Saga untouched.
All right, we also have that Line Breaker into the red zone, 4 damage here. And you know, these Ancient Tomb damages, they do add up. In fact, even though it's the first attacking phase, the life total is lower for Tommaso than it is for Clement at this point.
Great point here about Urza Saga giving a little bit of a helping hand, ironically, to the opponent.
The Ancient Tomb, indeed. So we're going to be playing another Patchwork Automaton here. Mox Opal here also being shown. Really love the artwork that was played.
That one is beautiful. So Automaton getting added to the board. We are attacking for 6, and we have enough mana to activate Urza Saga. This is going to be over soon. Clement needs a banger of a turn.
Ooh, what was that one?
It was a copy of Kozilek's command here, which does take care of a single saga token, which is
Okay.
not bad, but look at Clement's life total here.
Yeah, and I think Clément's slowing down. He's probably thinking like, yeah, I'm in so much trouble. How am I going to be able to solve this one? And I'm not sure how we're going to be able to manage that because look how big these creatures are already. And we're going to get 2 saga tokens too. I'm in trouble, I guess.
He is in big trouble, especially because there's a saga token coming end of turn. Then there's another. Then there's going to be a search up. And if there's a juicy equipment to go search for, even a card like Ether Spellbomb would probably spell disaster for Clement. So this is getting super tight here.
Okay, we'll wait what we are going to be doing here. Is there a reason why we should not attack?
Well, staying back allows us to block an automaton and thus maybe live to see another day. And attacking here, that is pretty big courage shown here from the Frenchman.
Okay, let's see. We're going to make a construct. We're going to try. Okay, maybe not. Let's see what happens.
Let's count the artifacts in play here, Sam. We're looking at 4 artifacts already in play. That would make the construct a 5/5, which
Indeed.
is a good block on paper, but you know something's up here.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what happens. And you can see Tommaso thinking about it, just asking how many cards in hand, stuff like that.
So let's imagine so from the side of Tommaso, there's either, with this attack, there's either going to be a Dismember or Kozilek's command. Now let's just assume that it's going to be Kozilek's command. X2, get rid of the construct, connect for 4 damage. That will leave 2 chump blockers in play from the Eldrazi spawns, which could complicate the math of this game.
Yeah, this is all a game about combat math, right? This is we used to in the past we did a joke where legacy players can't do combat math. I mean, this is proving everyone wrong, right?
Well, yes, these 2 gentlemen knows combat math. That's for sure. And then we have the 2 of us trying to catch up here in the booth.
Yeah, for sure. So they are counting here. Yep, that's a 5/5. Okay, you can see Clement. Sure. Okay. What do I do now?
So I think
Block.
now we're gonna try and give the opponent the chance to block. With the trample on the Eldrazi Linebreaker, the block doesn't make that much of a difference. So not too important with the timing here on the K command.
Okay, and the K command. What does this do here for Clement?
Yeah, K command is gonna get rid of the construct token and probably make 2 Eldrazi spawns. Those are super valuable in this race where they can be used as chump blockers. And the more of those that survive, the better, because then the bonus on Linebreaker next turn is going to be even bigger.
Okay. Is that going to be enough, though?
Yes, that is the big question. I think it has a lot to do with the trinket that Tommaso can fetch out of the deck. This is where my eagle eyes came up short, so I can't actually remember his trinket package in the deck. I would imagine it's very, very small because you place Chalice of the Void with the intention of playing it on 1 against most decks, so you cannot just run a handful of 1-mana trinkets.
And what's Clement thinking about here? Is he considering what are the best choices for me to make?
Right, so killing that construct is going to be a given, and then it's all about, do I want to scry 2 and draw a card, or do I want 2 Eldrazi spawns?
At this point, what do you think we should be looking at?
My instinct here is to make the Eldrazi spawn tokens, basically because that Patchwork Automaton on the other side of the table is threatening a ton of damage here, but is he reaching for tokens here, or is he's reaching for tokens?
Okay.
Got it. So 2 Eldrazi spawns join the party here.
Okay, looks like we have gone for the tokens, but now this is the turn what it all comes down for, right? Drawing a card here, I imagine we are just going to make a token. Or is there, we do not want to make another token? We keep the mana up?
So this has a lot to do with Tommaso's draw step to answer this question, right? But in general, you really want to put power onto the board, because that is also toughness to defend against the line breaker. So no matter how you slice it, it is going to help the damage race.
Okay, you can see Tommaso actually thinking about the same thing. What is the most beneficial for me here? Do I want to make the token, or do I have enough in hand? Do I maybe just want to keep up the mana? There's a lot of decisions here to be made.
Right, and we even see Tommaso reaching for the sideboard here, which means, well, he's not quite, he just wants to double check which trinkets are available here off the Urza Saga 3rd chapter.
Indeed, so we can think here that we did take out a couple of artifacts that maybe can help this race.
Yeah, exactly. So just double checking here, as you alluded to multiple times during the day, let's take our time here. We're playing for the marble.
Sure, of course. This is the turn where you can potentially win this entire tournament. So slow down, take all of your options. You have time and just make the correct play. And I think we are going to fire it off. Looks like we are going to make a construct here. Okay.
Construct here, huge construct, and then there's a search off of the third chapter here.
Okay, there we go. And I'm very curious to see what we are going to be searching up.
Me too. This is going to be very, very important for this game's outcome. Let's see what Tommaso has hidden deep in the deck here, coming up clutch.
Oh, that's a good one. Shadow Spear. Nice. What does this do for us?
Yes, Shadow Spear is a card that is incredible when it comes down to a creature race. The lifelink on that card is amazing, and we're already looking at a sizable patchwork automaton. Lifelink and trample. That is ideal in this situation, and we have the life points to spare.
Look at Clement. He's the facial expression is so great because like what's happening? Yeah, how much damage is this gonna be? Is this gonna be enough?
So let's see. This is now a 6/6 trampling lifelink. Opponent is at 9. We're trying to do a little bit of math here. The only defense left are the 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens.
Just 0/1, so not a lot of defense on them. We shall see if he's able to survive another turn.
The construct is also home on defense. Very importantly, we have 2 very important factors here. Shadow Spear grants lifelink, and there's a 6/6 on defense.
Okay.
2 very, very good factors when you're trying to win a race.
And here you can see Clement again, slowing down. I have time. If I can squeeze out another turn here, I really want to make that happen. So he's taking his time, looking at the hand. Am I missing anything? You never know.
Let's look at the math here quickly, Sam. Sorry to break you off here.
Go ahead.
We have a 6/6 automaton. We have 2 1/1s. That is only 8 damage total. In theory, we could take 8 damage here. The opponent gains 5, goes to 10. What if I have another line breaker? Is that enough to trample in for lethal? That is what Clement is trying to figure out here.
Oh, I like it. It's so scary, but I do like it. Going down to 1. I mean, life is a resource. You could potentially win at 1 life, right?
Potentially, and this turn is going to be the big one, Sam.
Okay, let's see what's up. Looks at the hand. Big smile here. Is this the time? Is this the moment? Thinking. Looking at the cards.
Being down a game, this is a forced turn to come up with the best ace up Clement's sleeve, or the tournament is over.
I see a mountain, I see a land, and a section of the hand, and this is Tommaso. We have a new winner. The winner of this year's Eternal Weekend Europe is Tommaso, an Italian. I'm sure that the crowd is going wild here right now. I'm looking to my side. I think if I'm correct, that we may be able to get Tommaso in here for an interview. That would be really cool.
That would be incredible.
I'm sure we'll get a confirmation on that shortly. Andreas, this was a really, really cool game. But here is Tommaso. Andreas, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you if you want to make a way
out here
for
with the winner.
Eternal Weekend Champion. Here we get Tommaso in here. Come here, buddy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Going to give you that mic. All right. Tommaso, here it is. So that is not Andreas Peterson anymore. This is Tommaso here. Congratulations, my friend, on your victory. What a game. I mean, how are you feeling right now? I can only imagine, like, when you try to attack here and the opponent goes to 1, your heart must have been racing. Am I right?
Yeah, I was scared of the Kozilek common the next turn. That would be lethal for him. But I say, if he has it, he has it. At this point, it's just a matter of luck, you know.
All right. How was your heartbeat?
Still good.
Yeah,
So-
you seem pretty calm.
Yeah,
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
yeah.
I think I was more nervous than you.
Yeah, but maybe it's because I still have to realize, you know. So
Okay, looking to the side here. Do we have time? Yeah, looks like we're going to bring you something really nice. This is for you, Tommaso. You've earned
Thank
it. A beautiful, beautiful panel here of Tendrils of Agony. This is going to be your prize. You have an idea what you want to do with this one?
just put it in my bedroom and look
Okay.
at it where I'm set, you know.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I remember the nice feelings because it's been a very nice day, you know.
Of
so,
course,
yeah.
I can understand. If I can ask you just one question about the deck. I mean, this was not on my radar as the winner of Eternal Weekend, but you surely showed all of them how this is done. What made you come to this deck specifically?
I have to be honest. I play also Modern Affinity, so the shell is basically the same. You just have to add, you know, Force of Will and this kind of thing. So I decided to switch it to, you know, play the same kind of deck, and it felt good in the meta. Maybe just not a Grand Cloud Post, but I didn't find just anyone. So
Okay, yeah,
yeah, it was good, and you know, it's pretty solid actually. So yes, you have a very strong first turn. So yeah.
All right. Yeah, you nailed it. I mean,
Thank you.
format knowledge is always great. Once again, congratulations. You did an
Thank you.
amazing job. Like,
Thank you
we've
so
gone
much.
from 1,000 players to one, and that's you. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank
You
you.
have earned it. Anything else you want to finish up with? Anything else you want to
Can
tell
I
the
shout
people?
out to some of my friends?
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead. This is your moment.
So the first one is Stefano, and the second one is Matteo Di Ganci that did also good today. He went 17, so he made top 32. So congratulations to him. And I want to thank the Low League. That is a local tournament that we do it, and this is our symbol. So we do it in Empoli, and you know, it's our gym for the Legacy event. And shout out to Christensen that. If I'm here today, it's only just for him. So I really thanks to him, and I hope him the best. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming here, Tommaso. Once again,
Oh, I give
congratulations.
you- sorry,
Yes, for
the-
sure. Don't drop that one down.
Yeah,
We
there's
need
too
that
much value.
in the bedroom. Thanks for joining us. I'm
Thanks to
looking
you.
at Andreas. Maybe he can join us again. But
Yeah.
enjoy your victory. You've earned it, and go celebrate with your friends.
Can I add one more thing?
Go ahead.
Our local store, Magic Hammer in Scandici. That's where I play, and it feels like home. You know.
All right.
So, yes.
Excellent. Anything else you want to add?
Nah, I guess that's all.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Let's get that one here. Let's get Andreas back in here.
All right, I'm back here, Sam. What a lovely moment
Andreas.
the two of you had there.
Oh man, it's so cool that you actually that we have the winner, and he just comes in here and he gets the painting live. That's such an awesome feeling.
Yeah, what a cool one.
Yeah, and especially Tommaso being the winner is almost like if I could write the story myself.
Right.
Not making it day two, getting scooped in,
Yeah.
and then actually winning the entire tournament. That's been
Went
amazing.
on a hell of a tear today, went undefeated all the way, crushed the finals 2-0, hoisted the painting, pulled a banana out of his pocket, and yeah, what a fairy tale story here.
Indeed. Andreas, if I could ask you one question, what was your favorite moment of the entire tournament?
My favorite moment of the entire tournament is probably the diversity of Legacy. People's excitement walking between the tables, seeing show and tells over here, seeing Dazes cast over there, seeing Dark Ritual over there, and then seeing the unlikely outcome of two aggressive Ancient Tomb decks in the finals to square it off. And yeah, the diversity is here, the excitement is here, and Legacy is alive and kicking.
All right. I want to thank everyone who was involved. Thank you so much to the entire casting team, because we are here, but so were Callum and Julian were involved. So thank you very much. The production team, thank you for running a very smooth event and just providing us with everything that we needed. The sponsors, of course, can't thank them enough. Thank you, Four Seasons. Thank you, Booze. Thank you, everyone. And of course, thank you at home for watching, because we are making this for you. Legacy is from and for the players. So Andreas as well. It was lovely being able to cast this event with you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this together with me. I had a blast, and long live Legacy. See you all again next year.